Chapter 1 The system arrives, just after my wife departed. Wu Hao, I am truly sorry have final irrecoled my lost memories, and I still have the upsita driven cest determined unresolved, therefore, please forgive a departure permise you, it will swift lie, address the past enmity a sand return toy, until then, I bid you, take good care o force and anlove. In Hismond, Wu Haor Colette the reluctant Gazee's wife had cast upon him, accompanied by her heartfelt words before Sharessa Lutla Torned Taliva flating expression off helplessness crossed Wuhea's face, yet the did not attempt to stop her, for his own cultivation lol so. However, immediately after Ree's wife departed, a mechanical, synthesized voice echoed abruptly in his mind. Ding! The bloodline investment system has identified the host. Ding! The bloodline investment system has been bound to the host. System, it hot I washed a steam tobe without a golden finger, yetheriitis. After repeated lie confirming that the Hayden deed bound to system, Wuha felt overwhelmed by the emotion, nearly brought a to tears was natanativio of this world indeed. Wu Howis is a transmigrator originally, he hailed from a place known as Earth, where the concept of fa golden finger was well understood. The recent forced transmigration stemmed from an incident where, while helping an elder lie laid I crossed he street against stared light, he was struck by a new tough control truck. In the criticalment, he had pushed he old lady to safety, only to be crushed himself when Wu He opened his seas again, have found himself in a fantastical world capable of cultivation after some time. He learned that this realm was Scalet Schwantian realm, where powerful could levies longas the heavens themselves, and fear might could shake the verses. A sanativia firth it was impossible for Wu Hao to bunaware the existence of system sort no turn for cultivation, just as she was mentally preparing to embrace the binding of the system. He was taken aback to find that, for a long time, no system had approached him. Thiled Wu Hao to speculate that perhaps his golden finger was a methingelcy entirely. He even conducted numerous experiments, including attempting to infuse bluntonancy and tringhwer on his index finger, hoping for a reaction theatcum. However, was hat heffen ted from excessive blood loss due to miscalculation. Upon awakening, he resolved to share such reckless behavior if he were not to receive a golden finger. Had toasamithe these innate talent must be quite remarkable with this thought hottenmend. Wuha casual saw tau te sect totus thighs abilities, only to discover they possessed nothing more than an ordinary low grade. Thus, it came as nojer prizeth after spending gade kadine that sect, Heberla managed to brain I through from a more talto thepiakov chirifining, following the twas than fortunate even tof be inject spelled for failing the sex assessment. What transpired next twas that Wuho stumbled upon a remarkably beautiful fairy in the mountains, who, it seemed, had less thermery with charm and eloquence. He managed to deceive a Hirantobi Cummings' wife. After 5 years of marriage, they finally welcome me to Kyle in Toth world yet. Wu Hao was taken aback when Sucharon, up in giving birth, suddenly recalled her list memories, uttering words savangids before turning Taliv however. Before departing, Sheen trusted Wu Hao with zon cultivation resources and assured him that she would return, urging him to cultivate diligently in her absence. As the memories faded, Wu Ho quickly grasped utility of the system as its name implied. It allowed him to invest in his descendants, with the quality of their spiritual roots determining the feedback. Low greater roots would I yield a 10-fold return, medium greater roots 100-fold, high greater roots 1,000-fold, and top greater roots 8,000-fold return should his descendants possess the legendary Fado Fa Child of Destiny. The feedback could reach a terrifying and 1,000,000-fold. Upon reviewing the system's capabilities, Wuha could hardly contain his excitement. This meant that themmer descendant she had, the greater Israelness and iPhone Temorito emerges a child of destiny, could potentially attain divinity with mere foundational cultivation, thanks to the 1,000,000-fold feedback. System, what about the newbie gift pack? Recalling that transmigrator's novel Soften receive das starter package, he hastily inquired, fearing it might be left unknown. However, his concerns were clearly unwarranted. Ding! Congratulations, host, For pinning the newbie gift paki uave received in 100,000 top-grade spirit stone santha divine vel technique heaven liperstith. Top-grade esperitones the best cultivation resource pre-ordo attaining immortality. Heavenly Emperor's 10,000 ways mastering this technique will render you invincible within this same realm fighting beyond an S level become S chilled splay. And it can lead to legendary level soft cultivation no tone lie the host may practice this technique. Upon witnessing the content soft henubi gift pack, Wuha could nathelp you gasp in astonishment hey thin glanced down at the small infant in his arms, will blink it innocently up with a look of anticipation surfed on Wu Heia's face. Rulong, it seems Sio your father's path to strength depends on you. Wu Rulong Abba Abba. Wu Rulong was thesen head with his wife, Sucharon, but thuis no tietable to begging cultivation he wooed havatoat until he weighs tai ear sold, when his meridian swood be sufficiently nourished toweth stands virtual energy. Thisman tu howald havatoat no there tai ear sto embark on his path of invincibility after all, relying solely in his slow-grade spiritual root might no tevanolo, him to brain I thrudo foundational cultivation before his demirin out. Although he possessed a divine level technique, excellent software alone isn't sufficient needed to enhance his innate talent as well. Soon enough, atai ear spacid in the midstoff wu heos excitement, and the infant had dancer steeden his sarm shaj ronan tocherman gondolight foolittle boy walameno thave matched wu heishansomeness, to ascertain lamoria attractive at hand of rejected. Tode marquette the day wu rulong could begin his cultivation journey, signaling that Wu Ho is about to unlock his potential. In the courtyard, Wu Ho gazed at the serious faced Wu Rulong, who stood talon straight, and solemnly remarked, Son, today is the day commence our cultivation. Are you ready? Father, I am ready. Wu Rulong proclaimed loudly, prompting Wu Houghton no dissatisfaction before continuing. In that case, I shall personally guide you Wei Jia begin your training. Wuha had previously practiced a yellow-graded technique, which adavera low ceiling while a twastru ethadal technique has had the potential to lead to immortally, the grade doft he techniqueal soindicated the combat prowess on the mount toff spiritual nergion kudarness. Huas uncertain off Sukhiran's background, but before her departure, Shahad left Wuho ampler resources stokel tivatita since old stage, along with a heavenly grade technique. Since Seeth Heavenly Emperor's 10,000 ways scood not be practice said be Rulong, Wu Heo reluctant, decided to teach him the heavenly grade technique Sukhiran had left behind, promising to supplement the straining latter when Hebek came a stronger. As for Wu Heo himself, upon acquiring Heavenly Emperor's 10,000 ways, ha prompt lie abandoned his original technique, Aloinjita dissipate, fourth refining stage uisnita blisweef to cultivate to a desert a solid foundation, evena fondly at refinings. Thanks to his prior experience, Wu hoasable to rapid lie reach the peacock refining gagan within those 8 years, even surpassing previous speed by 2 years during Stymainesect. PS Realms refining, foundation establishment, spiritual sea, golden core, nascent soul, transformation, refining void, tribulation, Saint divided into Saint, Great Saint, Saint King, Supreme, Quasi-Emperor, Great Temporor detail stobe determined ladder. PS regarding semi settings in this book, feedback will no tiled better attempts at willingly provide a certain multiplier for attempts of reader swish for better feedback, additional settings scan bidded ladder, depending on reader responses the author will carefully consider very reader suggestions, and Niam deply grateful for our input. P.S. The need for disperse singandra cultivating dueta changing technique is essential to explain, as the protagonist pursuits for ultimate strength therefore, disperse singandra cultivating is the optimal choice furthermore, the current trial must not particularly strong, merely refining, so disperse singandra cultivating is nata significant for the protagonist. Chapter 2 Breaking Through Foundation Establishment. Though Wuha was merely athapikof refining, guiding Wuru Long's cultivation proved to be quite effortless. Thus, under Wu Hei's instruction, Wuru Long smoothly absorbed into his body, successfully breaking through the initial stage of refining. As Wuru Long possessed a I grades spiritual root, Wuha naturally received the thousand-fold feedback. Ding! Detection indicates that the host's descendant with a high grades, spiritual Ruthus broken through. 1,000-fold feedback has been provided to Theos. As the system's voice faded, Avastan pure wavy of spiritual energy surged into Wu Hei's body. Instant Leishaturing is bottleneck before long. Wu found himself advancing from the peak of refining direct light themid stage of foundation establishment in regard to the current Brunei, through realm. Wu fin shimsel relative like content after all. One cannot as in twa mortalitin bound. Can they? Themeters that lie ahead can be dressed into a curse forno. Thepper amount concern remains to encourage his intelligent cultivate. And perhaps eventaki fumer wivisto expand the family lineage wuha harbor san intensi earnin for the million-fold dreturn, promised toth child off destiny. Father! Look! Behavior kessfully broken through to the initial stage of refinement. Wu Rulong de shed before Wu Hao, his face allied with excitement. Wu Hao, however, sighed, a hint of disappointment clouding expression. Son, you must understand that when I was cultivating, I achieved the initial stage of fine mintenlist hana minute yet you. On the other hand, tukaful two hor story at the same stage it seems stom thought he were still rather arrogant. At this words, a flicker of shame crossed Wu Rulong's countenance had thought Thetan turning the path off immortally in a miret woe. Horse was quite commendable little de deck, no that his father had surpassed him by a significant margin it way evident that he had much more to strive for. What Wu Rulong wasn't aware of, however, was the truth. Wu Ho had labored for an entire year to reach the refinements which otherwise, Huudna they've taken a full decade to tomer lyriach the peak of refinement, nor would have been ekful from a sect. You understand, father. You will certainly work hard to cultivate. Wu Rulong declared earnestly, his gaze fixed upon Wu Hao satisfied. Wu Heiano dead in approval. Excellent in that case, ishal satago el for brainai. Through toth foundation establishment stage within 3 years do you believe can achieve these? 3 years? You understand, father. It will definite lie brainai through toth foundation establishment stage within 3 years. Wu Rulong replied without hesitation. Wu then produced dastarajering, handed it to Rulong. Observing Isen's curious expression, Wu Hao explained. This is a storagering inside, you will find the sources I have prepared for you for this period, you may is a top-grade spirit on us for our cultivation. Upon realizing that the ring contained top-grade spirit stones, Wu Rulong couldn't help you gasp in astonishment. He was well aware if the immense value of such stones it was no exaggeration to say the Tevan emperors is to littleize top-grade spirit stones, underscoring their rarity. In the Xuantian realm, the currency used by cultivators sizzle so spirit stones, with a conversion rate that amplifies their value 100-fold. This means in a top-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 upper-grade spirit stones, 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones, or only million lower-grade spirit stones. Most importantly, spirit stone is serves vital resources for cultivators with top-grade spirit stones at his disposal. Wu Rulong estimated that perhaps a singion would suffice to propel him to the pinnacle of foundation establishment or eventh spirit serum. However, when Wu Hao instructed him on how to utilize the storage airing, Wu Rulong's expression turned complex as he gazed at the father and asked, Father, what realm do I actually occupy? As form? I am really an unremarkable little cultivator. Wu Hao replied modest lie after some contemplation after all, Huas Maraliafa? At the end had he yet attained true invincibility it was prudent to maintain a low profile. Wu Rulong, having seen Mingi learn from somewhere, shot Wu Hao skeptical glance how could a cultivator capable of producing 100,000 top-grade spirit stones be described as unremarkable? Yet, here framed from voicing his thoughts, his curiosity targeting his father's cultivation, velpictive his father could produce an extraordinary sum, his cultivation must be quite formidable. In truth, however, Wu Hao was merely an inconspicuous mid-foundation establishment cultivator. At that moment, Wu Hao paid no heed to Hisen's musings after Hahajif Tethi 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. The system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! detecteth that the host has given away an 100,000 top-grade spirit stonus stargatus per grades per ritruta 1,000-fold return has been triggered 100 million top-grade spirit stone shave been stored in the host system space. Ding! Detecteth that the host has given away on a volumio fiavin lightier cultivation technique targetus per grades per ritruta 1,000-fold return has been triggered 1,000 voluminous off heaven lightier cultivation technique has shave been stored in the host system space. Ding! Detecteth that the host has given away in Shenjia's storage ring targetus per grades per ritruta 1,000-fold return has been triggered 1,000 Shenjia storage airing shave been stored in the host system space. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Wuha fell into deep contemplation if hewer retage of a hissen, the spirit stones returned be the system, Wu to trigger a similar anomaly? With this thought, Wu Heor solved topidito thetis however, just ashua sabauto initiateth is experiment, the system's voiceringansmary. Ding! The host's intention shave been detecteth the system bug has been repaired please refrain from attempting to exploit system loopholes. Very well, he had originally hoped to amass additional resources. Wu Heo mused hellously, yethera source sheet current liposessid wurial rita sufficient for recensus for an extended period. Of course, there was an other option Wuha could exchange the own 100 million top-grade spirit stonus for resources and thin past those into hissen however, these would undoubtedly plung Wu Heo into considerable. After all, for mid-foundation establishment cultivator, top-grade spirit stones were exceedingly precious if fan yonuer to discover that Wuha possess said such stones of his cultivator sath golden chorus stage would like libunable terraces seizing the. This was evidently note in Wuha's best interest shis up to cultivate treatly. Nevertheless, Wuha was not online possession of 100 million top-grade spirit stonus butyl sothera sources left behind by Su Kairan upon her departure without hesitation, he transferred them to Isin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for giving away an foundation establishment pilsen 1,000 foundation establishment pil shave been obtained. Ding! Congratulations to the host for giving away 5 golden Kori pills 500 golden Kerpil shave been obtained. Ding! Congratulations to the host for giving away. Before long, their sources lift be Sukiar and Swift multiplied 1,000-fold in Wu Hei's possession regrettably, the system in Lyre turned it soft he semetier, which meant that giving away a heaven lightier cultivation technique wouldn't lie yield the identical heaven lightier tech in return. Yet, even so, their sources now, available were reample for were along to cultivate towards immortally by the time were along, achieved immortality, Wu Hao might even find himself breaking through to a realm beyond that of an immortal. Viewing the rest sources within the system space, Wu Hana Deeden satisfaction and internet to Wurulong. Speaking earnestly, very well, go and cultivate strive ta brain eye through to foundation establishment stages possible. Yes, father. Time passed quietly, and before long, 3 ear shad slipped bunitist in fact, it took Vinlist hand 3 years were along successful broke through to foundation establishment stage with an azing year. Wu Hao, too, ascended to the spirit serial amidst astonishing returns. By the time Wu Rulong turned 15, Hahadsmuth lie broken through Toth spirit serum, and Wu Hei followed suit, advancing Toth golden chorustage. By the time Wu Rulong reached 18, Hehadal read a successful lie broken through to Thepiakoft spirit serum, while Wu Ha had achieved the later stage soft golden coririum. Alas, relying solely on Myson's cultivation returns isn't sufficient for my advent, Tath's rate. When will ever reach Emperor Realm? Wu Hao mused inwardly now, Ashes studeth the later stage soft golden coririum. His lifespan had reached a terrifying 1,000 years. Cultivating immortality is inherent lion act of defiance against the heavens each successful and grants immense benefits, including gain extension of an lifespan. The foundation establishment stage allows for a lift span of 1,200 years, the spirit serial extends to 500 years, the golden core realm grants 1,000 years, the nascent soul stage reaches 3,000 years, while lead transformation stage lasts Stenhouse and years. The void refinement stage allows for 30,000 years, tribulation permits 100,000 years, a sage malive for 100,000 years, a suprema for 500,000 years, a quasi-emperor for 6,000 years, and an emperor for million years. Yet, for Wu Hao, the pace of his realm's advancement felt excruciating. Lislo at Semet the time had come for long to marry and procreate with this thought. Wu Hao's Gaza turned towards Wu Rulong, how was meditating in cultivation. Meanwhile, Wu Rulong shivered slightly, a hint of curiosity crossing his mind. How strange, why am I sneezing? Could it Bethet mother miss him? Chapter 3. Selecting a daughter-in-law father, must I truly marry and have children? Wu Rulong's face contorted with reluctance as he spoke. His heart had always been set on cultivating immortality, and the notion of familial bonds had never crossed his mind. Were it not for his father's words, he might never have entertained such thoughts. Wu Hao sighed deeply, his tone tinged with a hint of melancholy as he replied, Rulong, do you know what your mother said when she departed all those years ago? She expressed her hope that when she returned to the Wu family, she would witness the joyous scene of a bustling household filled with children and grandchildren. Moreover, our vast Wu family consists solely of the two of us. It feels rather desolate. Thus, I long to cradle a grandchild. Do you understand? Observing his father's serious demeanor, Wu Rulong couldn't help but inwardly lament. You wish for a daughter-in-law, but how am I to procure one? However, he felt bound by filial piety, and after a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced. But, father, where am I to find a wife? Are we not residing in the mountains? Suddenly struck by a realization, Wu Rulong asked with a hint of confusion. Wu Hao paused, recalling that they had indeed been living in their secluded mountain abode for over a decade. Upon discovering his own mediocre cultivation talent, coupled with a lack of any extraordinary abilities, he had chosen to retreat into the mountains. It was precisely in this isolation that he encountered his wife, Su Qiaoran. The subsequent choice to remain hidden stemmed from a desire for discretion. Thus, the reason his son had not sought a daughter-in-law was likely due to his lack of exposure to women. Clearing his throat, Wu Hao spoke with utmost seriousness, very well, if that is the case. I shall take you to the nearby city today. If you happen to spot any admirable and distinguished young women, simply voice your interest, and I shall propose on your behalf. Of course, let us avoid those of excessively formidable backgrounds. Wu Hao added a reminder, for he had some awareness of the outside world prior to their seclusion, knowing that the most powerful city lords were merely at the nascent soul stage. As long as he remained discreet, there should be no issues. The prospect of venturing out, Wu Rulong's eyes sparkled with excitement. 18 years. 18 long years spent in this solitary place had left him weary. Had it not been for his father's admonition against leaving, he would have likely sneaked away long ago. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived, and how could Wu Rulong possibly contain his joy? Let us go. We shall make our way to the city, Wu Hao declared, striding toward the courtyard, with Wu Rulong hastily following suit. Within the Xintian realm, the land was largely unclaimed, and upon their retreat to the mountains, Wu Hao had designated a significant portion of the area as their courtyard. It was uncertain whether it was due to Wu Hao's good fortune or some other reason, but over the years, they had encountered little disruption from demonic beasts. As they traveled, Wu Rulong's excitement resembled that of a child, as he eagerly examined his surroundings. Wu Hao, understanding that his son had spent his entire life at home until the age of 18, chose not to impede his curiosity regarding the Xintian realm. Before long, guided by Wu Hao, they arrived at the nearby city, where a sign hung above the gates, proudly proclaiming Sunset City in bold characters. The entrance bustled with pedestrians and cultivators alike, presenting a vibrant scene of prosperity. It was Wu Rulong's first encounter with anyone aside from his father, and he was instantly overcome with exhilaration. Shouting, "Father, look, it's people." "All right, I see," Wu Hao responded, suddenly aware of the peculiar glances directed their way. A touch of embarrassment washed over him as he restrained the exuberant Wu Rulong, reflecting on his oversight in not bringing his son to Sunset City sooner. After rummaging through his storage ring, Wu Hao found an ample supply of high-grade spirit stones, along with a fair number of low and mid-grade spirit stones. The entry fee to Sunset City was 50 copper coins for mortals, while cultivators were required to pay 5 low-grade spirit stones. Thus, for low-ranking cultivators, free access to Sunset City posed a challenge. Having paid 10 low-grade spirit stones, Wu Hao and Wu Rulong finally stepped into Sunset City. This marked Wu Hao's first return to a human settlement in 18 years. Upon entering Sunset City, they were greeted by a magnificent scene. Vendors and pedestrians thronged the streets. Although the majority were mortals, many cultivators mingled among them. Roughly 2 out of every 10 as Wu Rulong absorbed the spectacle, contemplating their next move. Wu Hao spoke up, "Let us find an inn to rest for a while." Searching for a daughter-in-law is not a task to be rushed. After all, selecting a daughter-in-law was no trivial matter. She must possess at least foundational cultivation. While higher cultivation might complicate childbirth, those with superior abilities were more likely to bear offspring with spiritual roots. Wu Rulong, naturally, deferred to his father's wisdom. Soon, father and son arrived at an inn, where the innkeeper regarded them with astonishment as Wu Hao produced 20 mid-grade spirit stones to secure 2 heavenly suites. Within Sunset City's inn, dedicated rooms for cultivators were available, categorized into 4 tiers: Earth, Heaven, Mysterious, and Yellow. Renting a yellow room required only 1 low-grade spirit stone for a single day, while the Mysterious room cost 10 low-grade spirit stones. The Earth room demanded 50 low-grade spirit stones, and the Heavenly room required 100. Unsure of how long they would stay, Wu Hao opted for a 10-day rental. Seated on the bed in the Heavenly suite, Wu Hao gestured for the innkeeper to approach. "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you?" the innkeeper inquired, a hint of trepidation evident in his demeanor, for Wu Hao had effortlessly produced 20 mid-grade spirit stones for the room, suggesting he was no ordinary individual. After a moment's deliberation, Wu Hao finally spoke. "Innkeeper, this is my first visit to Sunset City, and my purpose is to find a wife for my son. Do you have any suggestions?" "Rest assured, I require only those with foundational cultivation or higher, possessing mid-grade spiritual roots or better. Of course, character is equally important. If you can recommend a suitable candidate, consider this mid-grade spirit stone your reward," he added, producing another mid-grade spirit stone. Upon hearing Wu Hao's words and witnessing him brandish a mid-grade spirit stone, the innkeeper's eyes widened in astonishment. As a cultivator himself, albeit of only foundational rank, he sensed that Wu Hao's cultivation must far surpass his own. The casual display of wealth suggested that Wu Hao was at least at the nascent soul stage. With this realization, the innkeeper felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He quickly raised his hands in refusal. "It is my honor to serve you, esteemed elder. Please retract your spirit stone." His genuine concern stemmed from the fear that accepting the mid-grade spirit stone might lead to peril, prompting him to decline for his own safety. Yet Wu Hao grew impatient, his expression stern. "Innkeeper, are you implying that you look down upon my spirit stones?" Having spoken, a faint aura emanated from Wu Hao's body, instilling a profound sense of fear within the innkeeper. In his perception, Wu Hao's presence resembled the tumultuous sea during a storm, while he himself was but a small boat, perpetually at risk of capsizing. With this thought, how could the innkeeper dare to refuse? He promptly accepted the medium-grade spirit stones and proceeded to divulge the identities of the prominent young ladies in Sunset City. "I sincerely apologize to all readers for the author's oversight in forgetting the existence of low-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, for the current protagonist, there is little distinction between high-grade and low-grade spirit stones, as he has no need for them, nor does his son, and even if they were to be gifted to juniors, there would be no return on investment. Hence, for the protagonist, there is no difference between gifting high-grade and low-grade spirit stones, as they are ultimately unnecessary." However, the author did not anticipate that many readers would perceive this as a flaw. "An oversight on my part, which will be rectified in the future. My apologies once more." Chapter 4. A proposal from the innkeeper. Wu Hao learned of 5 suitable candidates, all of whom were of a similar age to his son. Although age differences are trivial in the realm of cultivation, Wu Hao preferred that his son marry someone he truly loves. After marriage, he hoped they would bear numerous grandchildren together. As for his son's character, being a father, Wu Hao understood him well. He was exceptionally kind-hearted and upright, a true gentleman. Coupled with the good looks inherited from both himself and Su Chaoran, his son was undeniably handsome even among a multitude of cultivators. The innkeeper recommended the young ladies from the 4 prominent Golden Core families in Sunset City, as well as the daughter of the city lord. However, upon further observation, Wu Hao swiftly eliminated the daughters of the 4 families, citing their unsatisfactory character. Disguising himself as a pitiable beggar, he approached the 4 young ladies for alms, only to be dismissed by their attendants. The families had not anticipated that their actions would cost them the opportunity for ascension. Thus, The only remaining target was the city lord's daughter, named Su Qingxue, who was of the same age as Wu Hao's son, both being 18. However, her talents were slightly inferior, possessing only a medium-grade spiritual root, placing her at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Soon, Wu Hao thoroughly investigated Su Qingxue's daily route and inquired about her reputation in Sunset City, only to discover that she was exceedingly well regarded, with everyone describing her as a genuinely good person and even the most beautiful woman in Sunset City. Nevertheless, he preferred to verify this for himself. It was only after he found himself lying on the road that Su Qingxue instructed a nearby maid to take him to receive medical attention that Wu Hao firmly decided to pursue her as his son's future daughter-in-law. After completing these arrangements, Wu Hao presented Su Qingxue's portrait to Wu Rulong and inquired, "Son, this is the prospective partner I have chosen for you. What do you think?" Wu Hao expected his son to blush upon seeing Su Qingxue's image. But to his surprise, Wu Rulong's expression shifted, revealing a hint of hesitation. Wu Hao, noticing the subtle change, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Son, it seems you are familiar with her?" "Yes, I encountered her recently," Wu Rulong confessed, explaining how they had met on the road and struck up an acquaintance. Upon hearing this, Wu Hao felt a surge of joy. It seemed that Su Qingxue did not harbor any aversion toward his son. In this day and age, a lack of disdain equated to affection, indicating that their union was highly probable. Thus, when his father encouraged him to pursue Su Qingxue, Wu Rulong did not object. With Wu Hao's guidance, he swiftly won her heart. Half a month passed, and upon learning that Su Qingxue had accepted his son's confession, Wu Hao stood up and declared, "Let us go to the city lord's residence to propose." "Yes, father," Wu Rulong replied with palpable excitement. After all, the prospect of marrying the girl he adored was more than enough to stir his emotions. Soon, under Wu Hao's lead, they arrived at the city lord's residence, where two Peak Chi refining guards stood at the entrance. Upon seeing Wu Hao and Wu Rulong, they halted their progress. "Stop. What business do you have at the city lord's residence? We kindly request to speak with the city lord regarding a matter of great importance." Wu Hao replied with a warm smile, "After all, proposing is indeed a significant matter." The guards exchanged glances and, sensing the extraordinary demeanor of the two men, did not obstruct them. "Please wait here. I will inform the city lord," one guard said before turning away. Before long, the guard returned and said, "You may enter. The city lord is awaiting you in the main hall." "Thank you," Wu Hao graciously responded, leading Wu Rulong inside. Upon arriving at the main hall, they found a stern-faced, middle-aged man seated at the head of the table. It was Suan, the city lord of Sunset City. His expression bore a hint of curiosity, wondering who could be visiting him. Upon seeing Wu Hao, Suan's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. As a foundational stage cultivator, he was unable to discern the realm of the man before him, indicating that Wu Hao was indeed a formidable presence. This was largely due to the formidable nature of the Heavenly Emperor's myriad scriptures. Unless one was 2 realms above Wu Hao, they would not be able to ascertain his cultivation level. "Friend, how may I address you?" Suan inquired, rising to his feet with a smile. Having recognized Wu Hao's exceptional nature, Wu Hao waved his hand and replied, "You may simply call me Old Wu." "Ah, so it is Taoist Wu. I have long heard of your esteemed name," Suan responded, feigning familiarity, although in truth, he had never heard of Wu Hao before. Wu Hao chose not to correct him, as he was there to propose for his son. Therefore, he quickly got to the point, explaining that he had come to propose. The moment his words fell, Suan's expression darkened considerably. "Taoist Wu, if you are here to propose, I fear I cannot acquiesce. I will only respect my daughter's choice. If she is fond of you, then that is acceptable, but if she is not, I will not impose." "Ha ha ha, rest assured, old Su. My son Rulong is already in a relationship with your daughter Qingxue. All that remains is for her to confirm this." Wu Hao chuckled, observing Suan's expression shift to one of doubt as he requested his daughter to come forth. When Su Qingxue arrived and saw Wu Rulong standing beside Wu Hao, her face flushed with shyness. Suan could hardly miss the implication. It seemed his daughter was indeed involved with Wu Rulong. Just as Suan was about to speak, Wu Hao interjected, producing a storage ring and saying, "Old Su, do not accuse me of being stingy. This is the betrothal gift from my side." Suan, curious about the extent of Wu Hao's generosity, fell silent upon seeing the contents of the ring. Rising with a broad smile, he declared, "Old Wu, let us not discuss this further. Let the children decide their own affairs." Where could Suan possibly find a reason to decline? In terms of strength, He felt certain that he was no match for Wu Hao. When it came to financial resources, Wu Hao had just offered 100 top-tier spirit stones as a betrothal gift at it. It is important to note that these are indeed top-tier spirit stones. Even if it were merely tin, Suin would struggle to present such a sum. Given Wu Hao's evident sincerity, how could he possibly refuse? Of course, the most significant factor is that the two children share genuine affection for one another. Otherwise, Suin might not have agreed at all. Though he was unaware of Wu Hao's family's true origins, the ability to offer 100 top-tier spirit stones as a betrothal gift implied that they were far from ordinary. Allowing his daughter to marry Wu Rulong would certainly not disadvantage her. As for the rationale behind offering Suin 100 top-tier spirit stones, Wu Hao had thoroughly considered the implications. After all, Suin was the father of his daughter-in-law, Su Qingxue. Should resources fall short, there was a risk that Suin would be unable to elevate his cultivation level, leading to an inevitable end to his lifespan. By that time, Su Qingxue would already be a member of the Wu family, and her father's demise would undoubtedly cause her great sorrow. Thus, Wu Hao generously presented 100 top-tier spirit stones to assist Suin in advancing his cultivation. To Wu Hao, 100 top-tier spirit stones were hardly significant. He had no use for them. Wu Rulong had cultivated for 10 years and had barely utilized 50 spirit stones. It was far better to present 100 stones as a betrothal gift to Suin. Wu Hao had already devised a plan for acquiring more resources, but it would require his son to be available, as the Wu family needed to grow stronger to execute it effectively. Before long, the two reached an agreement regarding the wedding date of the children. Given Wu Hao's eagerness, they quickly settled on a date half a month later. The news of the city lord's eldest daughter's wedding swiftly spread throughout Sunset City. Leaving everyone astounded, Su Qingxue was regarded as an unattainable flower on a high peak in the eyes of the city's cultivators, prompting much curiosity about who could possibly win her heart. Even members of the four great families sought to challenge this arrangement, but were swiftly quelled by Wu Hao, who was determined not to let anything jeopardize his son's significant life event. Even with formidable cultivators from the four great families present, they were no match for Wu Hao, who attributed their failure to the inadequacy of their techniques and their shallow foundations. That day would come to be known as the doom of the four great families. Chapter 5. The birth of a grandson. Expansion of the family. Time passed swiftly, and 5 years had elapsed. During this time, through the relentless efforts of Wu Rulong and Su Qingxue, their first child was finally about to be born. Outside the delivery room, Wu Rulong paced anxiously. Despite having reached the golden core stage, he was still filled with worry and nervousness. Look at you, don't be so tense. Qingxue is a peak foundation establishment cultivator. She will be fine, Wu Hao reassured him. Thanks to Wu Rulong's advancement to the mid-golden core stage, Wu Hao had also ascended to the nascent soul stage. However, he was still not satisfied. He believed that if one day their family lineage numbered in the tens of thousands, he might easily break through to the emperor level within a century. Soon, a sonorous and clear cry of a newborn echoed from the delivery room, and the midwife emerged, cradling an incredibly adorable infant. Congratulations, my lord and young master, it is a boy. Is this truly my child? Wu Rulong asked, carefully taking the baby into his arms, as he gazed at the little one, who had yet to open his eyes. He felt the weight of responsibility grow heavier. Not long after, Su Qingxue, having completed her delivery, emerged from the room, looking somewhat pale but otherwise well. Why shouldn't I observe the confinement period? What a ridiculous notion. How could a cultivator need to rest after childbirth? Father, please name my child, Wu Rulong implored, looking seriously at Wu Hao, who pondered for a moment before speaking. Since he is my grandson, let us name him Wu Qingkuan. Qingkuan, the martial arts that shake the universe. Father, do you wish for this child to reach such a formidable realm? Wu Rulong murmured, his eyes lighting up. However, Wu Hao swore he had not intended such depth. He merely wished to indulge in a bit of whimsy, to give his grandson a name reminiscent of a protagonist. Yet, it was clear that having a name akin to a hero did not guarantee one would become a hero. Upon seeing his grandson, Wu Hao had already discerned his talent, a mere medium-grade spirit root, but it was better than nothing. You both must strive diligently. I eagerly await the day our Wu family flourishes. Wu Hao encouraged. Su Qingxue blushed at his words, while Wu Rulong replied with utmost seriousness, I will ensure we fulfill this task. All right, although the expansion of our Wu family is of utmost importance. Do not neglect your cultivation, Wu Hao reiterated. After all, one was his son, and the other, his daughter-in-law. Wu Hao could not bear the thought of them becoming lax in their training. Yet, before long, another 2 years passed. During this time, while Wu Rulong and Su Qingxue continued their efforts to strengthen the Wu family, they did not neglect their cultivation. Consequently, Wu Rulong successfully broke through to the peak of the Golden Core stage. And Su Qingxue advanced to the Spirit Sea realm, and she was once again pregnant. However, the talent of their second child was not exceptional, being only of high-grade spirit root. After consulting Wu Hao, the couple decided to name their second child Wu Xinyuan. As time flew by, 6 years swiftly passed. In this period, Wu Rulong and Su Qingxue welcomed 2 more children, named Wu Wanggu and Wu Qilong, respectively. Regarding their cultivation levels, Wu Rulong had broken through to the early nascent soul stage, while Su Qingxue had successfully reached the initial golden core stage. As for the talents of their 2 grandsons, they had a high-grade spirit root and a low-grade spirit root, respectively. Wu Hao was not surprised. Although the 4th grandson Wu Qilong possessed only a low-grade spirit root, Wu Hao had no shortage of resources. Thus, even if it required considerable expenditure, he could ensure Wu Qilong's ascension to immortality. In these 6 years, Wu Hao's own cultivation had not progressed as rapidly. After all, within the entire Wu family, only Wu Rulong was actively cultivating. So progress was naturally slow. Thus, Wu Hao remained at the peak of the nascent soul stage. However, from today onward, his eldest grandson Wu Qingkuan could also begin his cultivation, which was good news for Wu Hao. This meant that, in 10 years, his eldest grandson would also be able to marry and have children. At that time, the descendants of the Wu family would multiply, and Wu Hao's cultivation would accelerate as a result. To facilitate his grandchildren's search for suitable partners, Wu Hao decided to relocate the entire Wu family to Sunset City, making it easier for Su Qingxue to return home whenever she wished. Yet, despite Wu Hao's generous offering of 100 top-tier spirit stones as a betrothal gift, Su An's cultivation progress remained less than promising, having only advanced from the early nascent soul stage to the late nascent soul stage. Under Wu Hao's guidance, Wu Qingkuan successfully began cultivating the family technique, the 5 elements yin-yang scripture, the technique left behind by Su Qiaoran, and smoothly ascended to the qi refining stage, of course. With Wu Qingkuan's breakthrough to the initial qi refining stage, Wu Hao did not react much, as Wu Qingkuan only possessed a medium-grade spirit root. The feedback he provided would be minimal, but it was a steady investment for the future. Before long, another decade passed. During this 10-year period, through the intensive investment of resources, Wu Rulong successfully advanced to the late nascent soul stage, while Wu Qingkuan had become a peak spirit sea cultivator. In this context, Wu Hao also achieved a breakthrough to the mid-transformation stage, extending his lifespan to a remarkable 10,000 years. Regarding offspring, through the tireless efforts of Wu Rulong and Su Qingxue, they welcomed 3 sons and 1 daughter. The 5th grandson Wu Wandao, the 6th grandson Wu Tiankuan, the 7th grandson Wu Qitian, and the 8th granddaughter Wu Shuiying. Their talents were high-grade spirit root, medium-grade spirit root, top-grade spirit root, and medium-grade spirit root, respectively. This was the first time Wu Hao had witnessed the existence of a top-grade spirit root. One must understand that the emergence of a top-grade spirit root was so rare that even quasi-emperor level cultivators would be compelled to seek such a disciple. After all, it is exceedingly difficult for cultivators to appear. Among 10,000 people, one might not encounter a low-grade spirit root, and among 10,000 low-grade spirit roots, one might not find a medium-grade spirit root. This means that, among billions, one might not even find a single top-grade spirit root. When one does appear, barring any mishaps, they are destined to break through to the supreme level or even the quasi-emperor level. With luck and opportunity, they might even ascend to become an emperor. However, what excited Wu Hao the most was that his eldest grandson Wu Qingkuan had finally reached adulthood, and it was now time for him to marry and start a family. Chapter 6. The 4th generation emerges, the child of destiny. Grandfather, I am still young. I truly need to marry and have children. As Wu Qingkuan gazed at his grandfather, who was urging him to marry and have children, a hint of helplessness flickered across his face. Wu Hao, however, earnestly advised, Qingkuan, you must understand that the more powerful a cultivator becomes, the more challenging it is to conceive offspring. While you are still not exceedingly strong, you might still have the chance to bear several children. Yet, once your cultivation reaches a certain height, the ease of procreation will no longer be the same. Just as Wu Qingkuan was about to respond, he was interrupted by Wu Hao. All right, I want to say that your grandfather is pushing you too hard. You just need to marry within a year. Faced with Wu Hao's insistence, Wu Qingquan could only resignedly acquiesce. Wu Hao's assertion about the difficulties of powerful cultivators conceiving was not unfounded. Otherwise, if emperors could easily have children, the entire Xintian realm would likely be filled with their progeny. After all, the benefits of cultivation are longevity, while the drawback is the challenge of bearing offspring. With Wu Hao's encouragement, Wu Qingquan, who had been focused on his cultivation, had no choice but to venture into the city of Sunset to seek a suitable partner for marriage. However, due to the Wu family's great power in Sunset City, many came knocking once they heard Wu Qingquan was looking for a wife, including Suan old Wu. "I've heard that Qingquan is seeking a wife?" Suan inquired upon arriving at the Wu residence. Approaching Wu Hao sighed, his tone tinged with melancholy. "Indeed, the boy has reached an age where he should marry." Suan pondered for a moment before suggesting, "In that case, how about I introduce a suitable match for Qingquan? After all, he is my grandson." Wu Hao cast a curious glance at Suan. "You have connections?" "Yes, there's a saintess from a nearby sect named Bai Yuyo. She is 18 years old and currently at the mid-stage of foundation establishment." From Suan, Wu Hao learned that there were several cultivation sects surrounding Sunset City, with Bai Yuyo being a saintess of the Bai Shui sect. Wu Hao was aware of Bai Shui sect. Its ancestral master was a formidable cultivator at the initial stage of nascent soul. After settling in Sunset City for safety reasons, Wu Hao had thoroughly investigated the forces in the vicinity. The most powerful among them was a faction called Bloodstained Gate, boasting a peak transformation stage cultivator, far beyond Wu Hao's current capabilities. After contemplating for a while, Wu Hao suspiciously asked Suan, "Old Su, why do I get the feeling that you've been planning this for a long time?" Suan chuckled without reservation. "Of course, Qingquan is my grandson, so I must plan for his marriage." Soon, the two united and approached the Bai Shui sect to propose a marriage alliance. Nowadays, even Wu Rulong could easily obliterate the entire Bai Shui sect, so upon hearing that their saintess was to wed the young master of the Wu family, the sect master readily agreed, as for the bride price. A mere 100 top-quality spirit stones would suffice. Not to mention 100, even 10 top-quality spirit stones were beyond the means of the Bai Shui sect. Under the pressure of strength and wealth, Bai Shui sect had no choice but to comply, and Bai Yuyo herself had no objections. After Wu Qingquan met Bai Yuyo, they quickly settled on a marriage date 6 months hence. After all, Wu Qingquan's innate talent was commendable, and with the Wu family's abundant resources at his disposal, even at the tender age of 18, he had reached the peak of the Spirit Sea stage. Not only in a small Sunset City, but even among some top-tier factions, he could easily become a direct disciple. Thus, Bai Yuyo naturally held a favorable view of Wu Qingquan, though it was merely a liking for now. As for love, that could wait until later. Observing the personalities of the two, Wu Hao surmised that if he did not intervene, there was a good chance they would end up together. If one were to ask Wu Hao how he knew, one need only understand that it stemmed from the instincts of a seasoned romantic. Soon, 3 years passed, and under Wu Hao's watchful eye, Wu Qingquan and Bai Yuyo gradually developed feelings for each other, ultimately bringing the first fourth-generation descendant to the Wu family. Now, while waiting outside the delivery room, Wu Rulong watched as Wu Qingquan anxiously paced back and forth, exclaiming irritably, "What's there to be nervous about? My daughter-in-law is a cultivator. How could a cultivator experience complications in childbirth?" Just as Wu Qingquan was about to respond, Wu Hao smacked the back of Wu Rulong's head, retorting, "You were even more anxious than Qingquan back in the day." "That's a case of the observer being clear while the participant is lost," Wu Rulong replied, somewhat disgruntled. With his cultivation having reached the late stage of nascent soul, his advancement had naturally slowed. Just as Wu Qingquan was about to say something, the sky outside suddenly transformed. A radiant, multicolored light erupted in the heavens, visible from miles away, with terrifying phantoms discernible amid the clouds. As this phenomenon unfolded, the great powers throughout the Xintian realm opened their eyes, preparing to investigate the source of this anomaly, only to be halted by Wu Hao's intervention. Nonetheless, the commotion did not go unnoticed by many formidable beings. "A prodigious omen, the birth of a person with great fortune. Go, find him. We must ensure he joins our Penlai Island. Such a powerful figure deserves reverence. The one who possesses him will gain dominion over the realm. We must locate him, and it seems he is in the southern region." Though Wu Hao did not hear their words, he could surmise that due to his grandson, the waters of the southern region were about to stir. "Dad, what is happening?" Wu Rulong was equally startled by the sudden turn of events, his expression turning grave. Wu Hao took a deep breath, glancing towards the delivery room, murmuring, "It seems my great-grandson is no ordinary child." As soon as Wu Hao's thoughts settled, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! A child of destiny has been detected among the host's descendants. So, it is a child of destiny? This explains everything, but I hope this child of destiny does not bring calamity upon our Wu family." Wu Hao mused internally. Although the allure of a millionfold return from the child of destiny was tempting, he also understood deeply that every family blessed with such a child either ascended as a whole or sacrificed themselves. But there was no turning back now. The child of destiny had appeared, and as his great-grandson, Wu Hao could only do his utmost to elevate the entire Wu family. However, with the system's assistance, it shouldn't be overly difficult, right? Chapter 7. Refining the Void Grandfather, please give my son a name. Wu Qianquan approached Wu Hao, cradling his newborn son with eyes full of anticipation, as all their names had been bestowed by Wu Hao. Gently taking the infant from Wu Qianquan's arms, Wu Hao gazed at the little one, who was still sucking on his finger, and the identity of the child came to mind. Name. Undetermined identity. Child of destiny, reincarnation of a mighty being talent, supreme spiritual root physique. Ancient holy body. After contemplating the information about his great-grandson for a long while, Wu Hao finally spoke. He has come into this world in an extraordinary manner, so let us call him Wu Yifan. Hope that he can lead a life that does not attract too much attention. Grandfather, isn't that name a bit undesirable? Wu Qianquan hesitantly asked. Wu Hao shook his head, his tone earnest. Did you not notice the extraordinary phenomenon that accompanied Yifan's birth? Our Wu family lacks the power to shield him. There are countless formidable forces in the Xintian realm, far stronger than us. Thus, the significance of this name is to wish for him to live a life of peace. Only an ordinary person can enjoy tranquility. Hearing his grandfather's words, Wu Qianquan finally understood the depth of Wu Hao's intentions, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. Due to Wu Hao's intervention in concealing the omen, even though the powerful factions of the Xintian realm knew that the person of great fortune was in the southern region, they were unable to locate Wu Yifan's whereabouts for the time being. Time quietly slipped away, and 8 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 8 years, the third generation of the Wu family had begun their cultivation, while Wu Rulong and Su Qingxue had put their plans for childbearing on hold to focus entirely on their own cultivation. Naturally, the position of family head fell to Wu Rulong, who now had to juggle both cultivation and family affairs, which was quite a burden. However, since the Wu family was still relatively small, with a limited population, the family matters requiring attention were not overly demanding. Great-grandfather, can I start cultivating now? In the present day? Wu Yifan has blossomed into a remarkably handsome young lad. Today marks his 8th birthday, and early in the morning, he eagerly approached Wu Hao to inquire. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Hao nodded. In truth, he had given considerable thought to the cultivation methods suitable for Wu Yifan. As the destined child and endowed with the ancient sacred body, conventional cultivation techniques would merely serve as a hindrance to him. Therefore, over the past 8 years, Wu Hao had diligently sought appropriate methods for cultivating the ancient sacred body, and indeed, he had found one. This is a cultivation technique specially procured for you by your grandfather. Titled The Ancient Sacred Scripture. Mastering it to perfection will enable you to rival an emperor solely through your physical prowess. Upon hearing his great-grandfather's words, Wu Yifan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Great-grandfather, I wish to cultivate. I aspire to match an emperor." "Very well, I shall teach you to cultivate right away," Wu Hao replied, a satisfied expression gracing his face. Fortunately, in this era, unlike the one he had previously known, the ancient sacred body had not been severed from its potential by the heavenly Tao, signifying that Wu Yifan's future potential would undoubtedly surpass that of the former emperor. Soon enough, Wu Hao successfully imparted the cultivation technique to Wu Yifan. In mere moments, with the resources Wu Hao provided, Wu Yifan's cultivation surged to the peak of qi refinement, merely a step away from breaking into the foundation establishment stage. However, Wu Hao restrained him. For the path of cultivation requires steady, measured progress. One must solidify their foundation before advancing to the foundation establishment stage. Only then can Wu Yifan reach greater heights in the future. Although Wu Yifan had only achieved the pinnacle of qi refinement, the feedback was immense, causing Wu Hao's cultivation to experience a sudden and explosive rise. Previously, he had been at the peak of the transformation stage, but upon Wu Yifan commencing his training, Wu Hao could not contain himself and broke through to the mid-stage of the void refinement. Great-grandfather, what has happened to you? Wu Yifan asked, puzzled, gazing at Wu Hao. Wu Hao shook his head, his tone grave as he responded, Yifan, remember, during cultivation, one must not be impatient. Each realm is akin to a towering edifice. A solid foundation must be laid before one can break through. Only then will you be able to ascend to even more formidable realms. Do you understand? I understand. Wu Yifan replied, enlightenment dawning upon him as he nodded in agreement. Wu Hao's expression softened with satisfaction, for Wu Yifan's potential was exceedingly high, and he would undoubtedly elevate himself to an extraordinary realm. Before long, the fourth generation of the Wu family began their cultivation journeys. And Wu Hao's own realm steadily advanced alongside the continuous efforts of the family. A decade passed, and with Wu Yifan successfully breaking through to the golden core stage, Wu Hao also ascended to the pinnacle of the tribulation crossing stage. Mere steps away from becoming a legendary sage. Remain composed. Not yet an emperor. There remains significant peril throughout the entire Xintian realm. Wu Hao inhaled deeply, clenching his fists. Despite being under a century old, he had achieved the pinnacle of tribulation crossing, an extraordinary feat even within the vast expanse of the Xintian realm. Yet, Wu Hao understood that merely being at the pinnacle of tribulation crossing, while he could contend with sages due to his formidable techniques, would spell certain doom against a great sage. Thus, the pressing need was to grow stronger. Today marked the day of Wu Yifan's coming-of-age ceremony as the first fourth-generation member of the Wu family. Wu Hao intended to discuss a matrimonial arrangement with Wu Yifan when he received word from Wu Qingquan that Wu Yifan planned to leave the Wu family to seek adventure. Great-grandfather, you arrived just in time. I intend to venture out, but my father and the others refused to let me. In the grand hall of the Wu family, Wu Yifan stood before Wu Rulong, Wu Qingquan, and Su Qingxue by Yu Huan. Upon seeing Wu Hao's arrival, Wu Yifan couldn't help but whine, for in his memory, great-grandfather was the one who indulged him the most. Surely, a little charm would sway him. As expected, after Wu Yifan spoke, Wu Hao sighed and, with utmost seriousness, asked, are you truly resolved to venture out? Yes, great-grandfather. I sense that life in the Wu family is far too tranquil, not conducive to my cultivation. Wu Yifan declared with unwavering determination. Though endowed with the ancient sacred body, he had been cultivating in the exceedingly safe confines of the Wu family, which was detrimental to his growth. Wu Hao recognized this and did not dissuade him. Instead, turning to Wu Rulong and Wu Qingquan to counsel, the child has grown. It is only natural for him to seek his own path. Just remember, the Wu family will always welcome you back. Upon hearing his great-grandfather's words, a clear expression of joy spread across Wu Yifan's face. Thank you, great-grandfather. With Wu Hao's endorsement, Wu Rulong and Wu Qingquan had little recourse but to relent, as parents. They naturally wished for their child's safety. Yet, this was not a justification for stifling his potential. After some parting advice, Wu Yifan set off, leaving the Wu family unnoticed. Standing amidst the skies, Wu Hao sighed. The destined child is indeed not one to remain complacent. However, it is perhaps for the best. The destined ones often grow rapidly amidst myriad dangers. This meant Wu Yifan's rate of breakthroughs outside the Wu family would accelerate, allowing Wu Hao to strengthen himself more swiftly as well. Chapter 8. Ascending to the semi-emperor realm following Wu Yifan's departure from the Wu family to seek experience, the third generation gradually established their own families, bringing Wu Hao over a dozen great-grandchildren. Yet, regrettably, no new destined child emerged. The best among them were merely exceptional spirit roots. However, for Wu Hao, this was already sufficient. Time flowed like water, slipping through one's fingers. And 20 long years passed in silence. Over these 2 decades, the cultivation of over 30 members of the Wu family, combined with the feedback from Wu Yifan's adventures, enabled Wu Hao to make breakthroughs almost every month. After 20 years, Wu Hao successfully crossed the threshold into the supreme realm, now on the cusp of breaking through to the semi-emperor level. Today was the day he would ascend to semi-emperor. Upon reaching the sage level, one could utilize the sacred force within to open a small world. Currently, Wu Hao was within his small world, preparing to break through to semi-emperor. Otherwise, given his foundation and the terrifying nature of the heavenly emperor's myriad techniques, such a breakthrough would likely draw the attention of the entire Xintian realm. Wu Hao preferred to remain inconspicuous for now, seeking refuge in his small world to achieve his breakthrough to semi-emperor. Is this the might of a semi-emperor? As a rumbling sensation coursed through him, Wu Hao's aura became increasingly formidable, reaching what felt like an apex, causing everything within the small world to seem to freeze. When Wu Hao opened his eyes, he had ascended to semi-emperor. He sensed that with his current strength, a mere casual punch could obliterate not only the entirety of Sunset City, but also a significant portion of the southern region. Though he might be overestimating his power, nevertheless, it underscored the might of a semi-emperor. Especially considering Wu Hao's understanding, there were practically no visible emperors within the Xintian realm. It seemed as if the realm was under some curse, with the last emperor having appeared 1,000,000 years prior. Even the 4 superpowers within the Xintian realm were merely guarded by semi-emperors. Naturally, given their resources, even without an emperor, they could still contend against one. Only forces that had previously hosted an emperor or possessed emperor weapons could be deemed superpowers, and such weapons were terrifying, enabling a semi-emperor wielding them to grapple with an emperor. With my current strength, I must remain low-keyed. I shall wait until I reach an invincible level before drawing attention, Wu Hao resolved, contemplating how he would need to reach the ascension stage to freely display his power. Yet, he pondered about how things were with his wife. With a sigh, he realized he needed to find time to check on Su Qiaoran, but he wanted to ensure the Wu family was safeguarded first. Presently, the strongest among the Wu family was Wu Rulong, who had broken through to the initial stage of void refinement. While still significantly weaker than Wu Hao, he was already unrivaled in the vicinity of Sunset City. However, in the next moment, Wu Hao's brow furrowed, and he vanished from the small world. At that moment, a blood-soaked figure staggered towards the Wu family, exuding an aura of extreme weakness, as if they would collapse at any moment. Great-grandfather, I am sorry, I have let down the honor of the Wu family. The shadow cast its gaze towards the direction of the Wu family, its face suffused with shame. Unable to endure any longer, it collapsed directly to the ground. Just as it was about to crash onto the earth, Wu Hao appeared before him in the nick of time, steadying him with a firm grip. Observing Wu Yifun's pitiful state, Wu Hao's expression remained eerily calm, yet the inferno of rage within him could no longer be contained. He had never anticipated that his great-grandson would suffer such tribulations merely from a journey of cultivation. After all, his grandson was the chosen one. Were it not for the divine fate bestowed upon him, he would surely have perished by now. Whoever dared to harm my grandson shall pay dearly for their transgressions. With no time to ponder further, Wu Hao summoned his own strength to stabilize Wu Yifun's internal condition, preventing any further deterioration. Once this was accomplished, he led Wu Yifun back toward the Wu family estate. Meanwhile, in a distant mountain far from the Wu family, several figures clad in black robes, their faces shrouded in obscurity, exuded a palpable aura of fury. How careless of us! Who would have thought this brat possessed such a high-tier teleportation talisman? If we fail to bring him back, we will have much to answer for to the Holy Sun. What is there to fear? Although the brat escaped using a space teleportation talisman, we have severely wounded him. He's but a mere saint. Where could he possibly flee? In any case, let us pursue him. They were indeed the ones who had grievously injured Wu Yifun. The reason behind their assault stemmed from a fortuitous discovery. They had realized that Wu Yifun possessed the ancient sacred body. It is well known that the ancient sacred body is not only renowned for its formidable combat prowess, but also for the miraculous effects its sacred blood holds for certain cultivators, capable of breaking through barriers. Thus, they had unhesitatingly chosen to strike at Wu Yifun. However, they had not anticipated that this saint would manage to escape from the clutches of 3 saint kings. Should the Holy Sun learn of the ancient sacred body's escape from their grasp, their fates would be far from pleasant. The thought sent a chill down their spines, prompting them to hastily pursue the direction in which Wu Yifun had fled. At the Wu family estate, upon receiving the news of Wu Yifun's near-fatal injuries, the second and third generations of the Wu family rushed to his bedside. At that moment, Wu Hao had already stabilized Wu Yifun's wounds using the medical expertise he had invested in his granddaughter, Wu Shuiying. Everything that followed would depend on Wu Yifun's awakening to unveil the events that had transpired. Standing by Wu Yifun's bed, Wu Qingquan wore an expression of utmost severity, while Bai Yuhua grasped her son's hand. Weeping softly, "Grandfather, what on earth happened?" Wu Qingquan took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure, and turned to his grandfather, Wu Hao shook his head and replied, I do not know. We can only ascertain who has grievously harmed him once Yifan awakens. Damn it! If I discover who dared to injure my son, I shall make them pay 1,000-fold. Wu Qingquan, as a father, spoke with palpable anger. Yet, Wu Hao felt a strange sensation within. Wu Qingquan had only just reached the initial stage of the transformation god realm. While Wu Yifan's cultivation was evidently apparent to Wu Hao, he was at the early stages of a saint. Thus, the one capable of wounding Wu Yifan to such an extent would have to be at least a grand saint, or even a saint king. No matter how hard Wu Qingquan tried, he would not stand a chance against such an opponent. However, Wu Hao refrained from voicing this. The matters concerning his great-grandson should be resolved by Wu Yifan himself. This was Wu Yifan's inner demon, and only by confronting it could he break through to an even mightier realm. Chapter 9. Wu Yifan awakens, grandfather. Leave it to me finally. After 3 days had passed under Wu Hao's medical assistance, Wu Yifan stirred from his slumber. Where am I? Am I dead? Wu Yifan blinked heavily, surveying his surroundings with a hint of confusion. Given that the Wu family had grown significantly since he last remembered, it was entirely reasonable for him to be momentarily disoriented. A servant attending to Wu Yifan hurriedly rushed off to inform Wu Hao and the others upon noticing Wu Yifan's awakening. Before long, Wu Hao and the others hastened into the room, their relief palpable upon seeing Wu Yifan conscious. Bai Yuhua, holding Wu Yifan's hand, began to weep uncontrollably. Son, do you know how worried your mother was? Upon witnessing his mother's tears and the anxious expressions of his family members, Wu Yifan could hardly be oblivious to the fact that he had returned home. However, he was acutely aware that his cultivation had been entirely obliterated due to the assaults from the 3 Saint King powerhouses. Yet, Wu Yifan remained undeterred. After all, he was a genius, endowed with the heart of one, and thus would not be perturbed by such setbacks. As for cultivation, he merely needed to start anew. Mother, I'm fine. Look, I'm perfectly all right. Wu Yifan reassured his mother upon hearing her cries. Surprisingly, this only served to infuriate Bai Yuhua further. Perfectly all right. Were it not for your great-grandfather's intervention, you would have likely perished on the road. Wu Yifan could only repeatedly assure her, I understand, I won't let this happen again. Bai Yuhua finally ceased her relentless inquiries. Wu Qingquan then approached Wu Yifan, his expression dark as thunder. Son, who harmed you? Tell your father, and I shall avenge you. Perhaps it's best if you don't. Father, you're no match for them. Wu Yifan replied, scratching his nose, feeling a touch embarrassed. Wu Qingquan, however, seemed oblivious, interpreting his son's reluctance to involve him as a sign of his father's perceived weakness. Nonsense, son, just tell me. I am a powerhouse at the initial stage of the transformation god realm. Given that Wu Yifan's cultivation had been completely dismantled upon his return, Wu Qingquan believed that his son had encountered a foe of little consequence. Hearing Wu Qingquan's words, Wu Yifan could only let out a resigned sigh and comply. All right, it was 3 individuals at the initial stage of the Saint King realm who rendered me powerless. Just 3? Wait, 3 of what? Wu Qingquan thought to dismiss the threat as merely 3 initial stage Saint Kings, but before he could finish his thought, he found himself speechless, as if his throat had been constricted. The expressions on the faces of the Wu family members around them were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that Wu Yifan's strength had reached such formidable heights, capable of escaping from the clutches of Saint King-level adversaries. Wu Yifan himself felt a wave of fear wash over him. Had he not cultivated to the early stage of a saint, bolstered by the formidable ancient sacred body, he might not have made it out alive. Although he had lost his cultivation, Wu Yifan brimmed with confidence that he would surpass his previous limits and ascend to become an emperor-level powerhouse. So, my son, what realm have you cultivated to in these 20 years? Wu Qingquan asked, swallowing hard, his tone laden with difficulty. He recalled that before Wu Yifan had left the Wu family, he had been merely a fledgling at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. In just 20 years, how had Wu Yifan managed to escape from the grasp of 3 initial stage Saint Kings? By sheer luck, I managed to break through to the early stage of a saint. Wu Yifan replied, maintaining a remarkably calm demeanor. The members of the Wu family present couldn't help but assume that Wu Yifan was merely putting on an act, though they lacked any evidence to prove otherwise. At that moment, Wu Hao interjected, enough. Yifan has only just recovered from severe injuries. Let him rest properly. Everyone else, please attend to your own matters. Yes, grandfather, the second, third, and fourth generations of the Wu family replied in unison, promptly exiting the room to resume their cultivation, leaving only Wu Hao and Wu Yifan behind. At this juncture, Wu Yifan's expression finally turned serious. He had initially thought of his great-grandfather Wu Hao as merely a simple cultivator. After all, how formidable could cultivators from the southern region truly be? The entire Xintian realm was divided into 5 regions: north, west, east, central, and south, with the southern region being the weakest. Many cultivators, upon attaining strength, would leave the southern region for the other 4. It was only after departing the Wu family that Wu Yifan had witnessed the terrifying might of his grandfather Wu Hao. The ancient sacred scripture seemed tailor-made for his ancient sacred body, not to mention the resources available. Within the Wu family, the spirit stones they could access were of the highest grade, while outside, even superpowers could only obtain mid-grade spirit stones, highlighting the astonishing capabilities of the Wu family, or rather, the terrifying prowess of his great-grandfather Wu Hao. Great-grandfather, Wu Yifan called out as he propped himself up on the bed, eager to sit upright. Wu Hao merely waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for such formality. Before inquiring, "What do you plan to do about those 3 Saint Kings?" Upon hearing this, Wu Yifan's expression grew grave. He understood his great-grandfather's implication. If he were to voice his intentions, Wu Hao might very well take matters into his own hands and annihilate them. However, he was a genius, endowed with his own pride. His enemies could only be resolved by his own hand. Only then could he achieve clarity of mind and a smooth path to immortality. Thus, without hesitation, Wu Yifan replied, "Great-grandfather, I wish to handle this matter myself. Truly worthy of being my descendant, the resources here are ample enough to facilitate your swift return to the realm of saints, or even to surpass into the great saint domain. Once you achieve that level, you should be able to deal with those 3 holy kings. Furthermore, your ancient sacred body has merely reached the stage of minor success. Strive to cultivate it to great success as soon as possible." Just a single glance was enough for Wu Hao to discern that Wu Yifan's ancient sacred body had only attained minor success. The ancient sacred body is bound by 12 prohibitions, and one must break through these restrictions to unlock its seal. Breaking through a single prohibition is considered entry-level. 3 prohibitions denote minor success, while one must conquer 9 prohibitions to be deemed as having achieved great success in the sacred body. Currently, Wu Yifan has only managed to breach 6 layers. Upon hearing his great-grandfather's words, Wu Yifan couldn't help but smile wryly. "Great-grandfather, I wish to, but the rare treasures required to break the prohibitions of the ancient sacred body are exceedingly difficult to find. Even after years of diligent searching, I have only managed to locate treasures capable of breaking through 6 prohibitions. You need not worry about this," replied Wu Hao. "Our family has grown considerably stronger over the years, having gathered numerous medicinal herbs in the Xintian realm. Therefore, do check in the family treasury. Perhaps there are treasures that can help you break the prohibitions of the ancient sacred body." Over the span of these 20 years, as his cultivation steadily strengthened, Wu Hao began to leverage the knowledge he acquired on Earth to establish a trading enterprise in the southern region, amassing wealth extensively. After all, the feedback from the system could no longer be invested. So Wu Hao had no choice but to delegate earning responsibilities to the family members, who would then contribute their earnings to him, allowing him to distribute it accordingly to trigger the system's feedback. Consequently, the Wu family's wealth reached a staggering level, rivaling even that of the Holy Lands. Chapter 10. The Emergence of the Second Chosen One. "Great-grandfather, may I inquire about your cultivation level?" Wu Yifan asked. His expression a complex mix as he surveyed the mountain of resources within the Wu family. Wu Hao waved his hand dismissively, adopting a modest demeanor. "You need only to know that I will always stand above you. That remains to be seen, great-grandfather. I am determined to surpass you," Wu Yifan declared with unyielding spirit, and then he descended to devote himself to rigorous training. Hearing Wu Yifan's words, a satisfied smile crept across Wu Hao's face. "Persevere, young one. Only through your efforts can you attain invincibility sooner." As Wu Yifan focused on his recovery, Wu Hao suddenly sensed something amiss, causing his expression to tighten. In an instant, he vanished from his position, reappearing within a birthing chamber of the Wu family. "Grandfather." Upon seeing Wu Hao's arrival, the gathered family members hurriedly approached to greet him, but Wu Hao paid them no heed, directing his attention instead to the birthing room. Xianyuan, is your son about to be born? Yes, grandfather, Wu Xianyuan replied, nodding in haste, a worried expression creeping onto his face as he glanced toward the birthing chamber. Has something gone awry with my son? Soon, a resounding, clear cry of a newborn echoed from the chamber. What? Moments later, the midwife emerged, cradling a small infant, and congratulated Wu Xianyuan, Master. It's a young master. Wu Xianyuan carefully took the baby from the midwife's arms and, after a moment of contemplation, turned to Wu Hao and requested, I humbly ask for you to bestow a name upon my son. With the family growing in number, the task of naming was no longer solely Wu Hao's responsibility. It had largely been entrusted to Wu Rulong, however. With Wu Hao present today, Wu Xianyuan still wished for his grandfather to grant his son a fitting name. Wu Hao gazed at the little one in Wu Xianyuan's arms, taking him into his own embrace, a satisfied expression illuminating his face as he spoke. Since he is your son, Xianyuan, let us name him Wu Edao. Name. Wu Edao identity. Chosen one talent. Exceptional spirit root physique. Chaos body. Wu Hao had not anticipated the emergence of two chosen ones within his family. Typically, it would be remarkable to have even one after all. A chosen one requires a formidable force to protect them. Lacking such strength, they could become a liability to the family, leading to its downfall. However, for Wu Hao, this posed no issue, as the millionfold feedback would elevate him far above the chosen ones. Even within the Xintian realm, he now possessed sufficient power for self-preservation. Wu Edao, Wu Edao. Wu Xianyuan pondered aloud. Does this imply that this child will one day forge his own path? Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Wu Xianyuan's eyes brightened, murmuring to himself. Yet Wu Hao swore he harbored no such intentions. Each chosen one must carve their own path, and even he could not predict the trajectory of their destinies. Nevertheless, Wu Hao was aware of various potential storylines for the chosen ones, leaving room for future arrangements. As time swiftly passed, 8 years elapsed. During this period, Wu Yifan had fully healed from his injuries, breaking through to the 7th layer of the ancient sacred body's prohibitions, granting him the strength to contend with holy kings. Of course, this was solely based on his physical prowess. In terms of cultivation level, he had just regained the golden core stage. Nonetheless, he remained resolute in his desire to leave the Wu family and venture into the world. On the day of his departure, his family expressed their reluctance, with Bai Yu pleading, Xiao Fan, do you truly not wish to stay and cultivate at home? The outside world is fraught with danger. Mother, my mind is made up, Wu Yifan asserted firmly. Staying here will only hinder my development. It is better for me to venture out. Besides, my enemies are formidable, and remaining within the Wu family could bring calamity upon us. Wu Yifan's resolve was unwavering. He had never been one to prefer a life of comfort, as only danger and excitement could expedite his breakthroughs. Though he understood that his great-grandfather was powerful, he would not dare to challenge his silence. Very well, Yifan is nearly 50. Let him go, Wu Hao interjected. Upon hearing Wu Hao's words, the family's reluctance turned to acceptance, and they nodded in agreement. After speaking with Wu Qiankuan and his wife, Wu Hao turned back to Wu Yifan, his expression earnest. I only hope you will consider your safety before undertaking any actions. Do not act recklessly, and it would be best if you could bring back a great-grandson-in-law. Wu Yifan's expression shifted slightly, as if recalling something, and he nodded in agreement. I understand, great-grandfather. This young man seems to have someone special in mind, Wu Hao mused privately as he observed Wu Yifan's change in demeanor. Based on typical circumstances, the offspring of a chosen one generally possess exceptional spirit roots, which implies that if Wu Yifan were to have several children, it could accelerate Wu Hao's own breakthroughs. Soon, Wu Yifan stood at a distance, waving farewell to the Wu family. I am leaving. Take care. With that, he turned and departed without looking back, the Wu family remaining in place for a moment before following suit. Let us return. We must also strive harder, lest we fall behind our son, Wu Qiankuan remarked to Bai Yu as they made their way back. Despite their efforts, Wu Qiankuan and Bai Yu were hindered by their innate limitations. Even at nearly 80 years old, they had only just reached the late stage of transformation and the early stage of nascent soul. If they did not intensify their efforts, they might find themselves stagnant for the rest of their lives. Once the Wu family members had departed, Wu Hao also turned to leave, having secretly bestowed a protective force upon Wu Yifan, sufficient to shield him from even quasi-imperial level threats. After all, Wu Yifan was his experiential prodigy. He could not allow any misfortune to befall him. Yet, there was another crucial task at hand: to initiate the cultivation of the other chosen one, Wu Yidao. With the formidable assistance of two chosen ones, Wu Hao felt confident that he would soon ascend to the level of emperor. Especially with Wu Yifun's cultivation having been reset, even a fresh start would yield substantial feedback for Wu Hao's own advancement. In a moment of temptation, Wu Hao almost considered allowing Wu Yidao to cultivate a technique that required him to endure the process 99 times, but he ultimately decided against it, finding the thought too painful to entertain. Chapter 11. The Emperor, Great-Grandfather, can I also begin my cultivation? Wu Yidao, clad in white, approached Wu Hao with an expression full of joy upon his return to his courtyard. Seeing this, Wu Hao smiled and replied, "Indeed, Yidao, today you too may commence your cultivation." Though only 8 years of age, Wu Yidao has already been subjected to the stringent clan rules of the Wu family, which dictate that no resources may be squandered in the pursuit of cultivation. Consequently, every child born into the Wu family must undergo medicinal baths monthly to purge impurities from their bodies, thereby laying a solid foundation for future training. As a result, Wu Yidao has reached approximately 2/3 of a normal adult's height, standing at around 1 meter and 20 centimeters. Regarding Wu Yidao's cultivation, Wu Hao has conducted thorough research. The chaotic body is a terrifying constitution that surpasses even the ancient sacred body in might. Should this be discovered, the major sacred lands would undoubtedly compete to claim Wu Yidao as one of their own. However, upon realizing that Wu Yidao is the destined child, Wu Hao took measures to conceal the anomaly, preventing the prominent forces of the Xintian realm from discovering Wu Yidao's existence. Otherwise, the turmoil stirred by Wu Yifun would likely have reignited the storm in the southern domain. To digress, Wu Hao has made ample preparations for cultivating the chaotic body. The most suitable technique for such a body is the chaotic scripture, yet this scripture has long been lost within the Xintian realm. Even Wu Hao's search yielded only fragments of the scripture, capable of advancing one merely to the level of a saint king. After some contemplation, Wu Hao turned to Wu Yidao, his expression grave. "Yidao, your great-grandfather has something of utmost importance to discuss with you. You must brace yourself. Great-grandfather, I am ready," Wu Yidao replied, though a hint of nervousness was evident in his youthful visage. Soon, Wu Hao revealed the nature of the chaotic body to Wu Yidao, explaining that if he were to cultivate the chaotic scripture, he could only attain the level of a saint king, with the remaining fragments of the scripture needing to be sought after by Wu Yidao himself. While it is true that a chaotic body could practice other techniques, none would resonate with it as harmoniously as the chaotic scripture does. Only those who cultivate the chaotic scripture can truly be regarded as possessing a chaotic body. Upon hearing that he could only reach the level of a saint king, Wu Yidao's face contorted with indecision, but he quickly resolved himself and nodded in agreement. "Great-grandfather, I have made up my mind. I shall cultivate the chaotic scripture." "Are you certain? Should you choose to pursue the chaotic scripture, you must venture into the Xintian realm to gather the remaining fragments," Wu Hao inquired once more. Turning his back to Wu Hao, Wu Yidao spoke with great confidence. "Great-grandfather, since the heavens have bestowed upon me the chaotic body, they shall surely not allow me to fail in finding the remaining fragments of the chaotic scripture. Moreover, if I do not cultivate the chaotic scripture, what purpose does this chaotic body serve?" "Very well, if that is your decision, I shall impart the chaotic scripture to you today," Wu Hao responded, satisfaction evident in his nod. After all, how could a chaotic body exist without the cultivation of the chaotic scripture? Only through mastering it could Wu Yidao truly harness his potential, and of course, should Wu Yidao later struggle to find the remaining fragments, it would not pose a problem. Wu Hao would intervene. By the time Wu Yidao reaches the level of a saint king, Wu Yifun would likely have ascended to the brink of becoming an emperor. And at that juncture, Wu Hao would have long since surpassed even the status of an emperor. Under such circumstances, could he not locate the mere remnants of the chaotic scripture? Thanks to the solid foundation laid previously and Wu Hao's personal guidance, Wu Yidao soon made steady progress, successfully stepping into the realm of qi refinement. In a manner akin to Wu Yifun's early cultivation, he swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of qi refinement, only to be halted by Wu Hao, who emphasized the importance of consolidating one's cultivation before advancing further. Wu Yidao nodded in agreement and hurried off to share this exciting news with his parents. As for Wu Hao, having reached the threshold of becoming an emperor, even the millionfold feedback from Wu Yidao merely drew him closer to that esteemed status. After all, the longevity of an emperor, spanning 1,000,000 years, is no trivial matter. Thus, breakthroughs become increasingly arduous. 3 swift years passed, and during this time, with the accumulated cultivation of the Wu family, Wu Hao finally achieved a breakthrough to the level of emperor. At the very moment he ascended, numerous pairs of eyes within the various forbidden zones of the Xintian realm snapped open, filled with astonishment. This aura, it belongs to an emperor. How is this possible? Wasn't the Xintian realm cursed, rendering any ascension to emperor impossible? Regardless, if someone has indeed broken through, could it signify the curse has been lifted? From this day forth, perhaps the path to becoming an emperor is open again. The heavens have not forsaken us. Summon the new emperor. We must ascertain how he achieved this breakthrough. It could be our beacon of hope. Countless formidable figures concealed within the forbidden zones murmured, directing their attention toward the southern domain. However, Wu Hao remained blissfully unaware of this unfolding situation. After his ascension, he masked his aura, ensuring no one could detect him. The Xintian realm appeared devoid of any emperors on the surface. Yet Wu Hao did not wish to draw attention to himself just yet, especially before solidifying his power. Yet, something felt amiss within the Xintian realm. It seemed a powerful force had intervened, obstructing the path to emperorhood, preventing the strong within the realm from breaking through. Upon achieving his own emperor status, Wu Hao keenly sensed this anomaly, his expression growing grave. He perceived that a portion of the natural laws governing the Xintian realm was lacking. Specifically the laws necessary for ascending to the emperor level. It was evident that even now, Wu Hao himself could not rectify this deficiency, indicating that the Xintian realm was far more complex than it appeared. Discretion is paramount, Wu Hao mused internally, his desire for low-profile development intensifying. As he was not an original inhabitant of the Xintian realm, its natural laws held little sway over him. Coupled with the assistance of the system, he was even less affected. System, if I were to ascend beyond the level of emperor, would I face rejection and be forcibly elevated? After his ascension, Wu Hao gained a profound understanding of the realms that lay ahead, not from the system's guidance, but from a cultivator's innate sense of the path. He could feel that the next level would far exceed what the Xintian realm could accommodate, prompting his inquiry. Ding. The host may utilize the system's concealment function to break through. The heavenly Tao will be unable to perceive the host's aura, thus preventing forced ascension. Is that so? I understand now, Wu Hao thought to himself. He was not yet ready to ascend too swiftly. In his past life, he had read countless tales of transmigration. Should he reach ascension, he might become renowned as a prodigy in the lower realms. Yet, upon ascending to the upper realms, he could very well be conscripted for labor. It would be far wiser to wait until he was even stronger before considering such a leap. Chapter 12. The quest for a wife. Now that he had achieved the status of emperor, it was time for Wu Hao to seek out his wife. The moment he reached this milestone, thoughts of his beloved resurfaced, for the bond they shared over the years was not trifling, and he could not bear the thought of spending eternity in solitude. Thus, driven by both emotion and reason, he resolved to bring Su Qiaoran back into his life. However, before embarking on this journey, he needed to ensure that the Wu family's affairs were in order, lest he return to find his stronghold dismantled. Swiftly, Wu Hao summoned Wu Rulong. Upon learning that Wu Hao intended to retrieve their mother, Wu Rulong's expression shifted to one of complexity. He understood that their mother had not left them willingly, yet the absence of maternal love had inflicted considerable pain over the years. Nevertheless, as Su Qiaoran's son, he could not disregard her fate. I understand, father. Go ahead. I will take care of matters concerning the Wu family, he assured. Under Wu Hao's guidance, the Wu family's business, the Wu Merchant Guild, had become the largest in the southern domain. Wu Rulong had also risen to the pinnacle of the tribulation crossing stage, merely a step away from becoming a sage. With the Wu family's financial backing, 3 early-stage Saint Kings had been invited to safeguard the guild. And with the contingencies Wu Hao had left behind, even a quasi-emperor would think twice before targeting the Wu family. Rest assured, I will bring your mother back swiftly, Wu Hao promised before departing the Wu family estate. As for how to locate Su Qiaoran, Wu Hao had no clear leads. After all, during their time together, she had been in a state of amnesia, and he was unaware of her origins. Upon recovering her memories, Su Qiaoran had refrained from sharing her background for the safety of both Wu Hao and Wu Rulong. Instead, she had provided them with sufficient resources to cultivate to the nascent soul stage before departing. However, since his wife had mentioned being wronged, It seemed likely that her departure was tied to some internal strife within a faction. Thus, it was prudent to investigate the southern or central domains for any references to the name Su Chaoran. Wu Hao's heart quickly devised a plan, filled with resentment towards Su Chaoran for leaving behind nothing from her past. Had she only left behind a piece of clothing or a strand of hair, he could have traced her essence to find her. Yet now, it was too late for regrets. He could only take one step at a time. However, with his emperor-level cultivation, locating Su Chaoran would merely take a few years. Meanwhile, within the sacred grounds of the Wanhua Holy Land, one of the four supreme powers, the Wanhua Patriarch stood at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor cultivation. With the aid of a divine weapon, he would be a formidable opponent even against an early-stage emperor. Yet, within the Wanhua Holy Land, the position of the Saintess remained vacant. In the past, Su Chaoran had been one of the candidates for this esteemed role, only to be framed and cast down to the southern region, where she married Wu Hao. After regaining her memories, Su Chaoran returned to the Wanhua Holy Land. Years had passed, and with her formidable talent and iron-fisted resolve, she had become the most likely candidate for the Saintess. However, at this moment, she sat by her window in her loft, gazing at the blue sky, her expression lost in thought as she murmured, "Husband, I wonder how you and our child are faring. But fret not, once I become the Saintess, I shall bring you both here, and we will reunite as a family." Now, Su Chaoran had reached the pinnacle of sainthood, just a step away from becoming a great saint. Aside from her, there were three other candidates for the Saintess position, with the other two merely at the peak of the refining void stage, rendering them effectively eliminated. Only one candidate remained in the later stages of sainthood, named Murong Shui. However, at this moment, Murong Shui sat in her own dojo, her expression dark and foreboding. She had not anticipated that her scheme to oust Su Chaoran would fail, nor that Su Chaoran, whom she deemed lowly, would have the opportunity to return and surpass her as the most likely candidate for the Saintess. Soon, a sardonic smile crept across Murong Shui's face. "What you do not realize, Su Chaoran, is that I am the daughter of the Holy Lord. Wait and see. I will strike again and erase you from existence. Then, becoming the Saintess will be a matter of course." Unbeknownst to anyone, Murong Shui, as one of the candidates, was indeed the daughter of the Holy Lord of the Wanhua Holy Land, Murong Huang. The selection of the Saintess was based not on status, but on talent. The Wanhua Holy Land chose its Saintess once every 100 years, with the criteria being those under a century old. With merely 10 years until the next election, she must eliminate Su Chaoran, or else risk losing her position to her. Murong Shui vowed that she would not allow such a thing to transpire. Soon, a fierce determination emerged on Murong Shui's face as she recalled, "I remember that the vast secret realm will open in a year, and all disciples of the Wanhua Holy Land must enter, Su Chaoran. I am eager to see how you will survive in the presence of three great saints at their peak." Cackling in delight at the prospect of becoming the Saintess herself, Murong Shui could hardly contain her glee. Meanwhile, Su Chaoran remained oblivious to the machinations of Murong Shui, focusing instead on her arduous journey to break through to the great saint realm. The difficulty of this endeavor was immense, and even with her exceptional spiritual root, it would take considerable time to succeed. "This is the central region?" Wu Yifan mused as he navigated through numerous obstacles. Finally arriving, upon his arrival, astonishment graced his features. It was his first time in the central region, and he was taken aback by the density of spiritual energy, which was nearly double that of the southern region. It was no wonder that more powerful cultivators sought to come here. Yet, at this moment, Wu Yifan's thoughts were consumed with how to rapidly increase his strength to exact revenge upon the three Saint Kings who had once grievously wounded him. Currently, he could contend with the Saint Kings using only his physical prowess, but facing all three together would still pose a challenge. Thus, he resolved to wait until he could lift the restrictions on his ancient sacred body to the 8th level, attaining the power to vanquish the supreme beings. Moreover, Wu Yifan was not reckless. He understood that the three Saint Kings likely had formidable backing. Therefore, it would be prudent to elevate his physical strength to the 8th level and cultivate to the pinnacle of the Saint King realm before taking action. On another front, Wu Hao was making his way towards the central region, yet he could not overlook the southern region. Although the likelihood of finding his wife there was slim, it was not impossible. During his search for Su Chaoran, he seized the rare opportunity to admire the scenery and humanity of the Xintian realm. Approaching the age of 100, Wu Hao had spent his earlier years focused solely on becoming stronger. Now, having achieved a measure of self-preservation, he allowed himself a moment of leisure. However, whenever he passed by certain locations and encountered rare materials, he never missed an opportunity, for his generosity towards Wu Yifan could yield a hundredfold return. Just as he was about to pass a particular area, he spotted a figure as pure and white as snow darting through the forest, pursued by several human cultivators at the Golden Core stage. To his surprise, he had stumbled upon the legendary nine-tailed spirit fox within the modest confines of the Wanzhong mountain range. Capturing it for sale would undoubtedly provide substantial wealth. Are you foolish? Selling it? A nine-tailed spirit fox, if properly nurtured, could ascend to emperor level. With such a divine beast at our command, we could traverse the Xintian realm at will. Even the four great sacred lands would regard us with trepidation. Ha ha ha, little spirit fox, surrender willingly. You cannot escape. In the sky, the three Golden Core cultivators wore expressions of delight as they gazed at the swiftly fleeing spirit fox below, their excitement palpable. They had not expected to encounter the legendary nine-tailed spirit fox while merely seeking rare materials in the Wanzhong mountain range. Had they faced a more powerful nine-tailed spirit fox, they would have fled in terror. But the one before them had only just unlocked its third tail and possessed strength comparable to that of a human cultivator at the Spirit Sea stage. Thus, against the trio of Golden Core cultivators, the nine-tailed spirit fox could only flee, yet time was running out. If the pursuit continued, it would surely fall into their clutches. Damn human cultivators. All I want is to live. What wrong have I committed? The nine-tailed spirit fox thought bitterly. The so-called demon beasts referred to those who had developed intelligence, and how could a nine-tailed spirit fox of the Spirit Sea stage lack the wits of humanity? Yet, demon beasts could only speak human language after reaching the nascent soul stage, and could only assume human form after reaching the transformation stage. Thus, the nine-tailed spirit fox, no matter how desperate, could only run wildly, hoping for a sliver of escape. However, it was unfortunate that it was soon surrounded by the three Golden Core cultivators, leaving it with no avenue of escape. Witnessing this, the nine-tailed spirit fox bared its teeth in defiance. Yet, as the oppressive aura of the Golden Core cultivators descended, it was compelled to submit, collapsing to the ground. Ha ha ha! Little spirit fox, you might as well surrender. It is said that the nine-tailed spirit fox clan is renowned for their beauty. Once I capture you and you break through to the transformation stage, I shall revel in your allure. One of the Golden Core cultivators gazed upon the nine-tailed spirit fox with uncontainable desire. For the fox was not only famed for its talent, but also for its exquisite appearance. Thus, upon discovering a nine-tailed spirit fox, powerful forces often sought to capture and tame it, anticipating that it would become a human form in the transformation stage, allowing for dual cultivation. Yet, just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Oh? I did not expect to encounter a nine-tailed spirit fox here. A figure appeared before the nine-tailed spirit fox, bearing an expression of mild surprise. The newcomer was Wu Hao, who had initially intended to pass by without a second thought. However, he reconsidered. A nine-tailed spirit fox could easily ascend to emperor level with sufficient resources. Keeping it might provide his Wu family with a revered guardian spirit. Thus, after contemplation, Wu Hao made his move. Upon his arrival, the three Golden Core cultivators were taken aback, clearly astonished by the presence of such a formidable figure. Yet, once they regained their composure, one of the Golden Core cultivators inhaled deeply and spoke. Senior, this nine-tailed spirit fox is our quarry. It would not bode well for you to intervene. Oh, is that so? What if I insist on making my move? Wu Hao cast a cold glance at them. From the very beginning, he had no intention of leaving them any avenue for survival. After all, the existence of a nine-tailed spirit fox was of such caliber that if word got out, it would undoubtedly attract a multitude of troubles. Thus, to eliminate any future threats, an overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens at Wu Hao's mere thought, instantly subduing the three early-stage Golden Core cultivators. For Wu Hao, dispatching such a level of cultivator was a matter of a single thought. The nine-tailed spirit fox lying on the ground was equally astonished by this spectacle. She had never expected that such formidable beings existed in the world, capable of effortlessly vanquishing the three human cultivators who had previously put her in a dire predicament. However, what captivated her most was Wu Hao's visage. If one were to claim that his appearance prior to embarking on the path of cultivation was merely unremarkable, then the current Wu Hao could undoubtedly be deemed a paragon of beauty among celestial beings. Moreover, the nine-tailed spirit fox sensed a profound familiarity emanating from Wu Hao, a sentiment rooted in his cultivation of the celestial emperor's myriad scriptures, which allowed all beings of heaven and earth to feel an innate kinship with him, as he bore the essence of their shared origin. Nevertheless, Wu Hao appeared to be oblivious to such contemplations as he turned his attention to the nine-tailed spirit fox and inquired, "Would you be willing to become my spirit companion?" Wu Hao would not impose. Should she decline, he would simply eliminate her. Compared to sheer talent, what he desired more was loyalty. Naturally, the nine-tailed spirit fox did not refuse and soon offered a portion of her life essence. Seeing this, Wu Hao nodded in satisfaction and accepted the essence into his palm. In no time, he successfully established a spirit companion contract with the nine-tailed spirit fox, thus securing her allegiance. This is not a harem. The sole female lead in this narrative is Su Qiaoran. Little one, you likely lack a name, do you not? In that case, let us adopt my surname, Wu, and your name shall be Wu Hu. Wu Hao mused. Bestowing a name upon the nine-tailed spirit fox, she perched upon his shoulder, her excitement palpable as she nodded in agreement upon hearing the name. The reason for naming her Wu Hu was simply because, Wu Hu, let us soar. Chapter 14. Arrival in the central domain. After successfully securing Wu Hu, Wu Hao continued his journey towards the central domain. Along the way, he occasionally intervened to rescue innocent souls, an act that he regarded as merely a matter of convenience. Meanwhile, tales of an unnamed wanderer began circulating throughout the southern domain. Hey, have you heard? An unnamed wanderer has appeared in our southern domain. If you find yourself in danger, he will come to your rescue. Indeed, I have heard that even sage-level beings cannot withstand a single move from this unnamed wanderer. How terrifying! I must seek him out and become his disciple. At this moment, Wu Hao was unaware that his unintentional actions had stirred the stagnant waters of the southern domain. On the other side, within the Sunset City, there existed an imperial dynasty known as the Li Dynasty. At that time, the ruler of the Li Dynasty, a supreme powerhouse at the pinnacle of cultivation, furrowed his brow as he listened to the counsel of his ministers. Naturally, I have heard about this unnamed wanderer. If he can overpower even a sage with a single move, he must at least be of the great sage level, and such talent should be recruited into our Li Dynasty. Based on the reports regarding this unnamed wanderer, he seems to possess a righteous heart. If possible, we should bring him into our Li Dynasty and assign him a significant position. Do you have anything further to add? If not, then we shall adjourn. The ruler of the Li Dynasty waved his hand, preparing to conclude the court session. However, at that moment, a minister stood up and bowed. Your Majesty, are you aware of the rapidly rising Wu Merchant Association? Upon hearing the name Wu Merchant Association, the ruler's brow furrowed even more as he inquired, "What is that?" Soon, Li Shuquan learned from the minister about the Wu Merchant Association, his expression darkening as he asked, "Are you saying that the Wu Merchant Association has swiftly risen to dominate more than half of the southern domain's commerce in less than a century?" Indeed, and according to my understanding, the strongest among them only has 3 early-stage sage kings to defend them. Such an enterprise is unlikely to withstand external pressures. Perhaps your Majesty could suggest that the Wu Merchant Association merge with our Li Dynasty? The minister proposed, causing Li Shuquan to frown slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I shall consider this matter. Let us adjourn for now." Soon, the Grand Palace was left with only Li Xuan. It was only then that he waved his hand. And in the next moment, 2 figures at the peak of the Sage King realm appeared beside him, cloaked in an impenetrable black shroud. These 2 were his covert agents, tasked with handling various unsavory matters. You 2, one shall investigate the recent emergence of the unnamed wanderer, and the other shall look into the Wu Merchant Association. If the Wu Merchant Association lacks powerful backing, then bring them into our Li Dynasty as subordinates. Li Shuquan propped his chin on one hand, while lightly tapping the dragon armrest, swiftly deciding the fates of the Wu Merchant Association and the unnamed wanderer. As the 2 agents vanished, a playful expression crept onto Li Shuquan's face. Wu Merchant Association? I sincerely hope there are no other dynasties pulling strings behind you. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to obliterate you in the southern domain. There were 3 dynasties of comparable strength to the Li Dynasty: the Divine Gods Dynasty, the Invincible Dynasty, and the prosperous dynasty. The relationships among these four dynasties could be described as a temporary truce. However, should any of them dare to encroach upon the Li dynasty's territory, Li Shuquan would not hesitate to retaliate. Meanwhile, Wu Hao remained oblivious to these unfolding events. Though he traveled leisurely, his pace was swift, and soon he and Wu Hu arrived in the bustling central domain. The central domain. It is indeed much more prosperous than the southern domain. In the southern domain, golden core cultivators were a rare sight. But in the central domain, nearly 20 out of every 100 individuals were at the golden core stage, showcasing the profound depth of the central domain compared to the other four realms. Yet, what did this matter to Wu Hao? He came to the central domain solely to seek a wife. Other matters were of no concern to him. Wu Hu, perched on his shoulder, joyfully surveyed the surroundings. Having reached the peak of the golden core realm with Wu Hao's abundant resources. All right, Wu Hu, we have matters to attend to. Let us find a way to proceed, Wu Hao stated, beginning to contemplate their next course of action. After all, he had no idea where his wife was, and recklessly searching might only cause her distress. Thus, the best approach would be to seek a powerful yet not overwhelmingly strong force to discreetly assist in the search, which would prove far more efficient than floundering about like a headless chicken. Just as Wu Hao was about to seek such a force, he sensed something and turned, astonished, towards a particular direction. Across the vast expanse of space, he spotted Wu Yifan arriving in the central domain, appearing quite disheveled as he was pursued by 3 early-stage sage kings. However, thanks to the aid of the ancient sacred body, Wu Yifan was not in immediate danger, though he seemed rather beleaguered. Forget it. This is a trial that the destined child must undergo. Let him handle it himself. Besides, he is not in peril. Wu Hao shook his head and vanished into the crowd with Wu Hu. Meanwhile, Wu Yifan was nearly beside himself with rage. What on earth? I've barely arrived in the central domain, and I'm already being hunted by those 3 sage kings. Yet, with the ancient sacred body having lifted its 7-fold seal, he could easily evade them if he chose to. Damn it. Just wait. 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. I will repay today's grievances 100-fold in the future. Wu Yifan glared menacingly at the 3 pursuers before vanishing before their eyes. The expressions of the 3 early-stage sage kings darkened instantly. They had not anticipated that the last time they had easily wounded Wu Yifan. This time he would manage to escape their grasp. If they encountered him again, might he not be able to eliminate them then? This matter cannot be delayed any longer. We must promptly inform the Holy Sun. If he grows stronger, we will truly have no means to contend with him. Chapter 15. To my surprise, my wife is actually a saintess. For Wu Hao, seeking a force capable of assisting him in locating a wife was not an arduous task. Soon enough, he discovered such a faction, known as the Ru Feng Pavilion. True to its name, wherever the wind could carry, they could gather information. Upon arriving at the Ru Feng Pavilion, Wu Hao donned a bronze mask, rendering his identity untraceable. Once inside, he followed the emissary's guidance to a chamber, where an elderly man soon entered. Since you have come to our Ru Feng Pavilion, you must be aware of our rules. Regardless of whether you ask a question or not, a fee is required, the elder stated with a remarkably placid expression. Wu Hao said nothing and placed a premium spirit stone on the table. I understand the rules, he replied. Upon seeing the premium spirit stone, the elder's demeanor shifted, a smile gracing his face as he respectfully inquired, What information do you seek, esteemed guest? I am searching for someone named Su Qiaoran, Wu Hao stated directly. Hearing this, the elder's brow furrowed momentarily before he continued. Might I inquire if the Su Qiaoran you seek is a cultivator or a mortal? A cultivator, Wu Hao replied nonchalantly. The elder then turned and left, returning shortly with a thick stack of documents, which he placed on the table with a thud. Here lies the information on all individuals named Su Qiaoran throughout the central domain. The cost is 10 premium spirit stones. Here you go, Wu Hao said, tossing the 10 premium spirit stones onto the table with precision, before immersing himself in the details of Su Qiaoran's information. Wu Hao was well acquainted with his wife's visage, allowing him to sift through the pages swiftly. However, upon opening the first page, he froze in place. The document revealed that Su Qiaoran was none other than the esteemed quasi-saintess of the Wanhua sacred ground. His very own wife, Wu Hao, was taken aback to discover that his spouse was the illustrious quasi-saintess of the Wanhua sacred ground. It made perfect sense why she had been so adamant about leaving. If the people of Wanhua sacred ground were to learn that she was alive and had married and born children, they would undoubtedly seek to punish him for tarnishing the reputation of their quasi-saintess and their offspring. Noticing Wu Hao deep in thought, the elder curiously asked, "Have you found what you were looking for?" "Yes, I have," Wu Hao replied succinctly, rising to take his leave. But then he paused, recalling something, and produced a communication stone. "Please deliver this communication stone to the master of your pavilion. I wish to arrange a meeting with him." Wu Hao sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Ru Feng pavilion. Even if he could not fully enlist their aid, it was prudent to maintain cordial ties for future endeavors. Observing Wu Hao's enigmatic demeanor, the elder was momentarily taken aback but ultimately accepted the communication stone. Knowing that Wu Hao's ability to casually produce a premium spirit stone suggested he was no ordinary individual. Upon returning to the inn, Wu Hao took Wu Hu with him and set off directly for the Wanhua sacred ground. Now that he had located his wife, he would not allow her to face danger again. Furthermore, he had gleaned significant intelligence from the Ru Feng pavilion, including news that the Wanhua sacred ground was currently conducting an election for a new saintess. Should Su Qiaoran fall into peril, his current strength would be inadequate to rescue her. With his mid-stage emperor-level cultivation, Wu Hao arrived at the Wanhua sacred ground in mere breaths. Typically, such a powerful faction would employ formations and restrictions to prevent formidable foes from infiltrating their domain. However, unfortunately for them, Wu Hao is far too powerful, rendering their defenses ineffective. Instead, his movements flowed effortlessly, his formidable imperial-level consciousness scanning the Wanhua sacred ground until he swiftly pinpointed Su Qiaoran's location. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his way towards her. Simultaneously, Su Qiaoran seemed to sense something, her brow furrowing in unease. This sensation was peculiar. It felt as though she was on the verge of encountering something of great significance. Before she could contemplate further, a familiar voice, long absent yet ever present in her dreams, resonated from behind her. "Wife, turn around." Iti the sound. Su Qiaoran froze, gradually turning to behold the figure she had yearned for. "Husband? What brings you here? You must leave quickly. It's dangerous." Upon seeing Wu Hao, Su Qiaoran initially thought she was hallucinating, but soon realized that her husband was genuinely present. Yet, anxiety washed over her, and she stepped forward, urging him to depart. After all, this was the Wanhua sacred ground, and as a quasi-saintess, she could not be seen associating with a man from outside. Any man connected to a quasi-saintess would face execution. Although she was uncertain how Wu Hao had entered, Su Qiaoran could not fathom that he had acquired the strength to rival the Wanhua sacred ground in such a short span of time. Initially believing that her peak saint-level cultivation would allow her to easily escort Wu Hao away, she was taken aback when her power seemed to dissipate against him, as if it had vanished into the sea. Momentarily, shock filled Su Qiaoran's face, but before she could react, Wu Hao pulled her into his embrace, whispering softly in her ear, "Wife, I have missed you dearly." Iti his unexpected confession. Su Qiaoran stood frozen, her ears flushing with warmth as she murmured, "Husband, I have missed you too." What followed was an ardent reunion, decades of yearning now fulfilled. The intensity of their connection rendered the battle they waged against time and circumstance all the more profound. Naturally, Wu Hao emerged victorious, for an emperor was simply too formidable. Chapter 16. Leave it to me, dear husband. After their passionate encounter, Su Qiaoran lay nestled in Wu Hao's arms, gazing at him with a mix of reproach and longing. This man seemed oblivious to the delicate nature of her situation. Wu Hao, feeling a touch embarrassed, rubbed his nose sheepishly. After all, it had been a long time since he had released such pent-up desires. And now that his wife was before him, it was only natural that he struggled to temper his fervor. However, Su Qiaoran soon adopted a serious expression, as if remembering something crucial. "Husband, I do not know how you managed to enter the Wanhua sacred ground, but you must leave at once. The might of the Wanhua sacred ground is beyond your imagination. Trust me, once I become the saintess, I will announce your existence. This was all for your safety." She thought earnestly. Seeing Su Qiaoran's seriousness, Wu Hao chuckled softly, playfully touching her nose. "Do not worry. My dear, I have grown considerably stronger during this time. The Wanhua sacred ground poses no threat to me." Wu Hao was not jesting. In the current realm, there were no emperors to speak of, and even if the Wanhua sacred ground possessed imperial weapons, they would not be able to stop him should he wish to leave. After he touched her nose, Su Qiaoran was momentarily stunned, but she quickly regained her composure, thinking Wu Hao was joking. "Oh husband, what are you saying?" "I am not joking. The Wanhua sacred ground is genuinely powerful. You must leave at once. In 10 years, I will become the new saintess, and then I can publicly acknowledge your existence. I am not joking. Just look, men despise being doubted, and Wu Hao is no exception." Upon hearing Su Qiaoran claim he could not compare to the Wanhua sacred ground, he could not restrain himself any longer. His aura surged forth like a mighty ocean, laid bare before Su Qiaoran. This left her speechless, her intended protest stifled by her astonishment. She had never imagined her husband could achieve such terrifying strength in such a short time. Even her peak saint-level cultivation felt a profound sense of danger. And she realized that his presence eclipsed that of the quasi-imperial level cultivators she had encountered within the sacred ground. Could it be that her husband had truly surpassed even the Wanhua sacred ground? Had it not been for the recent measurement of her husband's size, which matched precisely with the previous one, Su Qiaoran might have harbored doubts that the man before her was an impostor. However, dear husband, I do not wish to be merely a decorative vase by your side. How about I handle this matter myself? Once I become the saintess of the 10,000 flowers sacred land, I shall openly stand by you, thus making me worthy of being at your side. Su Qiaoran gazed at Wu Hao, her eyes brimming with sincerity as she spoke. Upon hearing her words, Wu Hao hesitated slightly. But upon witnessing Su Qiaoran's affectionate demeanor, he sighed and replied, "Very well. Since this is your choice, you must wear this pendant at all times. It harbors my power. As long as it is activated, even a quasi-emperor would find it difficult to contend with you. I knew you were the best, dear husband." Su Qiaoran beamed at Wu Hao, who then lovingly placed the pendant around her neck. As it was a gift from him, and she certainly could not part with it. After a tender moment, Wu Hao reluctantly departed from Su Qiaoran's room, yet he would remain in the vicinity of the central domain. Likely for a decade. Upon leaving the 10,000 flowers sacred land, Wu Hao sent a message to Wu Rulong, informing him that he had located his mother and would return home in 10 years. After sending the message, Wu Hao frowned as he gazed at the communication stone in his hand, contemplating finding something to occupy himself with. This world was still too monotonous. Cultivators could only train, while mortals' means were too simplistic. How wonderful it would be if there were platforms like TikTok. With this thought, a notion quickly formed in Wu Hao's mind. After breaking through to the status of an emperor, the memories of his past life became exceedingly vivid in his mind. Perhaps he could transform the entire Xintian realm into a semblance of Earth. However, the Xintian realm was vastly larger than Earth, comparable in size to the entire Milky Way galaxy. If he wished to reshape the Xintian realm to resemble Earth, it would undoubtedly require a considerable price. Resolute in his intentions, despite his previous limitations in scientific endeavors, the current Wu Hao was an emperor, capable of grasping concepts with ease. Once he understood the principles, creating devices such as mobile phones would pose no challenge for him. After approximately 15 days, Wu Hao successfully constructed a computer, as coding was necessary. Gazing at the computer before him, he couldn't help but murmur, "Why is the cultivation world shifting towards a cyberpunk aesthetic?" Nevertheless, he dismissed such concerns. Primarily, it was too dull, and since he did not relish training, he might as well develop something to transform the world, with the added benefit of earning money. The foundation of the Xintian realm comprised mortals, and cultivators generally paid little heed to their affairs, which meant that mortals were still living in an antiquated manner. If he could develop mobile phones, the potential earnings would be substantial. After dedicating some time to coding, he spent nearly a month finalizing a complete mobile operating system. The next step was to create the phones and upload the system software onto them, yet this was a considerable undertaking that would require a significant amount of time to accomplish. Moreover, manufacturing such items in the Xintian realm posed a considerable challenge for Wu Hao. Consider this: become a subordinate of our Li dynasty, or the consequences may be beyond what your Wu merchant guild can bear. Meanwhile, Wu Rulong was attending to matters outside the Wu family when an enigmatic figure, shrouded entirely in black cloth, appeared before him. An assassin dispatched by Li Shuquan. Sensing the formidable strength of the assassin before him, Wu Rulong's expression darkened. He had anticipated that the Wu merchant guild would attract some attention, but he never expected such audacity as to face them openly. "What if I refuse?" Wu Rulong inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on the stranger without a hint of fear. Though he was merely at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, he would soon break through to the sage level. Furthermore, the Wu Merchant Guild boasted 3 early-stage sage kings and his father's latent power, which had never been revealed. Thus, when confronted with the pressure from the Li dynasty, Wu Rulong chose not to submit. If they dared to strike, then let the battle commence. If his father were present, he would likely act similarly. Wu Rulong mused inwardly. Chapter 17. The Li dynasty has chosen its path to destruction. You are quite an intriguing individual. In that case, prepare to meet your demise. Upon hearing Wu Rulong's response, the assassin was evidently taken aback by his refusal. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, he acted. For if Wu Rulong was unwilling, eliminating him would suffice, as they sought the Wu Merchant Guild. Not Wu Rulong himself. As the opponent launched their attack, Wu Rulong's pupils widened in shock. He had not anticipated that they would strike without provocation. The peak of the tribulation stage was utterly insignificant before the peak of the Sage King stage, leaving Wu Rulong with no time to react, standing helplessly. However, just as the assassin was about to deliver a fatal blow to Wu Rulong, a terrifying aura erupted from Wu Rulong, annihilating the peak Sage King assassin. Neither Wu Rulong nor the assassin had time to react to the sudden turn of events. What a terrifying power! Is this a technique left behind by my father? Wu Rulong stood in place for a long moment before regaining his composure. Muttering to himself, clearly astonished that such a formidable enemy could be vanquished so effortlessly by a remnant of his father's strength. This revelation piqued Wu Rulong's curiosity about his father's realm. Could he have reached the quasi-emperor level? Meanwhile, Wu Hao, engrossed in his research, sensed something amiss, furrowing his brow as he gazed toward the distant southern domain. The restrictions on Rulong have been triggered. Has someone targeted our Wu family so soon? As the master of the restrictions, Wu Hao could distinctly perceive which restriction had been activated. It was indeed that of Wu Rulong. From the outset, Wu Hao was aware that if the Wu family pursued the Wu Merchant Guild, they would inevitably attract attention. However, he never anticipated that anyone would dare to resort to lethal measures. After all, the conditions for triggering the restrictions he had left behind required an attack potent enough to potentially kill the person bound by them, indicating that the previous strike had been sufficient to eliminate Wu Rulong. Fortunately, Rulong had emerged unscathed, with only a minimal amount of the restrictions' power expended, suggesting that the enemy was not particularly strong. I shall address this upon my return, Wu Hao decided, refraining from rushing back immediately, as the situation was not yet dire. Moreover, he intended to use this incident as a test for Wu Rulong, assessing whether he possessed the capability to stand on his own. Meanwhile, within the Li dynasty, Li Shuquan, who was attending to state affairs, suddenly furrowed his brow. As the master of the assassins, he could sense that one of them had perished, causing his expression to darken. Wu Merchant Guild, who exactly stands behind you? How could even my peak Sage King assassin be no match for you? It seems I must pay a visit to the Wu Merchant Guild. Li Shuquan had not anticipated that such a small entity as the Wu Merchant Guild could possess the power to eliminate his assassins. He had previously instructed that if no formidable force was discovered behind the Wu Merchant Guild, they should proceed to subdue it. However, with the Wu Merchant Guild having the audacity to eliminate his assassin, the stakes had escalated to a point of no return. Regardless of who stood behind the Wu Merchant Guild, they had to be dealt with that moment. Within the Wu Merchant Guild, the 3 early-stage Sage Kings felt the disturbance emanating from Wu Rulong and quickly made their way to his side. President, what has transpired? The 3 Sage Kings, named Ouyang Feng, Chen Chuqiang, and Wang Zhaoyu, inquired. It's nothing. Someone from the Li dynasty came, but I have already dealt with them, Wu Rulong replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing Wu Rulong's words, Ouyang Feng and the others were taken aback, astonished that Wu Rulong possessed such formidable power to vanquish even a peak Sage King. In that fleeting moment, they had sensed the level of the slain individual, albeit briefly, confirming he was indeed a peak Sage King. Additionally, they had not anticipated that the Li dynasty had set its sights on the Wu Merchant Guild, yet considering the rapid expansion of the Wu Merchant Guild in the southern domain, it was hardly surprising. So, you just eliminated someone from the Li dynasty? Chen Chuqiang's face was etched with concern. Wu Rulong snorted coldly before responding. What? The Li dynasty dares to act against my Wu Merchant Guild, and I am to remain passive? That is not the case. However, The Li dynasty is backed by several quasi-emperor-level ancestors. Given our current strength, we may not stand a chance against them. Chen Chuqiang hurriedly remarked that although Wu Rulong had just slain a peak sacred king, he and his companions did not believe that the Wu Clan Merchant Association could rival the Li dynasty. After all, if the Wu Clan Merchant Association were truly formidable, they would not have resorted to employing individuals of their caliber. With this thought in mind, Chen Chuqiang hastily explained, "President, you may not be aware, but the Li dynasty is far more complex than it appears. While the ostensible strongest within the Li dynasty is their sovereign, Li Shuquan, there exists a slumbering ancestor of imperial caliber within their ranks." At this juncture, the expressions of the three venerable ones grew exceedingly grave. Wu Rulong, perceptive to the implications in Chen Chuqiang's tone, immediately interjected, "If you fear opposing the Li dynasty, you may depart from the Wu Clan Merchant Association at once. President, we are not fearful. We merely offer a word of caution. We have all been cared for by you during our times of tribulation. And how could we abandon you in your hour of need?" The three of them exchanged glances and spoke in unison. They had all been under Wu Rulong's protection during their direst moments. And in return, they had pledged their allegiance to the Wu Clan Merchant Association. While the remuneration for being a venerable one was somewhat appealing, their primary motivation was gratitude, and of course, they were also wagering on the belief that the president had formidable backing that could contend with the Li dynasty. Otherwise, how could he remain so composed upon discovering that the Li dynasty had set its sights on them? Understood. You may withdraw for now. I have alternative plans regarding the Li dynasty's recent actions. Yes, President. After Chen Chuqiang and the others departed, Wu Rulong retrieved a communication stone to send a message to his father. "Father, the Li dynasty has made a move against our Wu Clan Merchant Association. Do you possess the strength to withstand it?" Shortly thereafter, the communication stone vibrated, and Wu Hao's voice resonated from the other end. "Proceed as you wish. I am here to support you." Wu Hao's words served as a calming balm for Wu Rulong, instilling him with newfound confidence. "Understood, Father. I shall ensure that the Li dynasty recognizes our Wu family's might." Chapter 18. A display of authority? Wu Rulong acted decisively, swiftly initiating a series of actions against the Li dynasty. Within the span of merely a month, the Li dynasty suffered significant losses to its enterprises. Upon receiving this news, Li Shuquan's expression darkened considerably, clearly taken aback by the audacity of the Wu Clan Merchant Association to strike against him. Something is amiss. This is utterly inconceivable. The Wu Clan Merchant Association dares to challenge my Li dynasty, indicating they must have formidable support backing them. Perhaps they are merely awaiting our missteps. Li Shuquan understood that maintaining composure was crucial at this juncture. He could not let momentary anger lead to the downfall of the entire Li dynasty. The Wu Clan Merchant Association's audacity to act so brazenly against his interests suggested that they must have substantial backing emboldening them. Taking a deep breath, Li Shuquan suppressed his fury and summoned a servant. "Make the arrangements. I shall visit the Wu Clan Merchant Association in 3 days." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Wu Clan Merchant Association. He was eager to uncover what sort of entities lurked behind them. "They had best avoid antagonizing my Li dynasty. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to summon the ancestors to obliterate you." At this point, a terrifying aura of murderous intent erupted from Li Shuquan, his supreme cultivation granting him the confidence to accomplish anything. Meanwhile, Wu Rulong soon received this news, a hint of amusement gracing his features. "How intriguing! They dare to come. In that case, let us demonstrate our authority." With the backing from his father, Wu Rulong felt emboldened. Especially after the earlier attempt on his life. How could he possibly extend any courtesy to Li Shuquan, the puppet master behind it? Before long, 3 days elapsed, and Li Shuquan stood before the royal palace. With a grand gesture, he summoned 9 colossal figures soaring from the distance, 9 dragon-like beings, each radiating the aura of peak great saints. This was the sovereign's exclusive mode of transportation, the 9 dragons carrying. With a mere thought, Li Shuquan appeared atop the 9 dragons, their thunderous roars reverberating throughout the palace of the Li dynasty. They swiftly made their way toward the Wu Clan Merchant Association. Had it not been for the intention to instill fear, Li Shuquan would not have opted for such extravagant means of travel, given the substantial costs involved. Accompanying Li Shuquan were several elite guards of sacred king caliber, following him toward the Wu Clan Merchant Association. Although these peak great saints might not be of much use in the event of an insurmountable problem, Their primary purpose was to act when Li Shuquan could not. After all, considering Li Shuquan's stature, it was not prudent for him to handle every matter personally. Soon, Li Shuquan, flanked by his sacred king guards, arrived at the headquarters of the Wu Clan Merchant Association. However, upon reaching the entrance, his expression soured considerably. The facade of the Wu Clan Merchant Association appeared unchanged, showing no signs of deference to Li Shuquan's arrival. The thought of this infuriated Li Shuquan even further. The Wu Clan Merchant Association had best not provoke his wrath, or he would ensure their complete annihilation. With a mere thought, one of the sacred king guards approached the Wu Clan Merchant Association and bellowed, "His Majesty has arrived. Why do you not hasten to welcome him?" Li Shuquan had anticipated that he had granted the Wu Clan Merchant Association enough respect, expecting Wu Rulong to at least honor him with an appearance. However, he was met with utter silence from within the association. Just as Li Shuquan was about to erupt with anger, a figure emerged from the Wu Clan Merchant Association, gazing up at Li Shuquan and his entourage without an ounce of fear. "Your Majesty, since you have graced us with your presence, please come in. However, not all may enter. You may bring only 3 guards." The individual who stepped forward was none other than Wu Qianjun, the third-generation scion of the Wu family. After receiving word from Wu Rulong, he had come to assist at the Wu Clan Merchant Association. Admittedly, Wu Qianjun felt a twinge of anxiety upon learning of the Li dynasty's intentions against them. But hearing from his father that their grandfather was immensely powerful and posed no threat from a minor entity like the Li dynasty, Wu Qianjun gathered the courage to step forward. Nonetheless, Wu Qianjun was merely at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, and standing before Li Shuquan and his ilk, he felt a pang of trepidation. After all, a mere sneeze from any of them could spell his doom. Upon witnessing Wu Qianjun's entrance, Li Shuquan's expression grew even grimmer, clearly taken aback that, despite his personal presence, the Wu Clan Merchant Association was still so unyielding. "Your Majesty, it is astonishing that the Wu Clan Merchant Association is so ungrateful. Why should we extend them any courtesy? Let us strike directly." A supreme initial stage martial artist accompanying Li Shuquan expressed his discontent, his face twisted in anger. However, Wu Rulong's actions only heightened Li Shuquan's wariness. If they were so brazen, they must have absolute confidence in their backing. "Everyone, remain on standby. Chanze, Yuanxiang, Wang Feng, you 3 will accompany me inside." The 3 mentioned were Li Shuquan's trusted aides, all at the supreme initial stage. Though the others were reluctant, they had no choice but to wait outside Li Shuquan, flanked by Chanze and the other 2, approached the entrance of the Wu Clan Merchant Association, where they were met by an envoy of the association. The envoy wore a polite smile, addressing Li Shuquan. "You must be His Majesty. Please follow me." With that, he led the way deeper into the Wu Clan Merchant Association, and Li Shuquan and his entourage followed suit. Before long, they arrived at the heart of the Wu Clan Merchant Association, where Wu Rulong had already prepared a lavish banquet. Upon seeing Li Shuquan, he remained seated at the head of the table, a smile gracing his face as he said, "You must be His Majesty. Please take a seat." "What audacity! His Majesty has arrived, and you dare remain seated." Chen Zhe, known for his fiery temper, was incensed by Wu Rulong's disrespect and was about to take action when Li Shuquan halted him. "Your Majesty?" Chen Zhe inquired, puzzled, while Li Shuquan took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on Wu Rulong. Filled with profundity, he sensed that although Wu Rulong was merely at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, he emanated a faint yet palpable threat, indicating that Wu Rulong was far from ordinary. Chapter 19. "Eat shit, you know matter. Today I have come to visit Lord Wu, and it is not customary for Lord Wu to rise and greet his guest. I shall simply take my seat." Li Shuquan took a deep breath to calm himself. The very fact that he felt a sense of threat indicated that there was a quasi-emperor level powerhouse backing Wu Rulong. Although the Li dynasty had its own quasi-emperor ancestor, that ancestor's lifespan was nearly at an end. Should he emerge, he might not even return to his coffin afterward. Thus, under such circumstances, Li Shuquan would never summon the ancestor to take action. Moreover, to his knowledge, the other 3 dynasties were in a similar predicament. "He, Your Majesty is indeed an astute person," Wu Rulong remarked, casting a smile towards Li Shuquan, though that smile bore an unmistakable hint of mockery. This caused Chen Zhe and the others to lose their composure. "Enough! How dare you mock His Majesty?" they exclaimed. "Stay where you are and do not act." Li Shuquan inhaled deeply, maintaining a stern expression as he halted Chen Zhe and the others. It was a jest. Should a confrontation arise, he was certain they would be the ones to perish. However, Chen Zhe and the others were oblivious. Their faces filled with disbelief. Li Shukuan chose to disregard them. Sitting directly opposite Wu Rulong and donning a smile once more, Lord Wu, I am quite curious how you managed to establish such a vast Wu Merchants Association in less than a century. Is there some secret to your success, or perhaps a benefactor supporting you? Being men of understanding, Li Shukuan did not hold back and inquired directly. Wu Rulong sighed, a look of profound melancholy on his face, and replied in a desolate tone, "Sigh, I did not intend for this to happen, but I initially only meant to dabble in business. I never anticipated that I would inadvertently create such a formidable association. It truly is a helpless situation." Hearing the veiled arrogance in Wu Rulong's tone, Li Shukuan's expression froze. Why did Wu Rulong's boastful demeanor provoke such irritation? Nevertheless, Li Shukuan suppressed his urge to retaliate and chuckled. "Lord Wu, your humor is indeed remarkable, but it appears you have received assistance from a benefactor. Since there are no outsiders present today, why not enlighten me as to who stands behind you?" "Ah, do not speak so carelessly. Who says there are no outsiders? Are you not one of them? And why should I disclose the identity of my benefactor to you?" Wu Rulong retorted coldly, furrowing his brow. Upon hearing such disrespectful words, before Li Shukuan could respond, Chen Zhe and the others could no longer contain themselves. After all, in their eyes, Li Shukuan had always been a figure of supreme authority, and they could not permit Wu Rulong to insult him. "How dare you speak to His Majesty in such a manner? It seems you are courting death," Chen Zhe bellowed, charging at Wu Rulong in a fit of rage. However, in that instant, he was struck in the abdomen by Li Shukuan's palm and collapsed to the ground. "You have a great deal of audacity. I have yet to speak. Who permitted you to act?" Chen Zhe's face was a mask of shock, clearly unprepared for Li Shukuan's attack. After all, he had acted to uphold the dignity of His Majesty. How could His Majesty possibly turn against him? Yet, Li Shukuan found himself in a position where he could not voice his grievances. The faint threat emanating from Wu Rulong was something only he could perceive. If he were to speak of it, he could not guarantee that Wu Rulong would refrain from taking action. "Himph! Let this slap serve as a lesson. Next time, do not act without my decree," Li Shukuan coldly admonished, turning back to Wu Rulong with the previous smile returning to his face. "Lord Wu, I apologize for the disturbance. Ha ha ha, indeed, it is a source of amusement. After all, subordinates must be well managed. When they err, they must acknowledge it, and when they are reprimanded, they must stand tall if subordinates act recklessly. What purpose do we serve?" Wu Rulong replied, his eyes gleaming with unrestrained mockery. Seeing this, although Li Shukuan felt a surge of anger, he could only laugh along. Just as he was about to inquire further, Wu Rulong finally spoke up. "Your Majesty, not long ago, a scoundrel approached me, claiming that you had ordered his execution, but I dealt with him. I wonder if you are aware of this matter, as I am concerned someone might be using your name to slander you." Upon hearing Wu Rulong bring up this issue, Li Shukuan's pupils contracted slightly before he quickly regained his composure, his expression filled with fury. "What? Someone dares to act against Lord Wu in my name? Such audacity! This is nothing short of slander. If I discover who is behind this, they shall meet a most unfortunate end." Li Shukuan assumed that Wu Rulong had raised the issue merely to intimidate him, but was taken aback when Wu Rulong coldly retorted, "Li Shukuan, spare us the pretense. We all know it was you behind this. If you are a man, then own up to it. I might still regard you as one." At those words, Li Shukuan momentarily lowered his gaze, and when he raised it again, his eyes were calm as he replied, "It seems Lord Wu has formed his own conclusions. In that case, I shall refrain from further discourse. Do as you wish." The immediate priority was to leave this place. Li Shukuan sensed that Wu Rulong was prepared to turn against him the moment he spoke of this matter, and he even seemed confident in surviving or even retaliating against the four supreme beings. Thus, regardless of what transpired, the most crucial task was to exit this venue. Should Wu Rulong pursue him upon returning to the Li dynasty, he would have no choice but to enlist the aid of the quasi-emperor ancestor to eliminate Wu Rulong. From this day forth, the Wu Merchants Association shall launch a full-scale assault on the Li dynasty's interests, to the death, Wu Rulong declared, rising to leave. However, he paused, glancing at Chen Zhe and the others with a cold smile. Is it truly impressive to follow such a sovereign? Does the status of a supreme being hold any weight? Is the Nine Dragons' support truly so grand? At his words, Qin Zhe and the others could only seethe in silence. Yet Wu Rulong was not finished. He turned to Li Shuquan, a mocking smile on his lips. Eat shit, you? Chapter 20. A humiliating retreat. The first mobile phone of the Xintian realm. Li Shuquan and his entourage left in a state of utter disarray. Though anger burned within them, they were compelled to suppress their emotions out of fear. Father, are we really going to take action against the Li dynasty? After Li Shuquan and his party departed, Wu Qingquan approached Wu Rulong, concern etched on his face. Wu Rulong snorted. The Li dynasty dares to act against me. If I can swallow this indignation, then I am unworthy to be your father. Or are you afraid? Afraid? How could I be? Is it not the case that the Li dynasty has a quasi-emperor ancestor watching over them? I worry that our family is no match for them. Wu Qingquan replied hesitantly, for he was unaware of his grandfather's true strength. He only knew that their family's most formidable member was his son, who could barely contend with a holy king. It seemed they were no match for the Li dynasty. Do not fret. Your grandfather has everything under control. We can act without hesitation, Wu Rulong reassured his son. Upon hearing his father's words, despite lingering worries, Wu Qingquan could only acquiesce and return to the Wu family to focus on his training. Meanwhile, upon returning to the dynasty, Li Shuquan wasted no time in confiding with Qian Zhe and the others. Instead, he proceeded directly to the forbidden area of the Li dynasty. Li Shuquan, the reigning sovereign of the Li dynasty, seeks an audience with the esteemed ancestors, he announced respectfully at the entrance of the forbidden area. The forbidden area was guarded by formations, and unless permitted by the ancestors, even the sovereign could not enter. As soon as Li Shuquan spoke, the formation at the entrance was swiftly lifted, allowing him to enter the forbidden area. Inside, 18 coffins stood tall, but these were no ordinary coffins. They were rebirth coffins, capable of significantly extending one's lifespan. A quasi-emperor could conceal the secrets of heaven and extend their lifespan to an astonishing one. 2 million years while resting within a rebirth coffin in today's Xintian realm, not to mention an emperor, even breaking through to the quasi-emperor level was immensely challenging. Thus, under normal circumstances, the quasi-emperors of the Xintian realm remained in a state of slumber. Shuquan, what brings you to us? A voice, ancient and dignified, emerged from one of the coffins upon Li Shuquan's entrance. Li Shuquan promptly responded, Esteemed ancestors, my Li dynasty is facing a crisis, and I have come seeking your assistance. Having spoken, Li Shuquan promptly revealed the matters concerning the Wu Merchant Association. Upon hearing this, the ancestors resting within the 18 coffins fell into a profound silence. They naturally believed that Li Shuquan would not deceive them. Thus, it was highly probable that a new quasi-emperor had emerged in the southern domain, one that was specifically targeting the Li dynasty. After a considerable pause, a voice emanated from the central coffin, proclaiming, You may proceed without hesitation. It appears that our inaction has led others to believe that the Li dynasty is easy to manipulate. Should the adversary dare to retaliate, this ancestor shall intervene. Upon hearing the words from the central coffin, Li Shuquan's countenance brightened with elation. He recognized that coffin as belonging to an ancestor at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor status, namely Tiankai. Indeed, ancestor, he exclaimed, hastening to execute the command. Soon, a fierce commercial war between the Li dynasty and the Wu Merchant Association was on the verge of erupting. It is worth noting that this battle referred not to physical confrontation. Otherwise, the ancestors within the forbidden ground would have long since risen to act. Instead, this conflict pertained to a war of commerce, which was precisely Wu Rulong's current strategy, in terms of strength, unless his father, Wu Haoyan, returned, they would not stand a chance against the Li dynasty. However, in a commercial battle, he felt no fear, having learned a considerable amount of his father's business acumen over the years, thus he was well aware of how to proceed. As time swiftly passed, a full 6 months went by, during which the commercial war between the Li dynasty and the Wu Merchant Association raged intensely. Meanwhile, Wu Haoyan was deeply engrossed in the development of his mobile phone. At last, after half a year, the prototype of the first mobile phone was completed. Gazing at the device in his hand, Wu Haoyan wore a melancholic expression, recalling the last time he had seen a mobile phone during previous events. Yet, this was not the time for sorrow. Tentatively, he turned on the phone. It powered on without issue, though the interface remained quite bare, as various applications still needed to be developed. Is my son still engaged in battle with the Li dynasty? Perhaps I should send this gadget to him, Wu Haoyan pondered, and thus he hurried back to the southern domain. Why now? Wu Haoyan had already advanced to the late stage of the Great Emperor realm. Thanks to the insights provided by the two fated sons, Wu Yifan and Wu Yidao, making it nearly impossible for his cultivation not to improve. Before long, Wu Haoyan arrived at the headquarters of the Wu Merchant Association, where he found Wu Rulong brimming with vitality, having recently attained the Sage Realm, an extraordinary feat considering he was still under 100 years of age. Yet, Wu Rulong did not linger in excitement for long before he resolved to continue his work. However, in the moment he turned, he noticed Wu Haoyan seated in his chair. "Father, why have you returned? Wasn't it said that you would return after 10 years? Wu Rulong exclaimed, astonished. Wu Haoyan merely waved his hand and produced the mobile phone. "This is a little gadget I created. Here are the manufacturing processes and some additional programs, along with the construction of base stations. I hope you can swiftly implement these throughout the southern domain." Upon seeing the thick stack of plans and the novel-looking mobile phone, Wu Rulong stood in stunned silence, but quickly regained his composure, excitedly perusing the plans. He also toyed with the mobile phone, his expression growing increasingly animated. After all, his business acumen had been honed under his father's tutelage, and he understood that if he could successfully launch this device, it could indeed revolutionize the entire Xintian realm. "Father, I understand. I will expedite the implementation." Wu Rulong recognized the immense significance of this endeavor. If they could bring these innovations to fruition, the Wu Merchant Association would undoubtedly become the largest force in the entire Xintian realm. "Very well, I am aware," Wu Haoyan replied, rising to leave. Since his son had taken charge of this matter, there was no need for him to worry further. He awaited the day when his son would transform the Xintian realm into the vision he had long desired. Believing it would not take long, as the transition from ancient to modern times in his past life had occurred in less than 300 years, with his assistance and the formidable intellectual capabilities of cultivators. He surmised that the transformation of the southern domain could be completed in a century, and the Xintian realm might undergo a profound change within a millennium. Chapter 21. A small modern shock to ancient cultivators, it must be said. Wu Rulong was indeed a prodigious talent. After obtaining the resources from Wu Haoyan, he rapidly initiated the mass production of the mobile phones. However, it was not merely about production. Ensuring the functionality of various features was essential before the launch. Although cultivators were quite capable, it still took a full 2 months to finalize the establishment of modern companies and the creation of the necessary hardware. President, this device is remarkable, if the texts are to be believed. Then our Wu Merchant Association's ambition to become the largest in the Xintian realm is truly within reach. Ouyang Feng exclaimed, thrilled as he handled the mobile phone. Simultaneously, he felt immense relief for having stayed with the president during his times of struggle. Otherwise, how could such immense wealth have ever come their way? Enough chatter, let us expedite the construction of the base stations. Signal is of utmost importance. Once we establish a signal, we can launch our phones. Additionally, we must recruit programmers to develop various applications. Wu Rulong commanded, I assure you. Once our Wu Merchant Association becomes the largest in the Xintian realm, I will ensure your breakthroughs to the quasi-emperor level. Wu Haoyan's persuasive tactics had been well absorbed by Wu Rulong, which elicited uncontainable excitement from Ouyang Feng and the others, nearly prompting them to kneel in gratitude. President, we understand. As long as we are alive, we will ensure nothing happens to you. Enough of this. Go motivate them to work, Wu Rulong instructed. Having acquired the technology from Wu Haoyan, he recruited a multitude of gold core stage cultivators to quickly learn these techniques. The learning capacity of gold core cultivators was remarkable. They grasped concepts swiftly and soon became adept at coding. After 2 months, they managed to complete the development of several products. Now, they merely awaited the completion of the base stations. Once the signal was operational, the phones could be marketed. Wu Rulong was confident that once the phones were available, not only mortals but even cultivators would be intrigued. After all, traditional messaging stones required spiritual energy to operate, while the mobile phone would function as long as there was power and signal. Furthermore, the messaging stones offered limited functionalities, whereas mobile phones could serve multiple purposes. Once they integrated features akin to a social media platform, Wu Rulong believed they would capture the attention of many cultivators. Moreover, should they implement protective formations, The mobile phone could even serve as a means of survival, ensuring the Wu Merchant Association would experience unprecedented success. On the other hand, the Li dynasty felt increasingly fatigued in the commercial war against the Wu Merchant Association. This weariness stemmed not only from the peculiar business strategies employed by the Wu Merchant Association but, more critically, from their overwhelming financial resources. It is noteworthy that the Li dynasty had invested a staggering 100,000 top-tier spiritual stones in this commercial conflict, a sum that most normal dynasties would find difficult to muster. This demonstrated that Li Shuquan was genuinely committed to this endeavor. Yet, to his dismay, no significant impact was felt. Instead, the Li dynasty's enterprises faced successive setbacks. Damn it, must we truly resort to force to resolve this? Having ascertained the formidable combat power backing the Wu Merchant Association, Li Shuquan no longer wished to confront them directly. After all, if he were to summon the ancestors to intervene, the cost would far exceed the mere 100,000 top-tier spiritual stones. The efficacy of the rebirth coffin was limited to a single use. Thus, should they emerge from it, the additional 60,000 years of lifespan would vanish without a trace. Given that the ancestors of the Li dynasty had lived for far longer than 60,000 years, their emergence would equate to death, unable to endure for long. He would never invoke the ancestors unless absolutely necessary. Cursed be this situation. I must hold on. While the circumstances for the Li dynasty are far from favorable, can the Wu Merchant Association truly claim to be in a better position? Just wait. The ultimate defeat shall belong to the Wu Merchant Association. Little did Li Shuquan know that, thanks to Wu Haoyan's earlier assistance, the Wu Merchant Association had been acquiring resources at an exponential rate. Thus, even against the Li dynasty, and even if a sacred land were to intervene, they would hardly match the Wu Merchant Association's substantial foundation. Before long, the day of the Grand Secret Realm's opening arrived. Lying in Wu Haoyan's embrace, Su Qiaoran wore a reluctant expression as she spoke. Darling, the Grand Secret Realm is about to open. I must enter. During this time, you must be cautious outside and refrain from any romantic entanglements. As the conversation progressed, Su Qiaoran's tone was laced with a hint of menace, if only her hand were not resting upon the soft flesh at Wu Hao's waist. Wu Hao quickly cleared his throat and replied, "What are you joking about, my dear wife? I am the pure love war god, and I would never establish a harem in the realm of cultivation." "What does it mean to be a pure love war god?" Su Qiaoran inquired, her beautiful eyes brimming with curiosity, having never heard such a term from Wu Hao before. Wu Hao, with a serious demeanor, explained, "Listen closely. The term pure love war god signifies a person who will love only one throughout their life. Thus, I shall have only you as my wife in this lifetime." Upon hearing Wu Hao's words, Su Qiaoran felt a wave of satisfaction within, though her expression remained one of feigned aloofness. Since you've said so, I shall choose to believe you," she replied. "By the way, how long will you be inside?" Wu Hao, recalling something, asked out of curiosity, knowing that secret realms often have time constraints, as well as restrictions based on cultivation levels. However, these were trivial matters for Wu Hao. The vast secret realm was established by a peak quasi-emperor before his demise 1,000,000 years ago. Containing his legacy, for years, countless prodigies sought to enter and uncover his inheritance, as it offered a significant opportunity for a breakthrough to quasi-emperor status. Naturally, for Wu Hao, being a great emperor, the restrictions set by a peak quasi-emperor posed no challenge. Entering was merely a thought away for him. It will be just a year. Be good. I will emerge after a year, Su Qiaoran said, coaxing Wu Hao as if he were a child. Hearing that he would not see his wife for an entire year, Wu Hao felt a pang of reluctance but stubbornly retorted, "No, I'm very upset and difficult to coax, unless you feed me milk." Having been married for quite some time, Su Qiaoran was well aware of the implications behind Wu Hao's words. With a mere glance from him, she understood it was time to change positions. All right, since the child wishes for milk, I suppose this mother must oblige. However, the subsequent events took a turn, involving not just feeding but also other adult activities. The following content is omitted. Chapter 22. Darling, I am about to enter. Soon enough, the day of parting arrived. Wu Hao watched Su Qiaoran's departing figure, unable to suppress a sigh. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Now we are to part for another year. He mused, feeling a sense of melancholy. Once he learned that his wife would be entering the vast secret realm, Wu Hao had thoroughly investigated its details. The vast secret realm was formed when the great quasi-emperor fell unexpectedly 1,000,000 years ago, and it contained his legacy, which had not been discovered by anyone over the years. Moreover, the realm had restrictions, permitting only cultivators below the age of 10,000 and of Saint King rank or lower to enter. Clearly, Su Qiaoran fell within this category. Wu Hao, however, felt uneasy about her safety. Entering himself could be troublesome, so he decided to send Wu Yifan in instead. With Wu Yifan's current strength, he could easily wreak havoc within the modest confines of the vast secret realm. Furthermore, given Wu Yifan's status as the child of destiny, he might even uncover the great quasi-emperor's legacy. Having made his decision, Wu Hao sought out Wu Yifan, who happened to be evading 3 early-stage Saint Kings at that moment. Despite not having fully regained his strength and being stuck at the 7th level of the ancient holy body, he could only escape in a rather disheveled manner. Damn it, how do they always manage to find me? Wu Yifan wondered, perplexed as to why he was constantly tracked down whenever he changed locations, failing to consider that they might have tampered with him. Just as he was about to flee, the surroundings suddenly transformed, causing him to tense up. However, a voice soon eased his anxiety. Yifan, great-grandfather, what brings you to the central domain? Wu Yifan asked, lowering his guard as he turned to face Wu Hao. I have my own matters to attend to in the central domain, but there is something I need you to do. Wu Hao instructed Wu Yifan to enter the vast secret realm and discreetly protect Su Qiaoran. Upon hearing about the vast secret realm, Wu Yifan's eyes lit up. Great-grandfather, how did you know I wanted to enter the vast secret realm? All right, it seems that the child of destiny truly does not miss opportunities. Wu Hao replied, now, here is a portrait of your great-grandmother. Remember, once you enter the vast secret realm, take care of her. You may reveal your identity if necessary, but do not disclose that I sent you. Wu Hao cautioned, emphasizing that such matters should be handled discreetly. I understand, great-grandfather. I will ensure the task is completed. Wu Yifan promised solemnly before Wu Hao sent him to the entrance of the vast secret realm. After all, one only needed to be at the saint level to enter the vast secret realm, regardless of their backing. Even loose cultivators could gain entry, which explained why the activation of the vast secret realm attracted the attention of many factions in the Xintian realm. Blending into the crowd, Wu Yifan quickly spotted Su Qiaoran. Is that my great-grandmother? Indeed, she is beautiful. No wonder I am so handsome, he thought to himself. His gaze caught Su Qiaoran's attention, and she was taken aback. Feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity with Wu Yifan, as if he were a kin. Before she could ponder further, the vast secret realm opened, compelling Su Qiaoran to suppress her curiosity and follow the crowd inside. Meanwhile, trailing behind Su Qiaoran, Murong Shui watched her enter the secret realm, a cold smile creeping onto her lips. Just wait, Su Qiaoran. This time, you will meet your end in this realm, with 3 peak Saint Kings. I shall see how you, at the pinnacle of saint level, can survive. With that, Murong Shui also entered the vast secret realm. After a moment of dizziness, Wu Yifan and the others found themselves within the vast secret realm, which employed a random teleportation method. Upon stepping into the spatial portal, they would be transported to an arbitrary location within the realm. When the time expired, if they were still alive, they would be expelled. If they perished, they would become nourishment for the realm. The vast secret realm is truly expansive, much larger than any I have encountered before, Wu Yifan murmured, oblivious to the fact that a peak saint-level ferocious beast had silently approached him from behind, ready to strike. Yet, unexpectedly, Wu Yifan turned around and, with a swift and decisive punch, shattered the ferocious beast into pieces, not a drop of blood staining him. What a disgusting creature! Had my cultivation returned to its former state, you would never have gotten so close, Wu Yifan sighed, acknowledging that his current level was merely at the peak of the refining void stage. Thus, it was feasible for a peak saint-level beast to ambush him. However, the moment the beast made its move, Wu Yifan's formidable physique would sense its presence. His physique could be considered a flaw in the system, as the vast secret realm only regarded cultivation levels and ignored physical prowess, allowing Wu Yifan, capable of wreaking havoc among great saints and saint kings even at the refining void peak, to enter. All right, I should seek out my great-grandmother first. Thankfully, great-grandfather provided me with a method to locate her upon entering. Otherwise, I would truly be at a loss, Wu Yifan thought, retrieving the compass Wu Hao had given him, which pointed north. Seeing this, he hurriedly made his way in that direction. the inheritance of the great quasi-emperor was hardly a concern for him. For with his great-grandfather around, what did a quasi-emperor truly signify? Though Wu Yifan was uncertain of his grandfather's precise realm, a profound feeling stirred within him, suggesting that his great-grandfather was undoubtedly more formidable than any so-called Zhuan emperor. If he could ensure the safety of his great-grandmother, perhaps his great-grandfather would, in a moment of joy, bestow upon him some fortuitous opportunity, a far more advantageous inheritance than that of the grand Zhuan emperor. Meanwhile, Su Qiaoran, upon entering the vast secret realm, resolved to seek her own fortuity. Those who ventured into the secret realm did so either to engage in combat with ferocious beasts for honing their skills or to discover opportunities to enhance their prowess. However, at that moment, Su Qiaoran was unaware that 3 peak great saints and a pinnacle void refinement ant were swiftly approaching her direction. Chapter 23. Su Qiaoran is pursued on the other side. Su Qiaoran, upon entering the secret realm, retrieved a finely crafted compass from her storage ring. As she channeled her energy into the compass, it revealed the traces of powerful ferocious beasts surrounding her. Given her current strength, ordinary peak saints were no longer her match. She needed to seek out great saint-level beasts to truly feel challenged and successfully break through to the great saint realm. With only a step remaining to reach the great saint realm, she was in urgent need of a formidable battle to awaken her potential for the breakthrough. Once she achieved that, her ascendance to the status of a saintess would be assured. Soon, Su Qiaoran identified the most suitable target according to the beastly aura on the compass, a ferocious beast at the early great saint level, and she hastened towards it. Meanwhile, the 3 peak great saints, under the direction of Morong Shui, had entered the vast secret realm to eliminate Su Qiaoran. Upon entering, the leader among them produced a jade plate from his storage ring, which had been entrusted to them by Morong Shui. After channeling his power into the jade plate, it flew towards a specific direction, directly towards Su Qiaoran. Seeing this, the 3 peak great saints no longer hesitated and rushed towards Su Qiaoran. On her end, Su Qiaoran soon located her ideal target, a 3-eyed flying eagle at the early great saint level. Upon sensing an intruder in its territory, the 3-eyed flying eagle emitted a series of menacing roars. Observing the enraged 3-eyed flying eagle, Su Qiaoran's expression turned grave. As its name suggests, the 3-eyed flying eagle possesses 3 eyes, 2 for observing opponents, while the 3rd eye, firmly shut, harbors the ancestral talent of its kind. The destruction beam.it is said that once the 3rd eye opens, no one at the same realm can withstand its power. However, Su Qiaoran had no other choice. With a swift motion, a long sword materialized in her grasp as she charged at the 3-eyed flying eagle. The key to defeating the beast lay in getting close enough to prevent it from using the destruction beam. Realizing that Su Qiaoran was approaching, the 3-eyed flying eagle understood that she was targeting it and roared in fury as it lunged towards her. "Human, dare to intrude upon my territory? Die!" The body and claws of the 3-eyed flying eagle were razor-sharp. Upon contact, Su Qiaoran's sword clashed with the eagle's claws, and the overwhelming force sent her staggering back several paces. Yet, she did not relent, charging forward once more. Su Qiaoran's speed was astonishing, leaving the 3-eyed flying eagle with no opportunity to unleash the destruction beam. Its tough feathers bore numerous wounds from her relentless assault. "Human, are you seeking death?" The 3-eyed flying eagle roared, finally seizing an opportunity as its 3rd eye slowly opened. Almost simultaneously, Su Qiaoran felt a tremendous threat looming over her. "This is bad." Her expression shifted, and in the next moment, the destruction beam shot forth from the eagle's 3rd eye, enveloping her. Just as the 3rd eye began to close, the beam dissipated, but the 3-eyed flying eagle sensed an overwhelming danger behind it. Almost instinctively, it turned, only to have a sword shadow sweep past its head. The 3-eyed flying eagle met its end. The 3-eyed flying eagle, indeed formidable. Yet even I nearly faltered, Su Qiaoran remarked as she took a deep breath after slaying the creature. Though her aura was somewhat weakened, she had barely managed to withstand the impact of the destruction beam, sustaining minor injuries in the process. However, the benefits of this battle far outweighed the drawbacks, significantly enhancing her combat awareness. Once she exited, she could commence preparations for her breakthrough to the Great Saint Realm. After collecting the 3-eyed flying eagle's corpse, Su Qiaoran turned to leave, aware that the turmoil from the battle would likely attract others. She was not accustomed to being observed. Yet, Just as she prepared to depart, an instinctual alarm coursed through her, causing her to vanish from her location. In the very next moment, a colossal spear's phantom obliterated the surrounding area within a 10-kilometer radius. Having narrowly escaped, Su Qiaoran's heart raced, her face etched with shock. This power is that of a peak great saint. Who is targeting me? Upon regaining her composure, her expression darkened, realizing she had unwittingly become a target. Judging by the intensity of the earlier attack, it was evident that the assailant was intent on her demise. Oh, how fitting for the Saintess Su to have evaded my grasp. A voice emerged as Su Qiaoran prepared to leave. She turned to see a figure wielding a spear approaching leisurely. Upon recognizing the individual, her pupils constricted. The dragon-slaying spear, Chun Feng. I never expected to encounter you here. If you were present, then I presume Qin Bo. The blade of the phoenix and Li Yuan, the ink spirit sword, are nearby as well. As soon as Su Qiaoran uttered these words, two more figures emerged beside her. I am truly honored that the Saintess Su remembers me. Despite the odds, Qin Bo, the blade of the phoenix, said with a self-satisfied grin. Su Qiaoran snorted in response. Who in the central domain does not know the infamous flower-picking trio? Since you have set your sights on me, I can only assume you are acting under someone's orders. Let me guess, is it Morong Shui? Ah, dear Saintess, that is of no concern to you. We are merely being paid to eliminate you. It would be best for you to leave quietly. Qin Feng replied coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. They were not fools. They would not reveal their employer's identity until Su Qiaoran was dispatched. Should she escape, it would be a dereliction of duty on their part. Humph, how cowardly of you. Very well, let us proceed, Su Qiaoran retorted, fully aware that Morong Shui was orchestrating this from behind the scenes, though she lacked the evidence to prove it. She had initially thought that Qin Feng and his companions would assume she was doomed and reveal Morong Shui's involvement. Yet they remained shrewd. With that realization, Su Qiaoran hesitated no further. She produced a teleportation talisman and vanished from sight. Chapter 24. Wu Yifan takes action. Damn it, pursue her. Qin Feng and his companions' expressions shifted only slightly as they witnessed Su Qiaoran's disappearance. After all, they could track her location, and with a year until the vast secret realm closed, it was merely a matter of time before they caught up. Su Qiaoran was acutely aware of this. Her expression darkening. Curse it, I have barely entered the vast secret realm, and they have already found me. It cannot be mere luck. When did they set this trap? However, she had no time to ponder. Sensing that Qin Feng and his cohort were already in pursuit, with no time for reflection, she activated another teleportation talisman and fled into the distance. Her immediate concern was to endure within the secret realm for a year. Damn it, how could I have been found so quickly? Just moments ago, I was battling a three-eyed flying eagle at the early Great Saint level. That was challenging enough, but Qin Feng and the others are peak Great Saints. Far beyond my capabilities, a mere encounter would spell my defeat. Before long, Su Qiaoran had exhausted her teleportation talismans, and Qin Feng's group caught up, encircling her. Saintess Su, I must admit, I never expected you to possess so many teleportation talismans. I take it you are out of them now? If so, we will have to make our move. Qin Bo cast a cold smile upon Su Qiaoran's face, and upon meeting his gaze, despair surged within her heart. The moniker the flower-picking three brothers attributed to Qin Feng and his companions hinged significantly on the term picking flowers, as these men would not hesitate to strike when encountering beautiful women. Many attractive female disciples from various factions had fallen victim to their nefarious hands. Damn it, is self-detonation my only option? No, wait, I still have the necklace gifted by my husband. Surely, it can protect me. In this moment, Su Qiaoran recalled that she was adorned with the necklace Wu Hao had bestowed upon her, which, according to him, contained power sufficient for her protection. Although she was unaware of Wu Hao's cultivation level, she surmised it must be no less than that of a supreme, for otherwise, he would not have been able to traverse the sacred land of 10,000 flowers with such ease. Though she did not comprehend how her husband had ascended from the pinnacle of qi refinement to the realm of supreme in less than a century, Su Qiaoran was certain that he would never harm her. As Su Qiaoran prepared to resist to the death, Qin Feng and his associates felt a surge of irritation, for Morong Shui had previously instructed them to first violate and then eliminate Su Qiaoran. If that is the case, then we must incapacitate you first, Saintess Su. Qin Feng snorted coldly, ready to strike and render Su Qiaoran helpless. Yet, at that moment, a teasing voice drifted in from a distance. "Oh, what are you all playing at? It appears quite entertaining. May I join in?" Turning to the source of the voice, Chun Feng and the others observed Wu Yifan, who had just arrived, gazing at Chun Zhe and the others with keen interest. Upon realizing that the newcomer was merely a fledgling who had just reached the pinnacle of void refinement, they couldn't help but sneer. "Kid, you should blame yourself for witnessing our affairs." Following this, Chun Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Li Yuan, who promptly drew his long sword and appeared before Wu Yifan, striking down with all his might. Chun Feng and Qin Bo turned back, intent on defiling Su Qiaoran, only to be startled by a resounding crash from behind them. Their expressions shifted slightly, for the sound of the sword meeting flesh was not as expected in that instant. They quickly turned to see Li Yuan standing still, the head that should have rested upon his shoulder conspicuously abs. Wu Yifan entrusted his communication jade to Su Qiaoran before turning to leave. His entrance into the vast secret realm was motivated by another reason. It was said that within the legacy of the vast emperor, there existed rare treasures capable of aiding him in lifting the eightfold restrictions on his ancient sacred body. Should he acquire such treasures, it would undoubtedly lead to a significant enhancement of his strength, even enabling him to seek vengeance. Once Wu Yifan had departed, Su Qiaoran let out a sigh of relief. Her decision to let him go was not without reason. She was aware that the only adversaries Mu Rongxue had arranged for her in the secret realm were likely just Chun Feng and his companions. After all, 3 peak great saints were already an impressive force, representing the strongest means available to Mu Rongxue at present. Thus, it was improbable that any additional peak great saints would emerge, even if there were more. She had her husband's necklace to rely on. Meanwhile, Mu Rongxue remained oblivious to the fact that her dispatched agents had met with complete annihilation. At this moment, sensing an opportunity for a breakthrough, she resolutely commenced her advancement within the secret realm. Following the demise of Qin Feng and the others, Su Qiaoran refrained from wandering aimlessly in the secret realm and instead sought a suitable location to prepare for her own ascension to the great saint realm. Having been at the pinnacle of the sage realm for 2.5 years, it was high time for her to break through to the great saint level in the blink of an eye. 6 months had passed. During this time, with the diligent efforts of Wu Rulong and others, the various bases of the Li dynasty had been gradually established. Naturally, the significant stir caused by the Wu Merchant Association did not go unnoticed by Li Shuquan and his associates. Upon reviewing the information presented by his subordinates, Li Shuquan furrowed his brow, clearly perplexed by Wu Rulong's intentions. "Gentlemen, what do you believe is the purpose behind Wu Rulong's actions?" Li Shuquan inquired slowly, gazing down at the ministers below. During this period, the ministers of the Li dynasty had also observed the unusual nature of the Wu Merchant Association, leading to a collective hesitation to respond to Li Shuquan's inquiry. Their heads bowed in silence. Noticing their reticence, Li Shuquan let out a cold snort. "What is this? You were all so vocal about bringing the Wu Merchant Association under the banner of our Li dynasty. Yet now you fall silent when questioned?" At his words, their heads lowered even further. The recent commercial conflict with the Wu Merchant Association had left Li Shuquan in a foul mood, and they feared that speaking up would only provoke his wrath. Seeing the ministers remain unyielding, Li Shuquan sighed in exasperation, his face a mask of deep fatigue. "Very well, you may leave for now." The court was soon dismissed, leaving Li Shuquan alone. At that moment, his gaze was filled with a grim intensity. Although he was uncertain about Wu Rulong's motives, he understood that if left unchecked, it could spell disaster for the Li dynasty. Thus, he resolved to thwart Wu Rulong's plans. With this thought in mind, Li Shuquan gestured, and in the next instant, 5 figures appeared before him, revealing themselves to be his covert agents. "You 5, proceed to destroy everything the Wu Merchant Association has constructed during this time. Leave not a single trace." "Yes, your majesty." The 5 peak sacred kings swiftly departed, unaware that Wu Rulong had anticipated Li Shuquan's actions all along. The agents prepared to covertly dismantle the Wu Merchant Association's creations. Their fate awaited them in the form of death. Chapter 26. Did you not expect it? I have protective formations. This is what His Majesty ordered us to destroy. It appears utterly feeble, observing the towering base that reached 10,000 meters high. The agents wore expressions of disdain. For experts at the Sacred King level, even a colossal structure of 1 billion meters could be effortlessly obliterated in an instant. With that thought, the agent launched an attack. aiming to demolish the base with overwhelming force. However, contrary to his expectations, the anticipated scene of the base crumbling under his strike did not unfold. Instead, a faint bluish light shimmered on the surface of the base. Upon witnessing this light, the agent's heart sank as he realized something was amiss. Before he could react, the formation affixed to the base absorbed his attack and rebounded it with tenfold strength, resulting in his immediate demise. The remaining 4 agents met with the same fate. Their assaults were similarly absorbed and reflected back at them, leading to their swift downfall. As the formation activated, Wu Rulong within the Wu Merchant Association let out a cold laugh. I never anticipated that Li Shuquan would resort to such shameless tactics, but little did he know about the protective formation surrounding my base. Not even a sacred king could breach it. Only a quasi-emperor might stand a chance. Wu Rulong was taken aback by the formidable nature of the items bestowed upon him by his father, realizing that they harbored such terrifying protective formations. Indeed, the formation set within the base was a portable one crafted by Wu Hao during his return, capable of safeguarding a small base with ease, despite its limited coverage. In Wu Hao's plans, 10 bases were to be constructed throughout the southern region, ensuring comprehensive signal coverage in all directions. After all, the materials available in the Xintian realm far surpassed those of Earth in the previous life, making extensive signal coverage quite reasonable. As of now, approximately 5 bases had been completed, and the software development was nearing completion as well. The next step would be the launch of their mobile phones. With this in mind, Wu Rulong issued orders for a product launch event to take place in 7 days, intending to unveil their new offerings to the entire southern region. At this point, the Wu Merchant Association had garnered considerable renown not only within the Li dynasty but throughout the southern region, and although their conflict with the Li dynasty was ongoing, it had already alerted other factions of comparable stature to the power of the Wu Merchant Association. Consequently, upon announcing the upcoming product launch event, numerous factions expressed their intention to attend. Almost simultaneously, as the agents met their demise, Li Shuquan was made aware of the situation, his expression darkening to an extreme. Although he recognized that his prior decision to have his subordinates attack the Wu Merchant Association's base was ill-conceived, the realization that all his agents had perished ignited a seething anger within him. Alas, I wonder if the agent searching for the nameless wanderer has made any progress? At that moment, Li Shuquan recalled that another agent had been dispatched to locate the nameless wanderer. However, he was puzzled as to why the wanderer had not made an appearance during this time, and his agent's whereabouts remained a mystery. Unbeknownst to Li Shuquan, his agent had already tracked the nameless wanderer to the central region. Before long, Li Shuquan received word of the Wu Merchant Association's upcoming product launch event in 7 days. His expression turned grave, for after conducting extensive investigations, he had yet to uncover the true intentions of the Wu Merchant Association. Now, he was finally on the verge of discovering the truth, making it impossible for him to contain his excitement. Of course, Wu Rulong was not one to be petty, and thus, invitations to the product launch event were also extended to the Li dynasty. Wu Rulong, I am eager to see what you will unveil in 7 days. Meanwhile, among the 3 major dynasties, their respective rulers expressed interest upon receiving the invitations. Although the Wu Merchant Association had established a presence within their realms, they had not made any moves against the subordinate factions of the 3 dynasties. So there was little cause for concern. However, the invitation to the product launch event piqued their curiosity, as they were eager to learn more about the individual capable of causing Li Shuquan such distress. Oh, how intriguing! Who could it be that seeks me out? At the same time, Wu Hao was leisurely strolling through the streets with Wu Hu when the surroundings suddenly shifted. In the blink of an eye, Wu Hao found himself taken away. Naturally, Wu Hao was aware of the realm of the individual who had seized him. They were merely at the peak of the sacred king level. As long as he did not wish to be captured, they would never succeed. However, his curiosity led him to allow himself to be taken. The agent who had taken Wu Hao had been searching for him for quite some time. Upon finally locating Wu Hao, the agent's expression brightened, for after such a long search, he had finally found him, and how could he not feel elated? The reason the agent was certain that Wu Hao was the legendary nameless wanderer was due to the fact that those saved by the wanderer had spoken of a 9-tailed spirit fox resting upon his shoulder. The presence of Wu Hu perched upon Wu Hao's shoulder made the identification clear. Esteemed guest, I am from the Li dynasty. Our monarch wishes to recruit you, and we can assure you that you will be nurtured to the supreme level. The shadowy figure spoke without hesitation, asserting that, in Wu Hao's eyes, All of this was merely a mirage, as long as he consented to accompany him back to the Li dynasty. There were a myriad of ways for the Li dynasty to utilize him. Moreover, what was the Li dynasty, after all? They had previously dared to lay hands on his son, leading Wu Hao to regard the Li dynasty as a fallen empire in his heart. Ultimately, it was a matter of who would bring about its demise, his son or himself. Once his wife returned as a saintess, if his son had yet to obliterate the Li dynasty, he could still take matters into his own hands. But I digress. The immediate priority was to eliminate the shadowy figure before him. Wait, I have something to say, Wu Hao interrupted the shadow's words. The shadow did not take offense at Wu Hao's demeanor but instead replied courteously, "What do you wish to say?" Wu Hao leaned closer to the shadow's ear and spoke. "Do you know that I harbor a grudge against your Li dynasty?" Upon hearing Wu Hao's words, the shadow's pupils dilated sharply, only to find that he was already struck down by Wu Hao's swift blow. "What? My other shadow has also perished?" Upon sensing the loss of the shadow in the central domain, Li Shuquan's heart sank. Despite being a peak sovereign, he had only a handful of shadows at the pinnacle of Saint Kings, merely 10 in total. To his astonishment, 7 of them had vanished within less than a decade, leaving him seething with rage, nearly coughing up blood. Yet, there was nothing to be done. After all, he had provoked a figure he could not afford to offend, and he had no choice but to swallow his resentment. Time swiftly passed, and 7 days later, the Wu Merchant Association's new product launch was held as scheduled. Chapter 27. The Shock of the 4 Emperors and 6 Sects within these 7 days. Wu Rulong had successfully resolved the matters pertaining to the upcoming product launch. The software had been finely tuned, and pricing for the phones had been established. Ordinary folk would have their own configurations, while cultivators would have theirs, naturally at different price points. The phones for ordinary people were priced at 10 low-grade spirit stones each, with their currency being copper coins. Approximately 1,000 copper coins could be exchanged for a low-grade spirit stone. Thus, an ordinary person could afford a phone within a year. Naturally, the phones for cultivators were more expensive, featuring array capabilities and the ability to withstand full-force strikes from various levels of cultivators, among other varieties, leading to a wide range of prices. Additionally, in line with Wu Hao's vision, Wu Rulong crafted 10 limited edition phones priced at a staggering 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Before long, the 7th day arrived, and the venue for the launch had been meticulously arranged. Although product launches were not uncommon in the Xiantian realm, they typically catered to ordinary folk, while cultivators were often separated, making Wu Rulong's inclusive invitations a rarity. Outside the Wu Merchant Association's venue, leaders of major factions began to arrive in succession. In the southern region of the Xiantian realm, the 4 emperors and 6 sects held considerable power. The 4 emperors consisted of the Li dynasty, the Divine God dynasty, the Invincible dynasty, and the Prosperous dynasty. The 6 sects included the Blazing Fire sect, the Injury sect, the Rock sect, the 10,000 Sun sect, the Heaven Severance sect, and the Flower Dance sect. Each faction was anchored by quasi-emperor level powerhouses, and their leaders were all peak sovereigns. To demonstrate their respect for the Wu Merchant Association, the leaders of these factions personally attended the launch. The first to arrive was none other than the leader of the Divine God dynasty, Shen Wanyun, a peak sovereign. Upon his arrival, reporters from various newspapers in the southern region immediately captured the moment with their recording stones, as such a figure from one of the 4 emperors was rarely seen. However, before they could recover from their astonishment, the leader of the Invincible dynasty, Zhan Ting, also made his entrance. Upon recognizing a familiar face, Shen Wanyun greeted him with a smile. "Brother Zhan, it's been a while." Among the 4 dynasties, the relationship between the Li dynasty and the other 3 was strained, but the bonds between the latter were quite amicable. Thus, upon seeing Shen Wanyun greet him, Zhan Ting returned the smile. "Indeed, Brother Shen, it has been a long time. The last time we met was during the grand tournament of the 4 dynasties, if I recall correctly." "Indeed, but I believe the next grand tournament is approaching, is it not?" Shen Wanyun inquired. Zhan Ting nodded in affirmation. "Yes, the next tournament will commence in about 10 years. Just as Shen Wanyun was about to speak further, Gao Qiqiang, the leader of the Prosperous dynasty, arrived on the scene. "Brother Shen, Brother Zhan, it's been a while." "Long time no see, Brother Gao," Shen Wanyun and Zhan Ting replied with smiles. As the 3 were about to engage in further pleasantries, an unwelcome voice interrupted from nearby. "Gentlemen, what are you discussing? May I join?" At this, the 3 furrowed their brows, and Gao Qiqiang spoke first. "Gentlemen, it's getting late. I shall head in first. Wait for me. Let us enter together." Li Shuquan said, his displeasure evident as he watched Shen Wanyun and the others dismiss him without regard. However, Li Shuquan quickly inhaled deeply, calming himself, and then proceeded toward the venue. After all, the priority today was to ascertain Wu Rulong's intentions. While the relations with the leaders of the three dynasties were already tenuous, making it unnecessary to mend them further, as the four emperors arrived, the six sects began to trickle in as well. Notably, only the leaders of the Heaven Severance sect, Flower Dance sect, and 10,000 Suns sect attended in person, while the other sects sent their elders. The six sects were known for their reclusive nature, engaging little with the outside world, and had it not been for Wu Rulong's invitations, they likely would not have come. In addition to the four emperors and six sects, Wu Rulong also invited powerful forces with sovereign-level guardians and the renowned southern region cultivator daily. The cultivation world, after all, was not devoid of social intricacies, making the existence of such a publication unsurprising, as it was the nature of the righteous and the demonic to diverge, as the time arrived. Wu Rulong took a deep breath and stepped onto the central stage, smiling at the invited guests below. "Welcome, everyone, to the Wu Merchant Association's new product launch. Without further ado, let us delve into the main topic. Today, we will present a product capable of transforming the entire Xiantian realm." The moment his words fell, the guests below began to murmur in curiosity, particularly the members of the four emperors and six sects, all wondering what audacity Wu Rulong possessed to claim he was unveiling something that could alter the very fabric of their realm. Yet, when Wu Rulong presented the phone, the crowd's curiosity peaked. And as he demonstrated its functions, the breath of every attendee grew hurried. If what Wu Rulong asserted was indeed true, then this device known as a phone might truly hold the power to revolutionize the entire Xiantian realm. Well then, such an impressive product must come at a price. What might that price be? Originally, the cost was exorbitant, but after an overnight negotiation with the higher-ups of the Wu Merchant Association, they finally agreed upon a price they deemed suitable. "Please, look at the big screen." With a resounding chime, as the price appeared, the leaders of the factions collectively gasped. A device capable of connecting people across the southern region, allowing glimpses into others' lives, was priced so inexpensively at merely 10 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, this was for the ordinary version. Following the release of the ordinary model, Wu Rulong promptly unveiled the cultivator version, which included features for survival and aiding in cultivation. At this revelation, the leaders of all factions could no longer remain seated. Especially Li Shuquan, who thought to himself that such technology could not fall into the hands of the Wu Merchant Association. It must remain under the dominion of the Li dynasty. As for the other factions, they were not as fervent in their ambitions as Li Shuquan, realizing that if the Wu Merchant Association dared to unveil such advanced technology, there was undoubtedly a formidable force backing them, perhaps even a quasi-emperor level entity. In such a context, it was clear that fostering a good relationship with the Wu Merchant Association was far superior to antagonizing them. Chapter 28. The fostering of relationships among major factions and Li Shuquan's discontent. Is this the esteemed President Wu? Truly a paragon of charisma. I wonder if he is available for marriage. What nonsense are you spouting? How could someone of President Wu's caliber possibly deign to consider someone from the invincible dynasty? President Wu, should you visit my prosperous dynasty, I would prepare 180 beautiful maidens for your enjoyment. Go away. President Wu is clearly the embodiment of pure love and valor. President Wu. I have a daughter of unparalleled beauty. I wonder if you would be gracious enough to meet her. Witnessing the three sovereigns of the great dynasties fervently extending their olive branches towards him, Wu Rulong could not help but shudder at the thought of returning home to face his wife, should she discover this. Contemplating this, he hastily declined, saying, "Everyone, please refrain from further discussion. I am already married." Upon hearing that Wu Rulong was wed, the expressions of Shen Wanyun and the others fell into despondency. Yet, seeing their forlorn demeanor, Wu Rulong found it difficult to suppress his compassion and sighed before speaking again. "Gentlemen, my Wu family still has many fine young men who are yet to marry. If possible, I believe it would be appropriate to introduce them to my esteemed family." At this, Shen Wanyun and the others' eyes brightened. Although they could not marry Wu Rulong himself, establishing a connection with the Wu family would be advantageous. Thus, they quickly agreed with cheerful smiles. However, at that moment, Zhan Ting interjected, By the way, President Wu, might I inquire if I could procure a limited edition phone in advance? Seeing Zhang Ting speak up, Shen Wanyun and Gao Qiqiang were not to be outdone. President Wu, I would like one as well. Me too. Wu Rulong naturally did not refuse. The limited edition was intended for fostering alliances with various factions. And it was evident that Shen Wanyun and the others were precisely the powers that the Wu family needed to befriend. A mere 100,000 top-tier spirit stones was trivial for Shen Wanyun and the rest. And forging a relationship with Wu Rulong was well worth the investment. After all, while they were focused on cultivation, they could also see that once the phone was officially released, the Wu Merchant Association would undoubtedly reap significant benefits. It was conceivable that they might even ascend to become the most formidable power in the southern region, perhaps even rivaling the four great sacred lands. Reflecting on the four great sacred lands, Shen Wanyun and the others felt a weight of gravity settle in their hearts. Despite possessing quasi-emperors among their ranks, they knew full well they were no match for the four great sacred lands. Any one of those sacred lands could effortlessly sweep through the entire Xintian realm, owing to the existence of imperial weapons within their domains. A quasi-emperor wielding an imperial weapon could achieve unparalleled dominance beneath the level of an emperor, showcasing the terrifying power of such artifacts. With Wu Rulong's assistance, Shen Wanyun and the others quickly grasped the functionality of the phone, and a spark of novelty emerged on their faces. The phones would automatically bind to a SIM card upon release. Although there were only 5 base stations currently, they already covered a substantial portion of the southern region. Once the remaining 5 stations were completed, the signal would blanket the entire area. Before long, Shen Wanyun and the others departed one by one. Although reporters from the southern region cultivation daily sought to interview Wu Rulong, he deflected them by sending Wu Qinkuan in his stead. Just as Wu Rulong prepared to take a moment's respite, he heard a voice calling out, "Wu Rulong, let us have a word." Turning to see Li Shukuan standing nearby, his expression inscrutable, Wu Rulong merely chuckled coldly and replied, "Li Shukuan, I believe there is little for us to discuss, so I must decline." With that, he attempted to leave, but Li Shukuan pressed on, "Wu Rulong, do you truly believe that with your Wu family's strength, you can safeguard the release of such a device? This matter is beyond your family's capacity to protect it." This. Wu Rulong paused momentarily, though he did not turn around, a hint of amusement in his tone as he replied, "So you suggest that the Wu Merchant Association should relinquish this technology to your Li dynasty? No, that's not my intention. What I propose is that the Li dynasty invest, splitting the profits 50-50. Should the Wu Merchant Association find itself in peril, the Li dynasty would undoubtedly extend our full support." Though Li Shukuan's words seemed to place the Li dynasty on equal footing with the Wu Merchant Association, Wu Rulong could discern the arrogance woven into his tone. He found this attitude distasteful and considered the Li dynasty standing. Thus, without hesitation, he refused. "I'm afraid the Wu Merchant Association has no intention of allowing any investments. Should we face danger, we do not require assistance from the Li dynasty. That will be all with that." Wu Rulong departed, not sparing a glance for Li Shukuan, whose expression darkened further, clearly taken aback by Wu Rulong's lack of deference. This only solidified his resolve to take action against the Wu Merchant Association. However, this time, it would not be a mere business skirmish. It would be an all-out war. After all, if such a formidable technology fell into the hands of the Li dynasty, Li Shukuan was confident that within a millennium, they could elevate the entire Li dynasty to a level comparable to the 4 great sacred lands. Meanwhile, Wu Rulong understood that the release of the phone would undoubtedly cause a considerable uproar throughout the southern region and even the Xintian realm. For those in the Xintian realm, whose lives were often monotonous, the phone represented a revolutionary product. This was akin to how, in a previous life, the advent of mobile phones shifted people's greatest joy from procreation to scrolling through social media. With the southern region cultivation daily working diligently, the news quickly spread across the region, generating a considerable stir. For many, such a device was akin to a magical artifact, one that only cultivators could wield. Could mere mortals truly use it? Naturally, some believed the Wu Merchant Association was merely seeking attention and would ultimately not release the product. Yet, Wu Rulong chose not to clarify, for the launch was merely 7 days away. The truth would soon be revealed. At present, the Wu Merchant Association was regarded as a top-tier commercial entity in the southern region, with branches established widely. On the 7th day, throngs gathered outside the Wu Merchant Association, all eager for the much-anticipated phone. Chapter 29. The Li dynasty prepares to strike. the goodwill of the three great dynasties. Are you certain that this device could truly be produced by the Wu Merchant Association? Meanwhile, within the forbidden grounds of the Li dynasty, the 18 ancestors were apprised of the situation outside. They turned to Li Shuquan for confirmation. Li Shuquan nodded earnestly. Indeed, ancestors, if we allow the Wu Merchant Association to operate unchecked, it may very well threaten our standing. The 18 ancestors, seasoned and astute, recognized the gravity of the matter, yet they awaited Li Tianran's command before taking action. After a lengthy silence, Li Tianran, lying within the central coffin, finally spoke. Since the Wu Merchant Association has become our adversary, we shall leave not a shred of opportunity for them to jeopardize the Li dynasty. Let us act. I will personally lead the charge. At Li Tianran's declaration, the assembled ancestors were taken aback. It was well known that Li Tianran was the oldest and most formidable among them, meaning that should he choose to intervene, survival would be unlikely. Li Shuquan urgently interjected, Ancient One, you must not. You are our strongest asset. Should you reveal yourself, the other three great dynasties will surely take notice. With few quasi-emperors and even fewer at their peak, Li Tianran was one such pinnacle figure. The Li dynasty boasted two quasi-emperors of this caliber, which secured their place atop the four great dynasties. Losing even one could invite the envy of the other three. Nevertheless, Li Tianran was resolute, casting a glance at Li Shuqing as he spoke slowly. The Li dynasty is in your capable hands. I have stated before that should an opportunity arise to elevate the Li dynasty to the level of the four great sacred lands, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life. Now is that moment. Upon hearing Li Tianran's words, the other ancestors fell silent, lacking the same noble aspirations. Their thoughts were consumed by their own survival, else they would not have sought refuge within the coffin. Unless a terrifying opportunity arose that could propel them to the level of an emperor, they would remain dormant. This operation will be conducted in secrecy. I shall eliminate all members of the Wu Merchant Association, leaving only Wu Rulong alive. Should I fail, do not seek vengeance. Li Tianran spoke with unwavering resolve, and in the next moment, he rose from his coffin, revealing his magnificent stature before all those present. Witnessing this scene, Li Shuquan felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, astonished that the venerable ancestor Tianran would go to such lengths for the Li dynasty. Unable to contain himself, he cried out, "We honor the venerable ancestor Tianran. Fellow Taoist Tianran, take care." The other ancestors looked at Li Tianran with heavy hearts, for his emergence from the coffin signified that his time was drawing near. Indeed, within mere minutes of his awakening, Li Tianran's aura began to wane. It was only natural. He was merely at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, with a lifespan of just 600,000 years. Through the miraculous effects of the rebirth coffin, he had managed to extend his life for a full 1,000,000 years. Now, having departed from the coffin, the heavenly Tao sensed the change and reclaimed the excess lifespan he had borrowed. Yet, Li Tianran's expression remained unchanged. He had anticipated this outcome and bore no regrets. In the next instant, he vanished into the void, heading toward the Wu Merchant Association under the cover of night. Meanwhile, within the Wu Merchant Association, Wu Rulong had already foreseen that Li Shuquan would undoubtedly take action, prompting him to instruct the headquarters personnel to evacuate in advance. As Ouyang Feng and others departed, they wore reluctant expressions. "President, if the Li dynasty truly dares to strike against us, leaving you here alone would be our dereliction of duty," Chen Shuang stated resolutely, intending to stay behind. Ouyang Feng and Wang Zhaoyu felt similarly. Yet they were ultimately dismissed by Wu Rulong. "You should leave. Given the nature of the Li dynasty, those who come will not be below the quasi-emperor realm. Remaining here would be tantamount to courting death." Although Ouyang Feng and his companions had managed to break through to the mid-stage of the Saint King realm with Wu Rulong's assistance, facing a quasi-emperor would still render them no different from mere mortals. Moreover, last time I was able to defeat a peak Saint King, do you truly believe I would confront the quasi-emperor of the Li dynasty without any certainty? Hearing this, Ouyang Feng and the others recalled that the spies sent by Li Shuquan had perished at Wu Rulong's hands. Realizing that if they stayed, they would only become a burden. Thus, without further hesitation, they expressed their concern for Wu Rulong's safety before fleeing into the distance. On another front, hidden within the Wu Merchant Association, 3 formidable quasi-emperor level beings had appeared, evidently sent by the 3 great dynasties. Just as Wu Rulong had anticipated, Shan Wanyun and his companions had also foreseen this development. Tio extend a significant favor to Wu Rulong. They were willing to expend great resources to summon a quasi-emperor level ancestor from seclusion, waiting to intervene and rescue Wu Rulong from the grasp of the Li dynasty. In doing so, Wu Rulong would owe them a debt of gratitude. However, they did not realize that all of this was under the watchful gaze of Wu Hao. Interesting. I did not expect my Wu Merchant Association to attract such attention so swiftly. Wu Hao mused to himself, easily perceiving the three great dynasty ancestors due to the disparity in their cultivation levels, while they remained oblivious to his presence. Furthermore, Wu Hao sensed the approaching aura of a peak quasi-emperor in the distance, likely a member of the Li dynasty. Should I simply eradicate the Li dynasty? Wu Hao contemplated inwardly. Annihilating the Li dynasty posed no challenge for him. However, he dismissed the thought, as the Li dynasty bore a grudge against his son, and it was only fitting that his son should take on that responsibility. Yet, by the time Wu Rulong reached the strength to eliminate the Li dynasty, Wu Hao might very well have ascended to a higher realm. Chapter 30. 1 verses 3. What do you two think? Which quasi-emperor ancestor will the Li dynasty send? In the shadows, the quasi-emperor level ancestors from the three great dynasties began to speculate. These three ancestors were Shen Zilei from the Divine God dynasty, Zhan Xinchong from the Invincible dynasty, and Gao Zhanchao from the Strong dynasty. It's hard to say. After all, the Li dynasty's foundation surpasses that of our three dynasties. So I have no idea who it might be, Shen Zilei replied, his expression grave. Zhan Xinchong and the others nodded in agreement, for the combined might of their three dynasties yielded only 30 quasi-emperor ancestors, while the Li dynasty boasted a staggering 18. This demonstrated the formidable strength of the Li dynasty. In most scenarios, unless two dynasties joined forces, they would stand no chance against the Li dynasty. Just as Gao Zhanchao was about to speak, he felt something and his expression turned serious. They're here. As soon as he uttered these words, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows, standing before Wu Rulong. Upon seeing the person's face, Shen Zilei and the others were taken aback. The figure wore a mask, obscuring their identity, yet they sensed that the individual was at least a peak quasi-emperor. It could only be either Li Tianran or Li Shuqing. Zhan Xinchong took a deep breath, his expression grim, for they had not anticipated that the Li dynasty would dispatch a peak quasi-emperor ancestor. It was worth noting that even their three dynasties had only one peak quasi-emperor ancestor each. They would not have awakened such power unless faced with the threat of annihilation. Now that the Li dynasty had sent forth a peak quasi-emperor, there was no room for them to underestimate the situation. What shall we do now? Shall we merely stand by and watch as Wu Rulong faces peril? Gao Zhanchao inquired, his eyes shifting. After taking a deep breath, Shen Zilei replied, "What is there to fear? Have you not sensed the opponent's aura? It is exceedingly weak, indicating that their lifespan is nearly spent. They are not at their peak, and with three of us, we can easily wear them down." With that, Shen Zilei and Zhan Xinchong stepped forward, and Gao Zhanchao, seeing no other option, sighed in resignation and followed suit. At the same time, Li Tianran felt a heavy weight in his heart upon sensing the emptiness within the Wu Merchant Association. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Wu Rulong would take such precautions. However, there was no turning back now. He could only move to retrieve Wu Rulong. With this thought, Li Tianran fell silent and charged toward Wu Rulong. Yet, just as he was about to reach Wu Rulong, three figures appeared before him, blocking his path. Upon seeing their faces, Li Tianran's expression grew grave. He had not expected the three great dynasties to dispatch three peak quasi-emperor level protectors for Wu Rulong. But even knowing this was too late, and he might not be at a disadvantage against them. "You three, either leave or perish." Li Tianran's voice emerged hoarsely, his form shrouded in layers of disguise, rendering his identity indiscernible. Zhan Xinchong regarded Li Tianran with a cold scoff, stating, "We anticipated that your Li dynasty would move against President Wu, hence our early arrival to protect him. But you, so thoroughly disguised. Are you Li Tianran or Li Shuqing? If I am not mistaken, it should be that old fellow Li Tianran, for it is no surprise that he would emerge given his dwindling lifespan." It must be said that Zhan Xinchong's analysis proved to be remarkably effective. After hearing his insights, Li Tianran no longer hesitated and launched a lethal strike. Given his current condition, he could not afford to delay the battle any longer. His physical state was deteriorating, necessitating a swift resolution to eliminate Zhan Xinchong and his companions before abducting Wu Rulong. As Li Tianran advanced towards them, both Zhan Xinchong and Shen Zilei could not help but feel a surge of excitement. These two were seasoned combatants, yet they had not engaged in battle since their ascension to the quasi-emperor realm. The opportunity to fight once more filled them with joy. With Zhang Qianchong and Shen Zilei taking action, Gao Zhanchao followed suit without delay. In an instant, a fierce clash erupted between the three and Li Tianran. However, due to Li Tianran's pinnacle quasi-emperor cultivation surpassing that of the trio, he did not find himself in a disadvantageous position. Yet, this was merely superficial. Given a little more time, Li Tianran would inevitably be unable to sustain himself. Realizing this, he made no further hesitation and summoned the lethal weapon he had brought with him. The three sensed the shift in the atmosphere, their expressions shifting slightly as they realized they had no time to evade. They could only summon their innate spiritual treasures to block the impending strike. Despite their efforts, they were still sent flying, and upon coming to a halt, they could not suppress a mouthful of old blood, their eyes reflecting a hint of shock as they gazed at Li Tianran. This aura, was it an imperial weapon? No, it was a pseudo-imperial weapon. Before Li Tianran floated a long sword radiating an extraordinarily brilliant golden hue, its presence instilling profound trepidation in Shen Zilei and the other two quasi-emperors. Clearly, this surpassed the level of a supreme artifact and reached that of a quasi-imperial weapon. Why was it not a true imperial weapon? Because the trio was acutely aware that if it were a real imperial weapon, the Li dynasty would have long since become the fifth sacred land, and they would certainly not have survived the preceding strike. Nevertheless, even with a quasi-imperial weapon at his disposal, Li Tianran was still far from being their match. The realization of this drove despair into the hearts of Shen Zilei and his companions. They had come merely to protect one person yet found themselves risking their lives. What they did not anticipate was that after severely wounding the three with a single strike, Li Tianran would pay them no further heed and instead turn his focus towards Wu Rulong. His objective had always been Wu Rulong alone. Additionally, the energy expended in injuring the trio had already drained a significant portion of his strength. Should he attempt to annihilate them entirely, he might not even be able to escape. Shen Zilei and the others could only watch helplessly as Li Tianran passed by them, but in the next moment, they noticed something amiss, their expressions subtly shifting. They realized that throughout the ordeal, Wu Rulong's demeanor had remained unchanged. Regardless of Li Tianran's appearance or the fierce battle they were engaged in, Wu Rulong's expression always conveyed a sense of being in control. As if Li Tianran posed no threat whatsoever. Chapter 31. Wu Hao takes action, dispatching a pinnacle quasi-emperor with a flick of his finger. Father, why aren't you taking action? Wu Rulong pondered curiously as he observed the clash between Li Tianran and Shen Zilei's group. Patience, now is not the time. Let us observe for a moment, Wu Hao conveyed through secretive means. Hearing this, Wu Rulong could only bide his time. From the very beginning, he had known that his father had returned and was concealed, silently observing everything. Although uncertain of his father's current realm, Wu Rulong chose to trust him unconditionally. The greater one's cultivation, the more one could sense the terrifying power his father once wielded. After all, he had casually bestowed upon him 100,000 top-tier spirit stones, and the resources provided over the years far exceeded those of any sacred land. Thus, any member of the Wu family could easily surpass disciples from sacred lands in strength. When Wu Rulong saw Li Tianran defeating Shen Zilei's trio and approaching him, he remained unfazed, confident that his father would intervene. True to his expectations, in the next moment, Wu Hao appeared before Wu Rulong. Regarding Li Tianran with an expression of utter calmness, leave or perish, Wu Hao asserted he could discern that even if he did not strike Li Tianran, the latter could not endure for much longer. It would be better to allow him to experience the agony of a slow demise. However, Li Tianran was merely startled momentarily by Wu Hao's appearance before resolutely attacking. He had no retreat left. He could either slay Wu Hao and abduct Wu Rulong or escape in disgrace, only to suffer a painful demise from the backlash of his lifespan within 6 months. The former option was far more appealing to Li Tianran. Upon witnessing Wu Hao's emergence, the expressions of Shen Zilei and his companions shifted to one of shock. If there were hidden figures nearby, they would have undoubtedly sensed them. Yet, they had not detected Wu Hao's presence at all. This indicated that Wu Hao's cultivation level was undoubtedly above theirs, having reached the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. The thought sent shivers down their spines. Fortunately, they had not attacked Wu Rulong earlier but had chosen to protect him. Otherwise, had Wu Hao intervened, their demise would have been certain. However, The current situation was no less dire. Li Tianran wielded a pseudo-imperial weapon, his strength far exceeding that of a typical pinnacle quasi-emperor, and it seemed Wu Hao might not be his equal. Li Tianran shared this sentiment as he wielded the pseudo-imperial weapon and charged at Wu Hao. But in the next instant, an astonishing scene unfolded. Wu Hao merely extended 2 fingers, effortlessly intercepting the pseudo-imperial weapon's devastating strike, which could have obliterated the entire Li dynasty. Li Tianran's eyes widened in disbelief. It was evident that Wu Hao's power surpassed anything he could have imagined. "You are not merely a quasi-emperor. You are an emperor," he exclaimed, his tone filled with shock, even forgetting to maintain his disguise. If Wu Hao were indeed an emperor, then his pretense would bear no significance. Wu Hao could easily uncover his identity. Moreover, apart from recognizing Wu Hao as an emperor, Li Tianran could hardly fathom how he could so easily withstand a full-force strike from a pseudo-imperial weapon. Nearby, Shen Zilei and his companions were likewise left in stunned silence. They had initially believed Wu Hao to be a mere pinnacle quasi-emperor, only to realize he was likely an emperor. It was common knowledge that the Xintian realm lacked any emperors, whether overtly or covertly. There had not been a single emperor in existence. It was said that a grave calamity had befallen the Xintian realm long ago, severing the path for future generations to ascend to emperorhood. Consequently, the highest cultivation attainable in the present Xintian realm was merely that of a pinnacle quasi-emperor. If they had merely speculated that Wu Hao was an emperor earlier, the subsequent events solidified their conviction. As Wu Hao applied slight pressure with his fingers, cracks resembling a spider's web appeared on the pseudo-imperial weapon, and in the next moment, it shattered completely. "Hey, I haven't even taken this seriously yet. How did your pseudo-imperial weapon break so easily?" Wu Hao remarked, his gaze filled with mockery as he looked at Li Tianran. Witnessing this, Li Tianran felt a whirlwind of fury and fear. He had never anticipated encountering an emperor in his lifetime, and even more critically, one who stood as an enemy to the Li dynasty. Resolving that he would never betray his dynasty, Li Tianran attempted to self-destruct before Wu Hao. However, it was evident that Wu Hao would not permit him to do so. In a mere flick of his finger, Wu Hao struck down Li Tianran before he could even initiate his self-destruction. After dispatching Li Tianran, Wu Hao sighed in exasperation. "Sigh, I haven't even tried seriously yet. How did he die so quickly?" Though Shen Zilei and his companions found Wu Hao's demeanor somewhat pretentious, they held no intention of rebutting him, for he undeniably possessed the credentials to be so. Having confirmed that Wu Hao was indeed a formidable emperor, they disregarded their injuries and hastily approached him. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving our lives." It was no jest. The Wu Hao before them was an emperor. While they were uncertain how he had ascended to such heights, it did not deter them from seeking to curry favor with him. After all, an emperor's might was far more formidable than that of an imperial weapon. Although a quasi-emperor wielding an imperial weapon could match the combat prowess of an emperor, the latter would never grant a quasi-emperor the opportunity to wield an imperial weapon, at least, not one with considerable strength. "Rise. Given that you fought to protect my son, accept these 3 elixirs. They will aid in restoring your injuries," Wu Hao said thoughtfully as he tossed 3 elixirs to Shen Zilei and his companions. Upon receiving the elixirs from Wu Hao, they scrambled to catch them, knowing that even if Wu Hao were to offer them excrement, they would have to accept it with a smile and exclaim how fragrant it was. Such was the terror of an emperor. Upon observing the quality of the elixirs, Shen Zilei and the others could not help but gasp in awe. They were imperial-grade elixirs. The elixirs are indeed categorized by rank, ranging from the lower tiers of Huangxian, Di, and Tian, followed by the saint-level elixirs, the supreme-level elixirs, and finally, the emperor-grade elixirs. As the name suggests, emperor-grade elixirs are intended for the use of emperors. Given their current state, should they consume an emperor-grade elixir, it is likely that its medicinal properties would not only aid in their recovery, but might also facilitate their ascension to the pinnacle of quasi-emperors. Chapter 32. The Fear of the Li Dynasty. Thank you, esteemed elder, for bestowing the elixir. Shen Zilei and his companions truly knelt in gratitude, their voices filled with heartfelt appreciation towards Wu Hao. They had been trapped in the late quasi-emperor stage for tens of thousands of years. Although a breakthrough in minor realms would not extend their lifespans, it nonetheless brought them a step closer to advancing to the emperor level. Who knows, perhaps in their lifetime, they might be fortunate enough to break through to the emperor realm. After all, had not the elder before them also ascended to the emperor level? This indicated that the path was still open for them to reach that height. All right, you may return now. By the way, do not share today's events with anyone, nor should you take action against the Li dynasty. If the Li dynasty dares to harm my son, it is only fitting that my son seeks retribution. Wu Hao instructed Shen Zilei and the others, his gaze serious. A flicker of pity for the Li dynasty passed through their eyes as they hurriedly nodded in agreement before departing. Just as Shen Zilei and his companions turned to leave, a sorrowful voice echoed from behind Wu Hao, "Father, you are being rather unreasonable asking me to annihilate the Li dynasty, aren't you? Do not fret. You have reached the sage realm in less than a century. Given 1,000 years, you should be able to attain the supreme realm. At that time, I shall bestow upon you an emperor weapon. With the enhancement of the emperor weapon, eliminating the Li dynasty should pose no significant challenge." Wu Hao replied with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing his father's words, Wu Rulong was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, his voice filled with astonishment. "Father, do you possess an emperor weapon?" Having spent considerable time in the Xintian realm, Wu Rulong had grown increasingly aware of the terrifying nature of emperor weapons. Only 4 emperor weapons existed within the entire Xintian realm, and it was precisely due to these 4 weapons that the 4 sacred grounds came into being, underscoring their formidable power. Just as Wu Rulong was pondering the implications of his father's possession of an emperor weapon, Wu Hao shook his head and clarified, "Although I do not possess an emperor weapon, I am capable of forging one. In truth, the crafting of an emperor weapon was not exceedingly difficult. If Wu Hao were given a bit of time and taught the crafting techniques to the descendants of exceptional spiritual roots, he could elevate his forging skills to the level of crafting emperor weapons or even celestial weapons in a short span." Upon learning that his father could forge an emperor weapon, Wu Rulong's breath quickened. After acquiring the necessary materials for forging an emperor weapon from Wu Hao, he promptly dispatched orders to gather them. Once the matters concerning the Wu Merchant Association were resolved, Wu Hao chose not to linger, opting instead to return to the central region. After all, his wife was still within the secret realm. Although he could not enter, watching from outside was quite satisfactory. Meanwhile, Li Shukuan was pacing anxiously within the Soul Lamp Hall. In the Xintian realm, once one's cultivation reached the golden core stage, they could channel a trace of their power into the soul lamp, allowing them to gauge the condition of the cultivator by observing the lamp. The extinguishing of the lamp signified death. Li Shukuan waited with bated breath. A sharp crack echoed through the hall, rendering him momentarily stunned as he turned to look there, at the highest point of the soul lamp hall. One of the soul lamps shattered explosively, revealing the name Li Tiangang. Witnessing this scene shattered Li Shukuan's heart. He understood that the ancestor had failed. He could only hope that the adversary had not confirmed the ancestor's affiliation with the Li dynasty at the time of his demise. Soon, Li Shukuan arrived at the forbidden area, and upon learning of Li Tiangong's failure and subsequent demise, the remaining 17 ancestors fell into a heavy silence. Clearly, they had not anticipated that the individual they had once laid alongside in the reincarnation coffin would be reduced to ashes today. Yet, the most shocked among them was Li Suqing. As one of the only 2 pinnacle quasi-emperors within the Li dynasty, he was acutely aware that Li Tiangang possessed a pseudo-emperor weapon. If the assailant were also a pinnacle quasi-emperor, then they should undoubtedly have been unable to contend with Li Tiangang. There were only 2 possibilities. Either the attacker wielded a genuine emperor weapon, or their strength far surpassed that of Li Tiangang. Regardless, neither scenario was something the current Li dynasty could withstand. Realizing this, Li Shuqing's tone grew exceedingly despondent as he transmitted, "Shukuan, from this day forth, do not oppose the Wu Merchant Association any longer. Otherwise, the only fate awaiting the Li dynasty will be extinction." Hearing Li Shuqing's words, Li Shukuan promptly responded, "Understood, Ancestor. I will devise a way to strengthen the relationship between the Li dynasty and the Wu Merchant Association. We will not engage in conflict with them." Li Shukuan was no fool. He understood that the current Wu Merchant Association was not a force the Li dynasty could afford to provoke. It was likely that even if they dispatched all their quasi-emperor ancestors, they would be powerless against the Wu Merchant Association. Thus, for anyone with sense, the best course of action was to cease hostilities with the Wu Merchant Association and seek every possible means to forge a union with them. Only in this manner could the Wu Merchant Association be dissuaded from attacking the Li dynasty. However, while Li Shukuan envisioned a favorable outcome, reality proved harsher. From the moment he dared to instruct his agents to act against Wu Rulong, The demise of the Li dynasty became inevitable. Was this the legacy of the vast quasi-emperors? As Wu Yifan gazed upon the towering structure that had emerged within the vast secret realm, awe filled his eyes. After departing from his great-grandmother's side, Wu Yifan roamed the entirety of the vast secret realm, leaving no fierce beasts or rare treasures unexamined. After all, no one could rival him. Yet, just a day prior, Wu Yifan seemed to sense something and made his way toward the very heart of the vast secret realm, only to discover, unbeknownst to him, a colossal tower rising to a height of 100,000 meters at the center. At this moment, a peculiar thought crossed Wu Yifan's mind, that by entering, he would encounter immense fortune. After contemplating, he could not resist and stepped inside, as his purpose was to seek the legacy of the vast quasi-emperor. And the tower before him was the most likely repository of that legacy. What Wu Yifan did not anticipate was that his arrival would finally unveil the legacy of the vast quasi-emperor. Almost simultaneously with Wu Yifan's entrance into the tower, everyone within the vast secret realm felt a stirring sensation, their faces alight with excitement as they gazed toward the center of the realm. Could this be the legacy of the vast quasi-emperor? Quick, let us go see. It is said that a tower 100,000 meters high has appeared at the center of the vast secret realm, containing the legacy of the vast quasi-emperor. What? Wait for me. I must seize the legacy of the vast quasi-emperor. Instantaneously, all within the vast secret realm surged toward its center, while Wu Yifan, the first to enter the tower, found himself at its core. Chapter 33. Young man, I find you quite appealing. Here lies the legacy of the vast quasi-emperor. At this moment, Wu Yifan had entered the interior of the tower, surrounded by an endless expanse of darkness, as if the entire world had been magnified beyond recognition. Upon extending his consciousness, he discerned that the world before him had grown so vast that it exceeded his ability to perceive it fully. As Wu Yifan turned around, he realized the path he had entered through had vanished entirely, causing his brow to furrow in concern. Yet at that moment, a hearty laugh echoed from behind him. Ha ha ha, young man, have you come here by the guidance of fate? As Wu Yifan turned, he was met with the sight of a massive phantom that had appeared before him. Upon seeing this figure, Wu Yifan's expression momentarily reflected astonishment. Before entering, he had conducted some research on the vast quasi-emperor and recognized that the elder before him was none other than the vast quasi-emperor himself. However, after some contemplation, Wu Yifan concluded that this elder must be a remnant soul left behind by the vast quasi-emperor, prompting him to respectfully bow. Junior Wu Yifan pays his respects to the esteemed elder of the vast quasi-emperor. Ah, indeed, there are still those in this era who remember me, the vast quasi-emperor remarked, evidently pleased with Wu Yifan's response, smiling as he stroked his non-existent beard. Observing the vast quasi-emperor, Wu Yifan let out a resigned sigh before inquiring, Elder, since you are here, does that mean I am able to receive your legacy? Indeed, this is the place of my legacy. Since you entered, I have been observing you. Tio, speak candidly, young man. I find you quite appealing. The vast quasi-emperor replied, suddenly serious after a brief cough. Wu Yifan felt a chill run down his spine. The vast quasi-emperor could not possibly harbor an affinity for men, could he? Upon reaching this thought, Wu Yifan involuntarily retreated 2 steps, contemplating how he might escape should the imposing quasi-emperor decide to take action. Yet, it seemed as though, in the presence of a peak quasi-emperor, the chances of escape were virtually non-existent. However, with his great-grandfather outside, he reasoned that should anything happen to him, his great-grandfather would surely not remain indifferent. Observing Wu Yifan's actions, the imposing quasi-emperor appeared momentarily taken aback, realizing that his words indeed held ambiguity. He then cleared his throat and said, Ahem, my words may have been misleading. What I meant to convey is that your talent is exceptionally remarkable, the most outstanding among all who have entered. Upon hearing this, Wu Yifan finally comprehended the quasi-emperor's intent, yet he still maintained a considerable distance from him. Once the seed of doubt is sown, the stigma has already taken root. The imposing quasi-emperor, feeling helpless, chose not to elaborate further, while Wu Yifan, recalling something, turned to the quasi-emperor and inquired, according to your esteemed words, does this mean I am entitled to receive your inheritance directly? In response to Wu Yifan's eager gaze, the quasi-emperor shook his head. Not quite. Although your talent is indeed extraordinary, the inheritance is something I left behind before my demise. Currently, I exist merely as a remnant of my soul. Thus, even if I hold your talent in high regard, I cannot directly pass on the inheritance to you. Nevertheless, being allowed to enter ahead of others does grant you a slightly higher probability of obtaining the inheritance. Very well, Wu Yifan sighed in resignation. Before being ushered away by the imposing quasi-emperor to undertake the inheritance challenge. After Wu Yifan's departure, it took approximately 10 minutes for the second individual to enter, followed by the third and fourth. Until soon the majority of those present in the imposing secret realm had arrived at the inheritance tower. By now, Wu Yifan had gained a significant lead over them. On another front, having trained for nearly 5 years, Wu Yidao showcased an exceptionally terrifying talent, breaking through to the peak of the Yuaning stage in just 5 years, mere steps away from transcending to the Huashan stage. This revelation left the entire Wu family in shock. With the exception of Wu Hao Darling, with such extraordinary talent, should we not find him a good mentor? That evening, within Wu Xuanyuan's chamber, his wife Li Yulong, having just finished their training session, hesitantly asked while nestled in his embrace. After all, given Wu Yidao's displayed talent, it seemed he could achieve the Saint Realm within 20 years. Yet within the Wu family, only Wu Rulong and Wu Qiyan had reached that level at such a time. There would be no one left to guide Wu Yidao. Hearing his wife's words, Wu Xianyuan began to ponder her sentiments. Indeed, he and his wife had only reached the peak of the Lianshu stage, still a step away from crossing the tribulation. Given the current trajectory, it would not be long before their cultivation fell short of that of their son. Thus, it was indeed time to find a suitable master for him. You raise a valid point, but let us first consult with my elder brother and father regarding this matter. If possible, I believe we should also seek our grandfather's opinion, Wu Xianyuan replied, to which Li Yulong nodded in agreement. A hint of trepidation flashing in her eyes as she recalled Wu Hao. After all, while Wu Hao had never revealed his full prowess, tales of his legend circulated within the Wu family, suggesting that his cultivation was undoubtedly at the level of a supreme being or even a quasi-emperor. Otherwise, he would not be able to safeguard such a vast family estate. Otherwise, the previous emperor of the Li dynasty would not have come to apologize and negotiate peace so eagerly. The following day, Wu Xianyuan gathered Wu Qingquan and others. Upon hearing Wu Xuanyuan's words, they nodded in agreement. Indeed, Yidao is a prodigy of our Wu family. It is imperative we find him a mentor. However, Wu Yidao was a chaos body, and this secret must never be revealed. Otherwise, individuals from the 4 great sacred lands would undoubtedly come to seize him, and should they fail, they might resort to lethal measures. Wu Wandao's remarks prompted Wu Xianyuan and the others to contemplate this issue. It was true that the 4 great sacred lands had a history of destroying prodigies rather than allowing them to flourish, which only solidified their own positions. Should the news of Wu Yidao being a chaos body leak, it was likely that the 4 sacred lands would soon descend upon the Wu family. If Wu Yidao refused to join them, the entire Wu family could face annihilation. After much deliberation, they soon decided to present the matter to their father, Wu Rulong. Upon learning of the situation, Wu Rulong contemplated briefly before deciding to refer the matter to his father. Let your grandfather handle this. When Wu Hao learned that Wu Xianyuan and the others intended to find a mentor for Wu Yidao, he was momentarily dumbfounded. Wait, I am an emperor. When did I need to seek out some mediocre quasi-emperor to be my great-grandson's mentor? Without hesitation, Wu Hao declined. There is no need to find a mentor for Wu Yidao. Simply let him venture out and hone his skills. As long as I am here to protect him, he will encounter no danger. After all, in Wu Hao's understanding, the children of destiny were essentially raised in a free-range manner. Just like Wu Yifan, who had achieved such formidable strength simply by being allowed to grow unfettered. Furthermore, what was destiny? Destiny was merely the right timing. It was impossible to be slain before one's time. Much like Shtong Ba. Chapter 34, Wu Yidao ventures out for training. Mobile phones hit the market. Although Wu Xianyuan and the others harbored some doubts about their grandfather's decision, they did not voice any objections, especially upon realizing that Wu Yidao's talent was on par with Wu Yifan's. Remaining within the Wu family would only hinder his growth. Wu Xianyuan cast a proud glance at Wu Qingquan, as if to say, "Look, my son is equally gifted, if not more so than yours." Who knew that previously, Wu Qingquan had boasted incessantly before Wu Xianyuan and the others about his son's exceptional talent. Alas, he was now reluctantly relegated to being a burden on his own son. Wu Xianyuan and the others could no longer contain themselves. Now that they had an opportunity to retaliate, they would not let it slip away. Thus, in a state of utter confusion, Wu Yidao was sent away by Wu Xianyuan, who, along with Li Yulong, earnestly advised, "Son, remember to practice diligently while you're out there. Stay safe, and if nothing urgent arises, do not contact us. This is for your benefit." With that, Wu Xianyuan and Li Yulong vanished. For communication had become uncomplicated with the advent of mobile phones. Under the guidance of Wu Rulong, the entire Wu family acquired mobile phones and established their family group chat. However, due to the lack of cellular towers in the central region, Wu Hao had yet to join the chat. In the blink of an eye, the day of the mobile phone launch arrived, and the entrance of the Wu Merchant Association in the southern region was thronged with people. When the staff of the Wu Merchant Association opened the doors and saw the crowd, they were momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure and cheerfully called out, "Do not rush. Those here to purchase phones, please line up one by one. Otherwise, we will not sell." Upon hearing this, the throng surrounding the Wu Merchant Association hurriedly formed an orderly queue. Of course, this being the first day of sales, the majority of patrons were cultivators. No ordinary person would part with 10 low-grade spirit stones to purchase a phone without understanding its benefits. Soon, as the queue progressed, the phones began to exchange hands, and under the guidance of the staff, they swiftly learned how to operate them. Marveling at the experience, it was evident that they had not anticipated the Wu Merchant Association to possess such remarkable capabilities, connecting all phones and enabling communication across vast distances, allowing individuals on one end of the southern region to reach the other in mere minutes. Before long, a day had passed. Sitting at headquarters, Wu Rulong wore a relaxed expression, while those around him, like Ouyang Feng and others, appeared somewhat anxious until finally, the awaited news arrived. "President, today our mobile phone sales reached an astonishing 9,500,000 units, 50 million ordinary cultivator versions, 35 million exquisite cultivator versions, and 10 million luxury cultivator versions, totaling a staggering 135,500 spirit stones." Upon hearing this alarming sales figure, everyone present was overcome with excitement, realizing that this was merely the first day, implying that sales would continue to rise. Naturally, Wu Rulong had also made some adjustments to the phones, incorporating formations to ensure their longevity and preventing disassembly, thus averting the risk of replication. Regarding their lifespan, ordinary phones for mortals would expire in 10 years, while cultivator versions would last a century. The exquisite and luxury versions, however, would endure 500 and 2,000 years respectively, as one would expect for higher-priced items. All right, everyone, quiet down. It is time to initiate the various software applications. We cannot afford for our phones to encounter any quality issues on the very first day, Wu Rulong declared, rising to address the assembly. Ouyang Feng and the others responded in unison, "Understood." Meanwhile, the first practitioner from the southern domain to acquire a mobile phone was named Qin Yuming, a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator. Initially, he had been rather bored, but upon discovering that it required only a modest amount of spirit stones and promised both entertainment and assistance in cultivation, he decided to make the purchase. With the assistance of the store clerk, Qin Yuming quickly grasped the phone's functions. Once connected to the internet, he could engage in games and social interactions, and for an additional fee, there were features to aid in cultivation, such as gathering spiritual energy. However, it was evident that Qin Yuming had no immediate desire to utilize the spiritual energy gathering function. After all, if that were his sole intent, he could simply set up a formation without needing a phone. Soon, Qin Yuming stumbled upon an application called Weibo. Upon entering, he discovered that it allowed users to observe the lives of others, regardless of their cultivation level. He clicked through and completed the registration process. He quickly encountered a post from none other than the Emperor of the Divine Dynasty, Shen Wanyun. "Greetings, everyone. I am Shen Wanyun, the Emperor of the Divine Dynasty. From today onward, I have joined Weibo." The screen of his phone displayed the unmistakable visage of Emperor Shen Wanyun. And it wasn't just him. The emperors of the other 3 great dynasties soon followed suit, releasing their videos. Instantly, Qin Yuming found himself gasping in astonishment. "What? I never imagined that such a humble device could be utilized by the emperors of the 4 great dynasties." Unbeknownst to Qin Yuming, the emperors had already been using the most luxurious phones for a week prior to the public launch, far surpassing the general populace of the Xintian realm in their familiarity with the technology. The shock was not limited to Qin Yuming. Other beings in the southern domain and members of the 4 great dynasties shared in his astonishment. Within the flowering sanctum, the leader Morong Huang listened intently to the reports from his scouts. His expression grave. The four great dynasties had branches within the 5 domains, and not long after the phone's release, the 4 sanctums received news of its existence. Interesting. Such a device must be secured by my flowering sanctum. Morong Huang mused, a glint of ambition flickering in his eyes. If he could acquire this technology for his sanctum, it would undoubtedly elevate the flowering sanctum above the other 3, establishing it as the preeminent sanctum. The other 3 sanctums were the Qinglian sanctum, the Roxue sanctum, and the Jinglei sanctum. Upon learning of the phone's existence, the leaders of the Qinglian, Roxue, and Jinglei sanctums recognized the significance of the matter and hastened to the southern domain. Regardless of the circumstances, they were determined to claim the phone for themselves, at the very least. It must not fall into the hands of rival forces. Meanwhile, Wu Rulong remained oblivious to the fact that the leaders of the 4 great sanctums were converging upon his location. As he cheerfully managed his Wu clan merchants, with the phone's release, the net profit of the Wu clan merchants soared to an astonishing tens of thousands of top-tier spirit stones daily. It was worth noting that this was merely a single day's earnings. Over the course of a year, it amounted to a staggering 3.65 million spirit stones, a figure comparable to the combined annual profits of the 4 great sanctums. Given enough time, surpassing the 4 great sanctums would be an achievable goal. Chapter 35. The gathering of the 4 great leaders strange. Has the flowering sanctum's leader departed towards the southern domain in pursuit of the phone? On the other side, Wu Hao's consciousness was capable of enveloping a substantial portion of the central domain. The moment Morong Huang passed by, Wu Hao keenly detected his presence and, deducing the direction of Morong Huang's journey, quickly concluded that he was indeed headed for the southern domain. And what could possibly attract the flowering sanctum's leader to the southern domain, if not the phone? Upon this realization, Wu Hao did not hesitate. He chose to follow discreetly. After all, Morong Huang was a peak quasi-emperor and possessed a genuine imperial weapon. Should he decide to strike at Wu Rulong, Wu Hao's remaining means might not suffice to fend him off. However, as Wu Hao shadowed Morong Huang, he detected 3 other auras nearby, similar to Morong Huang's, all seemingly heading towards the southern domain. Interesting, it appears that this little invention has caught the attention of all 4 great sanctums. Eager to seize it for themselves, Wu Hao mused inwardly, continuing to follow Morong Huang quietly. Despite Morong Huang's status as a peak quasi-emperor, Wu Hao, being in the late emperor stage, was confident that he could remain undetected even at a distance of 2.5 meters. The leaders of the 4 great sanctums moved with remarkable speed and soon arrived in the southern domain, making their way to the Wu clan merchants based on prior intelligence. Just as Morong Huang was about to speak, he sensed something and abruptly turned his gaze to the distance, a cold smile creeping across his face. Lai Tai Bai, I see you have also arrived. As Morong Huang's words fell, a figure clad in azure, wielding a long sword, materialized in the distance, none other than Li Tai Bai, the leader of the Qinglian sanctum. However, there was no hint of camaraderie on Li Tai Bai's face. Instead, he bore a look of resolute determination. What? Just because you can come, I cannot? And you two lurking nearby, come out. With Li Tai Bai's words, 2 more figures gradually emerged from the void beside him. Upon recognizing these figures, Morong Huang's expression darkened further. For they were none other than Lin Shuiro, the leader of the Roxue sanctum, and Lei Wanyun, the leader of the Jinglei sanctum. Morong, do you think you can monopolize everything for yourself? Are you not afraid of us 3 uniting against your flowering sanctum? Lei Wanyun's gaze was laced with coldness. In a 1-on-1 confrontation, the 4 great sanctums would find it difficult to determine a victor. However, in a 3-on-1 scenario, the flowering sanctum would undoubtedly face defeat. Yet, unless absolutely necessary, the 4 great sanctums would never engage in open conflict, for such a war would create ripples capable of unsettling the entire Xintian realm. Ha ha ha, old Morong, do you believe you are the only one with knowledge of this? We are aware and have come as well. The stakes here are too high for you to handle alone. It would be best if you left it to me, Lin Shuiro remarked, stifling a laugh as she looked at Morong Huang. However, Morong Huang resolutely refused her offer. My friends, if you would allow me to take possession of this matter, I, Morong Huang, shall owe you a favor. He proposed. It was absurd. Should any sanctum gain control of this opportunity, it could dominate the Xintian realm within a century, claiming the title of its ruler. If they were to concede this matter to Morong Huang, they would undoubtedly face scorn upon returning to their respective sanctums. Thus, without hesitation, Li Taibai and the others declined his offer. Observing this scene from the shadows, Wu Hao grew curious about how the leaders of the four great sanctums would resolve this situation. Just then, Morong Huang spoke up. Since we cannot attain it, why not destroy it instead? If everyone is unwilling to yield, the best solution is to eliminate this item die in doing so. No one will threaten the standing of our four great sanctums. Morong Huang's tone was remarkably serious. This was the best solution he had devised after considerable contemplation. If he wished to avoid conflict among the sanctums, destruction would be the final recourse. Otherwise, should any sanctum acquire this technology, the remaining three would never allow it to go unchecked. The optimal approach was to obliterate the Wu clan merchants, ensuring that their sanctums would remain at peace. As Morong Huang's words concluded, Li Taibai and the others fell silent, clearly taken aback by Morong Huang's unexpected proposition. Li Taibai spoke first. If you intend to act, then proceed. I will ensure you do not acquire the phone's technology. Or perhaps my Qinglian sanctum may collaborate with the Wu clan merchants. As a reputable sect, Li Taibai would never resort to exterminating an entire lineage. Following Li Taibai's statement, Lin Shuiro chuckled, I am not so ruthless either. Should your flowering sanctum choose to act, then act. However, my Roshue sanctum might not merely stand by. We may even assist the Wu clan merchants. Indeed, such brutality as exterminating an entire lineage was excessive. So she chose to side with the Wu clan merchants. Lei Wanyu nodded in agreement, his expression earnest as he added, observing the countenance of the three of you, had it not been for our equal strengths, Morong Huang would have likely already taken action against you. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Morong Huang inquired, So, how do you propose we resolve this matter? Do you truly believe you can watch as a mere Wu clan merchants ascends to our level? It is quite simple. Let the Wu clan merchants allocate a portion of their profits to us, and in return, we shall provide them with protection. Li Taibai spoke without hesitation, asserting that it would be exceedingly simple to render the Wu Clan Commerce Association incapable of reaching the level of their four sacred lands. All that was required was for the four sacred lands to demand tribute from the Wu Clan Commerce Association. As long as the protection fee paid by the Wu Clan Commerce Association exceeded their remaining profits, the Wu clan would never see the light of day. Lin Shuiro and Lei Wanyu nodded in agreement, sharing this sentiment. However, Morong Huang did not share their views. If that were the case, when would the Wanhua sacred land ever have its day in the sun? Yet, he had no choice but to acquiesce. He could either refuse and become an enemy of the other three sacred lands or collude with them to maintain the status quo. Given his current strength, it was evident that Morong Huang lacked the ability to confront them directly, so he sighed in resignation and agreed. Soon, the four reached a consensus. The Wu Clan Commerce Association would be required to surrender approximately 90% of its revenue to be equally divided among the four sacred lands. This arrangement would ensure that the income remaining with the Wu Clan Commerce Association would still be inferior to that of the four sacred lands, thus extinguishing any ambitions they might harbor of surpassing them. However, such aspirations were but a beautiful illusion. Reality was far more unforgiving. Wu Hao had absorbed their words and sighed helplessly. He merely wished for his son to conduct business prudently, yet there always seemed to be those seeking their own demise. First, it was the Li dynasty, and now it was the individuals from the four sacred lands. Yet, there was no choice but to take action. Based on his understanding of his son, he knew his son would never acquiesce. Thus, he faced a dilemma. Either he would repel the four sacred lords himself or watch helplessly. Chapter 36. The Shock of the Four Sacred Lords. Just as the four sacred lords prepared to summon Wu Rulong, they sensed something amiss, their expressions shifting slightly. The surroundings transformed in an instant, and before the four sacred lords could react, they found themselves in a desolate mountain range far from the Wu Clan Commerce Association, which was ensnared in a formation laid out by Wu Hao. Even if the four sacred lords wished to escape, they found it impossible. Who is it? Show yourself. The expressions of the four sacred lords grew grave. With Lei Wanyu exclaiming in anger, they had not anticipated being so effortlessly taken away in the Xintian realm, leaving them both furious and shocked, though more so in a state of astonishment and fear. As Lei Wanyun's words fell, Wu Hao emerged, clapping his hands and laughing as he approached, saying, Esteemed four, I have long admired your names. Upon seeing Wu Hao, the hearts of the four were filled with disbelief. They had completely overlooked his presence. Even now, as Wu Hao stood before them, they could not perceive his true level of power. In such circumstances, there were only two possibilities. Either Wu Hao possessed an artifact capable of concealing his presence from quasi-emperor level experts, or his cultivation surpassed theirs. They had already reached the pinnacle of quasi-emperor strength in the Xintian realm, with only an emperor being stronger. Regardless of which scenario was true, it was not a favorable situation for Morong Huang and the others. The fact that Wu Hao could appear before them undetected and whisk them away indicated he possessed the confidence to withstand their combined might. Moreover, his acknowledgement of their esteemed names suggested he was aware of their identities and likely suspected they carried emperor-level artifacts. This implied that Wu Hao possessed at least the combat prowess of an emperor. With this realization, the expressions of Morong Huang and the others grew exceedingly grave, preparing for an imminent confrontation. "This esteemed friend, may I inquire as to the purpose of your bringing us here?" Li Taibai inquired with a smile, turning to Wu Hao. After all, it was paramount to ascertain whether this individual harbored intentions of hostility. If conflict could be avoided, it would be most beneficial. In response, Wu Hao glanced at Li Taibai and smiled. "Nothing much, merely that you four covet my assets, which has been rather displeasing." The moment Wu Hao's words reached their ears, Morong Huang and the others were taken aback, clearly not expecting the individual before them to be the true master behind the Wu Clan Commerce Association. However, it was only natural. Had there been no significant figure overseeing the Wu clan, it would have long been obliterated by local forces in the southern region, rather than having developed to the point where the four of them sought it out. Upon realizing that Wu Hao was the true master behind the Wu Clan Commerce Association, Li Taibai immediately relented, looking at Wu Hao with a dry expression. "Esteemed friend, why didn't you say so earlier? We are all part of the same family. How could I possibly covet your assets? That notion is utterly unfounded. Indeed, esteemed friend, how could I ever covet your assets? Everyone in the Xintian realm knows that the Roshui sacred land is the epitome of friendliness and would never bully the weak." Lin Shui Ro chimed in, attempting to feign innocence as it was undoubtedly preferable to avoid conflict. Lei Wanyun followed suit, quickly conceding as well. With the three sacred lords yielding, Morong Huang thought to himself that it would not be too disgraceful to concede as well. And he promptly did so without hesitation. Observing their capitulation, Wu Hao couldn't help but let out a cold laugh before speaking. "Had it not been for my presence, you would have likely acted against the Wu Clan Commerce Association long ago. Do not speak of ignorance as a defense. Since you have made your move, my solution is simple. You four can face me together, and if one of you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall consider this matter resolved." Upon hearing Wu Hao's words, the four sacred lords exchanged glances filled with fury. They believed Wu Hao to be exceedingly arrogant. With their combined strength and emperor-level artifacts, they were equivalent to an emperor in power. Even if the esteemed elder before them was truly an emperor-level powerhouse, he would likely struggle to endure against the four of them. Yet, this was indeed an opportunity. If they could successfully compel Wu Hao to relent or even injure or eliminate him, the Wu Clan Commerce Association would be theirs to dominate. With this thought in mind, Li Taibai and the others exchanged glances and no longer hesitated. Turning to Wu Hao and declaring, "Esteemed elder, we accept your challenge. Let it commence." With that, Li Taibai and the others summoned their respective emperor-level artifacts. The emperor artifact of the Qinglian sacred land took the form of a long sword. The emperor artifact of the Roshui sacred land was a divine water pearl. The emperor artifact of the Wanhua sacred land manifested as a Buddha's wrath tang lotus, and the emperor artifact of the Jinglei sacred land appeared as a lightning spear. Upon summoning their emperor-level artifacts, Li Taibai and the others unleashed their full might upon Wu Hao without holding back. Though they were uncertain of Wu Hao's true cultivation level, choosing to hold back at this juncture would undoubtedly be foolish. With the four peak quasi-emperors wielding their emperor-level artifacts, they could obliterate an entire domain given enough time. Yet, as Wu Hao observed their assault, he felt utterly bewildered. Initially, he had thought that the full force of the four sacred lords wielding their emperor-level artifacts might be sufficient to harm him. However, to his astonishment, he sensed that even if he stood still, the attacks from the four emperor-level artifacts would likely fail to inflict any damage upon him. With a sigh of resignation, Wu Hao merely threw a punch, unleashing a tremendous force that sent the four emperor-level artifacts hurtling away, the residual energy continuing towards Li Taibai and the others. Witnessing this scene, Li Taibai and the others were engulfed in shock and terror. They had anticipated the worst outcome to be Wu Hao effortlessly deflecting their attacks, yet they never envisioned that a mere punch would suffice to disrupt the assault of their Emperor-level artifacts. With the residual force now surging towards them, "Be careful," Lin Shuiruo shouted, summoning her most powerful Emperor technique in a desperate attempt to withstand the impending strike, as did Li Taibai and the others. However, they had not anticipated that even the residual force would send them flying, and as they crashed to the ground, they coughed up quasi-emperor blood, sustaining significant injuries. "Alas, I haven't even begun to take this seriously." "And yet you have already fallen," Wu Hao remarked, looking down at the beleaguered Li Taibai and the others. In truth, he had not been earnest. What they had just witnessed was merely a casual punch. Had he truly unleashed his full power, the entire southern region would likely be annihilated in an instant. Do not underestimate the terror of the Heavenly Emperor's myriad paths. While an ordinary late-stage emperor might require a considerable amount of time to devastate an entire southern region, Wu Hao could accomplish this in the blink of an eye.at that moment. Upon hearing Wu Hao's words, Li Taibai and the others could not help but spit out another mouthful of quasi-emperor blood. They could accept being severely injured by Wu Hao's full power in sending their emperor artifacts flying, but to be gravely wounded without him even exerting 1/10 of his strength was utterly unacceptable. Such humiliation was almost unbearable for quasi-emperors. Chapter 37. The four sacred lords were even more shocked. "Thank you for your mercy, esteemed elder." Despite their injuries, Li Taibai and the others struggled to rise. Addressing Wu Hao with utmost reverence, they could discern that Wu Hao was not lying. Had he been more earnest, they would have indeed met their demise here. "Well, I shall honor my promise. You shall endure my strike and be spared from death. But should you dare to harbor any thoughts of attacking the Wu clan's merchant association again, know this: it will not only be you, but even the sanctuaries behind you that I shall uproot." Wu Hao declared, directing his gaze at Li Taibai and the others. It was not that Wu Hao was incapable of killing them. He simply found it unworthy of his effort, especially considering the aftermath that would follow. For instance, the four major sanctuaries might descend into chaos, and they could foolishly seek revenge, leading to their own annihilation and plunging the Xintian realm into disorder. Although Wu Hao's primary concern was that the Wu family remained unharmed, he was not keen on witnessing such a scenario. Thus, he chose to spare the four major leaders, provided they showed some sense. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Li Taibai and the others expressed their gratitude hurriedly. "Elder, may I inquire as to your realm? Could it be that you are the legendary emperor?" Li Taibai's eyes sparkled with realization as he asked, and Lin Shuiruo and the others also became animated. Previously, in their adversarial stance against Wu Hao, they had not contemplated this deeply, but if Wu Hao truly was an emperor-level powerhouse, did that not imply they might soon break through to that level themselves? As if divining their thoughts, Wu Hao scoffed, "Do not entertain such notions. The Xintian realm cannot yet achieve the breakthrough to emperor. As for myself, I merely stumbled upon a fortuitous breakthrough, and presently, the realm lacks the principles necessary for such advancement. Therefore, no matter your efforts, you shall not reach the emperor level." Upon hearing Wu Hao's words, the excitement within Li Taibai and the others waned, as their lifespans were now merely a couple of 100,000 years. Should they fail to ascend to emperor, they would ultimately face the end of their days, returning to the earth. However, just as despair began to settle in, Wu Hao shifted his tone. "That said, as long as you do not court disaster, there is a chance for you to reach emperor, for the Xintian realm is on the verge of revival. When that time comes, you shall attain the emperor-leveled, this." Li Taibai and the others felt a surge of excitement. Looking at Wu Hao with grateful expressions, "Thank you, esteemed elder, we understand." With that, they promptly turned to depart, eager to return to their sanctuaries and inform their ancestors of the impending revival of the Xintian realm, which would allow them to break through to emperor. Observing their hurried departure, Wu Hao shook his head. In truth, he could not guarantee the veracity of this matter. However, since both of his grandsons were children of destiny, it was destined they would surely overcome that hurdle to become emperor-level beings. Perhaps if one of them ascended to emperor, it could catalyze the revival of the emperor principles throughout the Xintian realm, ushering in a new golden age. Of course, all of this was merely Wu Hao's conjecture, and the specifics would have to wait until the time came. Nonetheless, under current circumstances, it was likely that within a millennium, Wu Yifan would ascend to the pinnacle of quasi-emperor, and Wu Yidao might be close as well. Ultimately, it would depend on the situation at that time. If necessary, once his own cultivation reached a certain level, he could directly facilitate the revival of the entire Xintian realm. It was not beyond the realm of possibility. Meanwhile, within the Wu Clan Merchant Association, Wu Rulong remained oblivious to the fact that the four major leaders had visited once and were taken away by his father. He was currently engrossed in handling the affairs of the association. However, when he finally raised his head, he was startled to find his father standing before him, having arrived unbeknownst to him. "Wow, Dad, your sudden appearance is quite alarming," he exclaimed. "Enough that I have come to discuss something important with you." Wu Hao waved his hand, silencing Wu Rulong before outlining his intentions. Upon hearing Wu Hao's words, Wu Rulong's expression turned contemplative as he began to seriously consider the matter. Indeed, the Wu Clan Merchant Association had grown significantly within the southern region, but there was no trace of the association in the other four regions. If they wished to expand the association further, it was necessary to establish a presence in those areas. Wu Hao's purpose in seeking out Wu Rulong was specifically to encourage him to branch the association into those four regions. Wu Rulong, taking this seriously, looked at Wu Hao and inquired, "So, Dad, who do you intend to send?" "You decide. If you take on the role of branch leader in those four regions, I shall provide an additional 100 top-quality spirit stones annually." Wu Hao granted Wu Rulong the authority to make this decision. Instantly, Wu Rulong felt a bit pressured, yet he could not refuse. After all, he was now the head of the Wu family and could not rely on Wu Hao for everything. "You must begin to rely on yourself. You cannot depend on me for everything. I will only intervene should your life be in danger. The rest is up to you," Wu Hao said earnestly, wishing to cultivate a self-sufficient individual rather than a dependent weakling. Wu Rulong understood this principle and, after a moment of hesitation, firmly replied, "I understand, Dad. Good. Handle this matter promptly. I can provide financial support, but the rest is in your hands." "I will not interfere excessively," Wu Hao instructed before rising to leave, leaving Wu Rulong in deep thought about whom to send. After much deliberation, Wu Rulong concluded that it would be best to hold a family meeting to allow everyone to participate in the selection. Most importantly, it had to be voluntary. Wu Hao, however, did not dwell on such matters. His primary concern was to spread the signal across the entire Xintian realm, ensuring he could continue playing games and browsing videos without interruption. On the other side, within the three major dynasties, Shun Wanyun and the others had also heard that their ancestor had returned but declined to discuss the affairs of the Wu Clan Merchant Association. Their curiosity was piqued. However, without their ancestors' input, they were left powerless to act. Judging by the drastic shift in the Li dynasty's attitude towards the Wu Clan Merchant Association, it was clear that the association harbored formidable experts, rivaling the strongest of the four major dynasties. Otherwise, their ancestor would not have behaved in such a manner. At that moment, Shun Zilei and the others were unconcerned with Shan Wanyun's thoughts. Upon returning to their dynasty's restricted area, they consumed the elixirs granted by Wu Hao to recover from their injuries and began their ascent toward the pinnacle of Quasi-Emperor. Once they broke through, they would no longer need to fear the Li dynasty. Or rather, they had no need to fear them even now, for Li Tianran had already fallen, and even the pseudo-emperor weapon had been shattered. Chapter 38. Obtaining the legacy. Esteemed ones, you must be quite curious as to why I have gathered you all together. As you can see, our Wu Clan's Merchant Association has now grown powerful enough that the southern region can no longer contain us. According to our ancestors' wishes, it is high time for us to expand into the remaining four regions. The purpose of my gathering you is to elect a leader for the branch associations in those regions. Is there anyone willing to step forward? Upon hearing Wu Rulong's words, the members of the Wu clan erupted in excitement. As members of the Wu clan, they were acutely aware of the clan's elevated status within the southern region. It was no exaggeration to say that if they encountered difficulties while conducting business, merely invoking the Wu clan's name would suffice. Should anyone dare to disrespect them, they could have their phone services cut off. Just a question of whether they fear the consequences. Head of the clan? This is a grand opportunity to expand our Wu clan's influence. A deed of great merit. I, Wu Ping'an, am eager to contribute. Head of the clan? I, Wu Anlin, am willing to go forth to enhance our Wu clan's renown. I too am willing. Seeing the enthusiastic responses from the members below, Wu Rulong nodded in satisfaction. Initially, he had anticipated a lukewarm reaction, considering the distance from the Wu clan, but he was pleasantly surprised by the number of individuals eager to venture forth, demonstrating their commitment to the family. With such dedicated members, it would be a challenge for the Wu clan not to soar to great heights. Cough, cough. Enough. This matter will be decided by me. Those wishing to participate may sign up at Qinkuan. Wu Rulong gazed at the assembly and spoke, before turning to depart. Soon, he obtained the list of Wu family members intended to assume the position of branch president of the Wu Clan Commerce Association in the remaining 4 realms. To his astonishment, more than half of the Wu family planned to participate. However, given the gravity of the matter, Wu Rulong was not inclined to make hasty selections. After conducting thorough assessments, he finally determined the roster of individuals destined for the other realms: Wu Wandao, Wu Tiankuan, Wu Qitian, and Wu Shuiying. After all, apart from Wu Qitian, the other 3 had already reached the pinnacle of virtual refinement, qualifying as mid-tier combatants within the Wu family. Sending these 4 was indeed the most fitting choice. After all, establishing a branch of the Wu Clan Commerce Association necessitated strength, alongside sufficient courage and strategic acumen. Otherwise, they would be unable to contend with rival associations. Before long, Wu Wandao and the others approached Wu Rulong. "Father," they addressed him, and Wu Rulong nodded, signaling them to take a seat. Once they were settled, Wu Rulong inquired, "Do you possess confidence in your task of establishing the Wu Clan Commerce Association branch in the other 4 realms?" "Rest assured, Father, if it were merely a commercial conflict, we would have absolute assurance. However, we fear that some may resort to unscrupulous means and strike directly," Wu Qitian replied earnestly. Despite not being the destined one, Wu Qitian possessed exceptional spiritual roots, and considering that even the resources available to the ordinary offspring of the Wu family far surpassed those of the sanctified heirs from holy lands, Wu Tiankuan had already ascended to the peak of the sage realm. Upon hearing Wu Qitian's words, Wu Rulong nodded solemnly. "You are correct, but there is no need for trepidation. I will have Ouyang Feng and his companions accompany you to the northern and eastern realms. As for the central realm, your grandfather is currently there and will undoubtedly provide assistance, so you need not worry." Upon hearing this, Wu Wandao and the others felt reassured. With Ouyang Feng and his companions, who had also advanced to the late Sage King stage with the support of the Wu Clan Commerce Association, their branch would indeed be safer in the central realm, with their grandfather present. It was unlikely that even the Holy Lands could pose a threat to them. Little did Wu Wandao and the others know that their grandfather had already dealt a significant blow to the lords of the 4 great Holy Lands. If they were to discover that the Wu Clan Commerce Association was establishing a branch within their territories, they might even offer protection to ensure its safety in the blink of an eye. 6 months had passed. During this time, Wu Wandao and the others made ample preparations and arrived at their designated locations to establish the branches of the Wu Clan Commerce Association. Initially, challenges arose, but with time, they were destined to expand and strengthen the association, given their solid foundation. Meanwhile, within the resplendent Secret Realms Inheritance Tower, Wu Yifan had ascended to the 5th layer of trials, the final challenge. "Oh, is this a mirror challenge?" Wu Yifan pondered as a shadow materialized before him in the darkness, strikingly resembling himself. However, he quickly shook his head and charged at the figure before him. Though the mirror image mirrored Wu Yifan closely, it was evident that it lacked Wu Yifan's extraordinary growth rate. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Yifan delivered a decisive blow, vanquishing the reflection. As he triumphed over the 5th layer, the cultivators within the tower were still oblivious to the situation when they were abruptly transported outside, leaving everyone present bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Has someone acquired the inheritance of the mighty emperor? Otherwise, how could we have been teleported? Highly probable. Damn it. Who stole my opportunity? If I find out, I will surely annihilate their entire family. It would be best if this individual is from a holy land. Otherwise, they might not escape death. Many cast grave expressions toward the inheritance tower, their concern palpable. Simultaneously, they were deeply curious about who had obtained the inheritance of the mighty emperor. After all, they had barely reached the 3rd layer of trials after such a lengthy period, while the individual who had surpassed them had swiftly conquered the 5th layer. Could they be a sanctified heir from one of the Holy Lands? Amidst the crowd, Murong Shue's expression darkened upon witnessing the scene. Could it be that wretched Su Chaoran has acquired the inheritance of the mighty emperor? What are Chen Feng and the others doing? Why haven't they contacted me yet? Murong Shue had instructed Chen Feng and his companions to inform her once they dealt with Su Chaoran. But now, with no news from them, she began to worry, fearing that the one who had obtained the inheritance was indeed Su Chaoran. If Su Qiaoran truly possessed the inheritance of the mighty emperor, even as the daughter of a holy lord, she might not secure the position of holy maiden. The competition within the Wanhua Holy Land was notoriously ruthless. Only the most gifted could ascend to the role of holy maiden. At that moment, Su Qiaoran remained unaware of the unfolding events, having just broken through to the Great Sage Realm. Chapter 39. The Resplendent Secret Realm closes, Supreme Level Combat Power. Indeed, it is you who has acquired my inheritance. Upon recognizing Wu Yifan as the recipient of his legacy, the mighty emperor of the Resplendent Realm displayed no surprise. After all, he had sensed Wu Yifan's exceptional talent earlier, prompting him to initiate the inheritance. Unlike other inheritances, the legacy of the mighty emperor could only be activated once. If a suitable candidate did not emerge, he would have to relinquish it. Wu Yifan was the strongest talent the mighty emperor had witnessed in a million years, which is why he had chosen to bestow his inheritance upon him without hesitation. Wu Yifan did not disappoint, successfully receiving the legacy. It was merely luck, he humbly responded, for he believed that he was merely slightly more gifted than others, had access to better resources, and enjoyed a bit of luck. If others had obtained his advantages, they might well have surpassed him in achievements. This had always been Wu Yifan's perspective, though the mighty emperor perceived it as mere bravado. Yet, what could he do? This was the chosen inheritor. Young man, you must be the fabled ancient sacred body, am I correct? The mighty emperor's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he resumed the conversation. In response, Wu Yifan did not conceal the truth and nodded. The mighty emperor's expression mirrored that of realization, and he continued, indeed, such formidable physical strength can only be attributed to the legendary ancient sacred body. According to legend, those who cultivate the ancient sacred body to its zenith can even rend an emperor asunder with their bare hands. However, the ancient sacred body bears innate restrictions. Only by gathering specific celestial treasures can one unlock these limitations and attain the legendary ability to tear apart an emperor. I happen to possess a treasure capable of aiding the ancient sacred body in breaking the 8th restriction. Since you have received my inheritance, I shall lend you my assistance. With that, the mighty emperor extended a finger, and a luminous orb shot forth from his fingertip, directly entering Wu Yifan's mind. In an instant, Wu Yifan felt an overwhelming influx of memories surging towards him. Inheritance encompassed not only resources but also insights and combat experience pertaining to that realm, explaining why many who received the legacies of great beings experienced substantial enhancements in their combat prowess. However, such inheritances could only be transmitted after the death of the bestower. Thank you, Senior. Grateful for the inheritance bestowed by the mighty emperor, Wu Yifan felt a surge of confidence. Should he encounter those 3 sage kings now, he could easily defeat them. There is no need for thanks. This is your fortune. It is merely a pity that I will not witness this golden age. Perhaps you may even shatter the curse of being unable to ascend to emperor. The mighty emperor waved dismissively and then looked at Wu Yifan, stating, well, my time is limited. Since that is the case, I shall assist you once more. With a resounding declaration, the magnificent figure of the Emperor of Boundless surged forth, conjuring several precious celestial materials from his storage ring. These treasures, under the Emperor's command, transformed into the purest essence of energy as they approached Wu Yifan, flooding into his being. Without hesitation, Wu Yifan activated the techniques within his body, and with the aid of the Boundless Emperor, the 8th layer of the primordial sacred body's restrictions began to silently shatter, while his cultivation realm rapidly restored, soon reaching the pinnacle of the sage level once more. Approximately an hour passed. The form of the Boundless Emperor began to waver, and just as he was on the verge of vanishing, Wu Yifan successfully broke through the 8th layer of restrictions. Consequently, the combat prowess of the primordial sacred body was entirely restored, rendering it invincible beneath the Emperor tier. In response to Wu Yifan's transformation, the physical power of Wu Hao, outside the realm, also surged dramatically. Though he was uncertain of the extent, he could feel that it surpassed his current cultivation level. This meant that at present, Wu Hao could contend with any Emperor-level adversary simply through his physical prowess, and even challenge those above the Emperor tier. How he anticipated the day when all restrictions of the primordial sacred body would be lifted. On that day, he would be capable of tearing apart an immortal emperor with his bare hands. Wu Hao mused internally, having already discerned the realms above the emperor level. The mortal immortal. True immortal, Golden Immortal, Great Luo Golden Immortal, Immortal King, Immortal Emperor, Immortal Sovereign, and Immortal Emperor. Moreover, based on Wu Hao's understanding, the primordial sacred body was not the pinnacle. It could ascend further with the acquisition of suitable celestial materials. Though what form it would take after such advancement remained unknown to Wu Hao, truthfully, the author had yet to decide. Thank you, esteemed predecessor. One day, I shall ensure that your name resonates throughout the entire Xian Tian realm. Wu Yifan stated earnestly, bowing deeply as he witnessed the boundless emperor's form gradually dissolve into nothingness, acknowledging the grace bestowed upon him and the necessity to repay this karmic debt. Meanwhile, outside the Tower of Inheritance, as the entire secret realm operated based on the legacy of the boundless emperor, its imminent closure was inevitable now that the legacy had been claimed. The cultivators waiting outside the tower had yet to comprehend the situation when they were successively teleported away. Wu Yifan, too, found himself swept away amidst the crowd, a precaution set by the boundless emperor to shield his successor from powerful adversaries who might seek to seize his legacy. At this moment, outside the boundless secret realm, as it prepared to close, individuals from various great factions gathered, awaiting the emergence of their respective talented disciples. However, upon witnessing their disciples' exit, they were taken aback, for under normal circumstances, they should not have emerged for another 2.5 months. Before they could ponder further, the disciples of the 4 great holy lands approached their elders, relaying the news that someone had obtained the legacy of the boundless emperor. Upon hearing this, the elders of the 4 great holy lands exhibited no hesitation, swiftly sealing the area, for the boundless emperor, as a legendary figure, possessed strength that required no elaboration. It was said he had reached the threshold of an emperor. Even the leaders of the 4 great holy lands might not stand a chance against him without the aid of emperor-tier artifacts. Thus, they would never allow the legacy of the boundless emperor to fall into the hands of those outside their ranks. Yet, their speed paled in comparison to Wu Hao's. The moment Wu Yifan emerged, he was whisked away by Wu Hao, unnoticed by any onlookers. Chapter 40. Are you surprised that I emerged alive? Upon inspecting the gathered crowd and realizing that none had obtained the legacy of the boundless emperor, the faces of the elders from the 4 great holy lands darkened significantly. Soon after, the leaders of the 4 great holy lands arrived at the scene, their faces pale, as if they had received unwelcome news. Regardless, the onlookers dared not utter a word. After surveying the crowd, Murong Huang sighed deeply. Very well, let them depart. The one who acquired the legacy of the boundless emperor is not among them. What? Leader, we surrounded this place at the earliest opportunity. How could the other party have escaped? A peak supreme elder expressed disbelief, for as a supreme, he would have sensed any departure. Lai Taibai shook his head. Perhaps it is a method left by the boundless emperor. After all, being the strongest in the Xian Tian realm of his era, we must be wary of his tactics, fearing he employed alternative means to ensure his successor's safe departure. Upon hearing Li Taibai's words, the individuals from the 4 great holy lands found it hard to believe, yet this explanation seemed the only plausible one. As for the legacy of the boundless emperor, if someone had indeed acquired it, the leaders of the 4 great holy lands would have sensed its aura and identified the individual. The inability to locate the legacy's bearer only confirmed that they were truly absent. At that moment, Su Xiaoran scanned her surroundings and, upon noticing Wu Yifan's absence, quickly surmised that perhaps her grandson had obtained the legacy. Simultaneously, she felt immense relief that her grandson had made an early exit. Otherwise, the 4 great holy land leaders would undoubtedly have pursued him relentlessly, unless he sought refuge within their ranks, in which case they might spare him. The next moment, sensing something, Su Xiaoran turned her gaze to a short distance away, where Murong Shui was staring at her with a grim expression, seemingly astonished that Su Xiaoran had survived. Not long ago, Su Xiaoran had become aware that Murong Shui was plotting against her. So she was not particularly surprised. She approached Murong Shui, raising an eyebrow and speaking dismissively. Are you shocked that I made it out alive? How could that be? We are from the same holy land. How could I be surprised by your survival? I am merely astonished that you have broken through to the great sage level. It seems you must have encountered significant fortune within the secret realm. Murong Shui replied, taking a deep breath and forcing a smile. Yet, to Su Xiaoran, this only reeked of insincerity. Spare me your pretense. I know Chen Feng and his companions were sent by you. Just wait. Once I become the holy maiden of the Wanhua Holy Land, I shall make you pay dearly, Su Qiaoran whispered into Morong Shue's ear, her tone dripping with disdain. The Wu family had always been known for their vendettas, a trait that undoubtedly stemmed from Su Qiaoran's lineage. While Wu Hao also harbored grudges, they paled in comparison to Su Qiaoran's resolve. Upon hearing Su Qiaoran's revelation, Morong Shue's pupils flickered in shock. Initially, she had assumed that Su Qiaoran had merely escaped encountering Chen Feng and his companions. However, from Su Qiaoran's words, it seemed she had indeed crossed paths with them, and likely, they had met with misfortune. Morong Shue had only just managed to break through to the pinnacle of the sage level and felt that even if she could not eliminate Su Qiaoran, she could at least contend for the position of Holy Maiden. Little did she know that Su Qiaoran had not only survived but had also avenged herself against Chen Feng and his companions, successfully ascending to the Great Sage Realm. Oh, be clear. The Great Sage Realm was a significant milestone. Throughout the history of the Wanhua Holy Land, few had managed to achieve such a feat before turning 100. Now that Su Qiaoran had become one of them, it was likely she would firmly secure her position as Holy Maiden. With this realization, Morong Shue's murderous intent surged, but she quickly composed herself, taking a deep breath. Very well, let us wait and see. After declaring her intent, Morong Shue turned to leave, aware that she had only 9 years to prevent Su Qiaoran from becoming the Holy Maiden of the Wanhua Holy Land. If Su Qiaoran succeeded, Morong Shue knew she would be unable to remain within the Wanhua Holy Land, having attracted numerous enemies outside. It was only the Holy Land's might that had kept her safe until now. Watching Morong Shue depart, Su Qiaoran remained unfazed. To her, Morong Shue was inconsequential. Had it not been for the schemes against her, their paths would likely never have intertwined. I am infuriated, my dear wife. Should I eliminate her? Wu Hao, the embodiment of pure love, found it hard to contain his rage at the indignity faced by his beloved, contemplating taking drastic action against Morong Shue. However, Su Qiaoran halted him, her expression laced with a cold smile. Darling, this is my adversary. Leave this to me. If you were to eliminate her so easily, it would be too great a favor for her. Observing his wife's expression, Wu Hao silently mourned for Morong Shue for a fleeting moment. Having provoked his wife, Morong Shue had unwittingly entangled herself with a formidable force. Following the failure to locate the heir of the illustrious emperor, the representatives from the 4 great sacred lands, although filled with ire, had no choice but to disperse the gathered crowd as for Su Qiaoran. Upon returning to the sacred land, she and Wu Hao indulged in a tender interlude that alleviated a year's worth of solitude and emptiness. Meanwhile, Wu Yifan, after being taken by Wu Hao, eagerly sought out the 3 supreme kings who had relentlessly pursued him, intent on exacting vengeance. Concurrently, the 3 initial stage supreme kings, who had formerly hunted Wu Yifan, were scouring for him, only to be taken aback by his sudden appearance before them, erupting into uncontrollable laughter. Heh, what a stroke of luck. Kid, will you come with us willingly, or shall we incapacitate you before dragging you along? The leader of the trio, clad in a black robe, stepped forward, utterly oblivious to the fact that Wu Yifan's aura had not only returned to its zenith but had even surpassed it. Upon hearing their taunts, Wu Yifan raised an eyebrow, and after a prolonged pause, he spoke with an air of unparalleled arrogance. I believe there exists a third option. I shall incapacitate you, and then you will escort me to your lair. And after annihilating your stronghold, I shall eliminate you. Chapter 41. Blood Soul Sect. Upon hearing Wu Yifan's audacious proclamation, the 3 were momentarily taken aback, and after a protracted silence, they seethed with anger. You have some nerve, brat. Prepare to die. The moment their words fell, all 3 launched their attacks simultaneously. Having previously witnessed Wu Yifan's peculiar prowess, they were alarmed by his rapid ascent to the level of a supreme king. Were it not for their unique trio combination technique, capable of contending with a late-stage supreme king, they would have been utterly powerless against him. To suppress Wu Yifan's talents and prevent him from surpassing them, they had no choice but to relentlessly pursue him, hoping to incapacitate him swiftly, lest their holy son learn of their failure and condemn them to death. As they attacked in unison, Wu Yifan cracked his knuckles, his expression one of eager anticipation. What a perfect opportunity to test my current strength. I shall begin with merely 10% of my power. With that, Wu Yifan unleashed a punch, the might of his ancient sacred body resting upon his physical prowess, his greatest asset. As Wu Yifan's seemingly ordinary punch was thrown, though the trio's expressions were hidden behind masks, the tremors in their bodies betrayed their fear. "This is bad, quickly defend yourselves." They scrambled to shield themselves. Yet Wu Yifan's punch sent them hurtling through the air, staining the ground with their blood. Wu Yifan was thoroughly pleased with his current strength, even with just 10% of his power. He had gravely wounded 3 initial-stage Supreme Kings. Should he unleash his full might, even a Supreme would falter. Enough games. Let us bring this to a swift conclusion. Wu Yifan resolved without hesitation, intent on swiftly incapacitating the trio and tracing the roots of their backing forces to eradicate them. A faction capable of nurturing 3 Supreme Kings would surely possess considerable depth. The thought of plundering acting in the name of justice, ignited Wu Yifan's fighting spirit further. Heavenly Emperor's Fist. Wu Yifan struck with a punch infused with 30% of his power, sufficient to incapacitate them without needing to unleash his full strength. "This is bad. Invoke the combination technique." The trio's expressions turned grave. They could sense that this punch was beyond their capacity to withstand under normal circumstances. Without hesitation, they activated the combination technique they had mastered. Their skin flushed crimson, and in the next moment, torrents of blood erupted from their bodies, converging before them. This amalgamation quickly coalesced into a shadowy figure. The manifestation of their combined technique, the Blood-Soul Fusion Strike, enabling them to summon the Blood-Soul deity and unleash power far exceeding their own. Yet, upon witnessing their technique, Wu Yifan's expression bore no trace of fear. Rather, he found it somewhat amusing. Previously, he had harbored some trepidation, and had the trio unleashed the Blood-Soul Fusion Strike from the onset, escape would have been impossible. However, even now, with the invocation of the Blood-Soul Fusion, they stood no chance against him. As the Blood-Soul Fusion was executed, the summoned Blood-Soul deity descended, pointing a finger, and in the next instant, a beam of crimson light shot forth, colliding with Wu Yifan's Heavenly Emperor's fist. Unfortunately for them, in but a fleeting moment, the attack was overwhelmed by Wu Yifan's might. The Heavenly Emperor's fist, imbued with terrifying power, surged towards the Blood-Soul deity. Just before it was shattered, the Blood-Soul deity's gaze flickered, as if it had discerned something, but it had no time to utter a word before being obliterated by the Heavenly Emperor's fist. Following the annihilation of the Blood-Soul deity's avatar, the residual force of the Heavenly Emperor's fist surged forth towards the trio, who had no chance to react, being sent flying, crashing through several mountains before finally coming to a halt. When Wu Yifan approached, the trio lay devoid of any aura of power, utterly incapacitated by his single strike. Fortunately, their physical constitutions were robust, else they would have perished in that instant. Gazing at the grievously wounded trio, Wu Yifan's eyes bore no trace of compassion. Had he not managed to escape by chance, he would have long since met his demise. "I do not instigate conflict, yet if provoked, I shall not hesitate to retaliate." This principle, derived from the Wu family code, dictated his actions. "Now, I shall pose questions, and you shall respond. Should your answers fail to satisfy me, I cannot guarantee the consequences." Wu Yifan knelt before the trio. Speaking nonchalantly, the leader of the trio, however, boldly retorted, "Dream on. I will never divulge any information." "Oh, is that so?" Wu Yifan replied with a cold smirk, promptly delivering a fatal blow that silenced the defiant one. At the moment of his demise, shock and terror flooded the faces of the 2 remaining individuals. They had not anticipated Wu Yifan's decisiveness. Was he not supposed to interrogate them first, offer some promise of clemency, like sparing their lives, before they revealed the secrets of the Blood-Soul sect? Why was he killing them outright? "What of you two? Have you formulated your responses?" Wu Yifan inquired, turning his gaze towards the remaining pair. The 2 understood that Wu Yifan was indeed a man who would kill without hesitation, and thus dared not conceal the truth. One among them began to relay the information regarding the Blood-Soul sect when, as if sensing something amiss, his body exploded, showering filth everywhere. Wu Yifan, shielded by his power, remained unscathed, while the other, witnessing this spectacle, stood petrified, unable to utter a word. Wu Yifan furrowed his brow, perplexed. He had intended to extract information about their backing forces from the trio, only to Wu Yifan gazed at the other person with keen interest and said, "The envoy of the Blood-Soul sect nodded hastily in response. Rest assured, my lord, I shall leave the central domain at once and seek out a remote location, ensuring that I shall never cross paths with you again for the rest of my days. You had better do so." Wu Yifan rose from his seat and vanished before the envoy of the Blood Soul sect. The envoy took a deep breath, suppressing his injuries before standing up, determined to depart this place. He vowed never to confront Wu Yifan again. Such a terrifying prodigy was not someone he wished to offend. In less than a century, Wu Yifan had attained power surpassing the Holy Realm, and if given more time, it was likely that even the Blood Soul sect would be unable to contend with him. However, just as the envoy was about to leave, he was enveloped by a shadow. Lifting his gaze, he was astonished to see Wu Yifan smiling cheerfully before him. "Hello there, we meet again. Damn it, if you can't play, then don't." The envoy of the Blood Soul sect quickly realized that Wu Yifan had no intention of allowing him an escape. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to self-destruct, even if it meant his demise. He would ensure Wu Yifan suffered for it. Unfortunately, under the overwhelming disparity in power, he found himself unable to self-destruct, as Wu Yifan effortlessly turned his body into a mist of blood with a single slap. What a waste. "Did you truly believe I would spare you? Don't be foolish." Wu Yifan's expression was cold and indifferent. They had hunted him for so long, and after nearly killing him, how could he possibly forgive them just because they divulged the Blood Soul sect's information? In the realm of cultivation, the greatest taboo was to show mercy. An enemy was an enemy. One must either live or die. Therefore, Wu Yifan did not feel the slightest bit of shame for his actions. After all, only the victor could determine what was deemed despicable. Yet, he had not anticipated the Blood Soul sect to be so formidable, hiding within the God Burial Valley, and possessing a peak quasi-emperor among their ranks. It appeared that he would be unable to seek vengeance in the near future. Wu Yifan was not reckless. He had never been. Upon realizing the strength of the Blood Soul sect, he contemplated and resolved to at least lift the restrictions of the ancient sacred body to the 9th level and reach the quasi-emperor level of cultivation before confronting them. Otherwise, he risked a catastrophic failure. Meanwhile, within the God Burial Valley, known to be the most terrifying forbidden ground in the entire Shantian realm, it had been the site of a horrific battle during ancient times, where countless supreme quasi-emperors and emperors had perished, and the terrifying blood aura lingered, giving rise to dreadful malevolence. Even supreme beings and quasi-emperors feared to tread here. To everyone's astonishment, the Blood Soul sect was indeed concealed within the God Burial Valley. At the center of the valley stood a massive gate frame. Though it appeared unremarkable, passing through it would grant access to the headquarters of the Blood Soul sect. After Wu Yifan had slain 3 Blood Soul sect envoys, 3 soul lamps within the Soul Lamp Hall, which governed the life and death of all members of the sect, extinguished. Observing this, an elder of the sect cast a nonchalant glance before raising his hand to draw the 3 soul lamps into his possession. The next moment, a small rune array materialized in the elder's hand. He activated the Blood Soul secret technique. Countless slender crimson threads shot through the void towards a distant location. In mere minutes, they reached the site where the 3 envoys had been slain. At that moment, Wu Yifan had yet to depart. Just as he intended to turn and leave, he sensed something, furrowing his brow. Before he could react, he beheld 3 slender crimson threads racing toward him from afar. The crimson threads descended upon the spot where the 3 Blood Soul sect envoys had met their demise, and in an instant, the once mist of blood began to coalesce, slowly reviving the slain envoys. However, upon witnessing this, Wu Yifan's brow furrowed deeply. Demonic methods, is this the work of the Blood Soul sect? As his words fell, the 3 envoys completed their resurrection. Yet their demeanor appeared exceedingly bizarre, resembling puppets. Their eyes were blood red, and their auras had intensified significantly, now embodying the initial stage of the Supreme Realm. Observing this scene, Wu Yifan felt a heavy weight in his heart. Resurrection was no trivial matter. Even emperors could not revive the dead, yet the Blood Soul sect was capable of such feats, hinting at a power far beyond Wu Yifan's comprehension. In the midst of his contemplation, the 3 Blood Soul sect envoys seemed to have identified their target and charged toward Wu Yifan with savage cries. Faced with this, Wu Yifan had no time for further thought and could only choose to engage in battle. Although the envoys had been revived and strengthened to the initial stage of the Supreme Realm, they fought like mindless puppets, lacking any coherent strategy. allowing Wu Yifan to swiftly identify their weaknesses and eliminate them one by one. After delivering a crushing blow to the last envoy, Wu Yifan's expression became grave. He was gambling that the envoys would not revive again. Otherwise, even he would undoubtedly be outmatched. The gulf between supreme beings and quasi-emperors was insurmountable. Despite Wu Yifan's rich combat experience, defeating a quasi-emperor with merely the 8th layer of the ancient sacred body's restrictions lifted was implausible. He would need to reach the peak of the supreme realm. Alongside the ancient sacred body's support, to stand a chance against a quasi-emperor, even if they were but puppets. Fortunately, the Blood Soul sect envoys did not revive again, allowing Wu Yifan to finally leave with a sense of relief. After he had slain the envoys once more, the elder of the Blood Soul sect finally opened his eyes and murmured, "To have slain the revived envoys at the initial stage of the Holy King realm, one must be at least an exceptional figure within the Supreme Realm. Our Blood Soul sect should maintain a low profile for now. We shall wait for our master to revive before striking down the enemy." As he spoke, the elder's gaze shifted toward a massive red mountain deep within the Blood Soul sect, which appeared as a crimson peak from a distance. Yet upon closer inspection, one could see countless strands of red blood energy surging, exuding an aura that was both eerie and terrifying. Chapter 43. Murong Shui discovers Wu Hao was, of course, unaware of the Blood Soul sect's affairs. Or rather, at his current level, he was not equipped to handle such matters. Wu Hao only knew that during this period, he had broken through to the peak of the Emperor realm, just a step away from becoming a transcendent immortal capable of looking down upon the entire Shantian realm. He wondered when he might encounter more descendants of the fated children. Perhaps that would hasten his breakthrough into even more powerful realms. Wu Hao mused, contemplating that once his wife concluded her business with the 10,000 Flowers sacred land, he would need to return to the Wu family post-haste to urge them to begin the process of procreation. Meanwhile, Murong Shui instructed her people to investigate Su Qiaoran's experiences over the years. She refused to believe that Su Qiaoran had not a single flaw, aside from lacking the strength and talent to become a saintess within the 10,000 Flowers sacred land. There existed another possibility, that she had engaged in morally reprehensible actions or harmed the interests of the sacred land, thus disqualifying her from becoming its saintess. In the past, there had been a saintess with extraordinary talent who lost her position because of her infatuation with someone. Murong Shui could not believe that Su Qiaoran had committed no immoral deeds over all these years. Finally, after 9 years of relentless effort, a breakthrough came. "Miss, we have made a discovery." Soon, a servant approached Murong Shui, bowing deeply as he presented a recording stone. At this moment, Murong Shui was on the verge of despair. She would have considered yielding her body to become a saintess if it meant achieving her goal, let alone a mere recording stone. However, upon seeing the contents within the recording stone, her eyes brightened instantly. The image revealed the day of Wu Hao and Su Qiaoran's wedding. Su Qiaoran, I never expected you to marry. If word gets out that you wed before becoming a saintess, how many would agree to let you ascend to that position? In the sacred land of Wanhua, the saintess is not merely a symbol of talent and strength. Rather, she embodies the essence of a star, revered by all within the sacred realm. Picture this. Should the day arrive when people discover that their long-admired celebrity has wed, what terrifying actions might they take? It is likely that even the higher-ups of Wanhua would find it impossible to retain Su Qiaoran, unless she were to ascend to the Saint King realm during this period. Yet, how could that be feasible? Meanwhile, Su Qiaoran has finally attained the pinnacle of the Great Saint stage, just a step away from breaking through to the Saint King, having advanced from the late Great Saint stage to the peak. Su Qiaoran has surpassed the innate talents of every saintess in the history of Wanhua.it. Is not far-fetched to suggest she could become an emperor, and of course, this achievement owes much to Wu Hao's support. "Darling, I adore you," Su Qiaoran exclaimed as she showered affection upon Wu Hao, who lay on the bed. He showed no signs of disdain, casually scrolling through Douyin while replying, "All right, I recall that in 3 days. The new saintess of Wanhua will be selected. Let us wrap up matters here and return to the Wu family. After all, Long and the others miss you dearly." Over the past 9 years, the Wu clan's business has successfully solidified its presence within the 5 domains of the Shantian realm, ensuring that mobile signals are accessible throughout, which explains why Wu Hao can view videos from various locales in the Shantian realm even in the central domain. As for any attempts to stir trouble, Naturally, there have been none. After all, the four great sovereigns have just been dealt with by Wu Hao, and it would be unthinkable for them to target the Wu clan. With the four great sacred lands refraining from action, other forces dare not interfere either. Thus, the Wu clan has seamlessly established its operations throughout the Xintian realm. Upon hearing this, Su Qiaoran recalled Wu Rulong's adorable face as an infant and nodded earnestly in agreement. Darling, I promise you, after 3 days, I will announce your existence and return with you to the southern domain. After all, the southern domain is where their journey began, their roots. While they can now communicate directly via mobile phones, Su Qiaoran opted to wait until they could meet in person. After all, a phone call would diminish the element of surprise. Just then, Wu Hao felt a slight tremor, piquing Su Qiaoran's curiosity. Darling, what's the matter? It's nothing, just a minor breakthrough. Wu Hao waved dismissively. Su Qiaoran gazed at him with an expression akin to that of observing a marvel. Darling, you truly are a monster. Thank you for the compliment. Wu Hao responded humbly. Just moments ago, with the assistance of feedback, Wu Hao had successfully broken through the Emperor's bottleneck, achieving the formidable realm of the red dust immortal. In this realm, he felt capable of effortlessly obliterating the entire Xintian realm. And he knew this was not a mere illusion. It was indeed within his grasp. Most importantly, the cultivation method he practiced was extraordinarily powerful, rendering him absolutely invincible at his level, which allowed him to annihilate a lower realm with the prowess of a red dust immortal. All right, prepare for the events in 3 days. I will take you back to the southern domain then. I understand. Time passed quietly, and 3 days soon slipped by, during which the sacred land of Wanhua gradually became bustling with activity. The disciples, who had previously been engrossed in their cultivation, rarely emerging for any affairs, were now stirred by the upcoming saintess election. Who do you think will be this year's saintess? I believe Sister Su has a greater chance. After all, she broke through to the great saint realm 9 years ago, and now she must be even more unfathomable. If Sister Su isn't chosen, I would suspect some foul play. Indeed, I also feel Sister Su stands a better chance. The others are still in the saint realm and simply cannot compete for the position of saintess. I stand by my words. If Sister Su isn't the saintess, I will chop off my own head. Listening to the discussions of the disciples along the way, it was unanimously agreed that Su Qiaoran was the favored candidate for this saintess selection. Murong Shui couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. Just wait, Su Qiaoran. Soon I shall expose your hypocritical facade. Historically, there have been instances in the selections of the saintess where individuals, upon becoming prospective saintesses, developed romantic entanglements, only to be stripped of their titles by the sacred land. Murong Shui firmly believed that Su Qiaoran would ultimately meet a similar fate. Chapter 44. My lord, times have changed at that moment. Within the sacred land of Wanhua, the high-ranking officials had convened. For the selection of the saintess is a momentous occasion in the realm. Murong Huang sat among the esteemed leaders, appearing solemn, yet his face bore a pallor, the injuries inflicted by Wu Hao 10 years prior still unhealed. Nonetheless, he concealed his discomfort, for today was a significant day for the sacred land, and he could not afford any missteps. He pondered how well Xiaoxue was preparing. If she were inadequately equipped, it would be challenging for even a father like him to arrange her ascension to the role of saintess. In his heart, Murong Huang harbored a desire to solidify his position as the Saint Lord by ensuring his daughter Murong Shui was chosen over the more talented Su Qiaoran. However, despite being the Saint Lord, he could not dictate the decisions of the entire sacred land. If he were to disregard the superior talents and beauty of Su Qiaoran in favor of his daughter, it might not sit well with the other high-ranking officials. Contemplating this, Murong Huang fell into deep thought about his next course of action. Meanwhile, within Su Qiaoran's sanctuary, she lay in Wu Hao's embrace. After planting a kiss on him, she rose and said, "Darling, if that is the case, I shall take my leave now. I will announce your and the Wu family's existence once I am named saintess. I await your return." Wu Hao glanced at Su Qiaoran, his thoughts wandering. This selection would likely not be straightforward. Regardless, he was resolute that he would not stand idly by if his wife faced any injustice, especially now that he had surpassed the emperor level, reaching the realm of the red dust immortal. Should the sacred land of Wanhua seek their own demise, he would not hesitate to send them to the depths of hell. Soon, Su Qiaoran donned her attire and made her way toward the grand hall of the sacred land. Concurrently, within the grand hall, the two who had been selected as prospective saintesses Imo Tsaihuan and Lin Yahui, had also arrived. However, both knew their presence was merely a formality, despite their significant progress over the past decade. Having both broken through to the Saint Realm, they were utterly eclipsed by Su Qiaoran's brilliance. Destined to watch her ascend to the role of Saintess, as for Morong Shui, she sat in her designated spot. Eyes closed, lost in thought. The grand hall was filled with disciples from the sacred land, inner disciples and direct disciples within, while outer disciples gathered outside, all there to witness who would ultimately be chosen as the saintess. In truth, they already had a clear answer in their hearts. Su Qiaoran. If she were not selected, they would suspect foul play. As Su Qiaoran arrived, the crowd erupted in fervent cheers. Saintess Su, Saintess Su, Saintess Su. The resounding voices could be heard even outside the sacred land, as disciples, upon seeing Su Qiaoran, were thrilled like fervent fans. Beautiful, kind-hearted, and extraordinarily talented. Who wouldn't adore her? Amidst the enthusiastic cheers, Su Qiaoran merely smiled gently and waved her hand. Thank you all for your affection, but the selection of the saintess is not yet finalized. Please hold your cheers until I am officially named. Saintess Su is so beautiful. I want to have children with Saintess Su. Saintess Su is majestic. If she isn't the saintess, I will stand on my head. Long live Saintess Su. Amidst the fervor, Su Qiaoran stepped gracefully into the grand hall, casting a polite smile at the distinguished elders and the Saint Lord seated at the front. Greetings, esteemed elders. Greetings, Saint Lord Qiaoran. Since you are here, please take your seat, the Saint Lord replied. The elders naturally held a high regard for Su Qiaoran. Thus upon her entrance, they promptly greeted her. The seating arrangement had been preordained. Placing Su Qiaoran beside Morong Xue in no time, Su Qiaoran took her seat and upon observing Morong Shui, who sat with her eyes closed, her brows furrowed involuntarily. Based on her understanding of Morong Shui, such tranquility was utterly uncharacteristic. It could only manifest under one circumstance, when she was assured of victory. However, in terms of strength, talent, and appearance, it was evident that Morong Shui was not her rival in this scenario. The only way for Morong Shui to turn the tide would be if she had uncovered evidence detrimental to Su Qiaoran. Could it be that she found proof of my marriage to my husband? Yet, that shouldn't be possible. Back then, my husband and I had secluded ourselves in the mountains, and no one should have known of our union. Could it be that someone happened to pass by without my notice? Regardless, if Morong Shui were to expose it, I wouldn't hesitate to bestow upon her a grand gift. With such thoughts, Su Qiaoran closed her eyes and began her wait. As the clock struck noon, Emperor Morong slowly opened his eyes and spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, noon has arrived. I hereby announce the commencement of the selection for the saintess of the Wanhua sacred land. I implore all disciples to take out your mobile phones and cast your votes for the candidate you favor. With the emperor's proclamation, the disciples of the Wanhua sacred land quickly retrieved their phones, accessing the official website to vote for the 4 candidates vying for the title of saintess. Indeed, it was a mobile voting system. After the Wu Clan Trading Association had stabilized its position in the central domain for 5 years, Wu Qitian convened a press conference for the mobile phone launch, successfully disseminating the existence of mobile phones throughout the entire central domain. As for Wu Wandao and others, they had also managed to secure the Wu Clan Trading Association and spread mobile phones across the region. The likes of Emperor Morong discovered that mobile phones indeed brought convenience to their lives. And due to Wu Hao's formidable influence, they began to ardently promote the use of mobile phones among the disciples of the Wanhua sacred land. Even the selection of the saintess was conducted via mobile voting, signifying that the Wanhua sacred land had embraced modernity. Chapter 45. The Revelation of Morong Shui. The disciples of Wanhua sacred land enraged. As Emperor Morong's words reached their conclusion, the disciples of the Wanhua sacred land erupted in a frenzy of voting. Of course, the voting privileges varied by rank. Outer disciples had but 1 vote. Inner disciples could cast 10, direct disciples 100, outer elders 1,000, inner elders 10,000, and guardian elders 50,000 votes. As the sovereign, Emperor Morong's vote was worth 100,000. However, relying solely on Emperor Morong's votes would not suffice to secure Morong Shui's position as saintess, thus he had initially ordered his faction to support her. Consequently, the current situation saw Imo Tsaihuan and Lin Yahui as the least favored candidates, having barely surpassed 10,000 votes after half an hour, a figure only achieved due to the pity shown by some voters. Meanwhile, the gap between Morong Shui and Su Qiaoran was not as vast as anticipated. merely differing by 100,000 votes. Su Chaoran had garnered 200,000 votes, while Morong Shui had accumulated 100,000. Had it not been for Emperor Morong's intervention, it was likely that Su Chaoran would have claimed all 300,000 votes. Yet, the situation remained grim, with the disparity between Su Chaoran and Morong Shui consistently holding at 100,000 votes. Observing this, Emperor Morong ceased to conceal his intentions and directly allocated his 100,000 votes to Morong Shui. This action was predicated on the close contest between Morong Shui and Su Chaoran. Otherwise, he would not have voted for her at all. However, as soon as Emperor Morong made his move, the 5 guardian elders also began to cast their votes, 4 in favor of Su Chaoran and 1 for Morong Shui, thereby narrowing the gap and surpassing Morong Shui by 50,000 votes. Before long, the hour of voting elapsed, and the final tallies were announced within the sacred hall. Emote Saihuan with 20,000 votes placed last. Lin Yahui with 50,000 in third, Morong Shui with 350,000 in second, and Su Chaoran leading with 450,000 votes. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the Wanhua sacred land erupted in cheers. Sister Su is incredible. I told you, Sister Su is the true saintess. Long live Sister Su. Thank you for preventing me from going to Chishi. I knew it. If Sister Su weren't the saintess, I would question if there were any underhanded dealings in our Wanhua sacred land. Hearing the disciples' exclamations, the elders who had voted for Su Chaoran wore expressions of satisfaction. After all, they had believed in her potential since her youth. They were confident that if Su Chaoran became the saintess, she would certainly lead the Wanhua sacred land to new glories, restoring its ancient prestige. However, Emperor Morong sighed in resignation. Although he had anticipated this outcome, witnessing it unfold still pained him. Yet, he could not choose to oppose the entire Wanhua sacred land simply to elevate his daughter to the position of saintess. For his strength was far from sufficient to achieve such a feat. Should the disciples of the Wanhua sacred land choose to depart for other sanctuaries, it would be a loss for their land. With these thoughts in mind, Emperor Morong rose to declare Su Chaoran as the new saintess of the Wanhua sacred land. Just then, Morong Shui, who had been with her eyes closed, stood up decisively and interjected. Wait, I have something to say. Upon seeing Morong Shui rise, Su Chaoran furrowed her brows slightly, contemplating if her premonitions were indeed accurate. It seemed she must prepare for the worst. Conversely, Emperor Morong's interest was piqued. Could it be that his daughter had some other scheme in mind? Clearing his throat, he spoke slowly. Morong Shui, what is it that you wish to convey? Morong Shui leisurely walked to the center of the sacred hall. Gazing at the assembly before she began, what I am about to disclose pertains to your beloved saintess, Su Chaoran. Upon hearing Morong Shui directly target Su Chaoran, many of her followers bristled with anger. What was Morong Shui's intent? Was she merely humiliated and lashing out, or did she plan to unveil some scandal? Regardless, our saintess is the best, and we will always protect her. I am eager to see what kind of nonsense Morong Shui has to offer. Many turned their gazes toward Morong Shui, their eyes filled with hostility, eager to witness what she would conjure. However, undeterred, Morong Shui produced a recording stone and addressed the higher-ups of the Wanhua sacred land, stating, Ladies and gentlemen, this device contains footage of our saintess' marriage. I believe it is essential for you all to see what Su Chaoran has been deceiving us about. Without waiting for the crowd to react, Morong Shui played the footage from the recording stone. Before long, images emerged, revealing the day of Su Chaoran's marriage to Wu Hao. Upon witnessing the content, the disciples of the Wanhua sacred land were left in shock. They had never anticipated that Su Chaoran had married, as she was their idol, and the revelation shattered their hearts. Su Chaoran, observing the scene, maintained an air of calm. Her presence in the Wanhua sacred land was solely for the purpose of achieving one outcome, the chance to become the saintess. From the outset, she had never intended to keep this secret from the disciples, merely waiting to announce it post-election. Clearly, Morong Shui's current move provided Su Chaoran with an excellent opportunity. Before Su Chaoran could respond, Morong Shui pressed on, her tone aggressive. Ladies and gentlemen, you have now seen that Su Chaoran entered into marriage before even becoming the saintess. This evidently contravenes the principles of our Wanhua sacred land. I personally believe that Su Chaoran no longer possesses the qualifications to be the saintess. Moreover, I swear upon my life that the footage is entirely authentic. If you have doubts, feel free to verify. As Morong Shui's words resonated, the assembly fell into silence. Yet, contrary to Morong Shui's expectations, The disciples did not rally against Su Qiaoran with disdain, but instead expressed their sorrow, proclaiming, "Saintess, we will not dislike you for being married. You must find happiness. Indeed, if you are wronged, return to us, and we will always be your family. Though it pains us, we sincerely wish for your happiness. Saintess, go, Saintess. You will forever be our best Saintess, Morong Shui." Chapter 46. Emperor Morong speaks. The conclusion is sealed. As Morong Shui contemplated her thoughts, a cold smile unconsciously crept across her face. Indeed, the opinions of the disciples held little weight, although this selection of the Saintess allowed them to participate in choosing their ideal candidate. The most decisive factors still lay firmly in the hands of the higher echelons of the Wanhua sacred land. Even if all the votes from the disciples of the Wanhua sacred land were combined, they would merely tally to a fraction over 100,000 votes. Thus, the ultimate authority rested with the higher-ups. With this realization, Morong Shui's gaze turned hopeful as it fell upon her father, Morong Huang. Naturally, Morong Huang was aware of Morong Shui's intentions, and after clearing his throat, he spoke with righteous authority. Silence. At the sound of Morong Huang's voice, the disciples of the Wanhua sacred land fell silent, directing their attention to him. Without hesitation, Morong Huang declared, "Esteemed colleagues, the disciples of the Wanhua sacred land must always seek the approval of our higher authorities before entering into marriage, especially when it concerns the Saintess. However, Su Qiaoran's reckless decision to marry a stranger contradicts the regulations of our sacred land. Therefore, I hereby announce the revocation of Su Qiaoran's position as Saintess to be succeeded by Morong Shui." Upon hearing her father's words, Morong Shui felt a surge of excitement, her gaze towards Su Qiaoran brimming with pride and provocation. Yet, at that moment, the Grand Elder interjected, "Your Majesty, this action seems rather inappropriate. Qiaoran is the most formidable prodigy our Wanhua sacred land has ever known. Having reached the pinnacle of the great sage before the age of 100, I believe we should extend some leniency towards her." "Indeed, Your Majesty," chimed the second elder, "we have yet to ascertain the identity of her partner. If he is also a prodigy, I feel it would be prudent to grant Qiaoran another chance to remain as our Saintess." Following the remarks of the Grand and Second Elders, the Third and Fourth Elders also voiced their agreement. "Yes, to revoke Qiaoran's position over this matter seems exceedingly unfair. I concur. We must provide Qiaoran with an opportunity." Witnessing the four protectors standing in solidarity, a flicker of anger crossed Morong Huang's face, clearly taken aback that someone as inconsequential as Su Qiaoran could incite such a reaction from the protectors. It is important to note that protectors must reach the late stage of semi-emperor to be recognized as such. Within the Wanhua sacred land, or indeed any sacred land, only those at the Saint King realm can become outer elders, and only those at the supreme realm may become inner elders, while only those above the late stage of semi-emperor can attain the title of protector elder. Among the 5 protectors, only the 5th elder was aligned with Morong Huang. And upon witnessing the other's support for the Grand Elder, he swiftly approached Morong Huang, stating, "Esteemed colleagues, having worked alongside one another for so long, we should all understand that the regulations cannot be altered. The strength of the Wanhua sacred land over the years has stemmed from our adherence to these rules. I acknowledge that Su Qiaoran possesses unparalleled talent as our sacred land's strongest Saintess, but we cannot set a precedent by bending the rules for her. If we were to casually amend our regulations, what would become of the dignity of the Wanhua sacred land? Furthermore, Morong Shui's talent is merely a shade inferior to Qiaoran's. Appointing her as Saintess would not tarnish our reputation. As for Su Qiaoran, we shall not punish her for her errors, but she shall not retain the title of Saintess. This, I believe, is the most prudent resolution." Upon hearing the 5th elder's words, the 2nd elder erupted in outrage. "Nonsense. How can you compare? Qiaoran and Morong Shui are of similar age, yet one stands at the pinnacle of the great sage while the other is merely at the saint realm. There is no basis for comparison. If this were an ordinary matter, I would remain silent. But now we are stifling a promising talent. Am I to stand by and watch? I declare here and now. If Su Qiaoran is not the Saintess, then I see no reason for the Wanhua sacred land to continue." The room fell into stunned silence at the 2nd elder's proclamation, astonished that he would go to such lengths for Su Qiaoran. Morong Huang's expression shifted slightly, darkening as he responded, "Second elder, if you retract your statement now, I shall consider it as if I never heard. You truly believe the Wanhua sacred land is a place for such insolence?" Before the second elder could respond, the Grand Elder sought to pacify him before speaking. Your Majesty, the treatment of Su Chaoran is undeniably unjust. Were Chaoran's talents ordinary, we would not raise any objections. But even at your age, Your Majesty, you were merely at the Saint Realm. With Chaoran's exceptional abilities, leading our Wanhua sacred land to unprecedented heights is a distinct possibility. Therefore, I recommend a more lenient approach. As for her partner, let him face whatever fate awaits him, but it is crucial that we ensure Su Chaoran remains willing to serve as a disciple of the Wanhua sacred land. As the Grand Elder concluded, an inexplicable chill washed over him, though he quickly dismissed it. After all, he was at the pinnacle of semi-emperor, and aside from those of the saint's sovereign level, who could possibly harm him? It must have been a mere illusion. Upon hearing the words of the Grand Elder and others, Murong Huang fell into contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. In that case, Su Chaoran shall be made my personal disciple. However, she can no longer serve as the saintess. Thus, let Murong Shui assume the role. Though the Grand Elder and others hesitated at Murong Huang's decision, they did not object, for they desired Su Chaoran's potential to benefit the Wanhua sacred land. If such a prodigy could be nurtured, they would elevate the Wanhua sacred land above the other three sacred lands, establishing it as the most formidable force in the Xintian realm. Unbeknownst to them, however, was the might of the Wu clan merchants. Had they been aware, they might have thought twice before harboring such audacious thoughts. Once the decision was finalized, Murong Huang turned his gaze toward the assembly, fixing his eyes upon Su Chaoran as he declared, following discussions with the elders, it has been unanimously determined that Su Chaoran is no longer suitable to hold the title of saintess. Therefore, Murong Shui shall assume this position. As for Su Chaoran, I have decided to accept her as my personal disciple. Su Chaoran, do you consent? Upon hearing Murong Huang's pronouncement, the disciples and attendants erupted in fervent protest, deeming the decision utterly unreasonable. From the very beginning, they had expressed confusion over the sacred land's protocols regarding the assessment of disciples' partners, but due to the reverence for the Wanhua sacred land, they had remained silent. However, now that the regulations had directly impacted their beloved saintess, they could no longer stand idly by, for this was the saintess they revered. Murong Huang paid little heed to their sentiments. They were merely disciples who would come to accept the situation with time. What mattered most was Su Chaoran's response. If she agreed, then the second daughter could remain. If she refused, she would have to be eliminated without exception. Su Chaoran remained silent for a moment, her head bowed, before raising her gaze to meet the eyes of Murong Huang and the others, her expression icy as she retorted, I was unaware that the sovereign and the elders were so hypocritical. Simply because I have chosen to marry, you strip me of my right to be the saintess, while a mere Murong Shui, lacking in both talent and beauty, is deemed worthy. If this is the stance of the sacred land, then I refuse. As she spoke, Su Chaoran's gaze was resolute, unwavering as she addressed Murong Huang and the others. Moreover, based on her understanding of the Wanhua sacred land, she suspected that this matter would not end here. They might even go so far as to eliminate her husband. Had she known the true nature of the Wanhua sacred land's leaders, she would have preferred to live with her husband in the southern region from the outset. With Su Chaoran's declaration, the disciples outside erupted in fervent cheers. Saintess Su is magnificent, truly the best saintess in my heart. Go, saintess. No matter what, I recognize you as the true saintess. Murong Shui is nothing but refuse. If the sect operates this way, then there is no reason for the Wanhua sacred land to continue. Upon hearing Su Chaoran's defiance, Murong Huang and the others' faces darkened with fury. Impudent, Su Chaoran, how dare you? This sovereign is merely acting in accordance with the regulations. The fact that I have not completely revoked your status is a tremendous grace. Yet you repay this kindness with ingratitude and reckless words. Do you seek death? Among the many saints of the Wanhua sacred ground throughout history, there have indeed been individuals who dared to stand against the established norms and privately pledge their lives to others without the sacred ground's endorsement. However, the outcomes were invariably dire. Each was stripped of their cultivation and their title as saint, meeting a tragic fate. Upon witnessing this, Murong Shui internally cried out, Su Chaoran, continue. I wish to see you brought low and reduced to a source of humiliation for all. What of death? If the Holy Lord and others insist on this course, then I, Su Chaoran, hereby withdraw from the Wanhua sacred ground. Becoming a saint was the goal set for Su Qiaoran since she was taken in by the inner elders of the Wanhua sacred ground. And throughout the years, she had relentlessly pursued this ambition. It could be said that the title of saint had become an obsession for her. Yet now, faced with the choice between becoming a saint and her beloved husband, she found the title to be of lesser significance. As Su Qiaoran's words fell, everyone present was taken aback, clearly unprepared for her unexpected decision. In the next moment, an elder stepped forward, confronting Su Qiaoran with an expression of fury. Su Qiaoran, was it my intention to raise you only for you to act in this manner? Now, apologize to the Holy Lord and plead for his forgiveness. Only then can you hope to escape with your life. The elder who stepped forward was Lin Tianyi, the inner elder who had previously taken in Su Qiaoran, possessing supreme peak cultivation. However, his heart raced with anxiety. Having raised Su Qiaoran, he had long regarded her as his own daughter, and he could not bear the thought of watching her perish before him. With this in mind, Lin Tianyi turned to Morong Huang and the others, saying, Holy Lord, esteemed guardians, I implore you to grant me a measure of leniency. Qiaoran spoke out of momentary anger. Allow me to take her away for a time of reflection. With that, Lin Tianyi intended to lead Su Qiaoran from the scene. Su Qiaoran recognized her adoptive father's intentions were for her sake, and thus she allowed him to guide her away. Yet, how could Morong Huang swallow this affront? Having recently suffered indignities at Wu Hao's hands, he was not about to endure another. The next moment, Morong Huang's furious voice echoed, Elder Lin, you ask for leniency? What face do you have before this holy lord? Do you wish to let this matter slide? Unless you accept a challenge from me, I shall cast Su Qiaoran from the Wanhua sacred ground. Hearing this, Lin Tianyi's pupils dilated in shock, clearly unprepared for Morong Huang's audacious demand. After all, given Qiaoran's talent, she could surely break through to the peak of quasi-emperor rank, or even reach the level of a great emperor. Despite his years of diligent service to the Wanhua sacred ground, he had not anticipated being so utterly disrespected before Morong Huang. Lin Tianyi knew that if he accepted Morong Huang's challenge, he would surely perish, yet if he refused, it would be Qiaoran who met a grim fate. Resolute, he gritted his teeth and declared to Morong Huang, Holy Lord, I accept your challenge, proceed. At these words, Morong Huang's expression darkened further. He had initially intended for Lin Tianyi to back down, but now that Lin Tianyi had gone this far, he could not afford to hesitate, lest he himself lose face. With that thought, Morong Huang unleashed a powerful palm strike. Employing only a fraction of his strength, whether Lin Tianyi would survive now depended on his luck. Chapter 48. Wu Hao takes action, Morong Huang falls. Though it was but a fraction of his power, it was still a force at the peak of the quasi-emperor level, not something Lin Tianyi could withstand. He had already steeled himself for death. However, Su Qiaoran was not prepared to let Lin Tianyi meet his demise. With a deep sigh, she spoke, Husband, are you not going to make a move? The crowd could not grasp the meaning behind Su Qiaoran's words, but in the next moment, they understood that a figure appeared before Lin Tianyi, effortlessly dispersing Morong Huang's attack with a mere gesture. This scene left everyone in attendance astounded. They could hardly believe that someone had intervened to save Lin Tianyi from Morong Huang's wrath, especially given Morong Huang's current state of fury. Did this person not fear provoking him further? Morong Huang himself was evidently enraged, yet upon seeing Wu Hao's visage, a jolt of shock coursed through him, and his body involuntarily trembled. How could he forget? He could never forget the day 10 years prior when Wu Hao had made a mockery of him and the other 3 holy lords, reducing them to powerless spectators. Meanwhile, the higher-ups surrounding them had not noticed Morong Huang's unusual reaction. Upon witnessing someone block his attack, particularly one of the elders who typically opposed Lin Tianyi, they erupted in outrage. Boy, who exactly are you? What audacity to meddle in the affairs of the Wanhua sacred ground. Do you not fear the Holy Lord's wrath that could obliterate you here? Indeed, do not think that merely blocking the Holy Lord's attack makes you impressive. The Holy Lord merely exerted a fraction of his strength. Though you appear unscathed now, you are likely gravely injured. Holy Lord, I beseech you to take action against this insolent wretch, to preserve the honor of our Wanhua sacred ground. Numerous elders joined in, clamoring for action. However, at this moment, Morong Huang harbored thoughts of eliminating them all. To strike at Wu Hao? What audacity! The four holy lords, along with the emperor weapon, could not contend with Wu Hao. How could he hope to do so? Silence! Murong Huang's sudden fury sent the previously vocal elders into silence, exchanging bewildered glances. Meanwhile, on Wu Hao's side, Lin Tianyi, having been saved, turned to Su Qiaoran, piecing together her earlier words. Qiaoran, is this your partner? Yes, master, this is my partner. Su Qiaoran replied, her eyes filled with affection as she gazed at Wu Hao. Though Lin Tianyi could not discern Wu Hao's cultivation level, the ease with which he had deflected Murong Huang's attack suggested his strength was formidable. Yet, how could it be so? The Holy Lord had not unleashed his full power, and with the Holy Lord wielding an emperor weapon, unless Wu Hao was a great emperor, he would surely not stand a chance against him. Just as Lin Tianyi was about to plead on Wu Hao's behalf, Murong Huang swiftly approached Wu Hao. To everyone's astonishment, he bowed without a moment's hesitation. Senior, I was unaware that the Saintess's partner was you. I sincerely apologize for any offense. Had I known, I would never have refused. I implore you, grant our Wanhua sacred ground a chance. Lowering his head, Murong Huang swallowed hard. He was acutely aware of Wu Hao's might. The very thought of angering him over Su Qiaoran's affair sent chills down his spine, for it could spell disaster for the entire Wanhua sacred ground. Murong Huang's demeanor left all present astounded. It was clear even to the most naive that his attitude toward Wu Hao stemmed from fear of his overwhelming power, not from any foolishness in apologizing to an unknown individual. The five guardians, positioned not far away, wore grave expressions, sensing that Wu Hao emitted no aura whatsoever. A feat beyond the capability of an ordinary person. He must be at least a great emperor. The realization struck them like ice-cold water. A living great emperor? Currently, there were no living great emperors in the entire Xintian realm. Even the four sacred grounds relied on emperor weapons to contend with great emperors. Yet if one were to truly appear, the sacred grounds would not necessarily stand a chance. This highlighted the terror of a great emperor. If the individual before them truly was a living great emperor, then Murong Huang's demeanor was entirely justified. The atmosphere surrounding them grew eerily silent as Murong Huang bowed in apology, so quiet that each could hear the rapid beat of their own hearts. Yet, Wu Hao would not let Murong Huang off so easily, stating coolly, "You believe that a mere apology is sufficient for absolution. Where is the fairness in that? Very well, since you previously exerted a fraction of your strength against Elder Lin. You shall now accept a strike from me with the same force. Should you do so, we shall let this matter rest. How does that sound?" Upon hearing Wu Hao's words, Murong Huang's expression turned grim. After all, he had previously unleashed a fraction of his strength, and neither he nor Li Taibai could withstand it. Could he truly endure it alone now? However, he was no longer in a position to make a choice. If he refrained from making a decision, it was likely that Wu Hao would annihilate the entire Wanhua sacred land. With this thought, Murong Huang took a deep breath and turned to Wu Hao, conceding, "I agree, and I hope that the senior will honor your promise." In his heart, Murong Huang contemplated that Wu Hao's strength could not have surpassed that of the emperor in just a decade. It was improbable that he had undergone any significant transformation. Although a mere layer of power would inflict severe injury upon him, it was far preferable to being vanquished by Wu Hao's unrestrained might. With this in mind, the next moment, both Wu Hao and Murong Huang appeared in the skies above the Wanhua sacred land. As Murong Huang summoned the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus, preparing for the encounter. Wu Hao finally made his move. With a simple gesture, he shattered all of Murong Huang's preparations, even demolishing the pride of the Wanhua sacred land, the imperial weapon, the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus. In an instant, that single gesture obliterated Murong Huang, which could be considered a merciful gift from Wu Hao, allowing him to depart without suffering. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers from the Wanhua sacred land were utterly astonished, unable to fathom that their lord had been slain by Wu Hao even under the protection of an imperial weapon. Although they could not ascertain whether Wu Hao had indeed only employed a layer of power, none dared to inquire, fearful that he might direct a similar gesture towards them. After eliminating Murong Huang, Wu Hao returned to Su Qiaoran, whose eyes were filled with shock, clearly taken aback by her husband's overwhelming strength. Initially, Su Qiaoran had believed that Wu Hao had merely reached the pinnacle of quasi-emperor cultivation, but it now appeared that he had transcended to the legendary status of an emperor. While her curiosity about how he had achieved such cultivation lingered, Su Qiaoran dismissed the thought of asking. If her husband wished to share, he would do so willingly, and there was no need for her to pry. Chapter 49. Do you have any objections to making him the Holy Lord? What? Do you have any objections? Wu Hao approached Su Qiaoran, enveloping her in his embrace, then turned his gaze toward the 5 great guardians, who evidently wore expressions of resentment. Wu Hao had eliminated Morong Huang. Yet the value of an imperial weapon far surpassed that of a quasi-emperor at its peak. The destruction of the imperial weapon signified the obliteration of the foundation of the Wanhua sacred land, rendering it unable to maintain its standing among the 4 great sacred lands. How could the 5 guardians not be incensed? However, due to Wu Hao's overwhelming strength, they could only feign smiles and say, "No, no, senior, you have done well. We have long found Morong Huang displeasing. Thanks to your intervention, he has been dealt with. Otherwise, we too would have been compelled to take action against him." "You had better," Wu Hao replied with a wry smile. Then turned to Lin Tianyi, speaking with utmost seriousness. "Thank you, Uncle Lin, for your care of Qiaoran over the years." With that, Wu Hao bowed deeply to Lin Tianyi, leaving him somewhat flabbergasted as he quickly assisted him back up, saying, "There is no need for such formalities, my friend. After all these years of care, I consider Qiaoran as my own daughter. It is only natural for me to step forward." Upon hearing this, Wu Hao shook his head and stated earnestly, "This is different. Were it not for Uncle Lin, I might never have encountered my Qiaoran. Now that the Wanhua sacred land lacks a holy lord, why not take on the mantle yourself?" This was Wu Hao's way of repaying Lin Tianyi. By becoming the holy lord of the Wanhua sacred land, he would utilize his resources to assist Lin Tianyi in breaking through to quasi-emperor, or even emperor, thus honoring Lin Tianyi's nurturing of Su Qiaoran over the years. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianyi instinctively objected, "My friend? If Uncle Lin is willing, simply call me Wu Hao," Wu Hao insisted earnestly. Seeing this, Lin Tianyi could only sigh and reply, "Wu Hao, with my current strength and experience, I am not yet fit to assume the role of Holy Lord of the Wanhua sacred land. You should retract this proposal." Wu Hao, however, shook his head. Once he made a decision, he would not waver. The 5 great guardians, having overheard Wu Hao's words, initially felt anger surge within them, but soon a glimmer of realization sparked in their minds. Indeed, the current Lin Tianyi was no ordinary peak sovereign. He had the backing of Wu Hao, a true emperor. If Lin Tianyi were to become the Holy Lord, it would signify that Wu Hao would serve as the Wanhua sacred land's protector. With this thought, the Grand Elder stepped forward, addressing Lin Tianyi without hesitation. "Elder Lin, I believe you are the most suitable candidate to become the new Holy Lord of our Wanhua sacred land. You should not be so modest. Senior Wu must have his reasons for proposing this." "Indeed, Elder Lin, please accept this position." "No, we should now refer to you as Holy Lord Lin," the other elders chimed in. Recognizing that the demise of Morong Huang had paved the way for a powerful emperor as their ally. Perhaps even Morong Huang himself could not have anticipated how swiftly the people of the Wanhua sacred land would transition from mourning his loss to celebrating the acquisition of an emperor's support. Upon seeing so many standing in favor, Lin Tianyi displayed hesitation, turning to Su Qiaoran. "Qiaoran, what do you think I should do?" "Master, please accept the offer." Su Qiaoran smiled from Wu Hao's embrace. Hearing his daughter speak in such a manner, Lin Tianyi found himself devoid of any reason to refuse and nodded in agreement. Thus, Lin Tianyi became the new Holy Lord of the Wanhua sacred land. Meanwhile, Morong Shui was left in disbelief, clearly shocked that her father had perished, and that the Wanhua sacred land was now compelled to ingratiate itself with others. "No, I disagree. How can you act so disrespectfully to my father? He sacrificed himself for the Wanhua sacred land," she exclaimed, her demeanor unraveling. Yet the Grand Elder merely scoffed. "Humph, how dare you speak? Is this not the result of your father's own offenses against Senior Wu? He brought this upon himself." Turning to Morong Shui, he continued, "And you? Why do you interfere when Senior Wu and the Saintess are such a perfect match?" With that, the Grand Elder disregarded Morong Shui's incredulous expression and turned to Su Qiaoran. Speaking with utmost sincerity, "Saintess, you are truly deserving of the title. Might I inquire if you are willing to once again assume your position as the Saintess of our Wanhua sacred land?" The Grand Elder's tone was exceedingly obsequious. After all, Su Qiaoran's significance was magnified by her association with an emperor. Should Su Qiaoran accept the role of Saintess, the Wanhua sacred land would undoubtedly ascend to the forefront of the 4 great sacred lands. However, Having discerned the true nature of the Wan Hua sacred land, Su Qiaoran had no desire to become the saintess and shook her head, saying, "Let it be. I have no wish to reclaim the title." With Wu Hao's emergence, her original plan of becoming the saintess to be closer to him had lost its meaning. Upon hearing Su Qiaoran's response, the Grand Elder intended to say more, but upon meeting Wu Hao's icy gaze, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if any further words would ignite Wu Hao's wrath. With a resigned sigh, the Grand Elder acquiesced. "Since this is your decision, Saintess Su, we shall respect it. However, the doors of the Wan Hua sacred land will always remain open for you. And you, Murong Shui, due to your slander of the saintess, your qualification as saintess will be revoked, with Lin Yahuan assuming the role instead." Upon hearing the Grand Elder's proclamation, Murong Shui's eyes widened in disbelief, furiously retorting, "How dare you? I am the rightful saintess, the one with the greatest talent. Lin Yahuan cannot compare to me." Beside her, Lin Yahuan, who had been a passive observer, was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. However, once she regained her composure, she excitedly declared, "Thank you, esteemed elders, for your support. I, Lin Yahuan, vow to uphold the dignity of the saintess position and will not bring shame to our Wan Hua sacred land." Chapter 50. Returning home despite Murong Shui's futile rage, she could not alter the minds of the guardians. After all, the turmoil stemmed from her actions. "Murong Shui, the trouble you have caused has resulted in this significant upheaval. Therefore, we shall strip you of your cultivation and expel you from the Wan Hua sacred land. Do you have any objections?" The Grand Elder cast a gaze of utter indifference towards Murong Shui and spoke a single sentence that sealed her fate. At that moment, Murong Shui understood the gravity of her situation. Should she continue to be obstinate, she would undoubtedly face execution here. Although she had been stripped of her powers and banished from the sacred land of 10,000 flowers, her innate talent would allow her to swiftly regain her former strength and ascend to the realm of saints. Furthermore, her exceptional gifts could secure her a respectable position in another sacred land, potentially even enabling her to break through to the status of a quasi-emperor, thus avenging her grievances one day. With this thought in mind, despite her seething rage, Murong Shui could only suppress her fury and nod in compliance. In the next instant, the Grand Elder acted decisively, unleashing a terrifying force of quasi-emperor level upon Murong Shui, stripping her of all her cultivation. Gradually, her visage began to age before their eyes, over 90 years of age. Without the support of her formidable powers, she would inevitably transform into a frail old woman. Yet, Murong Shui remained silent, for her foundation and roots still existed. Given time, she could rapidly restore herself to the saint realm. She could not believe that, apart from the sacred land of 10,000 flowers, the entire Xintian realm would not have room for her. When the opportunity arose, she vowed to make everyone present pay the price. To ensure that all would recognize that she was not the one at fault, but rather this world. "Esteemed elders, may I take my leave?" Murong Shui expressed her desire to depart this sorrowful place. Turning to walk towards the exit, the elders did not obstruct her. In their view, Murong Shui's actions did not warrant death, and this was already the most lenient punishment. However, just as she was about to leave, Wu Hao spoke up, "Stop." Upon hearing Wu Hao's command, Murong Shui's steps faltered slightly, and all present turned their curious gazes towards him, eager to discern his intentions. Murong Shui turned slowly, respectfully inquiring, "Senior Wu, do you have any further words to share?" It must be noted that despite Murong Shui's transformation into an elderly figure, her inherent beauty remained apparent, preserving a certain elegance. She believed that as long as she maintained a humble demeanor, Wu Hao would not press her too harshly. Yet, she misjudged. Wu Hao was not swayed by moral coercion, for had he been, he would not have ended up in the Xintian realm after an incident involving an elderly lady crossing the street recklessly. Gazing at Murong Shui, Wu Hao emitted a cold chuckle, his tone devoid of warmth as he remarked, "We have merely settled the grievances between the sacred land of 10,000 flowers and yourself. Now, we must address the enmity between you and my wife. Wouldn't you agree, my dear wife?" He turned to look at his spouse, Su Qiaoran, who smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, Su Qiaoran then directed her gaze towards Murong Shui. Her voice laced with lethal intent. "Murong Shui, 70 years ago, while I was out training, you sent people to hunt me down. Fortunately, I survived and met my one true love. Initially, I had no intention of holding this against you. After all, had it not been for you, I might never have encountered my husband. However, upon my return to the sacred land of 10,000 flowers, you insisted on provoking me time and again. By sheer luck and strength, I managed to live on, but 9 years ago, in the vast secret realm, you sent the flower-picking trio to pursue me. Had it not been for my great-grandson's presence, I would surely have perished. Our enmity is one that cannot end until one of us is dead. Unless you perish today, this matter will not be resolved. Upon hearing Su Qiaoran's words, Murong Shue's pupils constricted in shock. She had not anticipated that Su Qiaoran would divulge such details. The surrounding disciples, upon hearing her words, recalled something, their expressions shifting slightly as they remarked, "Indeed, I remember that 70 years ago, senior sister Su was indeed missing for 5 years, returning only afterwards. Yes, during that time, many within the sacred land proclaimed that senior sister Su had died outside and would not return, but that rumor was dispelled upon her return. Goodness, if what senior sister Su says is true, then Murong Shue is truly a heartless viper. Mother is right. Indeed, the more beautiful a woman, the more deceitful she can be. Yes, astonishing that such a stunning beauty as Murong Shue could resort to treachery. Truly, a woman's heart can be the most venomous." Listening to the murmurs around her, Murong Shue's eyes were filled with murderous intent as she realized that from the moment Wu Hao had stood up, her fate had been sealed. With this realization, she turned her gaze to Su Qiaoran, her voice heavy with malice. "Su Qiaoran, today you may have triumphed, but I, Murong Shue, will never concede defeat. Should the opportunity arise, I will undoubtedly return to seek you out. I swear it." With that declaration, Murong Shue resolutely severed her own life force before the eyes of all present. Witnessing this scene, Su Qiaoran felt a profound sense of relief. She did not believe she had acted wrongly. Had she not been more skilled, it might have been her life extinguished. Wu Hao's words, uttered in a mere thought, caused Murong Shue's body to disintegrate into dust. Her demise absolute, beyond the possibility of resurrection. "Very well, everyone. Now that this matter has been resolved, my wife and I must take our leave," Wu Hao announced, embracing Su Qiaoran as he turned to the elder protectors and then addressed Lin Tianyi. "Producing a storage ring. Uncle Lin, this contains resources sufficient for you to break through to the pinnacle of Quasi-Emperor. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges, do not hesitate to contact me. Here is my WeChat ID." Having said this, Wu Hao handed the storage ring to Lin Tianyi and proceeded to add him as a friend on WeChat. His actions clearly conveyed to the elder protectors that Lin Tianyi had his backing, and they would be wise to assist him in becoming the next sacred lord if they wished to avoid dire consequences. The protectors understood Wu Hao's intentions and sighed, recognizing that while they had lost an imperial weapon, they had gained a powerful ally in an emperor. Moreover, by ingratiating themselves with Wu Hao, they might even learn methods to ascend to emperor themselves. After completing all arrangements, Wu Hao smiled at Su Qiaoran and said, "My dear, let us go home. Yes, husband, let us return home." Chapter 51. The excited Wu Rulong, the new chosen one. Within the Southern Domain's Wu Clan Trading Association, Wu Rulong was diligently managing the affairs of the clan. After a decade of consolidation, he had successfully advanced to the early stage of the Great Saint Realm. Considering he possessed only a superior spiritual root, attaining this level within 10 years was quite commendable. "Ah, what a headache," Wu Rulong sighed, stretching lazily as he continued with his tasks, only to receive a telepathic message from his father. "Wu Hao, come home quickly, your mother has returned." Momentarily taken aback by the news, Wu Rulong soon sprang to his feet, excitement coursing through him. "What? Mother has returned?" Upon receiving this revelation, Wu Rulong wasted no time abandoning his work and rushed home. After all, the Wu Clan Trading Association was merely a side venture. Had he not been the heir apparent, he might have abandoned it long ago. When the members of the Wu clan, currently training in the Southern Domain, learned of this news, they hurried back home. Drawn not only by the arrival of their matriarch, Su Qiaoran, but also by the desire to see the enigmatic ancestor, Wu Hao, who had once brought the clan to greatness. At this moment, Wu Hao had returned home with Su Qiaoran to the Wu clan, which referred to the secluded residence they had shared in the mountains. Wu Rulong and the others were well aware of this, so upon learning of their return, they hastened to the mountain home. Upon Wu Rulong's arrival at the Wu clan, he found Wu Hao and Su Qiaoran seated in a swing chair beneath a large tree in the courtyard, both wearing nostalgic expressions as they reminisced about the days when they had lived there. "My husband, do you remember when you first pursued me? How could I forget? I had intended to settle nearby when I unexpectedly found you unconscious by a river not far from here. And I brought you back." Wu Hao reminisced about the past. A smile unconsciously gracing his lips, he recalled how, upon realizing his rather unremarkable talent, he settled in this grand mountain, embracing the philosophy that peace is a blessing. However, one day, while wandering outside, he encountered Su Qiaoran, who was drifting in the river. Without hesitation, Wu Hao rescued her and brought her home to care for her diligently. With his silver tongue, he successfully won her heart and pursued her affection. Su Qiaoran, clearly lost in thought, felt her cheeks flush slightly. She playfully nudged Wu Hao's arm and said, "You still dare to speak? At first, I thought you were a good person. Little did I know. Your intentions in saving me were far from noble. Ha! If my intentions were nefarious, how could I have ended up with the finest wife in the entire Xintian realm?" Wu Hao shamelessly retorted. Causing Su Qiaoran to blush once more, it was a mystery why she often turned crimson. But at that moment, Wu Rulong, unable to contain himself, cleared his throat and addressed them, "Father." Only then did Wu Hao and Su Qiaoran snap back to reality. Su Qiaoran's expression turned serious, yet her gaze remained filled with a hint of reproach towards Wu Hao, as if to say it was his fault for making her appear foolish in front of the child. Once they had composed themselves, Wu Rulong approached them with Wu Qingkuan and others, his heart a tumult of emotions as he regarded Su Qiaoran sitting beside his father. Deep down, Wu Rulong harbored a lingering resentment towards Su Qiaoran, for her departure had deprived him of a mother's love during his childhood. Even though he understood she had left out of fear of their enemies, the bitterness remained, albeit somewhat diminished. Initially, Wu Rulong had resolved not to forgive Su Qiaoran during this encounter. Yet upon seeing her, he found himself unable to harbor hatred for his mother. His eyes reddened as he looked at her and spoke, his voice choked with emotion. "Mother, Rulong, you have suffered all these years." Su Qiaoran replied, her own eyes glistening with tears as she rose and embraced him. Wu Rulong couldn't help but choke back his sobs, and soon, their emotions escalated, culminating in a heartfelt cry. Who could fathom his pain? All Wu Hao ever urged him to do was cultivate. He too longed for maternal love. After weeping in his mother's embrace for quite some time, Wu Rulong finally collected himself, wiping his eyes before asking, "So, are you here to stay? I won't leave this time. Everything has been settled, and it's time for me to remain and watch over my children," Su Qiaoran replied, her face radiating maternal warmth, causing Wu Rulong's heart to tremble. Could this be the legendary love of a mother? However, before Wu Rulong could say more, a strange phenomenon erupted in the distant city of Sunset, swiftly suppressed by Wu Hao's intervention, leaving only Wu Rulong and others as witnesses. "My lord, what is happening?" Su Qiaoran inquired, her expression growing serious as she looked curiously at Wu Hao. "Nothing to worry about. It is merely the birth of your great-grandson, though the commotion is rather substantial," Wu Hao replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. Wu Rulong then recalled, "Ah, today is the day Wan Gu's wife is to give birth." At this, Su Qiaoran's face brightened with joy. If she couldn't carry her grandchild, then she would gladly welcome her great-grandson. With this thought, she turned to Wu Hao and suggested, "My lord, let us return and see what kind of person my great-grandson is." Indeed, Wu Hao agreed, gesturing for Wu Rulong and the others to follow him back to the Wu family residence. Upon arriving, they found Wu Qingkuan and others already gathered, having learned of Wu Hao's return and Wan Gu's wife's impending childbirth. They all wished to see what their nephew would be like. "Father, grandfather." Upon seeing Wu Rulong and Wu Hao enter, Wu Qingkuan and the others quickly rose, their voices filled with respect. After greeting, they noticed Su Qiaoran beside Wu Hao and swiftly deduced her identity. Rushing forward to greet her, "Grandmother." Hearing herself addressed as grandmother by Wu Qingkuan and the others, Su Qiaoran felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. After all, she was not yet 100 years old. And now she was a grandmother, even a great-grandmother? While this might be reasonable for mortals, she was an immortal cultivator, a pinnacle sage. Yet, Su Qiaoran soon accepted the reality of these young men being her grandsons, especially since she had encountered her great-grandson in the vast secret realm. Yes, you must be Qingkuan, Xinyuan, Wan Gu, and Kunlong, right? Aside from Wu Wandao, Wu Tiankuan, Wu Qitian, and Wu Shuiying, who had ventured to the other 4 territories. All members of the 3rd generation of the Wu family were present. As for the 4th generation, Wu Yifan was currently being pursued, while Wu Yidao had entered a top-tier sect to hone his skills. Chapter 52. Wu Li as Wu Hao and the others anxiously waited. The midwife soon emerged, cradling a small, adorable infant. Master, Patriarch, it is a boy. The midwife placed the baby into Wan Gu's waiting arms. Overwhelmed with emotion, Wan Gu marveled at how swiftly he had become a father. Meanwhile, Wu Hao had already scanned the information regarding his great-grandson's identity. Name: tentative fate, child of destiny, reincarnation of an immortal emperor talent, low-grade spiritual root physique, time-space divine body. Remarks: this child exhibits remarkable steadiness. His innate immortal artifact is currently lost. As Wu Hao observed his great-grandson's profile, his expression turned grave. In truth, for a child of destiny, talent was of little consequence. Just as the revered Han Tianzuan was once overlooked when he began cultivating, he eventually became invincible. Moreover, for a child of destiny, the system would not account for talent and would directly provide a feedback multiplier of 100,000 times. Grandfather, grandmother, why don't you give my son a name? Wan Gu asked, cradling his son as he approached Wu Hao and Su Qiaoran, his expression earnest. After glancing at his wife, Wu Hao proposed, Dear, since you have returned, why not let you name this great-grandson? At his words, Su Qiaoran's eyes lit up, and she nodded in agreement. She gazed at the infant, deep in thought. After a while, a name unexpectedly surfaced in her mind. Let us name him Wu Li. I hope he can rise like a towering tree and enjoy a smooth and prosperous life. Is that so? Thank you, grandmother, for the name. Wan Gu exclaimed excitedly, taking his son from Su Qiaoran's hands. However, he soon felt something unusual, glancing at Wu Hao with a serious expression. Grandfather, I sense a powerful force within Li'er. What could it be? Hearing Wan Gu's words, everyone turned to Wu Hao, who pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed, your intuition is correct. Wu Li possesses a unique physique. The legendary time-space divine body it is said that with profound cultivation, one can master the 2 great paths of time and space. Upon learning that his son had such a formidable physique, Wan Gu was initially stunned but then overwhelmed with joy. After all, both his elder brother and second brother's offspring had extraordinary physiques. If his own son lacked one, it would be a source of embarrassment. Though Wan Gu was aware that his son only had a low-grade spiritual root, the Wu family was not short on resources. After all, his 4th brother, Wu Qianlong, also possessed a low-grade spiritual root. Yet under the family's abundant resources, he had miraculously advanced to a high-grade spiritual root. Notes: enhancing the quality of spiritual roots can also alter the system's feedback multiplier. With Wu Hao's strong advocacy, no one in the Wu family now possessed a low-grade spiritual root, and even middle-grade spiritual roots were scarce. Wan Gu, how about entrusting your son to me, his grandmother, to raise? Su Qiaoran suggested, a gentle glow illuminating her face as she regarded the adorable Wu Li. Having never had the chance to care for a child, now that she was a great-grandmother, she yearned to experience the joy of nurturing a young one. Initially taken aback, Wan Gu quickly became enthusiastic and responded, Grandmother, we gladly accept your offer. Though I am not entirely certain what realm my grandmother occupies, judging by my grandfather's prowess, it is evident that as the woman who has conquered him, her strength must be formidable indeed. Furthermore, my grandmother is not one to return to the central domain accompanied by her own child. Within the Wu family, she can observe at her leisure. It is worth noting that even the extraordinary Wu Yifan and Wu Yida did not have my grandfather raise them, but rather awaited the appropriate time to receive his guidance after they were capable of cultivation. In contrast, the fact that my son is being nurtured by my grandmother speaks volumes about the disparity in their strengths. As for Wu Wangu's wife, upon learning of this matter, she felt a tinge of reluctance but ultimately nodded her agreement, recognizing that following Su Qiaoran's guidance would enable her son to reach even greater heights in the future. Regarding Wu Hao, he harbored no objections, provided that this little fellow does not interfere with his and his wife's endeavors in the art of procreation. However, considering Wu Hao's current circumstances, it is likely that even a century of relentless effort with his wife may not yield a child. For according to the principles of cultivation, the mightier the being, the more challenging it becomes to conceive offspring. Presently, I have already attained the pinnacle of the mortal realm, while my wife is on the verge of breaking through to the Saint King level. Under normal circumstances, No, under typical conditions, a mortal would not associate with the Saint King. Ultimately, whether or not we can conceive now truly hinges on fortune. After the birth of Wu Li, I surveyed the current state of the Wu family. While we remain in Sunset City, the scale of the city can no longer accommodate our family. Even my former in-law, Suan, has only managed to reach the peak of the transformation god stage with the support of the Wu family over the years, an achievement he would have never dared to aspire to in his lifetime. Yet, after becoming my in-law, it feels as though he has experienced a dream come true. Well then, let us prepare for the relocation of the entire Wu family. Sunset City has become too small to contain us. Wu Hao directed his gaze towards Wu Rulong and the others, stating that over the years, Wu Qinkuan and others have gradually produced more offspring, but it seems as though their fortunes have waned. It is understandable, as the parents of a destined child require exceptionally strong fates to achieve such. The fact that Wu Qinkuan has managed to have even one destined child is already commendable. To digress, the population of the Wu family has now exceeded 3 figures, and remaining in Sunset City will only stifle our development. Upon hearing Wu Hao's words, Wu Rulong spoke up, "Indeed, father, I was just thinking the same. The Wu family should certainly seek a new location. After all, this place was established for the Wu family before Wu Hao ventured to the central domain to bring back Su Chaoran, which is why Wu Rulong had refrained from relocating the family all these years, waiting for Wu Hao to make the decision." Wu Hao nodded, surveying his surroundings. In an instant, the entire South Domain's landscape unfurled in his mind. At present, Wu Hao possesses the power of a pinnacle mortal, and exploring the South Domain is a trivial endeavor. As for concerns about the scarcity of spiritual energy, they do not occupy Wu Hao's thoughts. With his modest expertise in formations, setting up a small gathering array is a mere trifle. Before long, Wu Hao identified a suitable location for the Wu family's settlement. "I have found a place. Allow me to prepare." Before anyone could comprehend the meaning behind Wu Hao's words, he had vanished without a trace. However, it would not be long before they grasped the significance of his statement. Chapter 53. The Forbidden Land of Annihilation. Indeed, what a magnificent formation of the 9 dragons worshipping the mountain. At this moment, Wu Hao had arrived in the South Domain, in a place known as the Forbidden Land of Annihilation. He gazed contentedly at the towering mountains before him. Before Wu Hao lay 9 mountains, extending over 1,000 miles, and at the end of these mountains stood a colossal peak towering 1,000,000 meters high. From a distance, the 9 mountains resembled 9 dragons lying prostrate on the ground, while the 1,000,000-meter-high mountain appeared to be receiving worship from these draconic forms, exuding an aura of grandeur and might. Witnessing such terrain stirred something within Wu Hao, causing a hint of his aura to inadvertently escape. At that instant, a massive figure silently appeared behind him, opening its gaping maw to bite down on him. Had a typical supreme being been confronted with such a sudden attack, they would surely have been caught off guard and torn to shreds. However, Wu Hao remained utterly still. With a mere thought, a sharp beam of energy shot forth from him, swiftly severing the enormous creature that could have swallowed the entirety of Sunset City. In its final moments, the creature's eyes were filled with disbelief. Clearly astonished that such a seemingly insignificant human possessed such overwhelming power. Observing the fallen beast, Wu Hao furrowed his brow. In truth, he had some knowledge of the Forbidden Land of Annihilation. Each domain harbors a forbidden area. The northern domains is known as the Frost-Devouring Forbidden Land, the western domains as the Dusk Forbidden Land, the central domains as the Eternal Night Forbidden Land, the eastern domains as the Soul-Devouring Forbidden Land, and the southern domains is named the Forbidden Land of Annihilation. It is said that places deemed forbidden are not to be lightly traversed, even by individuals of the Saint Lord level. Wu Hao deeply understood this after his ascension to the mortal realm. Upon achieving this status, he finally gleaned insights into the circumstances surrounding the 5 great forbidden lands. To say nothing of quasi-emperors, even emperors face significant risks upon entering these realms. Nonetheless, for Wu Hao, these matters are hardly a concern. While the affairs of the 5 great forbidden lands may pose considerable challenges for the beings of the Shintian realm, they represent only minor inconveniences for him. Were it not for the necessity of finding a suitable relocation site for the Wu family, he likely would not have ventured into the Forbidden Land of Annihilation. Well, it is best to first deal with the troubles within the Forbidden Land of Annihilation. This terrain is undoubtedly an exceptional choice for the Wu family, and with my grand array, it is likely to ensure the family's everlasting prosperity. With this thought in mind, Wu Hao began to act. In the current Xintian realm, his prowess allows him to tread confidently. Should he wish to remain hidden, even beings of the same pinnacle mortal level would struggle to detect his presence. His earlier emotional outburst had merely been a reaction to the sight of the 9 dragons worshipping the mountain formation, which had attracted the attention of the ferocious beasts within the Forbidden Land. Without delay, Wu Hao traversed the Forbidden Land of Annihilation, swiftly arriving at its center. There, he beheld a towering mountain, atop which countless wisps of dark gas descended, spreading throughout the entirety of the Forbidden Land. Sensing this gas, Wu Hao's expression grew grave. In his perception, the emergence of the Forbidden Land was directly linked to this gas, which had tainted an area spanning millions of miles. Inhaling this gas would cause ordinary beings to swiftly lose their senses, turning them into creatures bent on destruction. The very being that had ambushed Wu Hao moments ago had been corrupted by this mysterious gas. According to Wu Hao's discernment, even those at the tribulation level could not withstand this gas for more than a day, and even those at the saint level risked contamination. However, for Wu Hao, such threats were negligible. They could not even approach within a meter of him. Thus, Wu Hao ascended to the summit of the mountain, where a massive pit awaited him. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt into the abyss. Prior to entering, he had already familiarized himself with the situation inside, so he had no qualms about resolving any issues that might arise. Before long, Wu Hao reached the center of the pit, where he discovered a black orb floating above the ground. Wisps of dark gas emanated from the orb, polluting the entire Forbidden Land. Observing this, Wu Hao approached, intending to absorb the black orb into his storage ring. However, just as he was about to do so, the voice of the system rang in his ears. Ding! Detection indicates that the orb before you is an opportunity for the destined child. Host, please refrain from intervening. Surprised by the sudden reactivation of the long-dormant system, Wu Hao paused momentarily before frowning and inquiring, System, are you saying this orb is an opportunity for the destined child? What does that mean? Ding, it is as stated. Upon hearing this, Wu Hao fell silent for a moment before deciding not to intervene further. Although he could deal with the orb before him, he realized that any interference might ultimately hinder the path of his progeny. Causing him more trouble in the end, it would be wiser to allow his descendants, the destined child, to resolve this matter. Moreover, Wu Hao sensed that the emergence of the 5 great forbidden lands was linked to the presence of this orb, making it perilous even for emperors to enter. Very well, if that is the case, I shall await my descendants to address this issue, although it remains uncertain which of them will take on this task. Wu Hao shook his head and then vanished into the Forbidden Land. As for the matters concerning the new Wu clan, Wu Hao found a location that was slightly inferior to the 9 dragons worshipping the mountain formation within the Annihilation Forbidden Land. Soon, Wu Hao returned to the Wu family and took Wu Rulong to the place he had discovered, instructing him to expedite the construction of the new Wu clan. Upon witnessing the towering mountains before him, Wu Rulong promptly nodded in agreement. With the current power of the Wu Merchant Association, as long as Wu Rulong desired it, creating a brand new sacred ground would not pose a challenge. Furthermore, Wu Hao was capable of forging imperial weapons, which is why over the years, Wu Rulong had been searching for materials to craft such weapons, aiming to ensure that the Wu family would soon possess their own imperial weapon. Wu Rulong did not wish for the Wu family to perpetually rely on his father to resolve their troubles. If they possessed imperial weapons, the Wu family would no longer need to fear any forces at the sacred ground level, even in the event that Wu Hao was no longer present. After returning to the Wu family, Wu Hao also brought Su Qiaoran into the family group chat. At present, only descendants of the 4th generation or higher could enter this family group. Those of the 5th generation and below were unable to join. After Wu Hao added Su Qiaoran, Wu Yifan, who was still training outside, and Wu Yidao, who had joined a top-tier force, curiously sent messages. Wu Yifan, welcome great-grandmother to the group chat, but I am currently being pursued. Please do not cue me. Wu Yidao, greetings, great-grandmother. I am Wu Yidao. I am currently cultivating at Tianwu Mountain. Wait for me, I will return home soon to see you. Wu Sun, welcome great-grandmother to the group, Su Qiaoran. Hello everyone, I am Su Qiaoran, the wife of your ancestor Wu Hao. P.S. The author promises that for every additional 1,000 prompts, 2 more chapters will be added, with no upper limit. Chapter 54, The Blood Soul Sect is on the move within Tianwu Mountain. Wu Yidao was cultivating in his own dojo. After being expelled from the Wu family, he journeyed towards the central domain while training along the way. Perhaps due to fortunate circumstances or his formidable strength, Wu Yidao encountered little danger and smoothly arrived at the central domain. Entering the prestigious Tianwu Mountain. Although Tianwu Mountain was not as powerful as the Wanhua Sacred Ground, it was merely lacking in imperial weapons. Without such weapons, Wanhua Sacred Ground might not even be a match for Tianwu Mountain. Especially, the sect master of Tianwu Mountain, Wu Xingna, was known as the foremost individual beneath the great emperor, undefeated against quasi-emperors, achieving a terrifying record of fighting two at the peak of quasi-emperorship without faltering. As for why he did not join one of the four sacred grounds, it was because those sacred grounds only accepted disciples once every decade, and Wu Yidao happened to miss the opportunity. Reluctantly, he could only join Tianwu Mountain, which, aside from the absence of imperial weapons, was considerably stronger than Wanhua Sacred Ground. Due to his chaotic physique combined with exceptional spiritual roots, upon arriving at Tianwu Mountain for the disciple recruitment ceremony, Wu Yidao caused quite a stir among the powerful figures of the mountain and was directly taken in as a personal disciple by Wu Xingna. Wu Yidao did not disappoint Wu Xingna. Having already reached the peak of the nascent soul realm before joining Tianwu Mountain, he achieved the terrifying realm of peak saint within just 10 short years, being just one step away from advancing to great saint. After breaking through to peak saint, Wu Yidao slowly stood up and murmured to himself, having reached the peak of the saint realm now, I am only 2 major realms away from breaking into the Saint King realm. At that point, the chaotic scriptures of the chaotic great emperor will no longer sustain me. I must return home to seek great-grandfather's assistance. With this thought in mind, Wu Yidao took a step forward, vanishing from the dojo and soon arriving at Wu Xingna's dwelling. Master, the disciple comes to pay respects. As soon as Wu Yidao's words fell, a voice that sounded slightly aged came from beyond the tightly shut door of the dojo. Wu Yidao, come in. As the words faded, the door slowly opened, revealing an elder with graying hair, exuding an aura of overwhelming strength that was immediately apparent. This was none other than Wu Xingna, the sect master of Tianwu Mountain. Upon entering, Wu Yidao wasted no time and directly stated his purpose. Master, the disciple has urgent matters to attend to at home. Upon hearing this, Wu Xingna furrowed his brow, contemplating for a long while before finally speaking. You have been training at Tianwu Mountain for quite some time. It is indeed time for you to descend and see the world. A proper relaxation can enhance your cultivation. However, the day you joined Tianwu Mountain was marked by great fanfare. If you descend hastily, it may provoke the ire of hostile forces. Listening to Wu Xingna's words, Wu Yidao's expression grew solemn. He understood the implications of what Wu Xingna was saying, but he had his own compelling reasons to return. With a sigh, Wu Yidao spoke earnestly, his tone resolute. Master, I have reasons that compel my return. If I cannot go back, my cultivation may suffer greatly. Given Wu Yidao's insistence, Wu Xingna could hardly refuse, and he ultimately acquiesced, even providing him with considerable life-saving items, ensuring that he could withstand threats even from quasi-emperor level adversaries. Moreover, after Wu Yidao's departure, Wu Xingna specifically dispatched an elder of quasi-emperor late stage to covertly protect Wu Yidao. After all, Wu Yidao was their most gifted disciple, and should he grow stronger, Tianwu Mountain would also rise in prominence, as Wu Xingna had anticipated. Shortly after news of Wu Yidao's descent spread, the opposing forces of Tianwu Mountain gathered. Having learned of the event, after all, when Wu Yidao had joined as a disciple, his talent had shocked many factions in the central domain. It could be said that without Wu Xingna's protection, Wu Yidao might have been captured by other forces long ago to prevent future troubles. Yet, even with the passage of time, their nefarious intentions remained undeterred. Speak, what are your plans? On the eve of Wu Yidao's descent, the opposing force known as the Demonic Breaking Valley convened the various hostile factions of Tianwu Mountain to discuss their objectives, focusing on Wu Yidao. After all, if they allowed Wu Yidao to grow stronger, the already formidable Tianwu Mountain would become even more powerful, leaving them with no chance of rising again. Humph, what else can we do? With Wu Xingna protecting him at Tianwu Mountain, we can't touch that kid. But if he leaves Tianwu Mountain, won't we have our chance? A bare-chested, muscular man with numerous scars across his back spoke with a fierce expression. He was none other than the sect master of the Golden Blade sect, Dao Hao Huang, who carried 2 golden long blades on his back. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, eager to eliminate Wu Yidao if possible. Within Tianwu Mountain, the protection of the sect's great formation rendered it nearly impossible to breach. Even with their combined efforts, let alone eliminate Wu Yidao, If an opportunity arose, they would naturally seek a decisive strike. Otherwise, Wu Yidao would likely remain cautious and not easily venture out again. But just then, the leader of demonic Breaking Valley, Imo spoke up. What you all have considered, Wu Xingna must have thought of as well. Therefore, there must be many powerful individuals guarding Wu Yiduo. It is possible that Wu Xingna himself is personally protecting him. Impossible, only Wu Xingna can activate the sect's protective formation, and from what I know, Wu Xingna cannot leave Tianwu Mountain. Thus, he absolutely cannot accompany Wu Yidao out of Tianwu Mountain. The leader of the Qing Snake sect, Shi Wuxin, decisively shook his head. Upon hearing this, everyone seemed to have an epiphany, their eyes lighting up. The top-tier forces they represented only had one quasi-emperor peak expert, and if Wu Xingna could not leave Tianwu Mountain, it meant that at most, only a quasi-emperor late-stage expert would be able to protect Wu Yidao this time. With this in mind, Imo Qinren slowly said, to eliminate the Saint Child of Tianwu Mountain, Demonic Breaking Valley is willing to dispatch a quasi-emperor late-stage elder. The Golden Blade sect, am also willing to send a quasi-emperor late-stage elder. The same goes for the Qing Snake sect. In no time, the 5 leaders of the foremost powers present reached an agreement. Each faction would dispatch a late-stage quasi-emperor ancestor, resulting in a total of 5 such formidable beings set to annihilate Wu Yidao. One must understand that should Wu Yidao become aware of such an extravagant lineup, he would undoubtedly be astonished and likely choose to remain within the confines of Tianwu Mountain, summoning his great-grandfather to intervene personally. However, it is regrettable that Wu Yidao could not do so, as he was on the brink of reaching the bottleneck of the chaotic scriptures, transitioning to the Sacred King. While returning to the Wu family to check on his great-grandmother was one motive. Another was to inquire if his great-grandfather had any information regarding the whereabouts of the remaining chaotic scriptures. After meticulously devising a plan against Wu Yidao, the remaining 4 leaders swiftly returned to their respective factions. As for Imo Qianren, he turned and ventured into the forbidden grounds of the Demon Breaking Valley, where deep within stood a figure shrouded entirely in black robes. If Wu Yifan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize that the attire before him bore the insignia of the Blood Soul Sect's emissary. Yet, the aura emanating from the emissary, standing before Imo Qianren, had already reached the pinnacle of quasi-emperor status. Gazing at the emissary, Imo Qianren's expression grew grave as he spoke. If I were to sacrifice 5 late-stage quasi-emperors, along with a being of a special physique, could that truly aid me in breaking through to the great emperor? Indeed, that is a certainty, the Blood Soul Sect emissary cackled ominously. As long as you become a member of my Blood Soul Sect, not only can you attain the great emperor status, but even ascend to the realm of the Red Dust Immortal, should you desire. A chill radiated from the emissary, and despite being of equal standing, Imo Qianren felt an overwhelming sense of peril from the emissary, realizing that should a confrontation occur, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. At this moment, Imo Qianren, now 500,000 years old, understood that if he did not break through to the great emperor soon, he would perish from the depletion of his lifespan in merely another 100,000 years. Just then, an individual claiming to be an emissary of the Blood Soul Sect approached him, promising to facilitate his ascent to the great emperor, with the condition that he devise a means to lure out 5 late-stage quasi-emperors, in addition to a holder of a unique physique. One must act in their own interest. Thus, even the slightest chance of breaking through to the great emperor is an opportunity Imo Qianren cannot afford to overlook, he reasoned, leading him to acquiesce. It was precisely for this reason that Imo Qianren orchestrated everything personally, while the emissary of the Blood Soul Sect quietly absorbed all that transpired. By the way, why are you so confident that I would agree? Imo Qianren, suddenly recalling something, turned to the emissary, seeking an answer. From the onset of their meeting, he sensed an intense confidence exuding from the emissary, seemingly unfazed by the prospect of rejection. The emissary of the Blood Soul Sect sneered. Ha ha ha, your lifespan is waning. You cannot afford to miss any opportunity, however minuscule, to ascend to the great emperor. We of the Blood Soul Sect do not act recklessly. We have conducted thorough investigations before approaching you. Furthermore, even if you refuse, it matters not, for there are many in the entire Xintian realm who are eager to break through to the great emperor. If you decline, there are plenty of quasi-emperors willing to take your place. Upon hearing these words, Imo Qianren's expression darkened considerably, yet he found himself unable to refute the claim. Indeed, from his understanding of other quasi-emperors, should the opportunity to ascend to the great emperor present itself. They would not hesitate to sacrifice their sect members, if necessary. The nature of immortals dictates that when opportunity arises, they will charge forth without regard for consequences. I must remind you, it is not 5 late-stage quasi-emperors. But sixth, the Blood Soul sect emissary recalled something and interjected. What? You are even eyeing those from my demon-breaking valley? Emo Shinran's expression soured, astonished that even the late-stage quasi-emperors of his own domain had become targets. The emissary of the Blood Soul sect approached Emo Shinran, patting him on the shoulder with a grin. Fear not. Once you ascend to the great emperor, you will have access to as many late-stage quasi-emperors as you desire. Besides, you have no grounds to refuse now, do you? Emo Shinran inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. Indeed, upon achieving the great emperor status, he would become unmatched throughout the Shintian realm, save for the enigmatic Blood Soul sect. With this thought in mind, he regarded the emissary with a hint of trepidation, yet it did not hinder the progression of their scheme. Before long, the moment arrived when Wu Yidao departed Tianwu Mountain to return home. Rest assured, ancestor, I shall safeguard the holy Son, as long as I draw breath. No harm shall befall him. Under the auspices of Marshal Saint Na, a late-stage quasi-emperor ancestor named Chun Wushuang covertly followed Wu Yidao. Marshal Saint Na stood atop Tianwu Mountain, watching Wu Yidao's departure with a heavy sigh. For reasons unknown, a sense of unease gnawed at his heart, as though a calamity were imminent. I hope Yidao navigates this safely. With my capabilities coupled with Elder Wushuang's protection, even a peak quasi-emperor's attack may not reach him. Meanwhile, within the Wu family, Wu Xinyuan, who was in seclusion attempting to break through to the sacred realm, felt a wave of disquiet, compelling him to emerge from his meditative state. What is happening? Why do I feel that something dreadful is about to transpire? The anxiety within Wu Xinyuan was palpable, creating an oppressive discomfort within him. Soon, Wu Xinyuan exited his seclusion, only to find his wife, Li Yulong, standing anxiously before his abode. Her face mirrored his own unease, and upon seeing Wu Xinyuan, her anxiety intensified. Approaching him, she could not restrain herself from speaking. Husband, I feel a profound discomfort in my heart, as though Yidao is in grave danger. Upon hearing his wife's words, Wu Xinyuan exchanged a glance with Li Yulong, and without further hesitation, they made their way towards the residence of his grandfather, Wu Hao. Before long, the pair arrived at Wu Hao's courtyard, where they found him gazing affectionately at Su Chaoran, who was playing with their great-grandson. Wu Lidat that moment, they could not afford to dwell on niceties and promptly conveyed their concerns. Wu Hao's expression turned serious upon hearing their words. Wu Yidao, as the chosen one, was bound to face some tribulations in his lifetime. However, under normal circumstances, calamity should not befall him. Yet, Wu Xinyuan and Li Yulong remained unaware of this, consumed solely by the concern for their child's safety. With a heavy sigh, Wu Hao remarked, "Fear not. I shall investigate the matter." Upon hearing that their grandfather would intervene, Wu Xinyuan and Li Yulong felt a wave of relief wash over them, their worries alleviating significantly. If grandfather were to take action, surely their son would be safe. While still in the central region, Wu Hao had learned that Wu Yidao was cultivating atop Tianwu Mountain. It was not a matter of intentional scrutiny. Rather, as a peak red dust immortal, Wu Hao was but a step away from attaining true immortal status, and his divine sense was expansive enough to discern matters with ease. Thus, upon discovering the potential danger facing Wu Yidao, he set forth directly toward Tianwu Mountain. Meanwhile, Wu Yidao had encountered the 5 late-stage quasi-emperors of the demon-breaking valley. Faced with their malevolent intentions, his expression soured significantly. He had not anticipated that merely descending the mountain would provoke the ire of 5 late-stage quasi-emperors. After all, he was but a pinnacle sacred realm cultivator. At that moment, as Wu Yidao pondered how to navigate this predicament, a figure appeared before him, shouting, "Holy Son, flee! I will handle this." Elder Wushuang, what brings you here? Recognizing the individual instantly, Wu Yidao's countenance changed, a hint of astonishment crossing his features. However, Chun Wushuang did not elaborate, merely stating, "There is no time to explain. You must leave now," before charging toward the 5 formidable quasi-emperors. Seeing this, Wu Yidao gritted his teeth and turned to flee towards Tianwu Mountain, understanding that remaining would only burden Elder Wushuang. a swift escape might afford Elder Wu Shuang a glimmer of hope. Yet, at the very moment Wu Yidao turned to flee, several crimson beams of light shot up from around them, instantaneously forming a scarlet cage that ensnared them within. Chapter 56. A certain death trap? Wu Yifan shines forth. Damn it, were you scheming from the very beginning? Qin Wushuang gazed at the scene before him, then turned his attention to the 5 formidable quasi-emperors standing before him, his expression darkening. However, to his astonishment, the 5 quasi-emperors exchanged glances, equally perplexed. This was unexpected. The script had not foretold such an encounter. Yet, all 5 silently concluded that this must be the work of the opposing faction, realizing that to successfully eliminate the Holy Son of Tianwu Mountain, no mistakes could be afforded. Soon, however, their expressions shifted, as they sensed their own blood qi being relentlessly siphoned away. Not merely their blood qi, but something was amiss. Why was their blood qi being extracted? Who had devised this formation? The patriarch of the Golden Blade sect wore a grimace of fury as he spoke. The others echoed his sentiments, declaring, "It is not the doing of my Green Serpent sect. How could it possibly be the work of my Joyous Union sect?" They protested, each of them realizing that they too were being drained of their strength. "It is not the handiwork of my Iron Puppet sect either." The group directed their gaze towards the patriarch of the Broken Demon Valley, whose expression mirrored their own dismay. Without further thought, the remaining 4 quickly deduced that they had likely been ensnared. At that moment, a messenger from the Blood Soul sect emerged from the shadows, applauding mockingly, "He, splendid, splendid. You have finally taken the bait." Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the Blood Soul sect's envoy, the patriarchs of the Golden Blade sect and others quickly surmised that the current predicament was a result of the enemy's machinations. They noticed Imo Qianren standing beside the envoy. Imo Lianxin's face contorted in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Valley Master, what is your intention?" Imo Qianren's expression remained impassive, showing no inclination to elucidate, perhaps feeling a sense of trepidation in the presence of his sect's elders. However, the messenger from the Blood Soul sect interjected eagerly, sneering, He, can't you see? Your Valley Master has sold you out for a slim chance to ascend to the Emperor realm." This revelation, disbelief washed over the faces of Imo Lianxin and the others. Just then, Chen Wushuang spoke, his tone laced with irrepressible mockery. "How intriguing! I never anticipated that your initial intent to strike against the Holy Sun would result in your betrayal." With Chen Wushuang's words, the patriarch of the Joyous Union sect, Li Shuhuan, altered his tone and proposed, "Let us join forces. If we do not unite now, we may find ourselves unable to escape at all." After a prolonged silence, Chen Wushuang finally acquiesced. "Very well, I will ally with you, but I require you to swear an oath of heavenly law, pledging not to act against me or the Holy Sun henceforth. Otherwise, we shall all face demise together." The others seethed with anger, perceiving Chen Wushuang's proposition as an exploitation of their plight. Yet, it was evident that they had no alternative but to ally with him. Although Chen Wushuang stood at the same quasi-emperor level, his strength far surpassed theirs, at least equating to 2 of them combined. With Chen Wushuang's inclusion, their chances of survival increased significantly. As for Imo Lianxin, having been betrayed by his own Valley Master, he too had lost hope in the Broken Demon Valley and willingly swore the oath. Seeing them all pledge their oaths, Chen Wushuang acted without hesitation, leading them towards the envoy of the Blood Soul sect and Imo Qianren. However, the envoy merely chuckled coldly at this turn of events, finding it amusing, before snapping his fingers. Instantly, the power of the formation intensified, pinning Chen Wushuang and the others to the ground. "What? The formation's power is truly this formidable?" The patriarch of the Green Serpent sect, Shi Ling, exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes widening. The formation alone was capable of subduing them, let alone the Blood Soul sect's envoy and Imo Qianren. Watching as his own sect's patriarch was subdued, Imo Qianren reminded them, "Do not forget the promise made to our Valley Master. He had done all this for the chance to break through to the Emperor realm. Should he fail, madness would surely ensue." The Blood Soul sect's envoy sneered, "Rest assured, I have not forgotten this matter." Imo Qianren nodded in acknowledgement. He intended to say more when he suddenly felt an excruciating pain. Looking down, his eyes widened in disbelief as a hand enveloped in dark, ominous energy pierced through his chest. Why? Imo Qianren could scarcely believe it, turning to face the envoy of the Blood Soul sect. Though he could not discern the envoy's features, he could sense the unmistakable glee etched upon their countenance. He, did you truly believe I would assist you in breaking through to the Emperor realm? Do not be foolish. With merely 6 quasi-emperor's blood qi, it is impossible to ascend. The critical factor is your peak quasi-emperor blood essence. Fury ignited in Imo Qianren's eyes as he roared, "Damn it! You dare deceive our valley master! Then let us." But his words were cut short as the envoy unleashed their power, tearing him to shreds. Countless strands of terrifying blood qi were drawn into the formation, converging at its center, where a blood-red pill began to take shape. Witnessing this spectacle, Imo Lianxin and the others were overcome with disbelief. Unable to fathom that such a formidable being as Imo Qianren could fall victim to a sudden ambush. Nevertheless, Imo Qianren was undeniably a peak quasi-emperor. In that moment, despair settled in their hearts. As it became clear that unless a powerful passerby happened upon their dire situation and intervened, their fates were sealed. At that very moment, the aforementioned passerby, Wu Hao, appeared outside the formation, contemplating the scene within. It was evident that he had noticed the unfolding situation, yet he found himself puzzled. As a transmigrator equipped with a system, it should have been impossible for him to be ensnared by the heavenly path. Thus, how was it that Wu Yidao, the destined child, was to survive? While Wu Hao pondered, he sensed a figure approaching from a distance, pursued by 3 quasi-emperors, none other than the fleeing Wu Yifan. Damn it! Was it so necessary to chase me down for merely accidentally glimpsing your holy maiden bathing? Wu Yifan lamented, casting a helpless glance over his shoulder at the 3 relentless quasi-emperors hot on his trail. The trio's anger surged further upon hearing his words. "You brat, stand still. Come back and apologize to our holy maiden, and perhaps we shall spare your life. Halt! If you do not comply, we shall truly resort to lethal measures." Listening to their threats, Wu Yifan's thoughts drifted back to a prior encounter. He had been journeying through the northern region when he inadvertently caught sight of the holy maiden of the Roshue sacred land, Lin Zixin, bathing in the wild. Why on earth would a holy maiden bathe in the open? Even if she does, at the very least, she should ensure some safety measures are in place. Yet, Wu Yifan had misjudged the situation. That area was indeed the domain of the Roshue sacred land, and ordinary individuals could not enter. Wu Yifan's presence there was merely a stroke of fate. The events that followed were predictable. The holy maiden discovered him, cried out "Lecher, die!" and he fled, pursued by the 3 quasi-emperors. Now, Wu Yifan stood at the pinnacle of the supreme realm, invincible, yet against quasi-emperors, he still felt outmatched, forced to flee, ultimately leading him from the northern region to the central region. While contemplating how to extricate himself, he suddenly received a transmission from his great-grandfather. "Yifan, great-grandfather, is that you?" Wu Yifan's eyes brightened at the sound of Wu Hao's voice. If his great-grandfather was present, surely he would be safe. "Yes, it is I. I have a plan to help you escape. Head in that direction. Your cousin is in danger, attacked by demonic cultivators. Lead those 3 to him, and they will undoubtedly abandon their pursuit of you." Upon hearing this, Wu Yifan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he swiftly advanced in the direction indicated by Wu Hao. Meanwhile, Wu Hao observed this scene without intervening, fully aware that the cultivators of the Shantian realm, both righteous and demonic, held profound animosity towards one another. Moreover, the envoy of the Blood Soul sect was intent on breaking through to the emperor level. If the 3 elders of the Soft Water sacred land witnessed this spectacle, they would undoubtedly take action against the Blood Soul sect envoy. In such a scenario, combined with the likes of Imo Lianxin and others, that envoy would have no choice but to flee in disgrace. Soon, Wu Yifan arrived at the perimeter of the formation under the guidance of his great-grandfather Wu Hao. Although the Blood Soul sect envoy had laid a disguise here to ensure the surroundings appeared unaltered, a discerning emperor-level cultivator could easily detect the formation's presence. Owing to his identity as the Chosen One, Wu Yifan was significantly stronger than his peers of the same realm. Thus, after a brief investigation, he sensed something amiss and quickly concealed himself nearby. The very moment Wu Yifan hid, the 3 early-stage emperor elders from the Soft Water sacred land arrived, their expressions tightening as they searched for any trace of Wu Yifan, only to find none. They could not help but frown, for failing to bring Wu Yifan back would likely incite the wrath of the sacred maiden. despite their esteemed status within the soft water sacred land. They could not afford to offend the sacred maiden Lin Zixin, the daughter of the sect leader Lin Shuiro. After a thorough examination, they finally discerned the peculiarities of the situation. Humph, this young rascal believes he can evade our pursuit by laying down a formation here? Come out, old man commands you. The three early-stage emperor powerhouses unleashed their might upon the formation. Within the formation, Qin Wushuang and the others were pale with fear, acutely aware that if matters continued as they were, they would soon be refined into nothingness. At that moment, Wu Yidao had already succumbed to unconsciousness, his strength dissipating rapidly. At the apex of the formation, a medicinal pill was gradually taking shape, appearing poised to be completed shortly. Ha ha ha, once the Blood Emperor pill is refined, I shall break through to the Emperor level, and the entire Xintian realm will bow beneath the banner of my Blood Soul sect. Just as the envoy of the Blood Soul sect reveled in visions of dominion over the Xintian realm, a terrifying energy fluctuation emanated from beyond the formation. What is happening? Before the envoy could react, the formation was shattered in an instant. What? The envoy's expression darkened, astonished that someone could thwart his plans. He had meticulously prepared for this moment. Why then was he unable to ascend to the Emperor level? Meanwhile, the three elders from the soft water sacred land stood before this scene, utterly bewildered. Wait, weren't they pursuing Wu Yifan? Why does it seem as though they have been ensnared in some inexplicable affair? Before they could comprehend the situation, the fallen Emolian Shin and the others rose to their feet and addressed the elders of the soft water sacred land. Thank you for your assistance. Esteemed friends, this individual before you is a practitioner of demonic arts. We beseech you to aid us in vanquishing him. What? A practitioner of demonic arts? Upon hearing the words of Emolian Shin and the others, the elders of the soft water sacred land exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. After a moment's deliberation, they resolved to join forces against the Blood Soul sect envoy first, leaving the matter of Wu Yifan for another day. Surely, their sacred maiden would be understanding of their predicament. As the 9 individuals charged at him, the Blood Soul sect envoy's expression soured. Given time, he could undoubtedly eliminate the 9 before him. However, the pressing issue was that he was running out of time. He sensed the leaders of the nearby Jin Dao sect and other forces hastening towards this location. With the formation breached, the elders of the Jin Dao sect had already contacted their respective leaders. In other words, lingering any longer might result in the Blood Soul sect envoy being ensnared here for good. Glancing at the half-finished Blood Emperor pill nearby, he gritted his teeth and decided to prioritize his escape. Just you wait. I shall return one day to exact my vengeance. With that, the envoy exuded a dense mist of blood, obscuring the vision of Qin Wushuang and the others. When the blood mist dissipated, both the envoy and the half-finished Blood Emperor pill had vanished. Chapter 58. 1 Blood Emperor pill delivered. 1 million Blood Emperor pills in return. Where has our holy son gone? Such a significant figure has seemingly vanished. Although Qin Wushuang was furious at the envoy's escape, he quickly recalled their holy son's absence. Just as he was about to confront Emolian Shin and the others, Wu Hao's voice resonated in his mind. Do not worry. Yi Dao has returned home. I am his ancestor. Upon hearing Wu Hao's transmission, Qin Wushuang gasped in astonishment. As an early-stage emperor, he had been utterly oblivious to the presence of any other powerful beings. Just how formidable was their holy son's ancestor? It makes sense. With such terrifying talent, how could the family behind him be anything less than extraordinary? Given the current situation, their ancestor might even surpass the elders of Tianwu Mountain. Perhaps nearing a breakthrough to the emperor level, Wu Hao interjected, apologies, but I am close to breaking through to true immortal. Nevertheless, upon learning that their holy son was safe, Qin Wushuang sighed in relief and turned to Emolian Shin and the others. Since this matter has been resolved, I shall take my leave. The elders of the Jin Dao sect exchanged glances with Emolian Shin, their expressions laden with unspoken implications. Although this predicament stemmed from the recklessness of the leader of the Demon Extermination Valley. As the ancestor of the valley, Emolian Shin bore an undeniable share of responsibility. In any case, the Demon Extermination Valley must tread carefully moving forward. Emolian Shin understood this all too well, and after bidding farewell, he headed back to the Demon Extermination Valley. His fervent hope was that only Emo Qianren was involved in this affair. If others were implicated, the valley could easily be accused of colluding with demonic cultivators. In such a case, the righteous sects of the entire Xintian realm would likely unite against the demon extermination valley, each seeking a piece of the spoils. Thus, he needed to prepare thoroughly beforehand. After a brief wait, the elders of the Jin Dao sect, including Dao Hao Huang, arrived at the scene, nearly coinciding with Imo Lianxin's departure. Upon learning of the earlier events from their ancestor, their expressions darkened considerably, evidently taken aback by Imo Shinran's audacity to scheme against them. Were it not for Imo Shinran's demise at the hands of the Blood Soul sect envoy, they might have been compelled to take action against him themselves. By the way, what of Wu Yidao? Was he eliminated? Dao Hao Huang and the others suddenly recalled, directing their inquiries towards their ancestor. Upon hearing this, the elders of the Jin Dao sect hesitated momentarily but ultimately recounted the earlier events. After learning of their ancestor's decision, Dao Hao Huang and the others expressed fleeting anger, but upon reflection, they recognized that they had little choice but to acquiesce. After all, if Tianwu Mountain grew powerful, they would not obliterate them outright. However, should the demonic cultivators rise to prominence, their annihilation would be a genuine threat. Very well, let this matter rest for now. Next time, we shall not allow Wu Yidao to escape. A sinister expression emerged on the faces of Dao Hao and his companions as they spoke. Regarding the elders of the Soft Waters Sacred Land, upon witnessing the escape of the Blood Soul sect's emissary, they too turned to hasten back to the Soft Waters Sacred Land. The emergence of a peak quasi-emperor-level demon cultivator in the central domain is a matter that must be swiftly communicated to the Sacred Land. Otherwise, if the adversary grows stronger and strikes later, it will be too late. Moreover, they could faintly sense a whiff of conspiracy from this incident. This demon cultivator is attempting to break through to the emperor level. If he succeeds, even with the Sacred Land's imperial treasures, they may not stand a chance against a demon emperor. Although a peak quasi-emperor, bolstered by imperial treasures, possesses combat prowess comparable to that of a nascent emperor. This is solely in terms of fighting capability. In prolonged engagements, a standard emperor is significantly more formidable. In other words, should the demon emperor desire it, he could effortlessly annihilate figures of the Sacred Lord caliber. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to all, Wu Yifan had stealthily taken Wu Yidao away, also seizing the Blood Emperor pill during his departure. After all, the Blood Emperor pill appeared remarkably rare. Consuming it would undoubtedly provide substantial aid. However, upon obtaining the Blood Emperor pill, disappointment washed over Wu Yifan's face as he sensed the chaotic and fragmented power contained within. Only the cultivators of the Blood Soul sect could absorb it. Should he attempt to absorb it, it would instead inflict damage upon his foundational essence. Although it might elevate his realm, his foundation would suffer, akin to the folly of hastening growth. Wu Yifan was not that sort of person. Thus refraining from consuming the pill. At that moment, Wu Hao appeared before them. Great-grandfather. Wu Yifan addressed Wu Hao, though he could not bow due to Wu Yidao, still unconscious in his arms. Wu Hao nodded and said, "Hand me that pill." "Yes, great-grandfather." Although uncertain of his great-grandfather's intentions, he deemed it better to give the pill to him, as it was of no use to himself. After receiving the pill, Wu Hao merely glanced at it before placing it into Wu Yidao's mouth. Witnessing this, Wu Yifan was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that his great-grandfather would so readily feed the pill to his cousin. Did he not realize the chaotic potency contained within? As if sensing Wu Yifan's thoughts, Wu Hao smiled and said, "It's nothing to worry about. Your cousin possesses a chaos body, and for him, these chaotic energies have no adverse effect. He merely needs energy, and he will be able to absorb it and transform it for his own use." Upon hearing his great-grandfather's words, Wu Yifan could not help but gasp in astonishment. He had not realized that his cousin possessed such a formidable and rare chaos body, which was even more terrifying than his own ancient saint body. "This won't do. It seems I must strive even harder. Otherwise, if my cousin surpasses me, what face will I have left as his elder?" The pride of being an elder spurred Wu Yifan to redouble his efforts. Vowing to become the foremost among the fourth generation of the Wu family. Great-grandfather, I shall not return home for now. I will return only when I have broken through to quasi-emperor. Wu Yifan entrusted his cousin to Wu Hao. Then spoke earnestly. He intended to turn and leave, but recalled that it was still necessary to inform his great-grandfather about the Blood Soul sect. After all, the Blood Soul sect was a force even more powerful than the Sacred Land, and it would likely cause some trepidation even in Wu Hao. Wu Hao replied, "Ah, yes, yes. Initially, Wu Yifan had expected Wu Hao to be shocked upon hearing about the Blood Soul sect, but he was taken aback to see his great-grandfather display an expression of calm anticipation, which left him somewhat disheartened. Very well, that is your concern and one that you must resolve. However, should you ask for assistance, I, your great-grandfather, can intervene to help you deal with the Blood Soul sect, but only on the condition that you voice your request. Wu Hao looked at Wu Yifan with a serious tone, instilling a sense of trust in his words, including Wu Yifan. Yet, Wu Yifan resolutely shook his head. No need, great-grandfather, I will handle this matter myself. The Blood Soul sect is but a stepping stone on my path to invincibility. At that moment, although Wu Yifan was merely at the Saint King level, he exuded an aura of invincibility that caused Wu Hao to nod in approval. Such a person truly deserved the fate of the Chosen One. Unlike those who had been deceived by women thrice over and even betrayed their families to be with those who had tricked them. After Wu Yifan departed, Wu Hao finally had the opportunity to review the system's feedback. Upon seeing the results, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. Ding, congratulations, host, for gifting one Blood Emperor pill. The target has been identified as the Chosen One, resulting in a feedback of 100,000 Blood Emperor pills. Blood Emperor pill, capable of assisting the target in advancing to the Emperor realm, but this is considered a hastened growth approach, making subsequent breakthroughs considerably more challenging than for those who advance normally. Chapter 59. I am the Chaos Body, and I shall forge my own path of chaos goodness. I never imagined such a treasure existed. Wu Hao gazed at the Blood Emperor pills in the system's space, astonished. Although he, as a peak immortal of the mortal realm, could cultivate a few emperors if he wished, having pills to expedite the process would be even better. With this in mind, Wu Hao contemplated that it might be time to seek out those incapable of cultivation and nurture them into emperors to serve the Wu family. However, it was evident that this was not the most opportune moment. He should first return Wu Yidao home. As for Wu Yidao's desire to return home, Wu Hao had already surmised the reason. It was for the remaining chapters of the Chaos Scripture. After all, Wu Yidao had reached the peak of the Saint level, and with the Blood Emperor pill he had just consumed, he would soon break through to the Saint King level once he awakened. After some thought, Wu Hao resolved to bring Wu Yidao home first, leaving other matters for another time. Where am I? Am I dead? Wu Yidao awoke as if from a nightmare, bewildered by his surroundings. But upon realizing he was in the familiar confines of his home, he sighed in relief. Meanwhile, a servant quickly rushed to inform Wu Xianyuan of Wu Yidao's awakening. Before long, Wu Hao and the others arrived at Wu Yidao's bedside. Observing the worried expressions on his family's faces, Wu Yidao smiled and said, "Why are you all crying? I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? You child, why do you always find yourself in danger? Don't you consider the circumstances before acting?" Li Yulong, having learned the general situation from Wu Hao, could not help but feel heartbroken as she gazed at Wu Yidao. She was merely at the transformation stage herself and had rarely encountered saints, let alone the quasi-emperor level figures her son faced. Seeing his mother in tears, Wu Yidao felt a rush of panic. After much reassurance that he would be more cautious in the future, Li Yulong finally ceased her weeping. By the way, was it you, great-grandfather, who brought me back? Wu Yidao inquired of Wu Hao. Wu Hao shook his head. It was your cousin who brought you back. I merely happened to be nearby. Oh, it was cousin Yifan. Wu Yidao realized, for if there were any cousin capable of rescuing him, it could only be the enigmatic Wu Yifan. Speaking of Wu Yifan filled Wu Yidao's eyes with admiration, as he had heard his cousin's name numerous times before leaving the Wu family and knew of his remarkable talent. Wu Yidao's aspiration was to one day reach the level of Wu Yifan. By the way, great-grandfather, what about my body? Wu Yidao recalled something and looked at Wu Hao with a hint of hesitation. Wu Hao candidly explained the matter concerning the Blood Emperor pill, providing clarity on the situation. Your chaos body can assimilate all powers in existence. Though the energies of the Blood Emperor pill are highly chaotic, they will not affect you. You merely need to refine them patiently. Upon hearing this, Wu Yidao let out a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. After confirming that Wu Yidao was unharmed, Wu Xianyuan and his wife finally exited the room, while Wu Rulong and others gradually departed as well. Once only Wu Yidao and Wu Hao remained in the room, Wu Yidao finally spoke up. Great-grandfather, I am on the verge of breaking through to the Saint King level. Without the remaining chapters of the Chaos Scripture, I fear I will be unable to progress further. Wu Yidao's face was etched with concern. He had not yet reached the age of 30 once he refined the potency of the Blood Emperor pill. He would effortlessly ascend to the pinnacle of the Saint King realm. However, without the subsequent chapters of the Chaos Scripture, he would stagnate at that peak. Naturally, Wu Yidao was averse to witnessing such a scenario, which rendered his inquiry urgent and anxious. Yet, Wu Hao merely sighed, turning his back to Wu Yidao as he spoke. Yidao, do you know why your great-grandfather named you Wu Yidao? Upon hearing this, Wu Yidao pondered for a considerable time before lifting his head, his eyes brimming with resolve as he replied, I know. My father told me it was because my great-grandfather wanted me to forge my own path, to create a unique way of my own. Hence the name Wu Yidao. Indeed, the child is teachable. Allow me to share a story from your great-grandfather. Wu Hao continued. It concerns the first chaos body in the entire Xintian realm. At that time, the concept of the chaos scripture did not exist. This chaos body cultivated to the emperor realm with the aid of accomplices, but soon realized that among his peers, he was not exceptional. Thus, he made a shocking decision that reverberated throughout Xintian. He chose to disperse his powers and restart his cultivation, creating the chaos scripture anew, ultimately breaking through to a realm above the emperor and ascending to the higher planes. What your great-grandfather wishes to impart is that if you aspire to carve out your own path, you must create a chaos scripture unique to yourself. The one you are currently practicing is that of the previous chaos emperor. If you continue to cultivate this scripture, you will only reach his limits and will be unable to forge your own path. Do you understand? Of course, if you desire to follow the path of that chaos emperor, your great-grandfather can assist you in obtaining the remaining chaos scriptures. As he spoke, Wu Hao turned with a serious expression, his aura compelling enough to make one believe every word he uttered. This tale was not merely fanciful. It was chronicled in the annals of Xuantian's cultivation history. Even if Wu Yidao sought to investigate, he would only uncover the same conclusions Wu Hao had shared. Upon hearing his great-grandfather's words, Wu Yidao's expression transformed, filled with fervor and determination. Indeed, he was a chaos body, brimming with infinite possibilities. If he were to tread the path of others, he would only reach their endpoints, while what he truly desired was to arrive at his own destination. With that thought, Wu Yidao hesitated no longer, his voice resolute. Great-grandfather, I have made my decision. As a chaos body, I shall create my own chaos path. Upon hearing Wu Yidao's declaration, Wu Hao nodded in satisfaction. It was not without reason that he encouraged Wu Yidao to forge his own chaos scripture. After all, Wu Hao would never jest about the feedback of a child of destiny. As a chaos body, Wu Yidao's deductive abilities were extraordinarily formidable, and considering he was still under 30, he had ample time to craft his own chaos scripture. As Wu Hao contemplated this, Wu Yidao's aura began to diminish drastically, descending from the peak of the Saint realm to the later stage, then to the mid-stage, and finally to the early stage. Following that were the tribulation phase, the refining void, the transformation into spirit, the nascent soul, all the way down to the refining chi stage, eventually reverting to the realm of mortals. Great-grandfather, I understand. I shall begin to deduce my own chaos scripture during this time. Wu Yidao's gaze towards Wu Hao radiated an epiphany, moving Wu Hao deeply, prompting him to turn and leave Wu Yidao to cultivate in his room. With the assistance of the Blood Emperor pill, Wu Yidao's progress in deducing the chaos scripture accelerated significantly. However, it was not a matter of days. Wu Hao remained patient, believing in the long journey ahead. Meanwhile, upon learning of Wu Yidao's dispersal of his powers, Wu Xianyuan and the others were filled with concern and anxiety. Eager to speak yet were restrained by Wu Hao. Rest assured that child Yidao is exceptional. He will succeed. Wu Hao smiled, his demeanor exuding an air of mastery over the situation. Were it anyone else, he would not dare guarantee success, but this was the child of destiny. Understanding the weight of that title, success was all but assured. Though Wu Xianyuan and the others remained worried, they found themselves unable to voice further objections. Hoping that Wu Yidao would indeed triumph, as time quietly slipped by, more than a year had passed. During this period, Wu Yidao secluded himself within his chamber, his mind consumed by thoughts of how to cultivate his own chaos scripture. To the point of near obsession, witnessing this, Wu Hao could not help but sigh and made his way to Wu Yidao's room. At this moment, Wu Yidao appeared haggard, unkempt, and weary. Great-grandfather, do you think I lack the talent to create my own chaos scripture? Why is it that after a whole year of deducing, I have yet to formulate a path suitable for me? Seeing the disheartened expression on his great-grandson's face, Wu Hao sighed helplessly and offered words of encouragement. This is not your fault. Sometimes, excessive fixation can become a hindrance. Perhaps you should take a stroll and gain some fresh perspective. A relaxed mind often leads to greater insights. Right now, you are too attached. Upon hearing this, Wu Yidao seemed to grasp something, his eyes brightening. Thank you, great-grandfather. I understand. With that, Wu Yidao disregarded the protests of Wu Xianyuan and the others, resolutely stepping outside and of course, even with Wu Yidao's current mortal form, it was impossible for him to stray beyond Wu Hao's spiritual reach. Thus, after Wu Yidao departed the Wu household, Wu Hao kept a vigilant watch over him. The very next day after leaving home, Wu Yidao experienced an epiphany and successfully created his own chaos scripture, advancing to the refining chi stage, and with the aid of the Blood Emperor pill, he swiftly ascended to the peak of that stage. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. On the 7th day, he comprehended the foundation building stage. Within a month he broke through to the Spirit C stage. 3 months later he achieved the Golden Core stage. And within half a year, he reached the Nascent Soul stage. By the end of the 5th year, he had already returned to the Tribulation Peak. Witnessing this, Wu Hao could not suppress a gasp of amazement. It was undeniable that the Child of Destiny was indeed extraordinary. Had he not been a mere observer, he might have struggled to keep pace with such an astounding rate of advancement. Though envious, Wu Hao remained silent, understanding that this was his descendant, bringing him 100-fold return on his own strength, which meant that as Wu Yidao grew stronger, so too would he. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. As 5 years passed, Wu Hao himself had ascended to the pinnacle of the true immortal realm, merely a step away from becoming a golden immortal. During this time, Wu Li had been nurtured by Su Qiaoran into a remarkably refined young man. Exuding charm and charisma. Great-grandfather, can I begin my cultivation from today? Wu Li approached Wu Hao, brimming with enthusiasm. Every young boy harbors dreams of soaring through the skies on a sword, regardless of age. And Wu Li was no exception. Having been carried aloft by Su Qiaoran since childhood, he had longed to cultivate and experience the thrill of flying on his own. Observing Wu Li's eager gaze, Wu Hao smiled and nodded, gently ruffling Wu Li's hair. Indeed, little Wu Li can commence his cultivation from today. With that, Wu Hao produced a tome from his storage ring, emblazoned with the 4 grand characters, Time and Space Transformation Scripture. This was the most fitting scripture Wu Hao could find for the time and space divine body. Upon receiving the scripture from Wu Hao, Wu Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. From that day forth, he too would be a legitimate cultivator. With that thought, Wu Li eagerly opened the Time and Space Transformation Scripture, committing each word to memory, and began to follow the described meridian pathways to sense the spiritual energy, drawing it into his body, ultimately breaking through to the refining chi realm. Regrettably, due to his inferior spiritual root, it took Wu Li nearly a day to achieve the initial refining chi stage. Great-grandfather, are you disappointed in my performance? Wu Li felt a pang of shame for taking a whole day to reach the refining stage. Yet, Wu Hao merely shook his head, his expression earnest as he reassured. Wu Li, remember this. Possessing an inferior spiritual root merely signifies that you have gained entry to the celestial realm. What does it matter if your root is inferior, as long as you can cultivate? You are already stronger than many others. Besides, your great-grandfather also had an inferior spiritual root, yet I have still reached this remarkable level of strength. Upon hearing the words of his great-grandfather, Wu Li nodded in agreement, vowing to strive even harder in his endeavors. Meanwhile, Wu Hao was preoccupied with thoughts of when he could expel Wu Li from the Wu family, for if Wu Li were to remain in the Wu household, he would be unable to locate his destined celestial artifact. Despite having spent the past 8 years searching for this artifact, Wu Hao found it elusive, as if it were shrouded in veils of fate and aura. It was only natural, for Wu Li was the reincarnation of an immortal emperor. His celestial artifact must possess certain safeguards to prevent it from falling into the hands of others. Although Wu Hao believed that Wu Li needed to leave the Wu family to discover his artifact, he did not intend to let Wu Li depart without first elevating his spiritual roots to the intermediate or even superior grade. Chapter 61. Wu Li leaves home. Grandfather, must Wu Li truly go? At this moment, within the Wu household, Wu Hao gathered Wu Wanggu and his wife, their expressions tinged with reluctance as they inquired. Yet, Wu Hao resolutely nodded, explaining, Wu Li, like Yi Fan and Yi Dao, is a child of destiny. Such children must endure trials and tribulations to grow. Remaining within the Wu family will merely stifle their development. Rest assured, their fates are unique. They will be safe. Upon hearing their grandfather's words, Wu Wanggu and his wife, Yu Iran, could only nod in agreement that, of course, I will not allow Wu Li to leave just like that. First, I shall elevate his spiritual roots to the superior grade, Wu Hao added, contemplating something. After all, as a child of destiny, elevating Wu Li's spiritual roots to the superior grade would grant Wu Hao a reward of 1 million intermediate and superior spiritual roots from the system. At this, Wu Wanggu nodded in understanding and agreed, I understand, grandfather. Soon after, Wu Wanggu began implementing a plan to enhance Wu Li's spiritual roots. Congratulations, host. You have invested in the child of destiny's intermediate spiritual roots and have received 1 million intermediate spiritual roots as a reward. You may bestow them upon any target you wish. Congratulations, host. You have invested in the child of destiny's superior spiritual roots and have received 1 million superior spiritual roots as a reward. You may bestow them upon any target you wish. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. With the assistance of Wu Wanggu and others, Wu Li's inferior spiritual roots were successfully elevated to the superior grade. However, elevating them to the ultimate grade was beyond the current capabilities of the Wu family, despite their status as the wealthiest force in the entire Xintian realm. Another 10 years swiftly passed. During this decade, due to Wu Li's inherent limitations, he had only managed to break through to the spiritual sea realm, falling short compared to Wu Yifan and Wu Yidao. With 10 years gone by, Wu Li had come of age, and it was time for him to leave the Wu family. Father, mother, must I truly go? Wu Li looked at his parents, whose faces also bore expressions of reluctance, and he could not help but force a smile as he asked. Wu Wanggu merely smiled and shook his head, his gaze resolutely firm. Child, this is a journey you must undertake. Only by experiencing these trials can you become a true cultivator. Moreover, the Xintian realm is vast, and with today's convenient communication, staying in touch will be easy. Upon hearing this, Wu Li no longer hesitated. Steeling himself, he turned to depart the Wu family. Just as he reached the area where Wu Wanggu and the others could no longer see him, he turned back and waved heavily at them before finally leaving. As for Wu Hao, he stood atop the Wu family's mountain, watching Wu Li's departure, with Su Qiaoran beside him, her eyes filled with reluctance as she gazed at Wu Li. After all, Wu Li had been raised by Su Qiaoran, so to say there were no deep feelings would be disingenuous. However, this was her husband's decision, and thus, despite her sorrow, Su Qiaoran could only acquiesce. During these 10 years, Su Qiaoran had also broken through to the Saint King realm, while Wu Hao had successfully ascended to the golden immortal stage, with a lifespan extending for millions of years. Given the feedback from the 3 children of destiny, multiplied by 100,000, and the cumulative contributions from the hundreds of members of the Wu family, it was inevitable that Wu Hao would break through, reaching his limits without even realizing it. Husband, what do you plan to do next? Su Qiaoran inquired, having noticed Wu Hao's demeanor over the past period suggested he was plotting something. Wu Hao shook his head and replied, I intend to establish a grand imperial army. Upon hearing Wu Hao's words, Su Qiaoran was rendered speechless, standing in disbelief for a while before finally speaking, her tone filled with skepticism and astonishment. Husband, did you say you want to form what? An imperial army? What do you mean by that? Wu Hao, slightly puzzled, reiterated, an imperial army? Is there a problem? This time, Su Qiaoran understood clearly, her heart racing with shock. Husband, are you certain you are not jesting? That would be an emperor. Being a native of the Xintian realm and a prospective saintess of the 10,000 Flowers sacred ground, Su Qiaoran was well aware that there were currently no emperors in the realm. Thus, should anyone break through to the emperor level, they would reign supreme across the Xintian realm. Unless the 4 great sacred grounds joined forces, they would be incapable of contending with a single emperor. Wu Hao smiled mysteriously as he took a blood emperor pill from his storage ring, explaining, under normal circumstances, I would never dare to propose forming an imperial army. However, take a moment to feel the potency of this pill. Indeed, as Wu Hao revealed the blood emperor pill, Su Qiaoran immediately sensed the terrifying power contained within it. Gyo put it bluntly, if this pill were given to her, it would undoubtedly allow her to break through to the emperor level. As if perceiving Su Qiaoran's thoughts, Wu Hao shook his head and elaborated. Although this pill can help ordinary individuals break through to the emperor level in a short time, it will severely impact the cultivator's future training. essentially severing their path. Upon hearing this, Su Qiaoran quelled her impulse to consume the pill, but soon curiosity got the better of her, and she inquired, "So, husband, where did you acquire this pill?" Wu Hao raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you recall what happened 11 years ago when Yi Dao returned?" At this, Su Qiaoran remembered the incident and nodded. Wu Hao continued, "This pill was left behind by the demon cultivator who attacked Yi Dao. I merely obtained the pill and made slight improvements upon it. Now, I possess approximately 100 of these Blood Emperor pills." Upon learning that Wu Hao had such a large quantity of Blood Emperor pills, Su Qiaoran was momentarily stunned, but soon her eyes sparkled with joy. After all, this meant they could cultivate 100 Emperor-level warriors for the Wu family. To state it plainly, a single emperor could establish the Wu family as the undisputed ruler of the Xintian realm. If they had 100, it would not be long before the entire realm would bear the Wu surname. However, what Su Qiaoran did not realize was that Wu Hao possessed not just 100, but a staggering 1 million Blood Emperor pills. The reason for only revealing 100 was to prevent inflation. Given the current scarcity of Emperor-level cultivators in the Xintian realm, an abrupt influx could diminish their value. As for whether the cultivated emperors could be controlled, that was not within Su Qiaoran's considerations. Based on her understanding of Wu Hao, he would only entertain the idea of creating an imperial army if he had ample confidence. Contemplating Wu Hao's potential to surpass the emperor level, Su Qiaoran felt a pang of defeat within her heart. It seemed she needed to work even harder. What if one day her husband deemed her strength inadequate? Wu Hao was oblivious to Su Qiaoran's extensive musings. At that moment, he was focused on strategizing how to establish the imperial army. Since the Blood Emperor pill could elevate ordinary individuals to the emperor level, Wu Hao naturally would not choose those with spiritual roots to consume it. After all, what if they later bore a grudge against him for obstructing their path? Moreover, the most crucial criterion was unwavering loyalty. Intelligence and appearance were secondary concerns. Only those who were truly devoted to him were worthy of his investment. Chapter 62. Wu Yifan encircled by peach blossoms, again encountering the messenger of the Blood Soul sect. "Sister, I told you it wasn't intentional. Why must you pursue me so relentlessly?" At this moment in the northern domain of the Xintian realm, Wu Yifan gazed at the expression of helplessness on the face of the white-clad woman relentlessly pursuing him from behind. There was no time to mourn for the envoy of the Blood Soul sect. Now, he was being hunted by the saintess from the soft water sacred land, known as Lin Zixin, a once-in-a-million-years prodigy. Lin Zixin, merely 500 years old, had already reached the pinnacle of the Holy King realm, heralded as the most likely candidate to ascend to the emperor level in the past 100,000 years within the soft water sacred land. However, due to Wu Yifan's earlier intrusion while she bathed, Lin Zixin's Dao heart had been unsettled, preventing her from breaking through to the quasi-emperor stage. Thus, upon learning of Wu Yifan's escape, she seized the pretext to petition Lin Shuai-Ro and personally set out to hunt him down. As long as Wu Yifan remained alive, she would be unable to advance to the quasi-emperor stage. Aware of this situation, Lin Shuai-Ro consented and equipped Lin Zixin with various strategies to ensure she would not fall victim to Wu Yifan's cunning. Presently, Wu Yifan's cultivation was merely at the peak of the Holy King realm, relying solely on the formidable strength of his ancient holy body to maintain a distance from Lin Zixin. While he was not in immediate danger of being caught, evading her pursuit was proving to be a challenge. This situation was untenable. He had to devise a means to extricate himself from her clutches, or else the influence she exerted could thwart his aspirations of breaking through to the Supreme Realm. Wu Yifan had originally intended to advance to Supreme, but the relentless attention from Lin Zixin had rendered him unable to concentrate on his cultivation. After all, breaking through to Supreme required a highly secure environment. Otherwise, any external disturbances could lead to dire consequences. He contemplated ways to shake off Lin Zixin's pursuit. Wu Yifan remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings for potential avenues of escape. Nonetheless, Lin Zixin was a formidable opponent, a peak supreme powerhouse whose profound foundation and superior weaponry rendered her a match for even some weaker quasi-emperors. As time slipped away unnoticed, Wu Yifan and Lin Zixin stealthily ventured into the western region. Simultaneously, within a certain faction in the western region, the ground was strewn with severed limbs, and the blood of countless individuals flowed, coalescing into a river of crimson. Cough! How audacious! You dare commit such an atrocity against your own sect. Unafraid of retribution from the four great sacred lands. A middle-aged man clad in golden armor, one hand gripping a broken sword plunged into the earth, glared furiously at the figure in a blood-red robe before him, the envoy of the Blood Soul sect, who had previously disrupted the Blood Emperor pill refinement plan in the Central Domain. After the failure of the plan, the Blood Soul envoy had come to the Western region, anticipating that the entire Central Domain would soon launch a campaign against the demonic cultivators. As he predicted, shortly after his departure, the quasi-emperors of the Central Domain mobilized to track him down. Although he believed no one at his level could challenge him, that assumption held only if no sovereign-level beings intervened. If his whereabouts were exposed, he would lack the strength to confront the combined might of 4 sovereigns. Upon arriving in the Western region, he sought out a secondary-tier faction, annihilated it, and attempted to harness the blood essence of the entire force to refine the Blood Emperor pill. However, his efforts proved futile, as the blood essence obtained only brought him marginally closer to the true Emperor level. It was insufficient for his needs. The Blood Emperor pill required a quasi-emperor peak as the main ingredient. Alongside 5 late-stage quasi-emperors and a special physique, conditions that the faction he destroyed clearly did not meet. Enough of this noise. The Blood Soul envoy frowned, then swiftly struck down the late-stage quasi-emperor before him. After eliminating that opponent, he prepared to depart, for the grand scheme of the Blood Soul sect necessitated his swift advancement to Emperor. Just as he intended to leave, however, he sensed something that brightened his eyes. A special physique, and 2 of them. With that thought, the Blood Soul envoy wasted no time and vanished from his location. Meanwhile, Wu Yifan continued devising ways to evade Lin Zixin, who was equally focused on eliminating him. Eager to eliminate this scoundrel and reach the quasi-emperor's stage, at that moment, Wu Yifan felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being targeted by an overwhelming terror, and instinctively unleashed a powerful punch forward. Heavenly Emperor Fist. As Wu Yifan's fist descended, the figure of the Blood Soul envoy appeared before him. It was remarkable how Wu Yifan's acute battle instincts allowed him to predict the envoy's arrival. The Blood Soul envoy was startled but soon felt a surge of excitement. Wu Yifan's enhanced prowess would facilitate his own breakthrough to Emperor as for the punch Wu Yifan had unleashed. The envoy regarded it as inconsequential indeed. Wu Yifan's foundation was extraordinarily robust. Although he was merely a holy king, his formidable physique and terrifying techniques meant that even a typical early-stage quasi-emperor would struggle to withstand his full power. Yet, the Blood Soul envoy was a peak quasi-emperor, and with a mere breath, he effortlessly blocked Wu Yifan's punch. What? Wu Yifan's pupils constricted in disbelief as he witnessed his prideful punch being so easily repelled by the Blood Soul envoy. In the next moment, the envoy flicked his fingers, and Wu Yifan felt an overwhelming dread surge toward him. Instinctively, he conjured several spiritual shields before him. However, to the peak quasi-emperor, this was a futile endeavor. The 99 layers of shields Wu Yifan hastily erected were effortlessly shattered upon contact with the envoy's spiritual energy, as if they were mere papered in the blink of an eye. The envoy's attack loomed before Wu Yifan, who could only watch in despair. This was the first time Wu Yifan had felt such hopelessness. Even when facing 3 holy kings in the Saint Realm, he had managed to escape. Yet now, he saw no glimmer of hope for survival. Just then, a graceful figure appeared before him. Chapter 63. A glimmer of hope amidst despair. Oh, I didn't expect you to intervene. The Blood Soul envoy's expression turned to one of surprise as Lin Zixin stepped in to shield Wu Yifan from the oncoming attack. Just moments ago, he had witnessed her pursuing Wu Yifan with unyielding fervor, yet she now stood to protect him, and of course, the envoy had not exerted his full strength in that strike, intending merely to injure Wu Yifan without killing him. Had he been more serious, Wu Yifan might have already perished. Are you serious? Wu Yifan thought, unbeknownst to all present, that he had left numerous protective measures on Wu Yifan, contingent upon the attack's lethal potential. After all, the child of destiny couldn't always rely on luck. He needed to face some challenges. We righteous cultivators are not like you demonic cultivators. Engaging in internal strife under such circumstances would only serve to amuse your adversaries. Lin Zixin radiated an immensely powerful aura, yet to the Blood Soul envoy, it was still insufficient. As the most promising candidate from the soft water sacred land to ascend to emperor in the past 1,000,000 years. Lin Zixin possessed a legendary physique known as the Xian Yin sacred body, which, when cultivated alongside a male counterpart, granted immense benefits to both parties. Naturally, her cultivation speed surpassed that of ordinary practitioners, even without having lost her virginity. Interesting, but to me, one is no different from two. I shall swiftly subdue you both to prevent further complications. The Blood Soul envoy shook his head and suddenly lunged toward Lin Zixin and Wu Yifan. In the face of impending death, they had no choice but to persist against the Blood Soul envoy's relentless assault. Hold out for an hour. I've already notified the sovereign. It will take him an hour to arrive. Lin Zixin conveyed to Wu Yifan, assuring him that if they could endure for that duration, they would survive. Upon hearing her words, a wry smile crossed Wu Yifan's face. An hour? Is Lin Zixin joking? The Blood Soul envoy is a peak quasi-emperor. Together, can we really endure against him for even a single hour? However, even now, they can only endure, or transmit the momentum from this place, allowing the top powers of the western regions or the people from the Thunder's sacred land to discover it. Otherwise, they would not be able to hold on for even an hour. This time, the envoy of the Blood Soul sect has evidently learned from the last failure. Before taking action, they have already set up a barrier formation around, preventing any disturbances from escaping this location. I will delay him head-on, while you provide me with support from the side. Wu Yifan cast a glance at Lin Zixin and resolutely charged towards the envoy of the Blood Soul sect. Even Lin Zixin, who wanted to intervene, was too late as Wu Yifan rushed towards him. A flicker of disdain crossed the envoy's face. A mere peak Saint King was not to be feared, as Wu Yifan unleashed a powerful punch. The envoy of the Blood Soul sect retaliated with a punch of his own, intending to teach Wu Yifan that an ant should be aware of its place. He was not using his full strength merely to keep him alive for the purpose of refining the Blood Emperor pill. But at the very moment their fists collided, a terrifying force emanated from Wu Yifan, leaving the envoy in shock. Before he could react, he was knocked back several steps by Wu Yifan's strike. Witnessing this scene, Lin Zixin's heart skipped a beat. She clearly did not expect Wu Yifan to harbor such hidden strength. How is this possible? Aren't you just a peak Saint King? The envoy of the Blood Soul sect's words fell just as Wu Yifan broke through his bottleneck. His aura surging beyond the peak of the Saint Realm, stepping into the Supreme Realm. Moreover, after breaking into the Supreme Realm, Wu Yifan's aura did not cease. It continued to rise, mid-supreme, late supreme, peak supreme, until it finally stabilized at the pinnacle of the Supreme Realm. The real battle has only just begun. Wu Yifan gazed at the envoy of the Blood Soul sect before him, his fighting spirit soaring. The next moment, he took the initiative to charge towards the envoy. With his realm at the pinnacle of the Supreme Realm and his physical form unmatched, Wu Yifan unleashed his full power. Coupled with Lin Zixin's remarkably coordinated assistance, the two managed to contend against the envoy, leaving him unable to gain the upper hand. However, as time passed, the envoy began to notice a subtle change. Wu Yifan's aura was gradually diminishing. Though the decline was slow, it was indeed happening. Kid, it seems you must have employed some forbidden technique to achieve this temporary breakthrough to the pinnacle of the Supreme Realm, but it appears you cannot sustain it for long. The envoy's conjecture was accurate. Under these circumstances, Wu Yifan could only catch the envoy off guard from the beginning, breaking through to the Supreme Realm the instant they clashed, and then employing forbidden techniques to seize a fleeting opportunity to reach the pinnacle of the Supreme Realm. Otherwise, they would not have been able to endure for so long. However, forbidden techniques always come with side effects, and the longer they are used, the more terrifying the backlash. But now, Wu Yifan could no longer afford to consider such matters. Earlier, he had learned from his great-grandfather about the envoy's intentions and could roughly guess that the envoy aimed to capture him for the purpose of refining the Blood Emperor pill. Wu Yifan was unwilling to perish during the process of being turned into the Blood Emperor pill. He would rather die fighting against the demonic cultivators. Upon hearing the envoy's words, Lin Zixin glanced at Wu Yifan, a hint of worry creeping into her gaze. Yet, she also understood that without this method, they would be unable to hold out until Lin Shuiro arrived. All they could do was hope that Lin Shuiro had received the news and was hastening towards them. Upon learning of the situation concerning Lin Zixin, Lin Shuiro wasted no time. She took the imperial weapon of the Roshue sacred land and set off towards the western regions. Before departing, she had informed Lei Wanyun to head to Lin Zixin's side first, as he was already in the western regions and would undoubtedly reach her before she did. This way, Lin Zixin had a better chance of being rescued. Damn the demonic cultivators! You had better pray my daughter is safe. Otherwise, Lin Shuai-Ro, will surely eliminate all the demonic cultivators in the world. Lin Shuai-Ro thought furiously, and with that thought, her pace quickened. Chapter 64. Lin Zixin stirring. Damn it. How much longer can this guy hold on? The envoy of the Blood Soul sect looked at Wu Yifan, who was still desperately holding on, and his expression darkened. He had not anticipated that a mere Wu Yifan could hold him off for half an hour. If he could not subdue Wu Yifan and Lin Zixin soon, it would likely lead to further complications. Originally, Wu Yifan, possessing the ancient holy body, was the envoy's prime target, as he not only could assist the envoy in breaking through to the great emperor, but also help the son of the sacred land reach an even more formidable realm. If he could take Wu Yifan back, the son of the sacred land would undoubtedly reward him handsomely. However, it seemed that Wu Yifan could not be taken away. With that thought, the envoy turned his gaze towards Lin Zixin, who was providing support to Wu Yifan, and the next moment, he charged at Lin Zixin. Wu Yifan sensed the envoy's intentions almost instantly, his expression changing as he rushed towards Lin Zixin. They were united in their struggle, and if anything happened to Lin Zixin, he would be next. Yet, the envoy's speed was too swift, and Lin Zixin was caught off guard, standing there in shock until Wu Yifan appeared before her, finally snapping her to attention. Nevertheless, this did not alter the outcome. Seeing the situation, Wu Yifan gritted his teeth and pushed Lin Zixin aside. In his view, it was because he had inadvertently caught a glimpse of Lin Zixin bathing that she was now being targeted. Had he not seen that, Lin Zixin would not be in this predicament. If Lin Zixin were to come to harm because of him, Wu Yifan could never forgive himself. The price for protecting Lin Zixin was that Wu Yifan was struck by the envoy's palm and sent flying, while Lin Zixin finally reacted and rushed to catch him. However, the overwhelming force still sent both of them hurtling backward. Oh, I didn't expect it could turn out this way. If that's the case, then both of you will come with me. A glimmer of excitement flashed in the envoy's eyes, clearly not expecting Wu Yifan to go to such lengths to protect Lin Zixin. With that, the envoy no longer hesitated and intended to take both Lin Zixin and Wu Yifan away. But at that moment, Lin Zixin gritted her teeth, took out a glowing golden talisman from her storage ring, and infused her own power into it, causing both her and Wu Yifan to vanish, a 13th-tier talisman. The envoy's expression shifted slightly, evidently surprised that Lin Zixin possessed such a treasure, which was exceedingly rare even within the sacred lands. But then, he recalled something, and his expression darkened as he realized the formation he had set up was being destroyed. Lin Shuai-Ro and Lei Wanyun appeared in the sky. Upon seeing the envoy, Lin Shuai-Ro's face contorted with rage. Bold demonic cultivator, how dare you lay hands on my daughter? Die. Having not seen her daughter, Lin Shuai-Ro's heart was shattered, believing her daughter had perished at the hands of the demonic cultivator before her. In contrast, upon seeing Lin Shuai-Ro and Lei Wanyun, the envoy's heart sank. He was no match for even a single one of them, let alone two. With that thought, the envoy snorted coldly and turned to flee. Originally, he thought Lin Shuai-Ro would not pursue him, but he did not expect her to chase him without hesitation upon seeing him leave, with Lei Wanyun closely following. At that moment, Lin Shuai-Ro's eyes were bloodshot. Consumed by grief over the loss of her daughter, completely unaware that her daughter's aura still lingered. Lei Wanyun, as Lin Shuai-Ro's close friend, had watched Lin Zixin grow up, and naturally, he held deep feelings for her. Now that trouble had befallen her, he could not stand idly by. Thus, the envoy could only watch as Lin Shuai-Ro and Lei Wanyun crossed over half of the Xintian realm in pursuit. They finally saw the envoy enter the God Burial Valley, at which point Lei Wanyun blocked Lin Shuai-Ro from pursuing further. Do not chase any longer. Ahead lies the God Burial Valley. It would be perilous for us to enter. Lei Wanyun intercepted Lin Shuai-Ro, his expression grave. But Lin Shuai-Ro collapsed, crying out in anguish. What am I supposed to do? Zixin is my only bloodline. As her mother, I can't even avenge her. Am I still worthy to be her mother? Lin Zixin is not merely the sole bloodline of Lin Shuai-Ro. She is also the only remnant of that man left for her. Now that this last fragment of hope has vanished, how could she possibly avoid succumbing to despair? Lei Wanyun remained silent for a long while before finally uttering, "Ahead lies the Valley of the God Burial. Once he enters, there will be no chance of survival. Rest assured, he is doomed. The Valley of the God Burial is fraught with peril. teeming with beasts of imperial caliber. Yet, it seems as though they are bound by some unseen force. Unable to escape from the valley. Of course, within the Shintian realm, there are those who enter the Valley of the God Burial in search of an opportunity to break through to the imperial level. And many quasi-imperial powers have ventured inside. However, without exception, their ultimate fate has been to never return, not even leaving behind a soul lamp. Thus, the Valley of the God Burial has attained a status akin to the 4 great forbidden zones. Ranking as the 5th, just as Lin Shuai-ro was still engulfed in sorrow over the loss of her daughter, her phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing Lin Zixin's contact page, Lin Shuai-ro was momentarily taken aback but quickly answered the call. Upon learning that Lin Zixin was still alive, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and stood up to head back westward with Lei Wanyun. Meanwhile, within a cave located in a mountain encompassed by a formation set by the Blood Soul Sect's envoy, Wu Yifan and Lin Zixin's garments lay scattered about, indicating a fierce struggle. Lin Zixin slowly rose from Wu Yifan's side, donning her clothes and gazing at the still-sleeping Wu Yifan, her expression a tapestry of complexity. She herself was uncertain of her feelings towards him, as the saintess of the Roshue sacred ground. If someone were to inadvertently glimpse her unclothed, the consequences would either be the death of the intruder or their marriage to her. Lin Zixin's ambition was to lead the entire Roshue sacred ground toward a more glorious future. Matters of romance had never entered her plans. Thus, upon realizing that Wu Yifan had inadvertently seen her exposed form, her initial thought was to eliminate him. However, she had not anticipated that Wu Yifan would endure a blow from the Blood Soul Sect's envoy to protect her. The strike contained a potent surge of demonic energy, and coupled with the backlash from a forbidden technique, Wu Yifan's already precarious condition was exacerbated. Without timely medical attention, Wu Yifan would indeed perish, a fate that was utterly unacceptable for Lin Zixin, who had witnessed him save her life. Ultimately, in an unexplainable state of mind, Lin Zixin resolved to sacrifice herself to ensure Wu Yifan's safety. Engaging in a dual cultivation with the Xian-yin sacred body would not only yield immense benefits but also cleanse all of her negative states. For Wu Yifan, this represented an unparalleled opportunity. By the time Wu Yifan awoke once more, he would surely break through to the pinnacle of supremacy. "We are even now, you scoundrel," Lin Zixin said, looking back at the still unconscious Wu Yifan before resolutely turning to leave. Her goal was to elevate the entire Roshue sacred ground to a more illustrious future. Matters of romance were not her current concern. Chapter 65. Wu Yifan's frustration, joining the immortal sect, activation of feedback function. What on earth has happened? Upon waking, Wu Yifan found himself in an unfamiliar cave, his expression heavy with concern. His memories lingered on the moment he shielded Lin Zixin from a blow, and after being struck by the Blood Soul Sect's envoy. He had lost consciousness, remaining oblivious to everything that transpired thereafter. Thus, upon feeling the absence of lingering effects within his body and realizing that he had successfully advanced to the pinnacle of supremacy, he was taken aback. What on earth had transpired? Surely, something significant had occurred that he was unaware of. Wu Yifan took a deep breath, his expression grave as he contemplated. Yet, no matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not fathom that Lin Zixin had made such a tremendous sacrifice to save him. After all, Wu Yifan believed that Lin Zixin would rather see him dead than save him. It seemed that this was a question he must seek the answer to himself. What had become of Lin Zixin? Had she truly sacrificed herself for his safety? As this thought crossed his mind, Wu Yifan's expression darkened. Resolutely, he stood up, inhaling deeply, his gaze filled with determination as he silently vowed, "Rest assured, Lin Zixin, I shall avenge you, Lin Zixin. Wuli, do you wish to join my Zhantian sect and become my personal disciple?" At that moment, an elderly man with flowing white hair stood before Wuli, wearing a gentle expression. Wuli hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Disciple Wuli pays respects to the master. After departing from the Wu family, Wuli sought out the Zhantian sect, one of the 4 emperors and 6 sects of the southern region, to become a disciple. Naturally, before leaving the Wu family, his parents had repeatedly cautioned him against revealing his identity as a member of the Wu family. When Wu Mango sighed and spoke earnestly, "My son, you must understand that if you expose your identity as a member of the Wu family, then even if others respect you, it will only be due to the Wu family's reputation, not because of you. The glory that comes with success is fleeting, but if you can still attain honor in times of decline, that is your true glory. I hope to witness you achieve your own glory. After hearing his father's words, Wuli felt as though a new world had opened before him, committing those words to memory. When asked about his origins by the elder registering him at the Zhantian sect, Wuli simply claimed to be an unnamed rogue cultivator. Shortly after joining the Zhantian sect, Wuli garnered the favor of Chen Ping'an, the master of one of the 8 peaks, the Carefree Peak, who took him as a disciple. Naturally, Wuli had no reason to refuse, so he readily agreed. Upon seeing Wuli's acceptance, Chen Ping'an felt a surge of satisfaction and nodded in approval. For some inexplicable reason, when Chen Ping'an laid eyes on Wuli for the first time, he sensed a peculiar connection. Believing that Wuli was fated to be his disciple, coupled with Wuli's considerable talent, he decided to take him under his wing. Otherwise, Chen Ping'an might not have taken a disciple at all. The other disciples, witnessing a mere upper-grade spiritual root being personally accepted as a disciple by the Peak Master of Carefree Peak, gasped in astonishment. This was no small matter, for the Peak Masters of the 8 peaks in the Zhantian sect were all quasi-imperial level experts. With Chen Ping'an, the Master of Carefree Peak, being particularly formidable, having reached the pinnacle of quasi-imperial strength, standing on par with the sect leader. It was precisely for this reason that the Zhantian sect held its esteemed position as the foremost among the 6 sections. Ahem, Master Qin, my talent is quite exceptional as well. Might I pique your interest? At that moment, another talented individual with an upper-grade spiritual root approached Chen Ping'an, speaking with a hint of anticipation. However, Chen Ping'an merely cast a glance at him before slowly addressing the registering elder. This person does not meet my preferences. You understand, right? The elder responsible for registration was taken aback by Chen Ping'an's words, breaking into a cold sweat as he turned to the aspiring disciple. Sneering, get lost. You have been expelled from our Zhantian sect. What gives you the right to become Master Qin's disciple? The registering elder said no more and promptly escorted the dumbfounded young man away, leaving him no opportunity to plead for mercy. The other disciples, witnessing this, lowered their heads in trepidation, fearing to provoke Chen Ping'an and be expelled from the Zhantian sect. They understood that being accepted into the Zhantian sect was a great honor, but being cast out would likely leave them unwelcome in other factions, tarnishing their reputations. Thus, Wuli, who had originally hoped to cultivate discreetly within the Zhantian sect, was forced into the position of Chen Ping'an's personal disciple. Of course, had he refused, it would have been even more difficult for Wuli to maintain a low profile. After all, becoming Chen Ping'an's disciple would allow him to cultivate with a sense of security under the auspices of that title. However, if he declined, it would likely lead to daily troubles. Meanwhile, Wu Hao, after leaving the Wu family, embarked on a journey across the entire Xintian realm with his wife, ostensibly for their honeymoon. Of course, Su Qiaoran was unaware of the true meaning behind this, but she was content simply to be by her husband's side. While enjoying their honeymoon, Wu Hao was not idle, seeking suitable candidates within the Xintian realm to assemble his imperial army. However, during his search, he was momentarily taken aback. Ding! System has detected that the host has been bound for 100 years. New functionality activated. Please check, host. The sudden announcement from the system startled Wu Hao, as he had previously disabled the system's notification due to its incessant reminders. This marked the first time the system had spoken since their exit from the forbidden land of annihilation. What new functionality? Wu Hao, filled with curiosity, opened the system panel. Upon discovering the new feature, he found himself momentarily stunned, his heart swelling with uncontainable joy. The new functionality, feedback synthesis, allowed the host to choose whether to synthesize the items received from feedback. 100 items could be combined to create a higher tier item. In simpler terms, 100 yellow tier weapons could be fused into a single profound tier weapon, and 100 profound tier weapons could yield a single earth tier weapon. The same principle applied to techniques and elixirs. Naturally, the cultivation feedback remained unaffected by this new feature, as cultivation itself is immutable. Synthesis would not alter the essence of one's cultivation. However, Wu Hao soon noticed a line of reminders below that he read attentively. Ding. Synthesized items cannot be synthesized again. That's a pity. I had intended to provide Fan and the others with an imperial weapon and then infinitely synthesize it. Wu Hao thought to himself. Somewhat disappointed, if he could offer them an imperial weapon, it would yield feedback of 1,000,000 imperial weapons. Just imagining the monstrous tier of weapons that could be synthesized from 1,000,000 imperial weapons was thrilling. Nonetheless, Wu Hao still felt quite satisfied. If need be, He could always seek resources from some powerful factions once he grew stronger. P.S. Due to other commitments today, I will update one less chapter, but will compensate with an additional chapter tomorrow as an apology to the esteemed readers. P.S. Many esteemed readers have expressed that the inability to synthesize is unappealing, so the humble author has added this feature in hopes of satisfying the readers. Of course, should the feedback be unfavorable, adjustments will be made in the future. Chapter 66. The Sacred Vessel of Mastery. Wu Li, this is your elder brother, and this is your second senior sister. With you included, I have only 3 disciples. Do not bring shame upon me. Before long, Chen Ping'an led Wu Li to the summit of the Carefree Peak. Although referred to as a peak, its size exceeded Wu Li's wildest imagination, rivaling even his own home. Upon reaching the Carefree Peak, Chen Ping'an introduced Wu Li to his elder brother and second senior sister, Kai Tiankuan and Nan Gongya, both of whom were several centuries old and possessed formidable cultivation levels. Having reached the sacred realm, "Hello, junior brother. You must strive diligently in your cultivation, or else master may expel you," teased Nan Gongya. Her violet hair shimmering as she regarded Wu Li. It was evident that she recognized Wu Li as merely being at the golden core stage, which, while commendable for an ordinary individual, would invite ridicule if one claimed to be a disciple of Chen Ping'an. In response, Wu Li earnestly nodded and bowed, saying, "I will work hard in my cultivation." Second senior sister, ahem, well then, it is getting late. You two should take Wu Li to find a peak to settle down. Wu Li, if you encounter any issues in your cultivation, feel free to consult your elder brother and second senior sister. If they cannot assist you, you may come to me. At that moment, Chen Ping'an cleared his throat and addressed Kai Tiankuan and Nan Gongya. Acknowledging their master's words, they nodded and turned to Wu Li, promptly leading him away from the main peak. I wonder what benefits this disciple will bring me. There is an inexplicable feeling that taking him as a disciple will yield unimaginable rewards. Chen Ping'an mused internally as he watched Kai Tiankuan and Nan Gongya guide Wu Li to a nearby peak. Indeed, the rapid advancement of Chen Ping'an to the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor stage was partly due to his terrifying innate talent, but also because he had unwavering faith in his instincts. It was precisely this intuition that had saved him multiple times from peril and bestowed upon him immense opportunities. After contemplating, Chen Ping'an resolved not to dwell on this matter any further and turned to resume his cultivation. He had remained at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor stage for 50 millennia, yet he harbored no confidence in breaking through to the emperor stage, uncertain of when that breakthrough might occur. Thank you, elder brother and second senior sister. Wu Li expressed his gratitude after departing from the main peak. Junior brother, feel free to choose any peak you like, except for those 2. They are our sanctuaries. Nan Gongya remarked, gesturing toward 2 high mountains enveloped in barriers. Wu Li nodded, his gaze scanning the territory of the Carefree Peak until it brightened at the sight of a particular peak. Without hesitation, he declared, second senior sister, I choose that peak. Are you certain? Nan Gongya inquired for confirmation. Is it true that once I decide, I cannot change my mind? Wu Li asked curiously. Not at all. It's simply that we will only escort you once. From then on, you will have to relocate on your own, as Carefree Peak is renowned for having few disciples, and there is hardly anyone living here. Nan Gongya replied with a resigned expression. Wu Li was momentarily speechless but nodded nonetheless. No problem. That will do. For reasons unknown, Wu Li felt an inexplicable connection to that peak. Kai Tiankuan and Nan Gongya escorted Wu Li to the chosen mountain, then spoke. All right, junior brother, the next steps are up to you. Your elder brother and I reside over there. If you have any questions, feel free to ask us. By the way, your elder brother specializes in the sword path, while I focus on the spear path. This. Wu Li's eyes lit up. Since he practiced the sword path as well, it seemed he would have ample opportunity to spar and seek wisdom from his elder brother in the future. After everything was settled, Kai Tiankuan and Nan Gongya prepared to leave. However, before departing, they pulled out their phones and added Wu Li to a group chat, explaining that cultivation now needed to be scientific, and that he could contact them if any issues arose. This was Wu Li's first glimpse of the profound influence his family's enterprise held within the entire Xintian realm. Once his elder brother and second senior sister departed, Wu Li tidied up the belongings on the peak and planned to rest. The mountain contained little more than a residence, with everything else needing to be arranged by the disciple. Although Wu Li had some understanding of formations, he was not particularly proficient, so he decided to wait until the next day to have his master assist him with the arrangements. However, just as Wu Li was about to rest, he sensed something and squinted into the distance. In a momentary daze, he thought he glimpsed a flash of green light, but when he looked again in that direction, the light had vanished. Was it an illusion? Wu Li pondered hesitantly, but soon shook his head. Regardless of its veracity, he would find out what it was by investigating, as it would not hinder his pace. Quickly, Wu Li followed the direction of the green light he had seen, and upon reaching the location, his eyes were irresistibly drawn to a small bottle partially protruding from the ground. The small bottle was adorned with verdant patterns and emanated a faint green glow. What is this? The moment Wu Li laid eyes on the small bottle, he sensed that it was no ordinary item. With this thought in mind, he stepped forward, carefully excavating the bottle and holding it in his hands. At that very instant, as Wu Li grasped the little green bottle, Wu Hao, who had just finished comforting Su Qiaoran, received a notification from the system. Ding, congratulations, host descendant Wu Li has obtained the sacred vessel of mastery. You have received feedback of 1,000,000 sacred vessels of mastery. Would you like to synthesize? Oh, has he already found his fated magical artifact so soon? Staying in the Wu family only delays the growth of the destined child. Wu Hao thought to himself in astonishment. But he quickly nodded and pressed to synthesize. After all, the mere sacred vessel of mastery held little use for him, and synthesizing it could yield a staggering quantity of 10,000 ding. 1,000,000 sacred vessels of mastery successfully synthesized. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10,000 mastery vessels, mastery vessel, capable of harnessing the power of myriad paths for one's own use, provided one comes into contact with the power of those myriad paths. Upon reading the description of the Zhang Dao bottle, Wu Hao could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. It was evident that he had not anticipated the bottle's formidable nature, capable of refining the power of myriad paths for its own use. In simpler terms, the Zhang Dao bottle can transform the great powers it encounters into its own, generating corresponding pathways within itself. When needed, one can wield the power of these pathways through the bottle. This implies that once the Zhang Dao bottle evolves to its complete form, it can unleash true grand power. Naturally, the energy required for the wielder to manifest this power is tremendously daunting. Even at present, Wu Hao lacked absolute confidence in fully realizing the bottle's true potential. Only when one reaches the level of an immortal emperor could they hope to unlock its complete might. Chapter 67. For one's own use. Upon realizing that only an immortal emperor could truly harness the Zhang Dao bottle's might, Wu Hao felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have retained some of the Zhang Shang bottles for immediate use. After all, while the Zhang Dao bottle requires an immortal emperor to unleash its full power, the Zhang Shang bottle could manifest its complete abilities right now. However, the system possessed an exceedingly foolish function that prohibited the reversal of completed actions, leaving Wu Hao with no choice but to begrudgingly accept the outcome. This incident did not dampen Wu Hao's spirits. The next day, he awoke to continue his quest with his wife, Su Qiaoran. In search of suitable candidates to establish the Emperor Legion, "Darling, have we truly not found a suitable target?" Su Qiaoran inquired, casting a serious glance at Wu Hao. They had been searching for approximately a month without success. Was it that Wu Hao's aspirations were too lofty, or were they simply unable to find anyone? Wu Hao's expression grew solemn as he pondered for a moment before letting out a sigh. Perhaps my standards are too high. I shall adjust my criteria. Wu Hao sought individuals who would possess unwavering loyalty, those who would never betray him even in his downfall. If necessary, they would unconditionally follow his orders unto death. Upon identifying individuals who appeared suitable, Wu Hao conjured an incredibly realistic illusion, allowing them to experience the combat prowess of an emperor. He then simulated his own decline to observe their choices. However, it was evident that all had betrayed him immediately after his downfall. Otherwise, he would have long since found candidates to lead the Emperor Legion. Wu Hao contemplated whether to lower his standards. Seeking loyalty only during his peak rather than after his decline, he suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. "Why, dear, let us go. I have spotted something intriguing." With that, Wu Hao whisked Su Qiaoran away. And when they reappeared, they stood before the remnants of a ruin. Why must everything I hold dear be obliterated? In the center of the ruins stood a disheveled girl, collapsing to the ground. Her face a mask of despair. At that moment, the heavens conformed to the scene, beginning to rain, further accentuating the girl's desolation. Su Qiaoran stood silently beside Wu Hao, aware that his intentions for bringing her here were deliberate. She simply chose to observe. Unbeknownst to them, the girl remained transfixed as Wu Hao took action, ensnaring her within the illusion he had crafted. Within the illusion, Wu Hao learned the girl's name, nameless and without a surname. She had just been taken in by the Qin family, only for that family to be annihilated, leaving her no opportunity to adopt a name. The girl had survived solely due to her absence at the time of disaster. Before this, she had been taken in by numerous families, yet each had met with ruin in the illusion. Wu Hao took the girl under his wing, administering a blood emperor pill and bestowing upon her a top-tier spiritual root, compelling her to serve him. Subsequently, due to a fortuitous turn of events, he became a cripple, yet the girl chose to remain by his side rather than abandon him. Observing the girl before him, Wu Hao could not help but smile wryly. I am now a mere shell of my former self, unable to cultivate for life. Are you certain you wish to remain by my side? With utmost seriousness, the girl replied, my master has opened his heart to me. How could I abandon you in your time of need? My life belongs to you, and should anything befall you, I shall follow suit. Startled by her words, Wu Hao soon burst into laughter. At last, I have found her. I have finally found her. As Wu Hao laughed, the girl was momentarily taken aback, and the world around them began to dissipate like fleeting bubbles. Standing before her were Wu Hao and Su Qiaoran. The girl initially blinked in surprise before her eyes sparkled with recognition. Master, rise. That was merely a test, and you have passed. From this day forth, you are mine, Wu Hao affirmed with a nod, satisfaction evident in his expression. Thanks to Wu Hao, Su Qiaoran had also gleaned the contents of the illusion and regarded the girl with newfound respect. In the current realm of Xintian, few could maintain their original intentions, let alone those who could do so after gaining power. Consume this. It is the Blood Emperor pill. Additionally, here is your spiritual root. Wu Hao declared, flicking a Blood Emperor pill into the girl's mouth while simultaneously infusing her with a top-tier spiritual root, ensuring her path would not be severed. As the girl felt the changes within her body, she eventually lifted her gaze to Wu Hao and earnestly bowed her head, saying, I humbly request a name, Master. Since you are nameless, you shall take my surname, Wu, and as for your name, let it be Mingdai. For the butterfly emerges anew from its cocoon, and you shall have a bright future ahead. Wu Hao mused thoughtfully before bestowing what he believed to be a fitting name. From this moment on, the girl would be known as Wu Mingdai. Her eyes shone with light as she murmured to herself, from today onward, I too have a name. At that instant, the rain above ceased, and a ray of dawn illuminated Wu Mingdai, making her appear as if she were glowing. With the aid of the Blood Emperor pill, Wu Mingdai swiftly broke through to the early stages of the Emperor realm. Moreover, as Wu Hao concealed her newfound aura, no one in the Xintian realm was aware that someone had ascended to the Emperor level. After her breakthrough, Wu Mingdai turned to Wu Hao, gritting her teeth as she requested, Master, I have something to say. I understand. Go forth. Settle your grievances with the outside world, and then find 99 individuals within the Xintian realm who possess absolute loyalty, bringing them before me. Wu Hao instructed, fully aware of Meng Die's intentions. Although the families that had taken her in had not done so for long, she held their kindness close to her heart. Now that she possessed the strength to avenge the wronged souls, she was determined to seek retribution. Wu Mingdai cast a grateful glance at Wu Hao before turning to depart. Su Qiaoran sighed as she observed Wu Hao. What a pitiable child, my husband. What do you suppose her origins are? P.S. Today was spent cleaning, so I lack time. The missing chapters will be supplemented for the readers tomorrow. Apologies. P.S. Wu Mingdai was previously known as Wu Tuidi. Her name was changed based on reader suggestions. Should there be any discrepancies in future chapters, please kindly remind me, and I appreciate your understanding. Chapter 68. The Body of Calamity. As Wu Hao watched Wu Mengdia's retreating figure, he withdrew his gaze and, after a long silence, murmured, The Body of Calamity. Upon hearing Wu Hao's words, Su Qiaoran couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. She was certainly aware of the Calamity Body. Unlike the overwhelmingly powerful ancient sacred body and the chaotic body, the Calamity Body resembled more of a torment, a curse. Anyone possessing a Calamity Body would be plagued by misfortune from the moment of their birth, experiencing relentless suffering. Anyone who dared to approach a Calamity Body would invariably encounter untold misfortunes. This was precisely why every family that had sheltered Wu Tuidai had met with annihilation. Most importantly, while those close to a Calamity Body would suffer misfortunes, the Calamity Body itself would not be harmed or, in other words, would not perish. There was once a quasi-emperor who attempted to harm a calamity body, only to be killed by a fragment that fell from the heavens, rumored to be a shard of a celestial artifact that had plummeted from the upper realms. Furthermore, a calamity body is incapable of cultivation, as there are no spiritual roots within. Even employing methods to cultivate spiritual roots postnatally would be futile, save for Wu Hao's system being sufficiently powerful to allow Wu Mingdai to harbor spiritual roots within her. "My lord, will taking in a calamity body affect you?" Su Chaoran inquired anxiously, casting a worried glance at Wu Hao. Wu Hao merely shook his head, his tone imbued with pride. "Fear not, a mere calamity body is nothing to me." This was not a baseless claim. No matter how formidable the calamity body may be, could it truly rival the system? Moreover, the calamity body's influence on those nearby would primarily affect individuals of lesser cultivation. For someone like Wu Hao, at the Golden Immortal realm, merely a step away from the great Luo Golden Immortal, a breakthrough would elevate him beyond the three realms, rendering him unaffected by the torrents of time and space, let alone the impact of a calamity body. Unless, of course, Wu Mingdai's calamity body reached a level capable of invoking apocalyptic disasters. Meanwhile, after departing from Wu Hao's presence, Wu Mingdai wasted no time in seeking out and eradicating the hostile forces that had once sheltered her. Without uttering a word, she unleashed a single strike, obliterating the entirety of the opposing faction. Although many were not privy to the scheme, to Wu Mingdai, their association with that faction meant they were complicit, thus absolving any notion of innocence. In a mere half a day, Wu Mingdai annihilated 15 factions, achieving the staggering feat of slaying countless adversaries. After vanquishing all her foes, Wu Mingdai's heart remained unperturbed. She felt no joy from her actions, for this was merely her duty, one she had fulfilled. Having completed her task, Wu Mingdai did not immediately return to Wu Hao's side, but instead arrived at the ruins of the 15 families. There, she bowed thrice in a particular direction before rising and departing. "Master." Upon Wu Mingdai's return, Wu Hao nodded. "Have all matters been resolved?" "All is settled. From this day forth, you are a member of the Wu family. Go now and attend to what you must." With a grand wave of his hand, Wu Mingdai comprehended Wu Hao's intent and turned to leave. She would next seek out 99 suitable candidates to recruit for her purposes. Then return to Wu Hao, with his assistants guiding her breakthrough to the Emperor realm, becoming the sword of the Wu family. "Wife, let us return. The forthcoming matters shall be entrusted to her." After Wu Hao's words, Su Chaoran nodded, and the two set off towards the Wu family's residence. On the other hand, after a period of exploration, Wu Li finally grasped the purpose of the holy bottle in his possession. He was astonished to discover that this treasure could produce a certain quantity of spiritual liquid to promote the growth of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. With this, he would no longer lack the resources necessary for his cultivation. Observing a decade-old spiritual herb rapidly flourish after a single drop of spiritual liquid, Wu Li marveled as it reached 100 years of age in mere minutes. 10 years could be deemed as yellow-tier heavenly material, 100 years as mysterious tier, 1,000 years as earthly tier, 10,000 years as heavenly tier, 100,000 years as supreme, and 500,000 years as emperor tier heavenly materials. In the current Xian Tian realm, let alone emperor tier materials, even supreme tier materials were exceedingly rare. Yet with the aid of the treasure in his hand, Wu Li felt confident that he could swiftly break through to the Saint realm or even the Supreme realm, and perhaps even catch a glimpse of the Emperor realm. Simultaneously, within the Roshui sacred land, Lin Shui Ruo summoned all the elders of the sacred land and inquired, "Esteemed elders, what do you believe is troubling the saintess?" Upon hearing Lin Shui Ruo's words, the elders exchanged glances, and the grand elder stepped forward, curious. "Holy Master, has something occurred?" "Nothing significant, merely a sense that the saintess has been acting rather strangely of late." Lin Shui Ruo frowned slightly, as if perplexed by the situation. The elders then began to comprehend the reason behind Lin Shui Ruo's gathering. 1 Elder, having some insight into Lin Zixin's recent behavior, harbored a speculation. However, he refrained from voicing it, considering it somewhat absurd. "Holy Master, could it be that the saintess is still haunted by the fear of being pursued by the demonic cultivators? After all, she is still quite young, and it was her first brush with death. Such fear is entirely natural." The second elder spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui Ruo nodded. While she believed it was not the case, it seemed the only explanation available, lest she consider the notion that her daughter had developed feelings for someone. Speaking of her daughter as potential romantic interests, Lin Shui Ruo pondered a suitable candidate. Realizing she needed to discuss it with her daughter shortly. At that moment, Lin Zixin lay in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. After a long while, she sighed. She was uncertain why, but she had initially intended to forget Wu Yifan and the events of that day. However, ever since returning to the sacred land, she found herself dreaming of Wu Yifan every night, often in the most shameful of scenarios, where she was the one taking the initiative. Lin Zixin, what are you doing? You are the saintess of Roshue's sacred land, destined to lead it to greatness. Why must you debase yourself? Lin Zixin murmured in frustration, covering her face with a pillow. Just then, a gentle knock resonated at the door, followed by Lin Shui Ruo's voice. Daughter, are you available? I have something to discuss. Cough, cough, mother, I'm fine. Please come in. Hearing Lin Shui Ruo's voice, Lin Zixin quickly suppressed her absurd thoughts and sat at the edge of her bed. In the next moment, Lin Shui Ruo entered, taking a seat beside Lin Zixin, her gaze filled with warmth as she spoke. Daughter, has the last incident left you with a significant psychological scar? Upon hearing this, Lin Zixin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recalled that Lin Shui Ruo was referring to the pursuit by the Blood Soul sect. She shook her head, speaking in a calm tone. Mother, the last incident did not leave me with a psychological shadow. Then what is troubling you? Do not lie to your mother. Your recent changes have not gone unnoticed throughout the Roshue sacred land. Lin Shui Ruo gazed at Lin Zixin with concern, for her daughter was her most cherished treasure, and she could not bear to see her in distress. Sensing her mother's concern, Lin Zixin could not help but smile, momentarily recalling a joyful memory, but quickly adopted a serious expression and shook her head. Mother, I truly am fine. I just need some time to process what happened that day. As for psychological shadows, there are none. Seeing her daughter so assured, Lin Shui Ruo had no choice but to set the matter aside for the moment. Then, as if recalling something, she spoke with a hint of implication. By the way, daughter, do you remember Lei Jingzhan? Upon hearing the name, Lin Zixin's mind wandered back to her youth when her mother often took her to play at Uncle Lei's home in the Thunder Sacred Land. I remember. What of it? It's just that I was wondering how you feel about this child, Jingzhan. If he seems suitable, perhaps you could try to get to know him better. Lin Shui Ruo smiled gently as she spoke. However, Lin Zixin froze in place, taking a considerable time before she finally responded. Mother, you know I have no interest in romantic affairs. My sole focus is on cultivation and leading the Roshue sacred land to glory. However, after the words fell, Lin Zixin found herself inexplicably haunted by the face of Wu Yifan, a visage that evoked both love and hatred, leaving her heart in a tumultuous state. Lin Shuiru, upon hearing this, chose not to elaborate further. She merely mentioned it casually, knowing that if her daughter had no particular thoughts on the matter, she would not impose her will. Thus, the unrequited love of that young man, Lei Jingzhan, would inevitably end in failure. All right, mother, it is time for me to cultivate. Please step outside. By the way, I have a feeling that I might break through to the quasi-emperor realm in the next few days. So please do not disturb me, Lin Zixin declared, rising from her seat and gently pushing Lin Shuiru out the door. Lin Shuiru was momentarily taken aback. Once she realized that her daughter was on the verge of breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm, her face betrayed an unmistakable excitement. After all, her daughter was merely over 500 years old, and achieving such a breakthrough at that tender age suggested the possibility of ascending to the emperor realm. In stark contrast, she had reached the quasi-emperor realm at the age of 10,000, and now, as a 300,000-year-old elder, the prospect of becoming an emperor seemed as distant as ever. Sighing, Lin Shuiru pondered whether Zixin would indeed break the curse preventing ascension to emperor in the Shantian realm. A tinge of melancholy crossed her features as she resigned herself to the notion that she would not have that opportunity. Yet, just as Lin Shuiru was about to leave, a thought struck her, causing her expression to change dramatically. Wait, didn't my daughter say that unless she eliminated that young man, her mindset would be constrained, hindering her breakthrough to the quasi-emperor realm? Could it be that he has already been dealt with? Logically, that shouldn't be the case, or perhaps there is something I am entirely unaware of. Lin Shuiru mused, her heart heavy with confusion, though she decided not to dwell on it too long. Recognizing that achieving the quasi-emperor realm was ultimately a positive development. Conversely, Lin Zixin was not merely fabricating her claim of breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm to placate Lin Shuiru. She was genuinely prepared to do so. As a peak sovereign, her dual cultivation with Wu Yifan had proven immensely beneficial, given that one was a Xian sacred body and the other an ancient sacred body, both possessing formidable constitutions, making their joint cultivation advantageous for both. Shaking her head to cast aside thoughts of Wu Yifan, Lin Zixin began her seclusion to strive for the quasi-emperor realm. Meanwhile, Wu Yifan took a moment to consolidate his thoughts, refining the residual power left within him by Lin Zixin, which enabled him to break through to the peak sovereign realm, now just a step away from the quasi-emperor realm. The next step would be to seek out the heavenly materials capable of unlocking the 9th layer of restrictions on his ancient sacred body. He recalled that 9 specific items were required: the quasi-emperor level blue claw poison spider's venom sac, a century-old thunderstrike willow, a century-old radiant sunfruit, a century-old blue-silver royal grass, the quasi-emperor level moonshadow wolf fong, and 3 types of supreme level yang attribute heavenly materials. Wu Yifan internally contemplated that while he possessed 3 types of supreme level yang attribute materials, he still needed to acquire the quasi-emperor level blue claw poison spider's venom sac, moonshadow wolf fong, and thunderstrike willow. According to his understanding, these 3 items were exceedingly rare even within the vast Xintian realm, as quasi-emperor strongholds were few and far between, let alone the blue claw poison spider and moonshadow wolf, which were at the quasi-emperor level. The thunderstrike willow, naturally, referred to a willow tree that had withstood lightning strikes for 100,000 years, making it extremely rare, though attainable with the right investment. Sighing, he resolved to take each step as it came. With that, Wu Yifan set off to search the expansive Xintian realm. After all, there was still the looming threat of the Blood Soul sect, whose envoys had reached the peak quasi-emperor level, indicating that there were likely true emperor-level powerhouses stationed within. Perhaps there were even more formidable beings than just emperors. Although he was uncertain why the Blood Soul sect had not dispatched an emperor to invade the Xintian realm, Wu Yifan could surmise that the sect was likely restricted from leaving the God Burial Valley. Thus, he needed to grow stronger as quickly as possible to withstand the might of the Blood Soul sect's strongholds, especially considering the weight of the entire Wu family resting upon his shoulders. Master, upon seeing Wu Yidao return before him, Marshal Saint Na rose, his face alight with joy. The excitement within him surged as he sensed Wu Yidao's newfound power. Yidao, have you broken through to the peak Great Saint level? Yes, by a stroke of luck. I gained insight and ascended to the peak Great Saint level. Wu Yidao replied with a nod, his demeanor notably composed. After receiving guidance from his great-grandfather, Wu Yidao had come to fully understand the virtue of humility, opting to remain understated unless absolutely necessary. Hearing this, Marshal Saint Na could not contain his laughter. Ha ha ha, my disciple Yidao possesses the potential of an emperor. At his current age of under 100, achieving peak Great Saint status at such a pace suggested that he could reach the sovereign realm within a millennium and possibly the quasi-emperor realm within 10,000 years. In this light, glimpsing the emperor realm was certainly within reach. Master, unless there is something pressing, I shall take my leave to cultivate, Wu Yidao stated. He had spent much time traversing the world, absorbing knowledge and experiences, and now required a period of consolidation. As Wu Yidao turned to depart, Marshal Saint Na suddenly recalled something, his expression growing serious. You should have time soon, as the Four Saints Grand Competition is approaching. You shall represent our Tianwu Mountain in the contest. The Four Saints Grand Competition? A hint of confusion crossed Wu Yidao's face. Marshal Saint Na paused, realizing that Wu Yidao might be unaware of the event's significance, and proceeded to explain. Indeed, the Four Saints Grand Competition is organized by the 4 major sacred lands, held once every 1,000 years. It invites cultivators under 1,000 years of age from across the Xintian realm. Those who rank highly can receive rewards from the 4 major sacred lands. Our Tianwu Mountain also has a quota for participants. The next competition will be in 10 years, and you shall represent us. Wu Yidao clasped his hands in respectful acknowledgement. Everything shall be as you say, Master. With that, he turned to focus on consolidating his strength in preparation for the Saint King realm. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Wu family, Su Qiaoran, with the aid of Wu Hao's dual cultivation, had also broken through to the Saint King realm, becoming the youngest Saint King in the history of the 10,000 Flowers Sacred Land. Just as Wu Hao reveled in the closeness with Su Qiaoran, Wu Rulong unexpectedly appeared at the door. Clearing his throat, Wu Hao and Su Qiaoran quickly snapped to attention. What is it? Wu Hao inquired. his brow furrowing as he eyed Wu Rulong with a scrutinizing gaze, as if threatening to send him to special training should he fail to provide a satisfactory explanation. Wu Rulong recollected his purpose and produced an invitation, explaining, "This is an invitation from the 4 major sacred lands, inviting our Wu family to participate in the 4 Saints Grand Competition. Those who perform well can receive rewards from the 4 major sacred lands." The 4 Saints Grand Competition? Wu Hao's brow furrowed further, as he was not well acquainted with it, given that it occurred only once every 1,000 years, and news only circulated shortly before the event. It was no wonder he was unaware. However, Su Qiaoran's eyes brightened. As the former saintess of the 10,000 Flowers Sacred Land, she was well aware of the competition's significance and kindly explained. The 4 Saints Grand Competition is a prestigious event, and it offers great opportunities for those who participate. Upon hearing his wife's explanation, Wu Hao finally grasped the essence of the 4 Saints Grand Competition. After contemplating for a moment, he inquired, "How many quotas do we have?" 5. Wu Rulong replied eagerly. After some reflection, Wu Hao responded, "In that case, let's allocate 1 quota to Yi Fun, and you can decide how to distribute the remaining 4. The moment Wu Hao's words fell, Su Qiaoran quickly interjected, "Husband, may I participate? I wish to witness the grandeur of the 4 Saints Grand Competition." Wu Hao, naturally unwilling to deny Su Qiaoran's request, affectionately pinched her nose and replied, "Very well, if you wish to go, then go, and Rulong, you should also join to gain some experience." Wu Hao understood that there were quite a few individuals under 1,000 years of age who had broken through to the Saint King realm, and since Wu Rulong was only at the early Great Saint level, attending the 4 Saints Grand Competition would greatly benefit him. Wu Rulong readily agreed, but then seemed to have a thought. His eyes lighting up as he tentatively asked, "Father, I recall you mentioned you could forge imperial weapons, correct?" "Indeed. Have you gathered the materials?" Wu Hao asked, his gaze turning to Wu Rulong. Wu Rulong nodded vigorously. "Yes, I have collected the materials. So, Father, when can you forge an imperial weapon for me?" After a moment of contemplation, Wu Hao extended his hand and declared, "There's no time like the present. Let us do it today. It shouldn't take too long." Hearing his father's words, Wu Rulong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly retrieved a storage ring filled with the materials he had amassed from the Wu family's resources in the Xintian realm. After inspecting the materials within, Wu Hao nodded in approval, confirming that they were indeed suitable for forging an imperial weapon. "What type of imperial weapon do you desire?" "A sword. I wish for a long sword." Upon hearing his father's inquiry, Wu Rulong immediately spoke of the sword without hesitation, for who would not aspire to be a sword cultivator? Sword cultivators exude an undeniable charm, sweeping across 30,000 miles with a single stroke, leaving all formidable foes bowing in submission. Wu Hao nodded in response to Wu Rulong's words, and in the next moment, under his control, materials from the storage ring began to soar into the air. All of which were materials of imperial-grade forging. In the eyes of Wu Rulong, filled with anticipation, a ball of purple flame materialized in Wu Hao's palm. The sight of that flame caused Wu Rulong to involuntarily gasp in astonishment. This was imperial fire. All things in the world possess a hierarchy. Even stones can manifest as Sun Wukong. Thus, it is hardly surprising that flames have their own ranks. In the Xintian realm, flames are categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang, collectively referred to as spiritual fire. Above spiritual fire lies supreme fire, and above that is imperial fire. However, according to Wu Rulong's understanding, even quasi-emperors cannot wield such imperial fire. Only a true emperor can command it. Having previously doubted his father's realm, Wu Rulong now confirmed that his father was at least an emperor upon witnessing the emergence of the imperial fire. Yet, Wu Hao paid no heed to Wu Rulong's reactions. Under his guidance, all the forging materials flew directly into the imperial fire, where they melted into a singular form. Controlled by Wu Hao's formidable mental power, the materials continued to fuse and gradually took the shape of a long sword. After approximately 2.5 minutes, the long sword finally took form as Wu Hao retracted the imperial fire. A terrifying aura erupted from the sword he had forged, though Wu Hao swiftly suppressed it. Feeling the immense power emanating from the sword, Wu Rulong was overwhelmed with excitement. He had not expected that as a mere early-stage great sage, he would have the fortune of possessing his own imperial weapon. It is worth noting that even a peak quasi-emperor might not possess their own imperial weapon. Just as Wu Rulong was about to reach for the imperial weapon from Wu Hao's hands, He saw his father vanish with it. Wait. The imperial weapon still requires some steps to be completed before it can truly be called an imperial weapon. I will return shortly. Thus, Wu Rulong could only watch helplessly as his father departed with his imperial weapon. Gradually fading from view. Chapter 71. Wu Yifan. What has happened? Meanwhile, Wu Yifan gazed curiously at his great-grandfather, who had appeared before him. Great-grandfather. What has transpired? Despite his curiosity, Wu Yifan maintained his composure and inquired with genuine interest. However, Wu Hao said little, directly presenting the imperial sword into Wu Yifan's hands while speaking softly. You haven't had a suitable weapon during this time, have you? This is the imperial weapon forged by your great-grandfather. You may use it for now. Upon hearing that the long sword was indeed an imperial sword, Wu Yifan was momentarily stunned, taking a while to react before joyously accepting the imperial sword and expressing his gratitude. Thank you, great-grandfather. After Wu Yifan accepted the long sword, the system's voice chimed in, ding, detection of the host granting an imperial-grade weapon to the descendant of the destined child has been recorded. 100,000 imperial-grade long swords have been generated. Please collect, system, merge them for me. The imperial-grade long swords held no use for Wu Hao. It would be far better to directly merge them into celestial-grade long swords. Ding, consumed 100,000 imperial-grade long swords. Successfully merged into 10,000 inferior celestial-grade long swords. Please collect, host. Hearing the system's notification, Wu Hao nodded with satisfaction, then turned to Wu Yifan, recalling something and expressing a hint of regret. I almost forgot. Yifan, your constitution is the ancient sacred body, so that long sword may not suit your needs. Perhaps you should return it to your great-grandfather, Wu Yifan? No, great-grandfather, I can actually use it. Nevertheless, Wu Yifan shook his head and returned the imperial sword to Wu Hao. Wu Hao nodded in satisfaction. Although he now possessed 10,000 celestial-grade long swords, he could not overlook Wu Rulong's desire for an imperial weapon. As a father, how could he not fulfill Wu Rulong's wish? Wu Rulong, what type of weapon are you skilled in? If the opportunity arises, great-grandfather can forge one for you. After all, Wu Yifan was the destined child. Having a suitable weapon to assist him would surely expedite his growth. Upon hearing Wu Hao's words, Wu Yifan paused momentarily, quickly regaining his composure as his eyes sparkled. Great-grandfather, I wish to use a cauldron. A cauldron? That is indeed an unconventional weapon. Very well, if that is your desire. I shall see if I can find one for you. Wu Hao furrowed his brow slightly but nodded in agreement. All right, you must strive to grow stronger. Your responsibilities have changed. If you were not strong enough before then, you may deeply regret it. Wu Hao's gaze towards Wu Yifan was filled with an inscrutable meaning. Before Wu Yifan could inquire further, Wu Hao vanished from sight. Seeing this, Wu Yifan suppressed his inner doubts. Regardless, he would focus on becoming stronger. After all, he had yet to avenge the Blood Soul sect. Once Wu Hao had concluded matters with Wu Yifan, he returned to the Wu family, directly handing over the imperial weapon to Wu Rulong. Upon witnessing his father's return with the imperial weapon, Wu Rulong's eyes sparkled with excitement. He, Wu Rulong, finally possessed his own imperial weapon. With the enhancement of the imperial weapon, Wu Rulong was confident that he could claim victory in the Four Saints tournament, and even quasi-emperors would not necessarily pose a threat to him. Moreover, with the imperial weapon's support, his plan to annihilate the entire Li dynasty could be put into action. Indeed, Wu Rulong had not forgotten the enmity with the Li dynasty. It had only deepened. Although he prided himself on not holding grudges, the Li dynasty had sought to extinguish him. Were it not for his desire to personally eliminate the Li dynasty, he would have long since implored his father to do so. Now, with the imperial weapon in hand, Wu Rulong felt that once he broke through to the supreme realm, he could directly confront the Li dynasty and obliterate it. Imperial weapons are indeed formidable, granting a supreme-level cultivator the terrifying power to dismantle a top-tier force. After obtaining the imperial weapon and completing his tasks, Wu Rulong resumed his cultivation. During this time, he contemplated whether he should delegate the management of the Wu Merchant Association to others in the family. After all, as the head of the family, it was somewhat embarrassing for him to only be a great sage. However, Wu Rulong did not factor in his agenda in the entire Xintian realm. Great sages who are a century old are exceedingly rare. There are hardly AFEW.as Wu Rulong departed for his cultivation. Su Chaoran earnestly declared, Husband, I shall also begin to train diligently. I wish to break through to mid-level Saint King within 10 years. I support you. Wu Hao nodded in agreement. Then, recalling something, he added, if you encounter any questions, feel free to ask me. As a golden immortal, guiding a Saint King was a trivial matter for Wu Hao. Su Qiaoran nodded but ultimately refrained from seeking Wu Hao's counsel. After all, she was inherently gifted and, with ample resources, would likely not encounter insurmountable obstacles in her cultivation journey. Meanwhile, as the time for the Four Saints tournament drew nearer, numerous forces within the Xintian realm began to stir restlessly. Not only would they gain fame and recognition from participating, but the most crucial aspect was that the top 100 prodigies in the tournament would gain access to the chaotic secret realm established by the Chaotic Emperor. Within, they might obtain the Chaotic Emperor's legacy and potentially break through to the Emperor level. Currently, the Chaotic Secret Realm was under the control of the four Great Holy Lands. Thus, the sole means of entering was by securing a position among the top 100 in the tournament. Upon learning this news, Wu Yi's previously calm demeanor revealed a hint of fluctuation as he murmured, Chaotic Emperor, perhaps he can aid in perfecting my chaotic path. With that thought in mind, Wu Yi closed his eyes and resumed his cultivation, determined to secure his place among the top 100 in the upcoming Four Saints tournament. Naturally, other forces in the Xintian realm shared this ambition, yet until the tournament commenced, no one could draw conclusions. Must I also participate in the Four Saints tournament? Upon seeing Wu Rulong's message in the family group chat, Wu Yifan squinted his eyes. He was already at the pinnacle of the supreme level, and there were scarcely any individuals under 1,000 years old who had achieved such a feat in the entire Xintian realm. Furthermore, Wu Yifan sensed that he could soon break through to Quasi-Emperor. Wouldn't entering the tournament be akin to bullying others? Yet, since Wu Rulong stated that this was Wu Hao's request, Wu Yifan had no choice but to comply, despite his reluctance. Meanwhile, within the Blood Soul sect, dark schemes were brewing as well. Chapter 72. Blood Yuan. The Four Saints tournament commences. He, how intriguing. Are you saying you've encountered an ancient sacred body and a Xian sacred body at the supreme level outside? Amidst the Blood Soul sect, the envoy who had narrowly escaped the pursuit of Lin Shui-Ro and her companions had returned, kneeling before a youth draped in a crimson cloak. The youth's countenance was ghastly pale, his lips a vivid red, and his hair a flamboyant shade of crimson, exuding an almost ethereal aura. Indeed, my Lord Saint's son, he remarked with a sardonic tone. How amusing it is that you, a peak quasi-emperor, managed to let two supremely powerful beings escape, only to return to the Blood Soul sect in such disgrace. Should I call you a failure, or merely a failure? The youth was none other than Shui Yuan, the saint son of the Blood Soul sect, the very figure referred to by the three envoys slain by Wu Yifan. Upon hearing Shui Yuan's words, the envoy trembled, almost pleading as he spoke. My Lord Saint's son, the Xian sacred body poses no threat, yet that ancient sacred body is exceedingly peculiar. Though it has temporarily ascended to the peak of the supreme realm through forbidden techniques, its foundation is remarkably profound. If left unchecked, I would have surely subdued him. However, with the arrival of the leaders from the Roshui sacred land and the Jinglei sacred land, I feared it would jeopardize your noble endeavors. Hence my decision to retreat. I implore your forgiveness for my transgressions. With that, the envoy lowered his head, visibly quaking in fear. After a prolonged silence, as curiosity peaked within the envoy, Shui Yuan finally made his move. You have been granted such high expectations, yet you have disappointed me gravely. You have placed me in a most difficult position. After all, we at the Blood Soul sect do not tolerate failures. So it is best you perish. Upon uttering these words, a terrifying force emanated from him. The envoy's face contorted in horror as he attempted to flee, but Shui Yuan was far from an ordinary opponent. Within mere breaths, the envoy's life force was entirely absorbed, resulting in his demise. Shui Yuan displayed a look of disdain, muttering, a failure is indeed a failure. Even their lifeblood feels tainted. At that moment, a figure clad in a red dress floated in, observing the scene with a teasing remark, Ah, my Lord Saint's son, it seems your ire has been stirred once more. Who has dared to provoke you? Though Shui Yuan felt a flicker of annoyance at the jest of the woman in red, he refrained from retorting, for she was an elder of the Blood Soul sect, more accurately, his protector. Elder Hua, you jest again. Let us set this matter aside for now. How is the preparation for the Blood God's sacred Yuan progressing? I have no desire to remain trapped in this lower realm for eternity. Shui Yuan inhaled deeply, inquiring. With the topic turning serious, Elder Hua's expression shifted to one of gravity as she replied. The blood god's sacred yuan is nearly ready. We require merely 5 special bloodlines to complete the process. At that point, we shall break free from the constraints of the Xintian realm. Nodding in acknowledgement, Shui Yuan contemplated before speaking again. I recall that in 10 years, the Four Saints Grand Competition shall commence. During that event, the prodigies from across the Xintian realm will gather. Perhaps we might find those 5 special bloodlines among them. I understand, but currently, our manpower is lacking. There are too few beings within the Xintian realm capable of withstanding the power of our bloodline and advancing to the quasi-emperor level. As it stands, we only have 5 quasi-emperors available to venture forth, Elder Hua responded hesitantly. Shui Yuan waved his hand dismissively. It matters not if we succeed. We shall leave this wretched place. Understood, Elder Hua nodded in agreement before departing to make the necessary arrangements. Once she had left, Shui Yuan narrowed his eyes, gazing up at the crimson sky over the Burial God Valley, muttering to himself, Father, I wonder what transpired on your end, but surely those 4 cannot pose a threat to you. Wait for me. I shall return to exact my vengeance. Time slipped away silently amidst the cultivation, and during this period, Wu Hao's cultivation ascended to the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, drawing him closer to the coveted state of eternal life. The great Luo golden immortal.su Qiao Ran also successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the Saint King realm, thanks to Wu Hao's diligent guidance. For the other 2, Wu Rulong had selected his companions, Wu Qian Kuan and Wu Qi Tian, both of whom were at the Saint realm, perfectly poised to participate in the Four Saints Grand Competition to gain combat experience, ultimately benefiting their future cultivation. Wu Qian Kuan and Wu Qi Tian readily agreed, planning to convene at the Wanhua Sacred Land. Given that Wu Qi Tian was affiliated with the Wu clan's trading company in the Northern Territory, it made perfect sense to meet at Wanhua Sacred Land. The Wu family still lacked many essentials, such as a clan foundation stone. Seated atop the back mountain of the Wu estate, Wu Hao was accompanied by a languid little fox, Wu Hu. After returning to the Wu family, Wu Hao had allowed Wu Hu to remain for training, and under his fervent nurturing, Wu Hu had unlocked its 7-tailed form, reaching the pinnacle of the Saint King realm. Once achieving the full 9-tailed form, it would rival even the most formidable emperor-level beings, though it remained uncertain whether there were other forms beyond the 9-tailed fox. Master, do you intend to forge a clan foundation stone? Wu Hu inquired curiously. Wu Hao nodded, articulating his thoughts. The Wu family has grown considerably, and it is time to establish a clear order. Many 4th-generation descendants remain unmarried, while the 6th and 7th generations are already emerging. Thus, I have resolved to create a clan foundation stone to stabilize the fortunes of the Wu family. Wu Hao spoke slowly, recalling Wu Yifan's earlier mention of his desire for a cauldron, which provided an ideal opportunity to fulfill the foundation stone's purpose. After all, both the cauldron and the stone serve similar functions, with the cauldron also possessing the ability to stabilize fortunes, and it could even be used for sacrificial rites during festivals. Moreover, he was certain he would not remain in the Xintian realm indefinitely. His potential far surpassed the realm's limits, which capped at the emperor level. He would ultimately need to depart the Xintian realm. Wu Hu nodded in agreement. However, Wu Rulong is currently in seclusion, striving to reach the mid-stage of the Great Saint realm, so let us discuss this matter further at a later time. Chapter 73. The cauldron suppresses the Wu family's fortune. What? Father, you intend to forge a cauldron to stabilize the Wu family's fortune? Wu Rulong, just emerging from his seclusion, was taken aback by Wu Hao's pronouncement. Given his understanding of his father, Wu Hao rarely concerned himself with family affairs, having largely stepped back from clan matters after the births of Qian Kuan and Qi Tian. Wu Hao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, our Wu family has grown to be a somewhat formidable clan, and thus it is essential to possess a high-grade artifact to stabilize our fortunes and ensure our prosperity in the path of immortality. In powerful dynasties or factions, there are always artifacts to stabilize their fortunes, ensuring the dynasty's eternal prosperity, much like the prosperous dynasties in the Wanhua Sacred Land. Furthermore, artifacts capable of stabilizing fortunes must reach at least the level of a supreme-grade spirit treasure. However, Wu Rulong sighed, his tone tinged with melancholy as he replied, Father, it's not that I lack the desire. It's just that the last time I spent an eternity searching to gather the materials for forging an imperial weapon long sword. If you ask me to find them again, It may take an extended period to gather everything. Upon hearing this, Wu Hao fell silent for a moment before letting out a sigh. Let us do our best. I will also search for materials on my end, and once we have gathered enough, we shall forge a spirit treasure to stabilize our family's fortunes. Given the importance of the Wu family's fate, Wu Rulong took the matter seriously, promptly issuing orders to search for materials capable of forging imperial weapons within the Xintian realm. Yet for reasons unknown, the Xintian realm not only lacked emperors, but materials suitable for forging imperial weapons had also become exceedingly rare. Even the powerful Wu clan trading company took an entire year to gather the necessary materials. Now, Wu Hao's desire to forge a new imperial weapon would undoubtedly require a significant investment of time. Before long, only 5 years remained until the Four Saints Grand Competition, and at that moment, Lin Tianyi, who had been in seclusion for a considerable time, finally emerged. With Wu Hao's assistance, Lin Tianyi had successfully broken through to the coveted Quasi-Emperor realm. Despite being merely at the initial stage of the Quasi-Emperor level, the entire Wanhua sacred land understood the importance of keeping Lin Tianyi content. After all, behind Lin Tianyi stood Su Chaoran, and behind her was that formidable man. Saint Lord, the Four Saints Grand Competition is set to convene again soon. I wonder whether you shall attend this time? The Grand Elder approached Lin Tianyi, a hint of hesitation gracing his features as he inquired. Observing the Grand Elder's expression, Lin Tianyi discerned his thoughts. After all, it had been Morong Huang who previously represented the Wanhua sacred land. And now, with Lin Tianyi being merely at the initial stage of Quasi-Emperor, there was a possibility of being looked down upon by figures such as Li Taibai. However, Lin Tianyi simply shook his head gently and replied, "It is of no consequence. I shall inevitably make my appearance sooner or later. Moreover, the news of Morong Huang's demise will soon spread throughout the entire Xintian realm. At that point, concealing it will be impossible. So it is better to seize this opportunity to inform the realm that the leadership of the Wanhua sacred land has passed to me." Upon hearing Lin Tianyi's words, the Grand Elder sighed in resignation, agreeing to the plan. Yet, he pondered whether that man would truly allow Lin Tianyi to encounter any misfortune. Soon after, Lin Shuirou, Li Taibai, and Lei Wanyun hastened from their respective sacred lands. Given that the chaotic secret realm was located in the central region, it was only natural for them to gather there for the grand competition of the Four Saints, while also discussing related matters pertinent to the Wanhua sacred land. Before long, Lei Wanyun manifested amidst a tempest of lightning. Arriving before the Wanhua sacred land, he crossed into the domain of the Wanhua sacred land. The lightning surrounding him gradually subsided. Almost immediately after, a swift green figure appeared from the east. Clearly Li Taibai soaring through the air on his sword. Following Li Taibai's arrival, a cerulean orb of water approached the vicinity of the Wanhua sacred land at a breathtaking speed. The enchanting figure within was none other than Lin Shuirou. Upon seeing that everyone had arrived, Li Taibai smiled and greeted them. "Fellow friends, it has been quite some time." Indeed, the last encounter had been during that particular event. Lei Wanyun chuckled, but an unspoken thought seemed to weigh heavily on the trio's expressions. However, they quickly dismissed this minor interlude from their minds. The vastness of the Xintian realm made it improbable that they would encounter Wu Hao once more. What of Morong Huang? Where is he? Lei Wanyun pondered aloud, his demeanor casual. After all, under normal circumstances, their conspicuous arrival would have prompted Morong Huang to appear long ago. Just as Li Taibai and the others were filled with curiosity, Lin Tianyi gradually stepped forward, bowing in greeting. "Esteemed friends, I am Lin Tianyi, the new sacred lord of the Wanhua sacred land." Upon hearing Lin Tianyi's declaration, Li Taibai and the others were momentarily taken aback. Clearly unprepared for the rapid change in leadership within the Wanhua sacred land. A change of leadership was one thing, but why was it a mere initial stage quasi-emperor? "You are the new sacred lord of the Wanhua sacred land? What of Morong Huang?" Li Taibai inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. With a calm smile, Lin Tianyi replied, "The former sacred lord, Morong, has recently transcended due to certain circumstances. Thus I have assumed the position. Do the three esteemed friends have any further inquiries?" Although Lin Tianyi felt an undercurrent of anxiety, he maintained a facade of ease, for he represented the Wanhua sacred land and could not afford to tarnish its reputation in the shadows. Several protective elders discreetly observed the unfolding situation, prepared to intervene should any signs of danger arise, as they were resolute in ensuring Lin Tianyi's safety. Li Taibai, Lei Wanyun and the others exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting their astonishment at the news of Murong Huang's transcendence. After all, Murong Huang was a peak quasi-emperor, and with the aid of the Buddha's wrath and Tang Lotus, he could contend even with initial stage emperors. Who could possibly have caused his demise? While Lin Tianyi asserted that Murong Huang had transcended, it was evident to any discerning observer that Murong Huang had met an untimely end, and likely due to foul play. Considering he was still under 300,000 years of age, while quasi-emperors typically boasted lifespans of 600,000 years. Contemplating this, a heavy weight settled upon the hearts of Li Taibai and the others. If someone had indeed eliminated Murong Huang, it implied that they could just as easily eliminate them. Chapter 74. The Golden Era. Although the notion of Murong Huang's demise stirred a fleeting sorrow within them, it was but a momentary feeling. After all, Murong Huang was a powerful figure of their era, and his passing naturally brought about a sense of loss, especially as the strengths of the four sacred lords were relatively comparable. Very well, Lin Tianyi, is it? Can you truly represent the entirety of the Wanhua sacred land at this juncture? Or should we summon other peak quasi-emperors? Li Taibai was the first to speak, his tone probing. With an air of unwavering confidence, Lin Tianyi smiled and replied, "As I have stated, I am the sacred lord of the Wanhua sacred land, and thus I am fully capable of making decisions regarding its affairs." Despite Lin Tianyi's status as a mere initial stage quasi-emperor, Li Taibai and the others could not believe that the Wanhua sacred land would have fallen so low as to appoint one in such a position following Murong Huang's passing. Consequently, it was more plausible that Murong Huang's death was closely tied to Lin Tianyi, or perhaps even orchestrated by him. Regardless of the circumstances, they felt the need to approach Lin Tianyi with caution. Very well, if that is the case, let us proceed inside for a discussion, Lei Wanyun suggested, and the three followed Lin Tianyi into the Wanhua sacred land. The reason for their audacity to enter lay in the fact that Li Taibai and the others carried with them imperial weapons from their respective sacred lands. With 3 imperial weapons at hand, they harbored little doubt that the Wanhua sacred land would dare to act against them. After a thorough discussion, the 4 great sacred lands swiftly agreed upon the rewards they would offer. This initiative was designed to pique the interest of the talented individuals throughout the Xintian realm in participating in the Four Saints Grand Competition. To enter the competition, one had to meet either of 2 criteria: being part of a force backed by a peak quasi-emperor or being a prodigy who had broken through to the saint realm before reaching 1,000 years of age. Meeting either condition was sufficient for participation. The top 100 contestants would gain entry into the chaotic secret realm. The mention of the chaotic secret realm caused a palpable gravity to settle over the 4. As its existence in the Xintian realm dated back to the most ancient of times, it was said to have been created by the first emperor of the Xintian realm, the chaotic emperor. Upon his departure, intended to select a worthy successor. However, since the opening of the chaotic secret realm, no one had yet attained the chaotic emperor's legacy. They wondered if anyone would succeed this time. Li Taibai sighed, a tinge of melancholy evident in his voice as he murmured, "Those who can become sacred lords are typically prodigies who break through to the saint realm before reaching 1,000 years of age." Li Taibai and his companions had previously entered the chaotic secret realm, and all had returned empty-handed, without acquiring the chaotic emperor's legacy. Indeed, the number of talented individuals in the Xintian realm has been on the rise in recent years. Whether this is a boon or a bane, I cannot say. It feels as though something ominous is on the horizon, Lei Wanyun remarked, a frown creasing his brow. In their era, there had been very few who could break through to the saint realm before turning 1,000. Yet, in recent years, many had managed to ascend to the great saint or even saint king realms before reaching that age. Thus, Lei Wanyun keenly sensed that something significant was about to unfold. At that moment, Lin Tianyi smiled and stated, "What ill fate could possibly arise? An abundance of talents may not necessarily bode ill for our Xintian realm. The more prodigies we have, the greater the chance that one might break through to the emperor realm, proving that the path to becoming an emperor remains open." Upon hearing Lin Tianyi's words, Li Taibai and the others were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged smiles and bowed in acknowledgement. Indeed, Lin Daoist has a point. We look forward to it. Now that the matters of the grand competition have been settled, the Wanhua Sacred Land will begin disseminating news to the Xintian realm starting tomorrow, announcing the Four Saints Grand Competition. As Lin Tianyi spoke, Li Taibai and his companions rose, retrieving their phones to broadcast the news of the Four Saints Grand Competition on social media. swiftly igniting a fervor throughout the Xintian realm. Although many had aligned themselves with powerful factions, a considerable number remained unaware of the Four Saints Grand Competition, akin to rural youths who had never even heard of a youth palace, including the author. Following Li Taibai and the others' announcement, the comments quickly surged to over 99, all brimming with shock and excitement, for to many wandering cultivators, participating in the Four Saints Grand Competition was undeniably a golden opportunity to establish their names. What is the Four Saints Grand Competition? How come I've never heard of it? To the one above, you must be quite out of the loop. The Four Saints Grand Competition is a contest organized by the Four Great Sacred Lands, showcasing the talents of the Xintian realm. Anyone who secures a spot in the top 100 will gain entry into the legendary Chaotic Secret Realm. Wait, what exactly is the Chaotic Secret Realm?